Loki traversed into the Marvel Universe, becoming a variant of Loki, with the intention of liberating the multiverse from the grasp of the Conqueror Kang. Loki eliminated the Conqueror Kang and seized control of the power of time, in his quest to grant all beings within the multiverse the opportunity for unfettered growth. Free from the dominion of Kang, he resolutely ventured into every timeline, heading towards the very end of time. With steadfast determination, he bound all timelines within his hands, intertwining them to weave the tree of the multiverse. Beneath this tree, at the terminus of time, Loki sat quietly, observing the flourishing development of the multiverse. Though he possessed the ability to intervene, to create, or to destroy, he chose solitude instead, remaining at the end of time for all eternity. Welcome to the multiversal chat group. Iron Man, Tony Stark, are you the Loki who was crushed by the Hulk? One person, Zhang Zhiwei, are you not the god who is renowned as the foremost mage of the 9 realms in Marvel, yet seldom employs spells, preferring to wield a dagger? Loki, what you describe pertains to me, yet it does not wholly define my essence. I'm not as feeble as you might presume. Loki, odd changes, even remains. Group admin, Xiaoyu. Symbols denote quadrants. Group admin, Xiaoyu. Ah, fellow from Blue Star. How fare you in the Marvel realm? Loki? Loki, I have assumed the mantle of a Loki variant and now reign as the sovereign of the Marvel multiverse. Iron Man, Tony Stark what? One person, Zhang Zhiwei what? Group admin, Xiaoyu, what on earth are you saying? Chapter 1. Loki on the throne at the end of time. Asterisk asterisk. Loki gazed at the multiversal timeline surrounding him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors akin to ancient tree roots, and let out a resigned sigh. He recalled, perhaps an eternity ago, when he had first traversed into the Marvel Universe, adopted by Odin, and named Loki as a newborn. However, due to Loki's arrival, Loki's fate had undergone profound alterations. Instead of clashing with his brother Thor and aiding Thanos in his assault on Earth, only to be vanquished, Loki matured in ways that felt unsettling. He fervently worked for the prosperity of Asgard, nurturing a deep bond with his brother Thor and their father. Yet, the Marvel Temporal Authority detected Loki's anomalies, apprehending him and bringing him to their headquarters for judgment. It was here that he encountered his 2 friends, Beer Guy and Lady Loki, who rescued him and invited Loki to join their cause against the tyranny of the Temporal Authority. Naturally, Loki chose to ally with them. After a series of pursuits and battles, they ultimately confronted the Conqueror Kang at the end of time. United, the trio vanquished him, only to witness the timelines of the multiverse begin to expand infinitely, unshackled from Kang's dominion. The consequence of this proliferation was the impending destruction of the Marvel multiverse. During this tumultuous period, Loki mastered the powers of time, seeking to reverse the calamity. He endeavored through countless methods, ultimately discovering that the source of all chaos stemmed from their act of slaying Kang. To avert the annihilation of the multiverse, he would need to prevent his companions and himself from killing Kang. Rewinding time to 5 minutes before their fateful act, Loki paused time, wishing to converse with Kang. Yet, Kang had anticipated this, foreseeing that Loki could wield the power of time and predicting he would not allow their fatal decision to come to pass. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in an inescapable loop. Before Loki lay 2 choices. The first was to prevent his friends from killing Kang, but he could not alter their resolve. Therefore, he contemplated slaying his own friends, yet found himself unable to do so. Even if he succeeded, Kang would still reign over the multiverse, obliterating countless lives' freedom of will. The second option was to allow his friends to kill Kang, while he bore the weight of Kang's legacy, journeying to the end of time, seated alone on the throne of the multiverse. Until eternity. Unlike Kang, he would not impose dominion over the multiverse. Instead, he would grant all life the opportunity to thrive freely, refraining from further interference. Without hesitation, Loki resolutely chose the latter path, shouldering the burden alone. After bidding a final farewell to Kang, he traversed time to the very moment before the multiverse's collapse. Absorbing vast amounts of temporal radiation and mastering the true essence of time, he utterly obliterated Kang's control over the multiverse. With his hands, he grasped the timelines, akin to ancient roots, imbuing each with his temporal power as he ascended towards the end of time. There, only Kang's shattered throne remained. Loki wove all timelines into a singular tree of the multiverse. He became the heart of this tree, witnessing the beauty and joy of existence, remaining quietly observant, doing nothing. Seated upon the throne at the core of this multiversal tree, Loki lost track of time. Here, concepts of time and space cease to exist in this realm. He had no kin, no friends, nothing but himself, enveloped in boundless solitude. Loki recalled his last words to Lady Loki. I understand now what kind of god I wish to become. All of this is for us, for everyone. Reflecting on this, Loki smiled, murmuring to himself, they're living happily now. I am content, though my own life and happiness have long since faded. As he mused, he noticed an anomaly manifesting within the Marvel multiverse, something that should not exist. Loki discerned a radiant, multicolored orb that had intruded upon the Marvel universe, exuding the oppressive aura of a creator deity. While this orb aimlessly drifted through the multiverse, an invisible, formidable hand seized it. The chat group's subsystem, confronted by this terrifying presence, quaked in fear. Loki inquired kindly, what are you? What brings you to my world? The chat group hastily responded, I am a subsystem of a multiversal chat group, inviting you to join and converse with entities from other realms to alleviate your boredom. Moreover, my main system can assist you in escaping your current predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Loki replied, I consent to join the multiversal chat group. Bring me in at once. Ding! Loki, the sovereign of the Marvel multiverse, has joined the multiversal chat group. Chapter 2. Loki joins the multiverse chat group. Loki reminisced about the countless eons ago when he was engrossed in web novels during his previous life, where there existed a system known as the multiverse chat group. He realized he might have been here for billions of years, where the concepts of time and space dissolved at the temporal end. He could scarcely ascertain how long he had lingered, perhaps several billion years. Loki activated the virtual Azure screen before him and discovered he was not alone in this chat group. 3 individuals had joined before him. There was also a group administrator named Xiaoyu. At that moment, an alert signifying a newcomer's arrival chimed within the chat. The charming playboy Tony Stark proclaimed, Welcome, newcomer. Are you in need of funds? You may borrow from me or exchange for rare items. After all, I possess considerable monetary prowess. A youth known as Zhang Zhiwei chimed in, Welcome, newcomer. Tony Stark, is your monetary prowess legitimate or merely a facade? Administrator Xiaoyu added, Welcome to the group. If you have any questions, please refer to the group introduction and announcements in the upper left corner, where I have meticulously detailed the usage of this chat group. Wait a moment, your name is Loki. You cannot possibly be the Loki I'm thinking of. Tony Stark snapped back to reality, perplexed, and inquired, Miss Administrator, if memory serves me correctly, the instigator of the New York battle and the fate quest you previously shared with us was indeed named Loki. He ended up receiving quite the thrashing from the Hulk. I recall him being the weakest of the gods, correct? You cannot mean that the newcomer is that Loki. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled. In truth, I feel that particular Loki is quite formidable. He merely struggles to comprehend why the foremost mage of the 9 realms favors small daggers. However, his resistance to physical attacks is indeed impressive. He is certainly suited to being a warrior or assassin, having endured such a beating from your world's Hulk without much consequence. Administrator Xiaoyu questioned with a hint of skepticism, Loki, are you the weakling we suspect? Ugh. I mean the Loki. Loki, feeling slightly awkward, responded, Yes and no. I indeed reside within the Marvel multiverse, but I have never attacked Earth nor aided Thanos. I may not be the individual you envision. Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Tony Stark, Xiaoyu, exasperated, remarked, Loki, spare us the explanations. An explanation is merely a disguise, and a disguise implies truth. Are you unaware of your future fate? I can unequivocally inform you that you will eventually be choked to death by Thanos. Wait, how do you know the term Marvel Multiverse? Loki chuckled, Greetings. I shall formally introduce myself as Loki. Might I inquire if the administrator is aware of the continuation of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, and equality? Without hesitation, Xiaoyu replied, Justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Feeling as though she had found her kin, Xiaoyu continued, I love you. Walking alone in the dark alley, Loki directly replied, I love you. Kneeling is not your style. Xiaoyu continued, Which institution excels in excavation technology? Loki, with a smile, answered, Shandong Technical School, look for Lanxiang. Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, a fellow townsman, a kindred spirit. Loki grinned. It has been countless years since I last encountered a fellow townsman from Earth. Tony Stark slowly typed out a large question mark. Zhang Zhiwei, perplexed, asked, Is there still a need for a code to join the group? I'm completely oblivious to these codes. Xiaoyu, slightly embarrassed, explained, I and this newly joined member hail from the same world, so he can be considered a fellow townsman. The charming playboy Tony Stark pondered for a moment and said, So, Miss Administrator, you have traversed worlds, and this new member has as well. You two originally belonged to the same world. That indeed is a reunion with a fellow townsman. But why is this fellow townsman named Loki? Zhang Zhiwei inquired. So, Miss Administrator, is this fellow townsman truly the Loki we suspect? Loki clarified. To be precise, I traversed into one of the universes within the Marvel multiverse where Tony Stark resides, becoming the infant Loki at that time. A series of events ensued that diverged from the original path of Loki's fate. I did not commit the misdeeds he did. The charming playboy Tony Stark began to grasp the situation, somewhat amusedly noting, "You may have traversed. But how did you end up in the form of such a weak god?" Zhang Zhiwei laughed heartily indeed. I still vividly recall the scene in the Fate quest shared by the Administrator, where Loki was relentlessly pummeled by the Hulk. Xiaoyu wished to defend her fellow townsman, but found herself at a loss for words. Rubbing her head, she finally said, in truth, Loki should not be considered exceedingly weak. His adversaries are simply too powerful. After all, that Hulk is a veritable monster. By the way, Loki, what is your current level of power? Can you contend with Captain America? Hold on. That fellow is a 50-50 comparison. Can you compete with Heimdall? Loki, exuding exasperation, mused. If he desires, he could obliterate a timeline at will. A single timeline constitutes an entire universe. Not even Heimdall, nor the creator deity of Marvel, would stand a chance, unless the one above all shows up, but at present, I am equivalent to him. After a moment of contemplation, Loki resolved that honesty was the best policy. He slowly sent a message along with an image of himself seated at the core of the tree of the multiverse. I should be regarded as the absolute master of the Marvel multiverse. I currently control all timelines within the multiverse. I am not as weak as you might imagine. Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Tony Stark. Chapter 3. Loki, how did I become the group leader? Tony Stark, utterly astonished, queried, Loki, I believe I grasp your meaning. The Administrator has mentioned that our world is called the Marvel multiverse, and my friend, you now govern the timelines of our entire universe. If you wish to eliminate Thanos, who seeks to annihilate half of our universe's life, you need not engage in combat. You could simply erase him from existence through time. Master, Loki, do you accept the godson? Do consider me. Zhang Zhiwei, filled with admiration, remarked. To wield such control over the river of time and manipulate its causal variables at will. Loki, are you a celestial emperor? Xiaoyu, with a face full of envy and jealousy, exclaimed, Ah, how is it that fate is so unjust? Why, having both emerged from Earth, is Loki now so powerful? Loki, somewhat resigned, replied, Strong or not, I cannot depart from the Marvel multiverse. I have merged with the timelines of the multiverse, and for the sake of my own promise, I cannot interfere too heavily with the timelines. Administrator Xiaoyu stated, Good news. Loki has become the supreme being of the Marvel multiverse. Bad news. Loki has been permanently affixed to the golden toilet. Zhang Zhiwei, slightly puzzled, asked, Master Loki, do you mean you can intervene in the Marvel multiverse, but you refrain from doing so due to certain promises? Yet, why can't you leave the Marvel multiverse? The chat group possesses the capability to traverse worlds. It's just that we have yet to utilize it. Luo Ji surveyed the timelines that enveloped him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, and, with a hint of resignation, responded, As long as my true form remains within the Marvel multiverse, the entire timeline of this universe will persist. However, the moment I depart, it shall inevitably collapse into oblivion. I am the very essence of the Marvel timeline, a core that is indispensable to all, much like the world tree of multiversal time. Tony Stark pondered for a moment before articulating, I comprehend what you mean, Luo Ji. So what are your plans? Luo Ji shrugged his hands in a gesture of helplessness, replying, What plans could I possibly have? I am unable to traverse anywhere, and I have no desire to alter the timeline. The group administrator, Xiaoyu, chuckled and remarked, Comrade, don't succumb to lethargy. Being idle is far from fulfilling. Set a goal for yourself. It is certainly more enriching than drifting aimlessly through each day. She continued, I understand your sentiment. Although your true form cannot traverse worlds, your avatars can. I recall Loki's avatar magic is quite formidable. Surely you are not devoid of such capability. Moreover, while you may wish to refrain from excessively intervening in the Marvel multiverse's timeline, a little indulgence for your own amusement is entirely permissible. At this juncture, Zhang Zhiwei concurred, Luo Ji, you could send an avatar to our world for some leisure time. However, it seems we are on the brink of conflict. Tony Stark chimed in, Luo Ji, you could visit my timeline for a bit of fun, and perhaps assist me in dealing with that Ten Rings gang that is plotting to abduct me. Administrator Xiaoyu added, Comrade, if you are inclined, You could come to our world and assist me in leveling up. Luo Ji seemed to recall something and inquired with newfound interest. Administrator Yi Xiaoyu. Which world did you traverse to? Is this chat group your golden finger? Administrator Yi Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment and replied. The world I have entered does not resemble any I am familiar with. It can be characterized as a realm where beast taming intertwines with martial arts. Individuals may choose to become martial artists or beast tamers, or even pursue both paths. I have only recently arrived and have heard that powerful martial artists can obliterate the heavens and earth, while formidable divine beasts can devour stars and seize moons. However, I presently am but a novice martial artist. My beast-taming talent has only just awakened, and I do not yet possess a single beast. She continued. The greatest threat in our world lies beyond the cities, where ferocious beasts roam. It seems my golden finger is this chat group system. Before Yi Xiaoyu could finish, the chat group notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected the supreme existence of Luo Ji. The chat group system automatically designates Luo Ji as the group leader. The loquacious playboy Tony Stark interjected. What did you just say, group administrator? Wasn't this chat group your golden finger? It appears that is no longer the case. The eloquent youth Zhang Zhiwei, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Tony, could you refrain from adding salt to the wounds of the group administrator? Luo Ji sensed that Zhang Zhiwei was not merely attempting to prevent Tony Stark from provoking trouble, but was rather fanning the flames while simultaneously sprinkling chili powder and cumin on Administrator Yi Xiaoyu's injury. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Ji queried, What is happening? I am unaware. This chat group is functioning independently. Yi Xiaoyu sighed in resignation, stating, Let me have a moment. I thought I would be the group leader from now on. Who knew I would end up as just another worker, drawing circles in solitude? At a loss for words, Luo Ji could only remain silent. Ding. The function to display the strength levels of chat group members has been activated. Ding. Levels are classified from 1 to 10. Ding. Now displaying the strength levels of chat group members, ranked from highest to lowest. Group Leader Luo Ji LV10, Zhang Zhiwei LV19, Administrator Yi Xiaoyu LV09, Tony Stark LV009. Yi Xiaoyu was neither surprised nor disheartened by her LV09 ranking, considering she had just become a martial artist. Zhang Zhiwei felt slightly undermined by the assessment of his strength, as he was regarded as invincible among the younger generation in their world, often facing opponents one-on-one, with many from the older generation unable to match him. As for Tony Stark, he was incensed, baffled by the absurdity of being rated LV009. He immediately demanded an explanation from the chat group regarding his classification. The chat group responded, stating that the strength level for an ordinary human is LV01. Tony Stark, wearing a perplexed expression, questioned, What? Am I not considered a normal person? Yi Xiaoyu, grinning mischievously, retorted, The chat group must think you are too frail, Tony. Perhaps indulging in too many cover models has taken its toll. Serve you right. Tony Stark? Coming to terms with the situation, Tony felt so embarrassed he could scrape together an apartment's worth of shame with his thumb. He promptly summoned his secretary, Pepper, to seek out the finest wellness expert to craft him an extravagant health regimen. He was determined to achieve LV01 before the next member joined, vowing that he, Tony Stark, is a man of sound renal function, and he could not afford further disgrace to his reputation. Luo Ji chose to disregard Tony Stark's outburst within the group, as the chat group had already conferred upon him certain special privileges. Ding. Group Leader Privileges. Group points for sign-in are multiplied by 10. Ding. Traveling to other worlds does not require using group points. Ding. Initiating unique main quest for Group Leader. Unique main quest for the Group Leader. Assist group members in becoming stronger. Every member that advances a level grants 1 point of group contribution value. Reaching LV3, LV5, and LV7 will yield additional contributions of 3, 5, and 7 points, respectively. When your group contribution value reaches 100, the chat group can fulfill a wish of yours. Unique main quest for the Group Leader. Confront and eliminate the Reincarnation Master God. For each subtask completed against the Reincarnation Master God, you may earn between 1 to 10 points of chat group contribution value. Defeating the Reincarnation Master God will yield 1,000 points of contribution value. Luo Ji directly inquired, If I wish to transcend the myriad realms, can that wish be fulfilled? The chat group system swiftly responded, Group Leader Luo Ji. The wishes granted by the chat group are subject to certain limitations. However, these limitations are minimal. Any matters within the myriad realms can be fulfilled. If the group leader seeks to transcend the myriad realms, a minimum of 1,200 contribution points will be required. Upon using these 1,200 points, The chat group can only provide you with a breakthrough opportunity. Whether you truly transcend the myriad realms will depend on your own fortitude. Luo Ji understood, in truth. He merely wished to return to his original world, Blue Star, to ascertain the well-being of his parents, though he clung to a glimmer of hope. Once he transcended the myriad realms, returning to Blue Star would be effortless. Thus, Luo Ji established an ultimate goal for his otherwise mundane existence, to transcend the myriad realms. Chapter 4. Tony Stark's Plea for Help. After reviewing the primary privileges of the group leader, Luo Ji began exploring the general functions of the chat group. He murmured, "The features currently activated in the chat group include sign-in, world teleportation, live streaming, and several minor functions such as video uploading and Destiny Quest submissions. However, there seems to be a complete absence of functions aimed at assisting members in enhancing their strength." Luo Ji promptly called upon the chat group system, inquiring, "Chat group, may I ask if I send an avatar to the members' world to swiftly bolster their strength? Will the enhancements to the chat group's strength level be acknowledged?" The chat group responded with utmost seriousness and gravity, in response to the group leader. The elevation of a member's strength level in the chat group necessitates that members enhance their prowess through their own efforts within the group. If a leader were to hastily elevate their status, it would hold no validity. However, offering occasional assistance to members is permissible, and the chat group would acknowledge the leader's goodwill. Luo Ji came to comprehend the essence of the chat group. Assistance is acceptable, yet excessive aid is unwarranted. Providing a slight nudge during critical moments is permissible, but becoming a member's personal bodyguard is out of the question. As Luo Ji pondered this, in a technologically advanced seaside villa within the Marvel 9119 universe, Tony Stark was immersed in existential contemplation, disheartened by the chat group's designation of his strength as level 009. Just then, a phone call interrupted his musings. Irritated, Tony answered, "Obadiah, do you have something urgent?" "This is my private time." Obadiah detected Tony's impatience and, with a subtle smile, replied, "Tony, I wouldn't be reaching out if it weren't important. The military has decided to adopt our Jericho missile. They expect you to travel to Afghanistan tomorrow to demonstrate the weapon's lethality. You wouldn't refuse, would you? This is a significant order." Tony, already aware of his uncle's intentions to eliminate him through the chat group, felt a pang of disillusionment. He still held out hope for a chance of redemption for his uncle, but reality proved harsh. His uncle's thirst for power persisted. Tony sighed internally, still valuing and trusting his uncle, yet faced with a cruel truth. He suppressed his frustration and replied, "Understood, I'll be there tomorrow." After ending the call, Tony re-entered the chat group, where he was greeted by a mechanical notification. Ding! Leader Luo Ji has successfully checked in, earning 1,000 group points. Yi Xiaoyu, astonished, inquired, "Luo Ji, how did you manage to earn 1,000 points with a single check-in?" Zhang Zhiwei echoed the sentiment. "Leader, this is outrageous." Tony remained silent. Luo Ji, feeling slightly awkward, explained, "The chat group may have granted me special privileges, allowing me to earn tenfold group points. While you can earn a maximum of 100 points per check-in, I am assured 1,000 points daily." Yi Xiaoyu was rendered speechless, while Zhang Zhiwei and Tony leaned back in disbelief. Suddenly, Tony recalled, "Leader, now that you have 1,000 points, you can utilize the world transfer function, which costs precisely that amount. Could you come to my world and assist me with a small task?" Yi Xiaoyu burst out laughing, incredulous. "Tony, where has your brilliant mind for developing cutting-edge technology gone? Have you been sitting too long? Your brain must be fried." Luo Ji had previously mentioned being the sovereign of the Marvel multiverse. Did he truly require the world transfer function? He could simply descend into their universe if he wished. With a grin, Luo Ji asked, "Tony Stark, what assistance do you require?" "Let me clarify. I cannot serve as your personal bodyguard for an extended period. It is best to strive for strength through your own efforts." Luo Ji mused privately. "I will not descend to be your personal guardian. But that doesn't mean my doppelganger cannot. Offering minor assistance is feasible, yet the notion of being by your side daily as a golden finger is utterly implausible." Tony, shaking off his momentary confusion, earnestly stated, "The administrator should be aware that she once sent me a fake copy in exchange for my arc reactor technology. This copy indicated that my uncle Obadiah would hire someone to kill me, which nearly succeeded. It was only through my creation of the Iron Man suit that I managed to escape. However, the very doctor who saved my life, Dr. Ethan, perished in the process, sacrificing himself to buy me time. I am now confident I can rescue him, but I cannot guarantee his survival. I will feign being captured by those terrorists to locate Ethan in their hideout, then use Jarvis to remotely control the 3 Malawian Quatches to annihilate the terrorist base. Yet, I cannot ensure Ethan will survive. Fate is unpredictable. Therefore, I hope you can protect Dr. Ethan for a while. I have little to offer in return, and while you may not desire the Iron Man suit, I will strive to enhance my abilities, so I may assist you when needed. Luo Ji smiled knowingly. Very well. Tony, I can help you. Your efforts to grow stronger are the greatest assistance you can provide me. Tony was exhilarated. Thank you so much, leader. I will log off now to prepare, and will contact you shortly. At that moment, Zhang Zhiwei curiously inquired, Leader Luo Ji, did you not mention that you cannot leave the World Core? How will you assist Tony? Through a doppelganger? Luo Ji confirmed, indeed. I plan to send a doppelganger, which possesses at least the strength of a planet devourer. Zhang Zhiwei, intrigued, asked, what is a planet devourer? Is it powerful? Yi Xiaoyu gasped, Zhang Zhiwei. A planet devourer is a godlike entity that consumes planets effortlessly. The world beneath your feet is merely a planet. A planet devourer could easily extinguish a life-bearing planet. Yi Xiaoyu remarked, goodness. The planet devourer is now a benchmark of strength before Luo Ji. Zhang Zhiwei, still youthful and inexperienced compared to the ancient master, was astounded by Yi Xiaoyu's explanation and typed, Leader Luo Ji, you're incredible. Do you need a disciple? Luo Ji cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Zhiwei, who stood below him in the cosmic hierarchy, retorting, I have no inclination to recruit a towering disciple of nearly 2 meters, and I do not pursue the path of cultivation. Although, at my level, the systems of power have converged. Zhang Zhiwei expressed his disappointment. Fine. If the leader does not want me, so be it. Yi Xiaoyu shuddered at the thought. If I were not at a disadvantage against you, old Zhang, I would have wanted to smack you. Why do you even say that? Fine. If the leader does not want you, so be it. The mere thought of Zhang Zhiwei uttering such words sent chills down Yi Xiaoyu's spine. Zhang Zhiwei, now serious, asked, Administrator Yi Xiaoyu, could I inquire if you possess my fate copy? May I have a look? You only sent one to Tony, and I wish to know my destiny. I would exchange the 5 Thunder technique and Golden Light spell from Longhu Mountain for it. Yi Xiaoyu, feigning exasperation, replied, Zhang Zhiwei, what is there to see in your fate? From start to finish, it is merely a slap for a slap. As the saying goes, invincible beneath immortals, 1 for 1 above immortals. Yet, internally, he was blooming with joy, eagerly awaiting the words of Zhang Zhiwei. However, Zhang Zhiwei remained resolute in his desire to view his own destiny copy. With a heavy heart and tearful resignation, Yi Xiaoyu reluctantly exchanged Zhang Zhiwei's fate copy for the 5 Thunder Rites and the Golden Light spell. Yi Xiaoyu could only exclaim how delightful it was. Now his martial arts world was brimming with spiritual energy, yet devoid of true cultivation methods. Now, however, as you practice martial arts, I shall embark on the path of immortality. Although the Golden Light spell and the 5 Thunder Rites do not constitute authentic cultivation methods, they have already allowed him to touch the threshold. Yi Xiaoyu began to envision the future, imagining a formidable martial master unleashing a blood-fueled punch, only to find himself enveloped in radiant golden light, while the martial master would be unable to breach his protective aura, and he would unleash a bolt of lightning to send the martial master flying. Chapter 5. The Split of Luo Jue and the Journey to the Marvel 9119 Universe. After Zhang Zhiwei perused his destiny copy, he sighed and murmured, Jin Zhong, Huai, why must you go through such hardships? Within the core of the multiverse tree, there was no concept of time. For Luo Ju, that night felt prolonged, yet it could have been but a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was swiftly preparing, and the night passed quickly. The following day, Tony boarded his private jet as usual to negotiate business with the military. After testing the Jericho missile, his convoy was ambushed by terrorists. This time, Tony donned his specially crafted bulletproof vest, narrowly avoiding a fatal encounter with shrapnel aimed at his heart. In the chat group, Tony activated the livestream feature, then exited the chat group, willingly surrendering to the terrorists who took him to the Dune cave he had witnessed in his destiny copy. At that moment, the group members had already entered Tony Stark's livestream. Yi Xiaoyu watched Tony being escorted away and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, who would have thought that our playboy, billionaire, and philanthropist would find himself in such a predicament? How amusing. Zhang Zhiwei expressed some concern, stating, Tony is just an ordinary man. Isn't he taking too great a risk to save Dr. Ethan? Surprisingly, Tony spoke calmly in the live stream, saying, firstly, I trust our group leader. Secondly, I have my iron armor in Jarvis. Thirdly, could you refrain from gloating, Miss Administrator? Yi Xiaoyu awkwardly replied, apologies, Tony. I am professionally trained, but seeing you in that pink hood, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't laugh, yet I truly cannot help it, haha. In the heart of the Marvel multiverse, Luo Ju split off a god-level avatar and journeyed to the Marvel Universe 9119. After over an hour of traversing the desert, Tony Stark was brought to a cave, facing the terrorist leader who had Dr. Ethan act as a translator. Feeling somewhat anxious, Tony inquired in the chat group leader, "Are you here yet? If you're close, I'll have Jarvis activate the 3 Malawian Quatch's iron armor." Luo Ju chuckled, replying, "I am to your left. Simply activate the iron armor. I will ensure Ethan's safety." Nodding, Tony called upon Jarvis. From a secret base constructed by Tony in Afghanistan, a red and gold iron armor soared into the sky, racing towards the cave. As it broke the sound barrier, it left behind a series of shockwaves. Zhang Zhiwei curiously asked in the chat group, "Tony, does your iron armor compare to my golden light spell?" Tony had no time to respond. Xiaoyu interjected, "From what I understand, the current 3 Malawian Quatch's iron armor's defensive and combat capabilities should be roughly equal to yours at present. However, if we consider you 100 years from now, Tony piloting the 3 Malawian Quatches would likely stand no chance against you." Luo Ju, unfazed, added, "With Zhang Zhiwei's current cultivation, though he remains young and has yet to achieve great mastery, leveraging the golden light spell, thunder techniques, and some chi manipulation, he has a considerable chance of defeating the 3 Malawian Quatches without nuclear armament." While Tony was conversing with the terrorist leader, stalling for time, he paused at the group's assessment of his iron armor, momentarily taken aback. He was quite satisfied with his creation. Yet the group leader suggested that Zhang Zhiwei could indeed triumph over him clad in armor. This notion did not sit well with Tony, but he had no time to dwell on it and continued to buy time. Minutes later, a tremendous sonic boom echoed above the terrorist base, and the iron armor pierced through the mountainside, landing directly before Tony Stark. Tony swiftly entered his specially crafted 3 Malawian Quatch's iron armor. The impact of the newly arrived iron armor sent several terrorists flying several meters away. As they regained their footing, they aimed their weapons at Tony Stark. Yet at that moment, Tony had already donned his iron armor. He slowly raised both hands, his palm cannons charging with energy. Without looking back, he called out, "Group leader, I entrust Ethan to you. I'm off to eliminate these scoundrels." Xiaoyu watched with excitement as Tony Stark began to wreak havoc. Luo Ju stood firm, enveloping Dr. Ethan in a layer of energy film, impenetrable even by the mightiest of Marvel's celestial beings. Smiling at Dr. Ethan, Luo Ju assured, "Dr. Ethan, I have bestowed a shield upon you. Let us walk out together. No one can harm you." Dr. Ethan, still somewhat dazed, nodded and began to step towards the cave's exit. Along the path lay the fallen terrorist struck down by Tony's iron armor, while the leading terrorist had fled the cave at the first sign of the iron armor's arrival, gathering his forces to encircle Tony Stark. Yet, due to the emergence of the chat group, Tony was no longer piloting the 1 Malawian Quatcha, a mere construct of scrap metal from his fate, but rather the upgraded 3 Malawian Quatches, crafted from titanium alloy and armed with numerous lethal weapons. As Dr. Ethan stepped out of the cave, sunlight illuminated his face. Squinting against the blinding light, he witnessed Tony Stark unleashing energy blasts in rapid succession, while many missiles fired from the armor's shoulders, leaving trails of flame in their wake. The terrorists who had intended to ambush him were ruthlessly dispatched, and the air was filled with the sounds of explosions, screams, and pleas. The terrorist leader, witnessing the slaughter of his men and the destruction of their base, felt a surge of rage and desperation. Just as Tony prepared to fire a mini-missile to obliterate the nefarious terrorist leader, he noticed the terrorist had pressed the launch button on the Jericho missile they had captured, aimed directly at the heart of their base. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such madness from the terrorist leader, who would wield a weapon of mass destruction against his own base. The Jericho missile was capable of leveling an entire mountain range. Without hesitation, Tony soared towards Luo Ju and Ethan, intent on whisking them away to safety. Yet, despair washed over him as he realized the Jericho missile was nearly as swift as his armor. Tony Stark had just soared beside Loki and Ethan when the initial separation strike of the Jericho missile descended upon them. A terrifying explosion erupted nearby, sending a massive shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The leader of the terrorists was obliterated into fragments by the force of the blast. Stark, acutely aware that his Mk3 suit was utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming firepower, felt a sense of despair. However, he caught a glimpse of Loki's nonchalant smile, which ignited a flicker of hope within him. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Ancient One. As Stark gazed with a glimmer of hope, Loki slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A green wave of energy spread forth, freezing time within a 1-kilometer radius, leaving only the 3 of them in motion. Stark could see the shockwave from the explosion just a few meters away, with debris suspended in the air. Watching the live stream, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Loki, your clone is a bit too powerful, isn't it? With a snap, you've stopped time. Meanwhile, I'm still playing in the mud while you're manipulating time. It's just too painful. Zhang Zhiwei gasped in astonishment, left momentarily speechless. Zhang Jingqing, who was accompanying him, remarked with exasperation, after all these years of cultivating energy, to be choked by your own power, truly, you are one of a kind. Zhang Zhiwei acknowledged the group leader's strength, recognized as a LV-10 entity by the chat group. Yet, he was astonished that such feats as freezing time could be accomplished by the leader's clone. How powerful must the leader himself be? Ignoring his master's words, Zhang Zhiwei mused, if only I could ask the leader for guidance, my strength would surely progress rapidly. Then, Master, you wouldn't dare to hit me anymore. Zhang Jingqing, noticing her disciple's silly grin, scolded him with a slap to the head. Zhang Zhiwei, what are you smiling about? When we go to congratulate the elder of the Liu family on his 80th birthday, do not embarrass me. Zhang Zhiwei maintained a cheerful facade, but inwardly thought, Master, just wait until I surpass you in strength. Then we'll see who gets hit. Little did he know, his master would still be his master, and nothing would change. Tony Stark, observing from the live stream, was even more astounded. The immobile objects before him shattered his scientific worldview yet again. Having joined the chat group, his perceptions had already been thoroughly altered. Now, they were being completely reshaped. Loki opened his palm, rotating it counterclockwise, causing the earth, rocks, and metal debris caught in the explosion to reverse in time. The soil began to return to the ground. Rocks reassembled into mountains, and the shattered firearms reverted to their original forms. Even the terrorist leader, who had been annihilated, was restored to the moment before he pressed the Jericho missile launch button. Loki approached the now terrified terrorist leader, smiling as he said, You seem to have a fondness for launching missiles, and for being bombed as well. I shall indulge you. Today, you will explode 1,000 times right here, and I shall revive you 999 times to enjoy it. The leader, hearing Loki's gentle yet menacing words, felt that even the demons of hell were not as terrifying as this man. Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan approached, puzzled, asking, Why revive this scoundrel? Such a person deserves death. Loki's eyes glinted ominously as he replied, Tony, it is easy to let someone die, but making them wish for death is far more difficult. Since he enjoys launching missiles to harm himself and others, I will allow him to do so 1,000 times, while I revive him 999 times for his amusement. Tony Stark couldn't help but think how twisted this leader of the chat group was. Yet, the thought was oddly appealing. Zhang Zhiwei remarked, I've seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is my first encounter with a living king of hell. Xiaoyu chimed in with starry eyes. The group leader is so mischievous, but I absolutely adore it. Tony Stark sent a refined message to the chat. Administrator, please refrain from causing spring in my live stream. Thank you. But before he could react, a notification chimed. Ding. Group member Tony Stark has been muted by Group Administrator Xiaoyu for 5 minutes in his own live stream. Loki? Zhang Zhiwei? Tony Stark? Stark felt a sense of indignation, thinking, what a power-hungry individual. But to be muted in my own live stream? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Chat group. What is going on? Ding. The chat group has muted Tony Stark for 55 seconds. First warning. Zhang Zhiwei decided to keep his distance from Stark. Thinking that while genius might not be contagious, foolishness certainly was, and he feared he might be muted too one day. Loki snapped his fingers, and the three found themselves standing on a hillside 5 kilometers away from the terrorist base. Stark heard a violent explosion. As he and Ethan observed, it was indeed the terrorist stronghold they had just vacated that had been struck by another Jericho missile. Yet, before they could express their astonishment, a flash of green light flickered, and moments later, the roar of another Jericho missile reverberated, followed by another intense explosion echoing for miles. Tony Stark gazed at the distant flickering green light and the continuous explosions, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Ethan, equally astonished, was at a loss for words. Though he believed in the divine, he never anticipated that a deity would manifest right beside him. Xiaoyu gleefully exclaimed. He asked the terrorist leader, I never expected that after finally becoming the regional head, I would be toyed with by a true god who controls time. It's unbelievable that after the 999th time, I faced death with calmness. Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed, what an unexpected turn of events. Loki casually tossed a satellite phone he had picked up at the terrorist base to Tony Stark, saying, Tony, once the explosions cease, call those useless military officials from the beautiful country to come pick you up. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. We'll keep in touch in the group. However, just as Loki prepared to depart, he sensed a subtle fluctuation in space. Intrigued, he looked ahead and saw an orange light circle materializing 10 meters away, from which emerged a bald woman. The woman regarded Loki with an expression of calm seriousness and earnestly stated, "Greetings. I am the current Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One of the Blue Star. Travelers from other universes, please depart swiftly to avoid causing irreversible changes to the Blue Star." Xiaoyu watched this unfold with keen interest, and Tony Stark, familiar with the existence of this Ancient One from his adventures, mused. Xiaoyu cheerfully remarked, "This is getting interesting. The Guardian of the Time Stone, Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, is asking the Master of the Marvel Multiverse to leave quickly. This is quite the spectacle." Zhang Zhiwei likened it to a gatekeeper at the foot of Longhu Mountain instructing his master, Zhang Jingqing, to leave promptly to avoid bringing trouble to the mountain. Loki cast a sidelong glance at Ancient One and, with an air of casual indifference, replied, "So, you are the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One? What if I choose not to leave?" Chapter 7. Do you know why the Time Stone is green? With a cold expression, the Ancient One declared, "If you refuse to heed my counsel, do not blame me for taking action." Luo merely shook his head with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. In an instant, two shields forged from magical energy materialized in the Ancient One's hands, which she flung towards Luo with considerable force, spinning as they hurtled through the air. Tony Stark, observing the unfolding events in the chat group, quipped with a look of disbelief, "What a character. This Ancient One seems to be quite the headstrong novice, doesn't he?" The group leader is already preparing to depart, yet she insists on interjecting and urging him to leave more swiftly. Zhang Zhiwei, with a knowing smile, chimed in, "I'm rather curious to see the expression on this Supreme Sorceress' face when she confronts the true might of the strongest mage in the Marvel Multiverse and faces defeat." Xiaoyu, with a wry smile, remarked, "The Ancient One is indeed clever, but her timing is rather questionable." Just as the group leader is about to depart, she prompts him to leave more quickly. It's almost as if she is urging him to flee. If the group leader truly took his leave, that would be the height of irony. Ignoring the magical shields hurtling towards him, Luo commented in the chat group, "Having traversed countless experiences and endured eons alone at the core of the multiverse, my temper has not remained unscathed, as you can see. It was the Ancient One who initiated this altercation. Do not label our group leader as excessively violent. I merely seek to relieve the pent-up frustration I have harbored for so long." Taking a step forward, the moment he did, the two magical shields disintegrated, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the Ancient One. With a mere flick of his hand, he sent her sprawling several dozen meters away. This was the outcome even with the Ancient One exerting her full effort and erecting magical barriers. Luo had not even utilized a fraction of his power. Kneeling in the distance, the Ancient One wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then swiftly performed a hand gesture. Hundreds of clones materialized behind her, each wielding an array of magical weaponry, a veritable arsenal of 18 different weapons. Observing the multitude of Ancient Ones brandishing their magical arms, Luo mused, "I finally comprehend the sensation of being stabbed by that little dagger of Loki, the so-called first mage of the 9 realms. Are all mages now resorting to close combat?" The hundreds of Ancient Ones charged towards Luo with their weapons raised. A golden glimmer flashed in Luo's eyes, and an invisible force emanated from him, causing all the clones to crumble into dust, while the Ancient One was sent hurtling away by the sheer pressure of his presence. Luo regarded the Ancient One with disinterest, reflecting on the countless trillions of years he had spent cultivating every form of energy, be it cultivation, magic, combat aura, divine power, or the laws of the universe, to perfection, all while mastering the primal forces of the Marvel Multiverse. In his eyes, the Ancient One was but a minuscule insect, yet it had been eons since he had engaged in combat. A mere exercise was in order. Tony Stark, watching the scene unfold, remarked with utmost seriousness in the chat, "The mere hint of the pressure released by our group leader nearly swept me off my feet. He is truly formidable." Zhang Zhiwei, equally astonished, added, "I knew our group leader was powerful, but I had no idea he was this powerful. Clearly, those who can wield the power of time are no ordinary beings." Xiaoyu, observing the two rather naive individuals, silently thought, "What is this? Our group leader, Luo claims to be the sovereign of the Marvel Multiverse. The power he has displayed is probably just the tip of the iceberg." While Tony Stark and Zhang Zhiwei remained oblivious to the terror of the Marvel Multiverse, Xiaoyu understood its true nature, a realm far superior to the myriad worlds. Although she was uncertain if Luo truly was the sovereign he proclaimed, the audacity with which he referred to his strength suggested he was not weak. Struggling to rise, the Ancient One felt a tightness in her chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Swiftly, She executed a hand gesture, and the green light from the time stone on her chest surged forth, rapidly restoring her to her peak condition. Gazing in astonishment at the calm Luo Ji before her, her expression hardened, and she stomped her foot, invoking the mirror dimension. Outside, Tony watched as the two vanished from sight. Within the mirror dimension, the Ancient One manipulated the surrounding sands and rocky mountains, hurling them toward Luo Ji. The massive mountain, thousands of meters long, descended upon him like a colossal hand, intent on crushing him. To ensure he could not evade, the time stone's green light flashed intensely, enveloping Luo Ji in an intangible time constraint. With a sigh of relief, the Ancient One felt she had successfully frozen Luo Ji in time. Observing the immense mountain descending upon him, she wore a serious expression, aware that this might not be enough to defeat him. However, a voice resonated behind her. "Do you know why the time stone is green?" Startled, the Ancient One turned to see Luo Ji standing 2 meters behind her, having appeared without a sound. As she prepared to wield the time stone's power once more, Luo Ji raised a hand, and the stone flew into his grasp. To her horror, he pinched the time stone between his fingers and crushed it before her eyes. "No, this is impossible. The time stone cannot be shattered by bare hands. Where did you hide my time stone? Hand it over," she shouted. Yet, before she could continue her outburst, the explosive force from the shattered stone sent her flying, and the mirror dimension collapsed in an instant. The events within the mirror transpired in mere minutes, and the chat group members witnessed the sky shatter like glass. Along with the Ancient One being propelled backward, they began to flood the chat with exclamations of awe at the power of their group leader. Luo Ji looked at the battered Ancient One with disdain and remarked, "It appears you still do not comprehend the meaning of what I just stated." As he spoke, the laws of time surged, coalescing into another time stone identical to the one he had just destroyed. Nonchalantly, he tossed the time stone beside the Ancient One. "Enough of this childish game with you, insignificant insect. Take this time stone and be gone," he declared. The Ancient One, astonished, gazed at the time stone that had materialized out of thin air. Upon hearing Luo Ji's words, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted and quickly picked up the stone, hastily drawing a portal to escape. Tony Stark jogged over, perplexed, and asked, "Group leader, why didn't you eliminate the Ancient One? She attacked you." Luo Ji looked at Tony as if he were simple-minded and replied, "The Ancient One serves as a barrier against the dark dimension. If I were to kill her, who would stand against the darkness? I have no desire to eradicate the dark dimension." Feeling somewhat awkward, Tony did not pursue the topic further. Luo Ji waved his hand and said, "Very well. I must return to report to my true self. Farewell." Xiaoyu, having witnessed Luo Ji conjure the time stone through Tony Stark's livestream, remained in a state of disbelief. In contrast, Zhang Zhiwei had already begun to flood the chat with exclamations of 666. Through his clones, Luo Ji had gleaned all that had transpired that day, and a faint smile crossed his lips. After dispersing his clone, he settled back onto the golden throne, surveying the free development of the Marvel Multiverse. As Luo Ji was preparing to join the Water group, the notification sound of the chat group reverberated once more, capturing the attention of all members, including himself, the group leader. "Ding. Welcome. I am truly not the infamous General Yuan Tiangang, joining the chat group." Chapter 8. The astonished Yuan Tiangang. Having just submitted his resignation, the notorious General Yuan Tiangang was on his way to indulge in some drinks. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, congratulating him on entering a chat group. Before him, a blue light screen materialized. The once carefree and wild demeanor of Yuan Tiangang shifted abruptly, and he glared around with a face full of murderous intent. An invisible aura radiated outward. Yuan Tiangang struck the blue light screen with a punch, yet his fist passed right through it, crashing into a massive tree behind him, shattering it with ease. The residual force of his blow continued unabated, pulverizing a large boulder that stood over 2 meters high. Seeing that his strike had no effect on the unyielding light screen before him, Yuan Tiangang calmed himself and performed a divination, discovering it to be exceedingly auspicious. Puzzled, he gazed at the chat screen, where Luo Ji, the group leader, was the first to warmly welcome him into the chat group that spanned myriad worlds. Xiaoyu, upon noticing Yuan Tiangang's group nickname, immediately recalled the figure from the animated series who declared, "The world serves as bait, while I, the general, hold the reins." All along, it was he who orchestrated the game, and now, the board has been set for the prince. It is your turn to play. I have done my utmost. Tony Stark, upon noticing a newcomer in the group, felt a surge of pride in his status and exclaimed, "Welcome, newcomer. Your name is Yuan Tiangang, right? I'll call you Gongzi. Just address me as Big Brother. and I'll look out for you. Zhang Zhiwei, walking along the official road to the Liu family estate, chimed in as the newcomer entered the group, saying, "Welcome, newcomer. I am truly not the infamous General Yuan Tiangang. Don't mind Tony, he's just a hairdresser. And rather pretentious at that. His power rating is only 009. Xiaoyu interjected, I am truly not the infamous General Yuan Tiangang. Please click on the settings in the top left corner to change your chat nickname to your real name. It will facilitate our communication." Tony Stark, furious at Zhang Zhiwei for exposing him, retorted, "Zhang Zhiwei, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you can slap me once. You, who should be over 100 years old in your original destiny, are you envious of me for having been with 11 cover girls? And who is the hairdresser? Say it again, and dare to come to my world for a duel." Zhang Zhiwei replied with a grin, "Tony Stark, let us be honest, with your build, I wouldn't even bother slapping you. Who would even want to visit your world? 1,000 points is still points, right? You cover the cost, and I'll come." Xiaoyu added fuel to the fire. "Tony Stark, I have some unpleasant news for you. First, Yuan Tiangang's power rating has been revealed. Just look at that LV-23 next to you. Second, that newcomer Gangzi's strength is several times greater than yours. Third, your combat power in the 3 Malawian Quach's Iron Man suit is LV-179, while Zhang Zhiwei's current strength is LV-19. You might not even be able to defeat him." Tony Stark exclaimed, "Fuck, fuck, fuck," in his native tongue. Yuan Tiangang observed the discussions in the chat group, unable to comprehend a single word. Yet, he was still puzzled about what this chat group truly was. After some time tinkering, he finally sent a message in the chat. "Esteemed members, what exactly is this light screen that has appeared before me? Could someone elucidate it for me?" Luo Ji promptly replied, "I am truly not the infamous General Yuan Tiangang. Please click on the group files in the top left corner and the group announcements beside it. Once you've read them, you will understand." Xiaoyu muttered at her desk, "Group leader, you stole my line. Shouldn't it be me, the group administrator, who says that?" "Well, you're the group leader. You have the final say." Zhang Zhiwei was somewhat astonished to discover that this new member's strength surpassed his own. Tony Stark, feeling frustrated, wished to curse Zhang Zhiwei, as he had intended to prepare himself before the newcomer arrived. But to his surprise, the new member came in so quickly. Now, without his armor, his strength remained at LV-009. Thankfully, today's edition was a man, not a woman. Otherwise, he would have truly faced social death. Yuan Tiangang spent several minutes reading the group announcements and introductions for the Myriad Worlds chat group. After gaining a general understanding of what this chat group entailed, he felt akin to a frog that had just leaped from the depths of a well, gazing out at the vast world. Soon, he emerged from his astonishment and shock. Addressing the chat, "Esteemed seniors, I, the infamous General Yuan Tiangang, have the honor of meeting you all. Group Administrator Xiaoyu. I have changed my name to my real name. Henceforth, I shall be known as Yuan Tiangang. Group Leader Luo Ji, I have perused the group introductions and announcements, and I now comprehend the true essence of the phrase, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Yuan Tiangang, have you been disfigured? Have you met Xiaoyu? Has Li Xingyin grown up? Did the falsely die? Or are you already deceased?" Yuan Tiangang was left speechless. Zhang Zhiwei awkwardly remarked, "Group Administrator Xiaoyu, Miss Administrator, is it a bit excessive to declare someone a corpse upon first meeting? How could a corpse engage in conversation with us?" Tony Stark interjected, "Zhang Zhiwei, you also know it's excessive. When you called me pretentious earlier, did you consider whether that was excessive? And do you know that there is such a thing as a soul in this world? Although I have never seen one, I believe it exists. I used to believe solely in science, but now I also believe in metaphysics." Zhang Zhiwei, exasperated, replied, "Tony Stark, I only called you out once. Is that too much for you to handle?" Tony Stark retorted angrily, "I will not tolerate anyone calling me pretentious, especially not from a man." Luo Ji, with a smile, interjected, "You two should calm down. I recall that the chat group has a dual arena feature that is currently inactive. Once the conditions for activation are met, you two can settle it there. But remember, friendship comes first. Don't fight to the death." Zhang Zhiwei, disinterested, replied, "I can't be bothered to fight some coward hiding in a metal shell." Tony Stark exploded, furiously cursing, "You old virgin, keep talking, and I swear I'll nuke you." Zhang Zhiwei, smiling, said, "Sorry, I just turned 18, the real 18. No matter how old I get, I'm still younger than you, the over 30 pretentious man." Seeing that the two were about to escalate into a full-blown argument, Luo Ji promptly stated, "No cursing in the chat group. If you wish to resolve personal issues, wait until the dual arena feature is activated. If you two continue to argue, I do not recommend sending your avatars to your world to give you a good beating. Tony Stark wisely declared, I'll shut up. Although Tony Stark had no idea how strong Zhang Zhiwei truly was, he had witnessed the group leader's prowess firsthand, and it was truly beyond words. If he were the one being beaten, he could not even fathom the outcome. Zhang Zhiwei let out a cold snort and stated, Let us give the esteemed group leader some face. If it's just a pretense, so be it. Must we remain silent? Tony Stark, Yuan Tiangang, witnessing the awkwardness, felt a surge of embarrassment but suppressed his urge to observe the unfolding drama. Instead, he earnestly inquired, Group Manager Yi Xiaoyu, what did you mean by those words just now? Yi Xiaoyu, with a perplexed expression, asked, How old are you now? Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment and awkwardly replied, Over 100 years old, I believe, though I can't recall the exact number. Luo Zhu understood that Yuan Tiangang was still situated in the timeline of the legend of the river and lakes. He then asked, Is your friend Li Chunfeng still alive? Yuan Tiangang confidently responded, That old rascal is definitely still around. He is not one to perish easily. Zhang Zhiwei, somewhat astonished, remarked, Yuan Tiangang, at over 100 years. You are the oldest among us in this chat group, aside from the group leader. Tony Stark added, What a venerable figure indeed. Your prowess seems incongruous. A centenarian with LV-23 combat strength. You must be extraordinary. This world of yours is certainly not ordinary. Luo Zhu contemplated and stated, It should be classified as a martial arts world, neither low tier nor high tier, likely akin to Zhang Zhiwei's realm, a mid-tier martial world. After some deliberation, Yi Xiaoyu began to grasp the situation, ultimately asking, Yuan Tiangang, have you already resigned from your official position? Yuan Tiangang, taken aback, replied, Group Manager Yi Xiaoyu. Aren't all the members of this chat group from other worlds? How do you know I've resigned? I never mentioned it. How do you both know so much about me? Is there some connection with my dear friendly Chunfeng? Yi Xiaoyu began to piece together the circumstances surrounding Yuan Tiangang. After a moment's thought, she explained, Yuan Tiangang, I created a fate replica of your original destiny, which you hadn't joined the chat group, and uploaded it to the group files. Please have a look. Yuan Tiangang gasped in disbelief, asking, Destiny? Is it truly my destiny? Ding. Group Manager Yi Xiaoyu uploaded to the Legend of the River and Lakes, the Unruly One series. Chapter 9. Yuan Tiangang. Is longevity truly a blessing? Content and thriving in a prosperous age. After sending the message, Yi Xiaoyu inquired, Yuan Tiangang, once you finish reading, you may publicly disclose your original fate replica, allowing everyone to understand you better. Tony Stark and Zhang Zhiwei had already made their original fate replicas public. Yuan Tiangang nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand, Miss Group Manager. With the assistance of the chat group, Yuan Tiangang swiftly finished reading the Legend of the River and Lake series. Upon completion, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Yi Xiaoyu's earlier questions. He also recognized who Xiaoyu was, who Li Xingyun was, and who the fake Li was. Yuan Tiangang let out a sigh of relief, walking along the path to the nearest town, murmuring to himself, I am dead. I have finally died. Yet still must live for over 200 more years. Ding. Group member Yuan Tiangang's own fate replica, The Legend of the River and Lake series, has now been made available. Tony Stark expressed his anticipation, saying, This newcomer's life must be quite thrilling. Let us take a look. Zhang Zhiwei sighed, remarking, A new group member over 100 years old can't possibly share the same fate as that of a lifelong bachelor. Yi Xiaoyu, exasperated, said, See? They just look without saying a word. Luo Zhu chuckled. To be precise, they look and immediately fall silent. Zhang Zhiwei, Tony Stark, despite their curiosity, the two could not resist and clicked on Yuan Tiangang's fate replica. After half the night, they emerged, their expressions heavy, appearing as if they had succumbed to depression. Zhang Zhiwei finally uttered a single word, bitter. Tony Stark, forcing a smile, remarked, Compared to you, I am truly fortunate. My life has been splendid, while you, my friend, have endured great suffering. Yuan Tiangang smiled faintly and said, I cannot yet fathom what that truly feels like. When I think of a phrase from my fate replica 200 years hence to respond to you all, even if it conveys bitterness, that would be a blessing. Longevity offers not merely suffering, but also numbness. Not to mention 200 years from now, even now, I feel a sense of numbness. I truly wish to convey to you all that I had lived enough before joining this chat group. It is this chat group that has granted me renewed hope and a fresh outlook. Group leader Luo Zhu. They say you are the one who has lived the longest in this group. Do you believe that longevity is truly a blessing, or is it a curse instead? Hearing Yuan Tiangang's inquiry, Luo Zhu couldn't help but reflect on his former life. recalling the endless solitude at the core of this world, traversing an excessively prolonged duration, the essence of which only he could comprehend, and even Yuan Tiangang could not. Luo Zhu savored Yuan Tiangang's words, realizing that even if it is bitter, it is indeed preferable. Before joining the chat group, he felt nothing but ceaseless numbness, devoid of interest in anything. For he had already discerned the essence of everything in this world. A melody he had heard countless times, a technique he had practiced for innumerable years, abilities he had honed to perfection, laws, the power of the world, the force of the universe, various cultivation methods, even trivial knowledge had been perused by him repeatedly. Luo Zhu glanced once more at the timeline below, witnessing beings parting and reuniting, with laughter and tears, happiness and sorrow. Yet he was engulfed in solitude and numbness. An endless desolation engulfing him. With a wry smile, Luo Zhu responded, Yuan Tiangang, eternal longevity is indeed a curse. However, you are not yet cursed. There is still much beauty you have yet to experience, vast knowledge waiting for your discovery, and many paths for you to grow stronger. You feel you have lived enough solely because your spirit lacks the fortitude, leading you into confusion. True eternal longevity is the real curse. While you do possess longevity, you can die, and you may choose to depart this world. I, however, cannot. Once you reach my level, you will understand that longevity is not a curse. It is eternity that is the true curse. In terms of longevity, you can be slain by others or choose to leave this world. But eternity does not allow for such choices. When you become an unchanging entity in this world, even if you wish to die, you cannot. Moreover, I still bear the burden of the Marvel multiverse. I cannot die. Xiaoyu now comprehended why Luo Zhu, as a fellow traveler, could rise to become the master of the Marvel multiverse, while she was merely a fledgling martial artist and novice beastmaster. It can only be said that Luo Zhu's experiences, which led him to such heights, truly warranted his title as the master of the multiverse. Yuan Tiangang perused the previous chat records and began to grasp the group leader Luo Zhu's identity and intent. A bittersweet smile graced Yuan Tiangang's face as he sat beneath a withered tree by the roadside, murmuring to himself, indeed, compared to the esteemed group leader, what is a mere century of existence amidst the endless solitude and desolation? I can still explore vast unknowns, learn diverse knowledge, and cultivate formidable techniques. Countless experiences await my attempt. What right do I have to claim I have lived enough? Tony Stark, absorbing the group leader's words, remained silent for an extended period. While he could now comprehend the group leader's meaning, he found it impossible to empathize. The endless solitude expressed in the group leader's words weighed heavily upon him. Zhang Zhiwei had initially intended to jest with Yuan Tiangang, but now he found himself devoid of that inclination. Observing the atmosphere in the chat group plummet to a chilling low, Luo Zhu realized that his previous remarks had perhaps been too somber, and he decided it was time to pivot the conversation. With a cheerful smile, he remarked, let us not dwell on such a grave topic any longer. Yuan Tiangang, now that you are aware of your original fate, what are your plans moving forward? Caught off guard, Yuan Tiangang could only respond awkwardly, I haven't figured it out yet. I definitely do not wish to serve the imperial family any longer. Zhang Zhiwei, recognizing the group's shift in focus, tactfully refrained from bringing up the heavy subject again. He made an effort to lighten the mood by saying, Brother Tiangang, is it acceptable to address you as such? I don't have any particularly unique suggestions, but I do propose that you consider rescuing Xiaoyu's sister, and as a special note, avoid that pot of poison wine. Tony Stark added with utmost seriousness, Zhang Zhiwei, this guy stole my lines. All I can say is, you should indulge in a few bowls of old duck soup, and let Li Xingyun roam free like a carefree cloud while the fake Li stays by your side. Xiaoyu playfully interjected to uplift the atmosphere, Xiaoyu, grandfather. My wish is for a prosperous era. Yuan Tiangang responded, all right, I shall fulfill your birthday wish. Li Xingyun chimed in, I desire to be a carefree cloud. The notorious Yuan Tiangang quipped, that is not for you to decide. The fake Li declared, I wish to be emperor. To which the notorious one retorted, then you can go be an emperor down there. You might as well die. Tony Stark burst into laughter, the previously somber mood instantly lifted. Zhang Zhiwei, also chuckling, remarked, the group administrator's summary was quite on point. I'll add, Li Xingyun, when she calls you grandfather, you pat her head. When I call you grandfather, you choke me. Tony Stark, still laughing, added, fakely, when she calls you grandfather, you pat her head. When he calls you grandfather, you choke him. When I call you grandfather, you stab my heart. Luo Zhu found himself amused by the antics of the group members. Using his time power, he glanced at his smiling face from a second ago and sighed. I can't recall the last time I truly laughed. With a smile in the chat group, Luo Ji expressed, Yuan Tiangang, I hope you can ensure that everyone in this world lives eternally in a flourishing era, content, and well provided for. Free to do as they please. Trust me, with this chat group, you can achieve it. Isn't this what you desire deep down? Yuan Tiangang felt a stirring in his heart, abruptly standing up and resolutely typing in the chat. I understand now, esteemed group leader. Thank you for helping me find my purpose. I have discovered the meaning of my continued existence. Yuan Tiangang proceeded toward the distant town, and not far behind him, a withered tree slowly sprouted 5 green leaves. Chapter 10. Zhang Zhiwei's Invitation. The Collective Invitation. After clarifying his future path, Yuan Tiangang logged off. At that moment, Zhang Zhiwei addressed the group leader, Luo Ji, saying, Group leader, would you like to come visit my world? I would love to travel alongside you for a while. With such a formidable figure as you, I can easily persuade my master to allow me to descend the mountain for some real-world experience. My master, Zhang Jingqing, believes I am too arrogant and does not want me to stir up trouble, but I truly wish to explore the mortal realm. So, esteemed group leader, could you come to my world, pretending to be a renowned figure I know? This would help me convince my master to permit me to travel with you. Luo Ji contemplated for a moment, realizing that sending a clone to Zhang Zhiwei's world would be an easy task, and the clone could share all experiences, effectively allowing him to explore that world. Since Zhang Zhiwei's cultivation level did not require much oversight, he merely needed to provide an excuse for his master. Nodding, Luo Ji replied, Sure, I find this Marvel world rather mundane. Exploring other worlds could be an enjoyable diversion. Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed with excitement, You are always welcome to come. Esteemed group leader, Xiaoyu interjected with a hint of bitterness. Esteemed group leader, I also wish for you to visit my world. Traveling with this burly man, Zhang Zhiwei, is hardly appealing. Wouldn't it be much better to journey with me? A beautiful maiden. Tony Stark awkwardly chimed in, Actually, I could find many beautiful maidens to accompany you. Esteemed group leader. Ding. Xiaoyu muted Tony Stark for 1 minute. Stark, feeling utterly exasperated, muttered under his breath in his office, You power-abusing administrator, Xiaoyu. Ugh. Yuan Tiangang had reached an end and interjected, Once I create a prosperous world for everyone, I will invite the esteemed group leader to visit us. Luo Ji chuckled, I could certainly send a few clones to your world, but it feels a bit strange. So unless something unexpected occurs, I shall wait until I've finished touring the world of one below the heavens before visiting you. Administrator Xiaoyu. Next I'll be visiting your world. Tony Stark, I've seen through your universe. It holds little interest for me, so I want to be descending there. Yuan Tiangang. I await the flourishing world you will create. Tony Stark, feeling aggrieved, thought, Why must the esteemed group leader treat me this way? The pain is simply too much. But he could only think about it, as he was muted and dared not question the leader. Luo Ji then stated, Zhang Zhiwei, I will traverse to your world shortly. Zhang Zhiwei quickly responded, Understood, esteemed group leader. In the world of one below the heavens. Zhang Zhiwei glanced out at the official road beyond the carriage and at his master, Zhang Jingqing, who was meditating with closed eyes, unsure of how to begin. As Zhang Zhiwei was preparing to formulate his words, his master suddenly opened his eyes and, with a look of suspicion, inquired, Zhang Zhiwei, what is with that expression? Is there something on my face? Zhang Zhiwei, interrupted by his master's words, quickly waved his hands. No, master, you remain as poised as ever. Zhang Jingqing replied seriously, Stop flattering me. What is it that you wish to discuss? Zhang Zhiwei collected his thoughts and explained. There is a senior who is a billion times older than me with whom I have some correspondence. He communicates with me through letters. He has heard that I am going to the Liu family to celebrate a birthday and happens to reside nearby. We are set to meet shortly and may travel together for a while. He is a reclusive master, primarily coming to meet me, his pen pal. I have invited him to the Liu family's celebration, but since he lacks an invitation, you understand, master. Zhang Jingqing said nothing further on the surface. But internally, he was contemplating. If this truly is a reclusive master, then so be it. If it is a fraud attempting to deceive Zhang Zhiwei, then he shall not be spared from my thunder law. Chapter 11. Zhang Jingqing unleashes the 5 thunders on bandits. Before the strike, they have already kneeling. Just as Zhang Jingqing pondered the identity of the letter-writing senior mentioned by Zhang Zhiwei, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Both Zhang Jingqing and Zhang Zhiwei were taken aback, and they parted the curtain of the carriage to look outside. They discovered 8 men clad in coarse garments, wielding machetes, surrounding the carriage. The coachman trembled in fear at the sight. The leader of the 8 shouted, We only seek to rob for wealth, not for lives. If you can surrender your valuables, I shall grant you a path to safety. As Zhang Zhiwei was about to take action against the robbers, his master, Zhang Jingqing, intervened, halting his advance. With a smile, Zhang Jingqing remarked, "I have recently made significant progress with my 5 thunder formation and wish to put it into practice. It seems we have some moving targets here, quite fortuitous." Upon hearing his master's intent to take action personally, Zhang Zhiwei promptly returned to his seat and activated the live streaming feature in their chat group. Ding! Member Zhang Zhiwei has activated the group live stream. He quickly typed in the chat, "My master, Zhang Jingqing, is about to strike. Would you like to witness him using the 5 thunder technique against the bandits?" Tony Stark scoffed, "You truly honor your master. While he engages in battle, you're here streaming the event. Quite commendable." Zhang Zhiwei, catching the sarcasm in Tony's tone, replied with a frown, "Tony, am I the only one saying you're not genuine? Must you always come at me like this?" Tony nodded, "Indeed. I cannot abide being called insincere." Xiaoyu, curious, interjected, "Tony, the key point is that what others say is true. You really are insincere. Just look at how many days have passed, and you're still at LV009. Is your vitality failing you? Perhaps you should try a bottle of that invigorating kidney tonic. 1 bottle to refresh your mind, 2 to banish fatigue, 3 for eternal youth." "Oh yes." Yuan Tiangang chimed in, "Tony Stark, I suggest you refrain from such concoctions. Eternal youth is not necessarily a blessing." Yuan's comment elicited laughter from Luo Ji. Xiaoyu, stifling laughter, responded in the chat, "Yuan Tiangang, being from ancient times, may not know that the kidney tonic is merely a supplement. The claims of invigoration and immortality are mere exaggerations, not to be taken seriously. This stuff can't even compare to your elixir of immortality. However, I think you should consider giving Tony a dose of your elixir and see if he can regain his vitality." Tony Stark retorted, "Thanks, but no thanks." Yuan Tiangang firmly opposed. "I have previously learned in the chat that a normal human's physical prowess is rated at LV01, while Mr. Stark is merely at LV009. He could not withstand the backlash from the elixir. Administering it would effectively lead him to his demise. I cannot enter this group and inadvertently cause the death of a member." Zhang Zhiwei chuckled, "You see, Tony, it's not just me saying you're insincere. You truly are. You can't even handle the elixir. Perhaps you should stick to the kidney tonic." Tony Stark opted for silence, wishing to draw a protective circle around himself against the chat's banter, with the exception of Luo Ji, whom he dared not offend. With a smile, Luo Ji interjected, "All right. Let us not dwell on this topic any longer. Let us head over to the live stream and see how Zhang Zhiwei's master deals with the bandits." Xiaoyu remarked oddly, "It feels like watching a celestial master use the 5 thunder formation against bandits is akin to a child's play with a toy gun suddenly pulling out an atomic bomb. It's as if you're running a race while piloting a supersonic jet, and everyone else is just playing around while you dangle them." Luo Ji clapped his hands. "Our group manager's summary is quite astute." Tony Stark quipped, "A sharp blade for a delicate task." Zhang Zhiwei replied with a touch of vanity, "Alas, my master's abilities are merely decent, slightly superior to these bandits, perhaps." Luo Ji countered, "That slight superiority is a matter of billions." Everyone's focus shifted to Zhang Zhiwei's livestream, just as the bandit leader was preparing to continue his bluster. Zhang Jingqing's palm glowed with a brilliant blue lightning. The 8 bandits, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless, too terrified to flee, their legs trembling in place. Though the leader emitted a wave of energy, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming aura radiating from Zhang Jingqing, akin to a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon. The slightly trained bandit leader recognized at first glance that this was the thunder technique of the celestial master's lineage from Longhu Mountain. Those capable of mastering such a technique within the celestial master's abode were either formidable high-ranking practitioners or the direct disciples of the celestial master themselves. The critical point was that none of them could provoke this group. The bandit leader, utterly despondent, fell to his knees, followed swiftly by the others. Tony Stark laughed heartily. "These bandits are remarkably compliant. What a polite display." Xiaoyu grinned. "Do you think they would dare be impolite? I could ask them now if they would dare to move, and they certainly wouldn't." Zhang Zhiwei pondered. "Whether or not they're polite is uncertain, but they certainly wouldn't dare to move. Whoever does will be reduced to ash. My master's thunder technique is exceptionally profound. A typical practitioner, weaker in body and skill, would likely be obliterated by even a single strike of my master's thunder." Luo Ji chuckled, and then carried away by the wind. Yuan Tiangang interjected, "That should be crushed." Xiaoyu added, "Into dust." Zhang Jingqing sensed the resentment emanating from the bandits and found no lingering souls haunting them, indicating that they had not truly harmed anyone. Their motto indeed rang true. They only sought wealth, not lives. The lightning in Zhang Jingqing's hand gradually dissipated as he swiftly cast 8 talismans that merged into the bodies of the bandits. With a cold voice, Zhang Jingqing declared, "From now on, you shall become guardians of this road. You must ensure the safety of all travelers along this path. Should any malicious thoughts arise, the talismans now within you will obliterate you." The 8 bandits, hastily kneeling in gratitude, quickly vacated the road, standing respectfully aside as they gazed at Zhang Jingqing. Zhang Jingqing returned to the carriage, observing Zhang Zhiwei's silly grin, and promptly slapped him on the head, asking, "What are you grinning about? By the way, when is that senior of yours with the correspondence arriving?" Zhang Zhiwei, rubbing his head sheepishly, replied, "Master, could you refrain from hitting my head so often? I might become foolish. That senior should arrive at the intersection ahead in about 15 minutes. Zhang Jingqing nodded knowingly, asking, "Are you communicating with him via the flying crane letters?" Zhang Zhiwei eagerly affirmed, Yes. I just contacted him." He certainly couldn't mention that they were communicating in a chat group in his mind. Xiaoyu jested, "I feel your master's thunder technique might have a peculiar trait. Before it's unleashed, opponents are guaranteed to kneel." Luoji smiled. "Isn't that reminiscent of a certain humorous anecdote from our past life on Blue Star, where one could catch a blade with empty hands?" Xiaoyu laughed. "No wonder you remember those jokes after all these years." In the next moment, Luoji sent a message to the chat group. "Zhang Zhiwei, my avatar has already descended into your world and is en route to your location." Chapter 12. The Shock of Zhang Jingqing. Just as Zhang Zhiwei received Luoji's message, less than a minute passed before Zhang Jingqing and Zhang Zhiwei felt the carriage come to a halt. The carriage driver cautiously peered in and asked, "Esteemed masters, there is a strangely dressed man approaching our carriage along the main road." Zhang Zhiwei instinctively thought that the avatar of the group leader had arrived. Before he could utter a word, his master leapt from the carriage. It was no wonder that Zhang Jingqing was so agitated. In his perception, there was no one ahead of them. Upon jumping down, Zhang Jingqing was met with the unmistakable sight of Luoji, clad in a garment of green fabric, albeit now appearing as an Asian figure. Zhang Jingqing inquired courteously, "Esteemed sir, may I ask the reason for your stopping our carriage?" His politeness stemmed from his inability to discern the identity of this peculiarly dressed man, who, within his senses, seemed almost non-existent. Luoji glanced at Zhang Jingqing and replied flatly, "I am here to find Zhang Zhiwei. Are you his master?" Understanding dawned upon Zhang Jingqing, and he nodded, stating, "Indeed, I am Zhang Jingqing, the current celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Zhang Zhiwei, come forth at once." Zhang Zhiwei's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by his master's booming voice, prompting him to hastily leap from the carriage. He immediately clasped his fists toward Luoji, exclaiming, "Senior Luoji, I am Zhang Zhiwei. This is my master, Zhang Jingqing." Zhang Zhiwei had previously mentioned in the chat group, "Group leader, you hinted at wanting to travel with me for a while." He gazed at Luoji's avatar with anticipation. Moments later, Luoji's avatar spoke, "Celestial Master Zhang, I may accompany Zhang Zhiwei on a journey after your birthday celebration. Have I not mentioned this to you, Zhang Zhiwei?" Zhang Zhiwei was taken aback. "Huh?" Luoji smiled at the bewildered Zhang Zhiwei, internally amused. Zhang Jingqing suddenly turned to Zhang Zhiwei, causing him to startle. Avoiding his master's gaze, Zhang Zhiwei awkwardly said, "Master, I have already promised the senior to travel together for a while, but I have yet to discuss it with you." Zhang Jingqing, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do you not understand the chaos of the outside world? Firearms are indiscriminate. Do you truly wish to venture out with your meager skills?" Zhang Zhiwei, lacking confidence, replied, "But there is that senior, isn't there?" Zhang Jingqing turned to Luoji, earnestly stating, "Esteemed sir, I am not in agreement with Zhang Zhiwei's plan to travel." Luoji, with a smile, asked, "What would it take for the celestial master to agree?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jingqing proposed, "How about this? If you can match my strength in a duel, a draw, or better, you may take Zhang Zhiwei with you. How does that sound?" Luoji responded with an airy confidence, "No problem." Zhang Jingqing gestured for them to move away from the carriage, saying, "Let us retreat a bit. We may not have enough space here." Luoji nodded and followed Zhang Jingqing to a more suitable distance. Zhang Zhiwei once again messaged the entire chat group. Ding! Group member Zhang Zhiwei has started a live stream. Tony Stark observed the confrontation between Zhang Jingqing and Luoji's avatar with disdain, remarking, "Zhang Zhiwei, your master is about to be thrashed by the group leader, and you still want a live stream. You truly are your master's worthy disciple." Instead of being upset, Zhang Zhiwei chuckled, "This is mainly to let my master understand that there are greater powers beyond our own." He added, "Besides, the group leader won't harm my master." What is there to worry about? Yuan Tiangang chimed in. From my observations, your master's strength exceeds mine. His aura is a notch above. He continued, by the way. Everyone, I will be heading to Kyoto in a few days. My friend Li Chunfeng has passed away, and I intend to rescue Xiaoyu and her sister. My plans are about to unfold. Xiaoyu, curious, asked Yuan Tiangang, what is your plan? Are you aiming for a power grab? Yuan Tiangang shook his head, replying. The administrator guessed correctly. I plan to operate from the shadows, aiding a puppet emperor while retaining true power in my hands. Preparing to initiate a grand unification of the world. Luo Ji smiled. Tiangang, you're planning to overturn the heavens right from the start. Yuan Tiangang sighed. What can I do, great group leader? The Li family is devoid of capable individuals. Shall I not be qualified? Tony Stark added, Great General. You certainly have that qualification. It's not about the distinction between sovereign and subject. Strength and means are the true way to rule. Zhang Zhiwei cautioned everyone. My master is about to engage with the group leader's avatar. I'm curious, what is the strength of the avatar you sent this time, great leader? Luo Ji replied candidly. It can obliterate a star with a single blow without any significant trouble. Zhang Zhiwei, Xiaoyu, Tony Stark. Zhang Zhiwei bitterly smiled. Is it too late for me to pull my master back now? Tony Stark laughed heartily. I'd say it's too late. In the clearing ahead, Zhang Jingqing was enveloped in golden light. Dozens of spears formed from golden radiance surged forth towards Luo Ji. An invisible energy barrier materialized before Luo Ji. The moment Zhang Jingqing's golden spears made contact with the barrier, they shattered like glass. Seeing this, Zhang Jingqing let out a cold snort, and the sky darkened ominously as clouds gathered, lightning converging upon his right hand. As the lightning amassed, it gradually formed into a spear of thunder in Zhang Jingqing's grasp. Luo Ji made no effort to interrupt Zhang Jingqing's incantation of the Five Thunder technique. To the onlookers, Zhang Jingqing's lightning spear was conjured at a remarkable speed, yet to Luo Ji, it seemed almost leisurely. Yuan Tiangang observed the terrifying lightning spear with utmost seriousness, stating, Zhang Zhiwei, your master's attack likely reaches LV-28 in strength, surpassing mine by several tiers. Xiaoyu exclaimed. The old celestial master remains formidable. The golden light spell is both controllable and defensive, coupled with the Five Thunder technique as a devastating weapon. Yet he faces the great group leader. Tony Stark remarked, Zhang Zhiwei, you have truly put your master in a precarious situation. Zhang Zhiwei replied, I sigh. Zhang Jingqing hurled the lightning spear towards Luo Ji with tremendous force. The terrifying energy unleashed scorched the earth beneath, carving a deep trench in its wake. But just as the lightning spear was a mere half an inch from Luo Ji, an uncanny scene unfolded. Zhang Jingqing noticed that Luo Ji did not evade. He was prepared to forcibly alter the spear's trajectory. However, what he witnessed next would be etched in his memory forever, imparting to him the profound truth that there are indeed greater powers beyond comprehension. The chat group members observed as Zhang Jingqing's lightning spear halted in midair, mere inches from Luo Ji. Rather than merely suspended, it radiated the power of thunder, immobile in the air. Zhang Jingqing gazed at this astonishing sight, having never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon in his extensive years. In Chapter 13, Journey to the Liu family's birthday celebration. In the overlooked nation of Sakura, amidst the multiverse, Zhang Jingqing, in astonishment, watched as the lightning spear gradually dissipated before him. He withdrew his own energy, sternly regarding the composed Luo Ji, and asked, Esteemed Senior Luo Ji, how did you nullify my recent lightning technique? Luo Ji, with no intent to conceal, responded calmly, It was simple. I merely froze the space around your lightning spear, then distorted the time and space to absorb its power. In a most serene tone, Luo Ji spoke words that reeked of pretentiousness. Xiaoyu, with a face marred by discontent, remarked, Leader, this isn't anything extraordinary. I simply find it exceptionally effective. I shall master it as well and employ it in the same manner next time. Tony Stark interjected, Compared to my lavish displays of wealth, nothing surpasses the grandeur of our esteemed leader. Zhang Zhiwei scoffed, How superficial. Is what our leader does mere pretense? It is simply a calm narration of an undeniable truth. You underestimate his character. Luo Ji, slightly embarrassed, clarified, I merely sense the intentions of this doppelganger. It seems to desire a bit of showiness. Zhang Zhiwei, with a hint of exasperation, responded, The leader sees through it, yet remains silent. There's camaraderie in that. Yuan Tiangang curiously inquired, Leader, aren't you the one controlling the doppelganger? With a smile, Luo Ji replied, Every one of my doppelgangers possesses self-awareness. I am not currently exerting control over that one. but when needed, I can seize control in an instant. Even without direct control, that doppelganger continuously transmits information to me. Xiaoyu earnestly asked, Leader, how long does your doppelganger intend to wander in the world of one beneath all? After a moment's contemplation, Luoji responded, perhaps around 2 to 3 months. Given that we've been in this group for some time, I, as the leader, have not provided substantial assistance in your cultivation. Thus, my doppelganger will spend time in your worlds to either protect or guide your training, as a form of benefit for you all. Each world will be visited for about 3 months. What do you think? The primary motivation behind Luoji's proposal stemmed from the current lack of members in the chat group, requiring 2 more to activate the group's marketplace function. The absence of features to strengthen the members prompted this initiative to fill the recent void. Moreover, dispatching multiple doppelgangers to various members' worlds could lead to the group recognizing it as an undue enhancement of their powers, negating group contribution points. However, by visiting only one world for 3 months at a time, he anticipated no issues arising. Xiaoyu was the first to express agreement, exclaiming, I wholeheartedly support this. Leader, don't forget to send your doppelganger to my world next. Tony Stark awkwardly added, what about my situation? You won't just disregard me, saying my universe is dull and not visit, will you? Luoji, smiling, replied, we'll see. This plan for 3 months in members' worlds is temporary and may change. Tony, didn't my doppelganger just visit your world? What more do you desire? Focus on perfecting your Iron Man suit. Stark was left in a state of despair. Yuan Tiangang also chimed in, Leader, there's nothing significant happening in my world. You needn't visit for now. If Tony is eager for your presence, I can relinquish my opportunity to him. Stark almost teared up, his hands trembling as he adjusted his armor, seriously stating, Great leader, your kindness is etched in my heart. What do you say to this? Luoji responded, exasperated, enough. I can't deal with you. After visiting Xiaoyu's world, I will proceed to your Marvel 9119 universe. But Yuan Tiangang, I shall hold off on visiting yours for now. Yuan Tiangang agreed without issue. Zhang Jingqing, regaining her composure, deeply bowed and said, It is I who am short-sighted. I agree with Zhiwei and wish to travel alongside him for a while. Please treat him well, senior. Luoji waved his hand dismissively, assuring, Rest easy, Zhang Tianshi. While I am here, Zhang Zhiwei shall not suffer a hair's loss. Zhang Jingqing gave Luoji a profound look and asked, May I inquire if you are a sorcerer? Such abilities are typically reserved for sorcerers. Luoji shook his head, saying, in a sense, yes and no. He refrained from elaborating further, and Zhang Jingqing did not press the matter. Luoji gazed towards a distant town, then turned to Zhang Jingqing, saying, I heard from Zhang Zhiwei that you are to wish the patriarch of the Lu family a happy birthday. He has performed many good deeds. I shall accompany you to extend my greetings. Zhang Jingqing gestured invitingly. Then please, senior, take a seat. Let us go together. The reason Luoji chose to attend the birthday celebration was precisely due to his earlier observations upon descending into this world. He had noticed that the Lu family patriarch was indeed a benevolent man, renowned for his countless acts of kindness. Now that he was in this world, spending 3 months with Zhang Zhiwei was a fitting endeavor. Zhang Zhiwei also mentioned that they would begin their travels after the birthday festivities. And since Luoji had time to spare, it was not a burden to celebrate the life of a man who dedicated himself to good. Luoji never harbored any airs of superiority, and this doppelganger was even more devoid of pretense. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Zhiwei refrained from speaking too much in front of his master. Instead, it was Zhang Jingqing who opened up, discussing the current national situation. She remarked, Senior, if you travel with Zhiwei, please avoid the northeastern regions. They are currently overrun with hostile forces. A national conflict may soon erupt. Luoji, intrigued, mused. This world is on the brink of war against the invaders. If I assist in vanquishing them and quelled the turmoil on Cherry Blossom Island, the blood-soaked land of China could be transformed into something entirely different. Sensing the thoughts of his doppelganger, he smiled and said, Zhang Zhiwei, my doppelganger may wish to help eradicate this plague upon the land. Zhang Zhiwei gasped, then joyfully exclaimed, That would be magnificent. Are you truly going to annihilate them? Will you rid us of Cherry Blossom Island? That would be splendid. Xiaoyu chimed in cheerfully, Too bad our world lacks a cherry blossom nation. If it existed, I would also seek your doppelganger's assistance in exterminating them. Tony Stark, feeling a bit awkward, added, My world does have one. Our nation shares a deep-seated enmity with them. I hope the leader can help me eliminate them as well. Yuan Tiangang remarked nonchalantly, Is this tiny nation so despised? I could take some time to wipe them out myself. No need to trouble the leader. Luoji sighed. Indeed, it appears that in countless realms, these invaders are met with disdain. They truly are an evil race. Chapter 14. Zhuoruado. Zhang Zhiwei, somewhat worried, caution, leader. Please ensure your doppelganger doesn't unleash too much power and obliterate the planet. Moreover, what about the invaders on Chinese soil? If you act, you might accidentally destroy the flora and fauna. Xiaoyu quipped. Zhang Zhiwei, have you been possessed by a monk? Luo Ji replied nonchalantly, that won't happen. My doppelganger is quite discerning. Even if the planet were to explode, can't we just rewind time? Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, and Tony Stark were left speechless. Zhang Zhiwei, unsure of his emotions, attempted to change the subject. Leader, will your doppelganger be bringing a gift? Luo Ji responded bluntly, of course. It is customary to bring a gift when attending a birthday celebration. At this, the members of the group perked up, knowing that the gift from their leader would undoubtedly be something extraordinary and precious. Luo Ji pondered for a moment before speaking. You suggest that I present a pill, condensed from the power of time, which could restore youth by 30 years. Immortality seems rather excessive in Zhang Zhiwei's world, too conspicuous. Perhaps it would be wiser to bestow upon him a divine weapon capable of cleaving through a small hill in a single strike, or to enhance the cultivation aptitude of his offspring. Or do you think such trifles would be a tad too trivial? Yi Xiaoyu could only remark, Dear group leader, I believe what you are preparing to offer will indeed be sufficiently striking. Yuan Tiangang's lips twitched as he mused. Group leader, do you perhaps misunderstand the term trivial? Inside, Tony Stark was fervently lamenting, why isn't it my 80th birthday instead? Zhang Zhiwei gazed in disbelief at the avatar of the group leader before him, reflecting on the sheer grandeur of the leader's generosity. Even a mere celebration for an unrelated individual could warrant such astonishing gifts. Finally, Luo Ji, who had been plagued by a decision-making dilemma for eons, resolved firmly. With a thump of his thigh, he declared, I have decided to gift a time elixir that will rejuvenate the patriarch of the Lu family back to his prime. Yi Xiaoyu silently critiqued. Old Master Lu's son is surely going to despise you, just as he is about to take the helm of the family. His father becomes youthful again, as Luo Ji's avatar engaged in conversation with Zhang Jingqing. Zhang Zhiwei observed their chat while the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Lu family's estate. The elderly steward and several maidens hurried forward to welcome the three from the carriage. Zhang Jingqing presented the invitation to the steward and then performed an act that left everyone astounded. With utmost respect, she gestured for entry, and Luo Ji, unhesitating, walked ahead of both Zhang Jingqing and Zhang Zhiwei. In this world of extraordinary beings, martial prowess reigned supreme, and those of great ability were held in high esteem. Luo Ji understood that he surpassed even the venerable Taoist master of Longhu Mountain, and Zhang Jingqing felt it only natural to exhibit such respect towards a recluse of his caliber. However, the other visiting extraordinary beings were left in sheer astonishment. They instantly recognized the bearded elder as the illustrious Zhang Tianshi of the Jianghu. It was unexpected that he would show such deference to a mere youth. Whispers began circulating about the true identity of this young man. At that moment, a man with graying hair, yet possessing a youthful countenance, approached. Casting a curious glance at Luo Ji, who walked ahead of Zhang Jingqing, and smiled in acknowledgement before engaging in conversation with her. This was none other than Zhuoruado, the master of the San Yi sect and a formidable figure who had reached the pinnacle of his craft. Zhuoruado, puzzled, quietly inquired, Master Zhang, who is this young man accompanying you, walking ahead of you? You seem to hold him in great esteem. Zhang Jingqing shook her head in resignation and replied, I am not entirely certain of his identity. This esteemed elder is known as Luo Ji, a close friend of my disciple, Zhang Zhiwei. Beyond that, I cannot say. Zhuoruado keenly seized upon the term esteemed elder. He continued, Master Zhang, how would you assess the strength of this elder? Compared to myself, do I stand a chance? Zhang Jingqing glanced at the forthright Zhuoruado and, remaining calm, stated, I can only say this elder is exceedingly powerful. I would not stand a chance against him, and I doubt I could even breach his defenses. Zhuoruado was taken aback. He recognized that Master Zhang was at the zenith of his strength, likely surpassing him. If not for his long-standing ailment, he might have been evenly matched with the master of Longhu Mountain. He was astonished at the formidable prowess of this elder. Contemplating deeply, Zhuoruado seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Due to his ailment, he remained trapped in a sustained dual state of reverse cultivation, unable to advance further. However, if this elder could help him break free from this prolonged dual state, he might have a chance to ascend to the triple state of reverse cultivation. He was willing to take that gamble, even if it led to his demise. Luo Ji, however, paid no heed to Zhuoruado. nor did he seek to pry into others' thoughts. Suddenly, Zhuoruodong approached Luo Ji with urgency, clasping his hands in respect. Esteemed elder, might you engage in a spar with me tomorrow at the Lu family's martial arena? Luo Ji then scrutinized Zhuoruodong seriously, instantly discerning his inner motivations. Impressed by Zhuoruodong's unwavering pursuit of martial perfection and his fearless demeanor, Luo Ji regarded him with newfound respect and resolved to assist. With a smile, Luo Ji replied, "Certainly. You are Zhuoruodong, the master of the Sanyi sect, am I correct?" Zhuoruodong nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as he bowed in respect, a voice resonated in his mind. "Master Zhua, I admire your determination to pursue martial excellence, undaunted by the specter of death. The resolution of your ailment and your inability to exit the dual state of reverse cultivation shall be revealed tomorrow." Zhuoruodong stood stunned, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. A proud individual, Zhuoruodong would not have dared to challenge had he not witnessed the respect that Master Zhang held for this elder. Yet, he was taken aback that this elder could see through his intentions and was willing to assist him, leaving him momentarily dazed until his disciple gently tapped his shoulder, inquiring about his state. Only then did Zhuoruodong regain his composure, casting a deep glance at Luo Ji, who had already entered the Lu family estate. Chapter 15. New Group Member. Kitami Rintaro from the Dark Bullet World. Luo Ji placed his congratulatory gift into a wooden box and handed it to the patriarch of the Lu family, expressing that it should only be opened after his departure. The following day, in celebration, the younger generation engaged in competitions, with Zhang Zhiwei effortlessly reducing the disciple from the Sanyi sect, Lu Jin, to tears. For this, Zhang Zhiwei faced a stern reprimand from his master, Zhang Jingqing. After the younger generation's contest concluded, Zhuoruodong personally invited Luo Ji to spar. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Luo Ji nodded and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Zhuoruodong, resting a hand on Zhuoruodong's shoulder. An intangible energy surged into his body, swiftly mending his ailment. Zhuoruodong felt as though Luo Ji's hand pressed down upon him like a mountain, rendering him utterly powerless to move. Onlookers watched in astonishment, unable to fathom how one could traverse such distance in an instant. It was evident that Zhuoruodong was incapable of movement, and the spar had not even begun before it concluded. As Zhuoruodong sensed the influx of energy and the rapid repair of his hidden injuries, he was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated Luo Ji's terrifying prowess. Such celestial-like methods were beyond his experience. In less than half a minute, Zhuoruodong's hidden injuries were completely restored, and his body reached its peak condition. He felt as though he could effortlessly control his reverse triple state at will, able to exit the persistent dual state of reverse cultivation he had been trapped in for so long, and now had a chance to challenge the reverse triple state in his lifetime. According to their venerable ancestor, cultivating this martial art to the third level may lead to transcending mortality and ascending to the heavens. Luo Ji withdrew his left hand from Zhuoruodong's shoulder. Grateful, Zhuoruodong knelt on one knee and looked up at Luo Ji, saying, "Thank you for your life-giving grace, esteemed elder," with a dismissive wave of his hand. Luo Ji replied, "It was but a trifling matter. Remember, your sect must maintain amicable relations with Longhu Mountain for generations to come. Otherwise, what I have bestowed upon you can be reclaimed at any moment." Luo Ji's direct assistance to Zhuoruodong in resolving his predicament stemmed not only from the courage to risk his life for the pinnacle of martial arts, but also primarily for the sake of their comrade. Zhang Zhiwei. Zhang's current power had yet to reach its zenith, and during this time, he could rely on Zhuoruodong for any matters arising within the jurisdiction of the Sanyi sect, given Zhuoruodong's considerable influence at present, which could resolve most issues. It would be unreasonable to expect the group leader to handle every situation alone. The current members of the group were still too weak, and aiding them in rapidly advancing was no easy task, especially with the limitations of their chat group. Zhuoruodong did not question Luo Ji, but instead knelt with clasped fists, stating, "I shall forever remember your counsel, esteemed elder." The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired or why Zhuoruodong had suddenly adopted such a posture. Only Zhang Jingqing wore a complex expression, as he understood that the venerable Luo Ji before them was no ordinary master. The following day, after bidding farewell to Zhang Jingqing, Luo Ji set off with Zhang Zhiwei, embarking on their journey. As Luo Ji gazed out of the carriage window, Zhang Jingqing could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Esteemed elder Luo Ji, where do we plan to go next?" Luo Ji chuckled and replied, "I shall take you to the northeast to confront the Japanese invaders. Are they not amassing troops and constructing railways? We will first cleanse the small devils within the borders of Huaxia and subsequently deliver a grand gift to their Sakura Island. It is an opportune moment to refine your skills. Combat is undoubtedly the best means of enhancing one's strength. Zhang Zhiwei gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Only Luo Ji can be so formidable." Just as Zhang Zhiwei was extolling Luo Ji's virtues, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ding! I am truly not a lowly enthusiast. Welcome to the Multiverse chat group, Satomi Rintaro. This announcement startled all the members who had been preoccupied with their own affairs. While Luo Ji remained perpetually online. In the dark realm of Bullet World, Satomi Rintaro, who was sequestered in his room, cradling his head in despair, froze in place upon hearing an odd voice congratulating him for entering a chat group of the multiverse. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen materialized before him, causing him to jump in surprise. As he regained his composure, he followed the new member tutorial of the chat group, perusing the group files and introductions, which clarified the nature of the chat group. Hope ignited within his previously despondent heart. The tutorial for newcomers was devised by the group administrator, Xiaoyu, to assist new members in navigating the group without confusion. In a flurry, Satomi Rintaro typed in the chat group, "Dear friends from other worlds, is there a way to resurrect others? I would even exchange my own life for it." Tony Stark observed the somewhat deranged newcomer and kindly cautioned, "Newcomer, cherish your life. Do not recklessly offer it in exchange for another's." At the moment Satomi Rintaro entered the chat group, Xiaoyu understood the world he hailed from and its fundamental circumstances. With a sigh, she remarked, "Tony, I can only say that the situation there is exceedingly complicated." Tony Stark curiously asked, "Miss Administrator, is his world particularly tragic?" Zhang Zhiwei also inquired, "Could it possibly be the apocalypse?" Xiaoyu replied with a bitter smile, "For those children, it is even more horrifying than the end of the world. For them, that world is akin to hell." Yuan Tiangang asked with confusion, "Children? Are they young children? Is that world unfriendly to them?" Upon hearing the mention of children, Satomi Rintaro was reminded of those who should have grown up joyfully, but were subjected to such treatment and met such cruel fates. He broke down in despair, weeping uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, visibly angered, stated, "The crux of the matter is, the child of destiny in that world, the newly entered member, is a saintly figure. How can there still be a saint in such a world? It makes me want to retch." Her words left the group members at a loss, unable to comprehend. Without seeking Satomi Rintaro's consent, Xiaoyu directly revealed his original fate in the chat. Ding! Group Administrator Xiaoyu has uploaded Satomi Rintaro's original fate in Bullet World. After sending the fate file, Xiaoyu remarked in the chat group, "I have made the fate file public. You may examine it at your leisure." The treatment of children in that world is utterly outrageous. The ugliness of humanity is laid bare. Years ago, this world was ravaged by a virus that transformed many into monsters. After years of conflict with these aberrations, humanity discovered a means of resistance, a specific metal. However, this virus could be transmitted through the air, and pregnant women with weakened immune systems would often infect their unborn children. Those normal individuals referred to these girls as cursed children. They possessed the formidable combat abilities of the aberrations while retaining human reasoning and form. Thus, these girls were trained as soldiers from a young age and paired with police officers to hunt down the aberrations within the city. Yet, upon reaching a certain age, the virus would inevitably manifest, claiming their lives and transforming them into monsters, at which point the very officers who had fought alongside them would execute them. The ordinary citizens of this world, while being protected by these children, simultaneously cursed them as cursed children bearing the virus. Is that not utterly absurd? The depravity leaves me at a loss for words to condemn these beasts. After reviewing the fate file of Bullet World, the group fell into a brief silence. Luo Ji, as the group leader, was the first to speak. "Satomi Rintaro, what is the current situation in your world? Whom do you wish to resurrect?" Chapter 16. Are these lives truly worth saving? A newcomer joins the group. Satomi Rintaro replied with profound sorrow, "I wish to resurrect the children who were killed by the iron bombs. They should not suffer retribution from those who hate the aberrations. They are not aberrations. They are innocent and should not be treated so cruelly by this world." Xiaoyu, with a somber expression, queried, "I have a rough idea of your situation now. Are you planning to take those officers and their young partners to slay the 5th-level aberration? To protect your city, Dongjing, and shield those wretched souls? To save those who have unjustly projected their hatred for aberrations onto innocent children, ruthlessly slaughtering them with specially crafted bombs? Are they truly worthy of your sacrifice? Are those children, bearing the virus, truly deserving of your protection?" Xiaoyu's words resonated powerfully within Satomi Rintaro's heart. Indeed, upon witnessing the tragic demise of those innocent children, The steadfastness within him began to waver. Tony Stark lamented, "Newcomer, I recognize the justice that resides in your heart, along with hope and light. Yet, this world is firmly under the control of those grotesque elites. You will find no hope here. That masked man who seeks to overturn all of this may indeed be correct." Zhang Zhiwei, equally incensed, remarked, "Those formidable children, possessing the primordial biological virus, protect the very people who harbor hatred towards them, and in the end, they receive neither gratitude nor a commendable fate. Your world is grotesquely distorted. These children, branded as the cursed, are blameless. The fault lies with this world and the warped individuals within it." Yuan Tiangang found himself at a loss for words as he journeyed towards Luoyang, reminiscing about Feng Xiao when he gazed upon these children. He fervently hoped his world would not descend into the same grotesque desolation as that of Satomi Rintaro. Luoji spoke slowly, "Satomi Rintaro, I can rescue these children and assist them in resolving the primordial virus within them, utilizing it to their advantage. However, I have one condition. You must no longer be subservient to that so-called united government. Cast aside your notion of justice, shatter the weakness in your heart, and wield your blade against the true darkness of this world. This world has already become irreparably deformed, and salvation is no longer a necessity. When faced with evil, one must become even more depraved. What you must do is abandon your inner sanctum, that so-called savior complex, and become a decisive and formidable force. Reflect upon all your previous actions. They merely highlight the futile endeavors of a weak savior. If you had dealt decisively with those adversaries instead of sparing their lives, how many of your loved ones would still be alive? The carefree denizens of the city are unworthy of your protection, let alone that of these children. Given the chaos of your world, all you need to do is safeguard those close to you. Let the rest fend for themselves." Luoji's words ignited a revelation within the confused Satomi Rintaro. He continued, "If you agree to fight not to protect this world, nor to defend those vile faces, but solely for the sake of your loved ones, I will assist you this once." Luoji refrained from directly cleansing the world of the primordial beings to save everyone. As the only remaining country was the land of cherry blossoms, his disdain for that land was profound. Regardless of which version of the land of cherry blossoms existed, it was equally loathed by Luoji. Had this land genuinely fought for the true rights of its citizens, those they termed the cursed children, and valiantly resisted the forces of primordial beings, Luoji might have regarded them with a measure of respect and intervened to resolve their crisis. However, this remaining land of cherry blossoms had not treated those children kindly. This distorted world did not merit Luoji's intervention. His willingness to revive them stemmed solely from the fact that these were children who still yearned for a beautiful life. Not for the sake of this world or its loathsome figures, nor the civilians who despised all primordial beings. Should Satomi Rintaro choose to remain obedient to those sinister rulers, continuing to save those laughable civilians in pursuit of his so-called hope, Luoji would unhesitatingly abandon this newcomer. He would still rescue those children, ensuring they were placed in a world where they could thrive, and would expel the self-proclaimed savior from the group chat, allowing their world to perish alongside him. As the saying goes, in the apocalypse, the first to be severed are the saviors. Such absurdity has no place in this chat group. Satomi Rintaro hesitated for merely half a second before resolutely declaring, "Luoji, I accept your terms, and I hope you will fulfill your promise." Luoji smiled, a genuine expression of delight gracing his features. "Excellent. Satomi Rintaro, you have seized this opportunity. Once you and these children overthrow the repugnant rulers of this world, I shall present you with a grand gift, a realm of true peace, devoid of your so-called primordial virus. Your task now is to save as many of the cursed children as possible, enlisting them as your allies to slay those who have persecuted them, to topple the rulers who have condemned them to a hellish existence, and to dismantle this so-called perfect order, thereby establishing a true order of your own." Satomi Rintaro nodded, affirming, "I understand. Indeed, I have been foolish in my previous actions, akin to a dog at the beck and call of those in power. And yet I found joy in it. If those rulers could have granted those children their true rights, it would have been one thing, but they did not. Instead, they treated them as mere tools of slaughter. It is high time they faced the consequences." Xiaoyu raised a thumb in approval, stating, "When it comes to ruthlessness, our group leader is unparalleled. Indeed, some people and some worlds do not deserve to be protected. True evildoers require even more malevolent forces to enact justice." Tony Stark chuckled. "I relish watching the oppressed rise against their exploiters and ruthless rulers." Zhang Zhiwei pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Group leader, why not simply transport them to another world? This grotesque realm is indeed unfit for those children." Luigi responded candidly. With Satomi Rintaro's savior mentality, he would be a scourge in any world. It would be best to allow him to alter his warped perceptions in this distorted world before leading those children to other realms. Did I not just say? When he topples the rulers of this world, I will grant them a realm free of the primordial virus and filled with peace, allowing these children to live beautifully. However, how swiftly these children can enjoy such a life depends on your speed in dethroning the rulers, Satomi Rintaro. Upon finishing his words, Luigi utilized the chat group as a conduit across realms, invoking the power of time, and the children who had already succumbed to death were revived. Even those who had previously perished appeared before Satomi Rintaro. The officers conducting the examinations were left aghast, while Satomi Rintaro rushed forward, embracing the bewildered children with fervor. He swiftly employed his authority to take the children away, explaining to them his plan to overthrow this world. Astonishingly, none of the children opposed him. In their eyes, Satomi Rintaro's words were absolute truth, and they followed his lead unconditionally. As Satomi Rintaro beheld these children who placed such trust in him, a surge of anger welled within him, and he knelt, weeping bitterly. The children gathered around him to offer comfort, and when he finally rose, the glimmer of hope for this world and the kindness he once held for its people had vanished entirely. Thus began Satomi Rintaro's quest for vengeance against this world. Luigi observed the transformation in Satomi Rintaro's gaze with satisfaction, marking his name in the group with a status of pending. He glanced at the chat group roster. Group leader, Luigi. Group administrators, Xiaoyu. Members, Tony Stark, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang. Pending group member, Saitama. At that moment, the notification sound of the chat group chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, One Punch Man Saitama has joined the Multiverse chat group. Ding. The number of members in the chat group has reached the required limit, and the chat group is officially open. Ding. The chat group's malfunction has been activated. Ding. The dual arena function of the chat group is now available. Ding. The group task function of the chat group has been initiated. Chapter 17. Saitama's helplessness. The invincible loneliness. Saitama challenges Lo Ju. Just after purchasing discounted vegetables from the supermarket, Saitama was walking home when he suddenly heard a mechanical notification sound. It announced his inclusion in some multiverse chat group, leaving Saitama utterly perplexed. He had no inkling of what this so-called multiverse chat group entailed. Before he could react, the newcomer tutorial of the chat group commenced. Soon enough, Saitama grasped the essence of this peculiar group. After all, being a modern individual, he possessed a strong capacity for acceptance. He swiftly sent a message in the chat group. Hello, fellow group members. May I inquire if there are any formidable beings among us? I wish to engage in battle with them. Unrepentant, Tony Stark was the first to jump in, exclaiming, Well, a newcomer with some audacity. I just upgraded my armor. How about we have a duel? The chat group has just activated the duel arena feature. Zhang Zhiwei silently sent a poke notification to Tony Stark. Tony Stark, perplexed, asked, Zhang Zhiwei, why are you poking me? Do you wish to challenge me to a fight? I must inform you, my armor has been upgraded, and my current power level has reached LV19. I am not so easily defeated. Zhang Zhiwei, with an expression of disbelief and disdain, retorted, Who would want to duel with a man encased in armor? Look at this newcomer's power rating. His rating just came in. Can you refrain from making a fool of yourself by challenging every newcomer? The last newcomer, that fellow named Saitama, had a rating of LV09. Why didn't you mock him? Now here comes a big shot with LV68, and you wish to challenge him. What? Are you feeling inflated? Or is it that others cannot wield their blades? Tony Stark, how was I to know? You should have informed me earlier, old Zhang. Since you mentioned my armor, I won't hold it against you this time. Just give me a heads up next time. Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Tony, do you really think there will be a next time? Tony Stark, with utmost seriousness, declared, There are rules in the chat group. One cannot harm fellow members. I've reviewed the duel arena feature. No matter how the battle unfolds, even if you perish within, you will not incur any harm in reality. What do I have to fear? Worst case, I'll just take a beating. Yuan Tiangang chimed in. Welcome to our esteemed group, Great One. Group admin Xiaoyu. Does this esteemed individual have a future? Can you share it with us? Saitama, having logged out, was completely unaware of the bustling activity in the group. Xiaoyu awkwardly replied, I shall first inquire if the fake copy of our esteemed Saitama can be disclosed. If not, I shall send it privately for his perusal. Truth be told, there is nothing particularly thrilling about it, so do not hold your breath, everyone. Tony Stark, exasperated, remarked, Xiaoyu, what a double standard you have. When that Saitama fellow joined, you shared his details without hesitation, yet now you hesitate to disclose the same for our esteemed Saitama. Ding. Group admin Xiaoyu has muted group member Tony Stark for 1 minute. Tony Stark, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Ah, authority abuser." Xiaoyu firmly stated, "A saint has no rights. Did I say anything wrong?" Lo Ju added, "I concur with admin Xiaoyu. A saint has no rights in our group. Is there an issue with that?" Tony Stark, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang. Saitama interjected, "I hereby declare that I am no longer a saint. Truly I swear. And welcome, esteemed Saitama, to the group." Lo Ju continued, "Everyone, remember to check in. Points can be redeemed for items in the group mall." Lo Ju diligently checks in daily, earning 1,000 points each time. Xiaoyu received 555. Zhang Zhiwei received 666. Yuan Tiangang received 777. Saitama received 999. Tony Stark received. "I want to add anything. I just want to disrupt the order." Humph. Lo Ju further instructed, "Let us report our points for an overall tally. We will compile the scores monthly." Lo Ju's points, 18,000. Xiaoyu's points, 2,100. Tony Stark's points, 1,600. Zhang Zhiwei's points, 1,500. Yuan Tiangang's points, 400. Saitama's points, 30. The chat group announced Saitama's check-in notification. Ding. Congratulations to group member Saitama for successfully checking in, earning 1 point. Saitama's points. 1. Lo Ju, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Saitama, could you be any more unfortunate? The maximum you can earn is 100 points, and yet you only managed to get 1. Zhang Zhiwei tried to suppress his laughter, declaring, "I can hold it in." Tony Stark admitted, "I can no longer contain myself. I wish to laugh. What should I do?" Yuan Tiangang and Saitama hurriedly pretended to log off, bursting into laughter in reality. Xiaoyu, fighting the urge to laugh, asked, "Teacher Saitama, can your fake copy be made public for others to see? It would detail your past events alongside what might have transpired had you not joined the chat group, culminating in a narrative. Should you prefer not to disclose it, I can send it to you privately." Upon hearing that it pertained to his fate without joining the chat group, Saitama became intrigued. He eagerly responded, "No worries. Feel free to share. I am not one to hide things. I'm genuinely curious if I will encounter powerful foes for a thrilling battle." Lo Ju, Xiaoyu. Ding. Group admin Xiaoyu has uploaded Saitama's fake copy. After reviewing the copy, the group was left in sheer astonishment, with one individual silently wallowing in sorrow. Saitama lamented, "Is this truly my fate? Another foe vanquished with a single punch. What adversary could withstand my might? Even that so-called cosmic overlord Boros from another planet was no match for my serious punch. Even my strongest opponent, the subterranean creature, was merely a figment of my imagination. How utterly uninteresting. At least I have taken on an apprentice. Alas, still lacking excitement." Tony Stark, with a peculiar expression, queried, "Teacher Saitama, you scattered the Earth's atmosphere with a single punch, and you consider that uninteresting? By comparison, my abilities seem utterly mundane." Zhang Zhiwei reflected, "Is this the solitude of being an invincible powerhouse?" Xiaoyu, grinning, remarked, "I genuinely feel sympathy for that cosmic overlord Boros. He must have been duped by a prophet." I recall, when watching One Punch Man, the barrage of comments were all along the lines of, "That big brother in the spaceship, run. The Earth has the bald demon King Saitama. Don't go." Lo Ju pondered for a moment and concluded, "Indeed. In the world of One Punch Man, the only beings capable of injuring Saitama are the subterranean creatures conjured in his dreams." Saitama expressed his reluctance to engage in conversation, overwhelmed by a profound sense of melancholy. Seeking an outlet for his frustrations, he decided to confront a nearby monster. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at his own power level, which stood at LV68, and then at the group leader, Loki, whose strength was rated at a mere LV10. A fierce desire for combat ignited within his eyes. Enthusiastically, Saitama inquired, "Leader Loki, surely your strength is formidable. How about we head to the duel arena for a match? According to the arena's regulations, no fatalities will occur." Loki smiled and replied, "I was just about to discuss the issue of item purchases in our chat group's marketplace, but since you have made such a request, I shall indulge you. We can address the marketplace matter later." Thus commenced the battle, Loki versus Saitama. Ding. The duel arena was activated, with Loki accepting Saitama's challenge. Please select the arena's setting. The choices included a cosmic vacuum, a forest waterfall, a modern cityscape, an ancient town, and a miniature world. The miniature world was a small universe encompassing an entire galaxy, containing a collection of all settings devoid of life. "You may choose the battleground," Loki suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Saitama declared, Very well, leader. I fear I may not be able to unleash my full potential, so I shall select the miniature world. The instant Saitama made his choice, Loki conjured a powerful clone to accompany him to the duel arena. In a flash of light, they found themselves on a street lined with low, ancient buildings. Other members of the chat group entered the observation seats of the duel arena. Xiaoyu, feeling a tinge of excitement, remarked, "Though I know the leader is incredibly strong. With such a high power rating, I cannot fathom how someone like Teacher Saitama could be defeated." Tony Stark casually retorted, "Miss Admin, do you doubt our leader's prowess? After all, you share the same homeland. Our leader is bound to triumph, especially as he is the overlord of our Marvel multiverse." Just as Tony finished his sentence, Loki appeared in the observation seats, leaving several group members stunned. Zhang Zhiwei timidly asked, "Leader, you aren't going to face Teacher Saitama directly, are you? Surely, you have a clone for that." Loki nodded. "Indeed, what's the matter? This clone is merely slightly stronger than the one I utilized in Tony's universe 9119, but it is more than sufficient." Rin-Shirtami, having just witnessed Saitama's formidable fate dungeon, could not help but worry whether Loki's clone could withstand a serious punch from Saitama. Yuan Tiangang paid no mind to the clone's details and focused intently on the two combatants, urging, "Everyone, stop discussing. They are about to begin." In the quaint, antiquated town, Saitama and Loki faced each other, Saitama's expression grave, while Loki appeared unfazed. "I'm going to strike," Saitama declared, and in the blink of an eye, he charged at Loki like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch aimed at Loki's abdomen. A simple punch. The powerful gust of wind accompanying his strike surged toward Loki. But, unbeknownst to Saitama, a green glow emanated from Loki. An invisible energy barrier rebounded the full force of Saitama's ordinary punch. Undeterred by the rebounded force, Saitama swiftly maneuvered behind Loki to deliver another ordinary punch. Yet again, the green light manifested, repelling Saitama's punch. The two punches, rebuffed by the green light, obliterated the surrounding ancient-style structures. Debris and assorted fragments flew in all directions like arrows, with splintered wood piercing the remnants of distant buildings. In mere moments, Saitama's two ordinary punches had reduced the sizable ancient town to rubble. Members of the chat group watched in astonishment, the spectacle far more vivid than their previous experiences in the Fate Dungeon. The duel arena allowed them to immerse themselves in the reality of Saitama's ordinary punches. Although still seated in the observation area, they could utilize the holographic descent feature to appear anywhere in the arena without being seen by Loki or Saitama, thus not interfering with the battle. Tony Stark had been the first to appear behind Saitama, and it was precisely because of this positioning that he felt the full force of the rebounded punch. Gasping for breath in the audience, Tony exclaimed, "Teacher Saitama's ordinary punch is terrifying. I feel that if I received such a blow, I would be utterly obliterated." Xiaoyu cautioned, "It's best not to recklessly use that holographic descent feature. The aftermath of their battle is beyond our capacity to endure. If your resolve is not strong enough, you may lose your sanity. This is merely an ordinary punch, and you are already gasping for air. If you were to experience a serious punch up close, your heart might give out." Zhang Zhiwei concurred. "Miss Admin speaks wisely. The clash between these two is not something we can observe up close, nor should we attempt to feel it through the descent feature. Even from this distance, I can sense that terrifying aura. It's truly daunting." Rin-Shirtami expressed concern. "I wonder if Loki's clone can withstand a serious punch from Teacher Saitama." Loki, appearing unfazed, replied, "Naturally, there is no issue. Although Saitama has become stronger since losing his hair, he is still no match for my clone." Yuan Tiangang exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, the scenery beneath them is shifting. It seems the chat group has recognized that the ancient town has been completely destroyed and is replacing the setting." Loki had just advised his clone not to conclude the battle too swiftly, allowing Saitama to fully unleash his abilities. As the surroundings transformed into a vast forest with a magnificent waterfall, Loki's clone began to cast magic, enveloped in green energy. Waves of life energy radiated outward, causing the towering trees to grow wildly, converging toward Loki's clone. In a flash, a colossal wooden Buddha, 1,000 meters tall with 10,000 giant hands, took form. The Buddha's visage resembled that of the Western Tathagata, yet its expression was fierce and unyielding. The outstretched hands, brimming with immense energy, loomed over the sky, casting shadows over much of the sunlight. With the chant of all Buddhas return to one, the giant hands began to descend, targeting Saitama. Witnessing this apocalyptic spectacle akin to falling meteorites, Saitama exhibited no sign of fear. He squatted and leaped upward to meet the oncoming barrage of colossal hands. Loki, with a gleeful smile, turned to Zhang Zhiwei and remarked, I recall someone said I was being smashed by the Hulk when I first joined the group. They even suggested that as a 9-realm mage, I should stab with a little dagger instead of using magic. How do you find my magic now? This plant-based magic draws inspiration from the true 1,000-handed powers of Hashirama, amplified infinitely. Zhang Zhiwei gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before him, shivering involuntarily as he swallowed hard and remarked, it must be Tony who said that the group leader only wields a small dagger to stab people. This fellow has clearly never witnessed the formidable power of our esteemed leader. His vision is woefully short-sighted. Tony Stark? Tony Stark retorted vehemently. You insufferable future loner of a century. Dare to repeat that with your eyes wide open. It was you who said it first, wasn't he it? Initially, you were the one laughing the loudest when our group leader joined. You were also the one who claimed our leader was weak at best. Zhang Zhiwei responded in confusion. Did I? I don't recall that at all. Xiaoyu sighed, alas. Every individual who emerges from Blue Star is a paragon of strength, and here I am. Still a mere weakling. Yuan Tiangang, somewhat astonished, inquired, our group leader possesses such power even in a mere avatar, and you all doubted his strength at the beginning? Is that truly the case? Xiaoyu, feeling a bit awkward, replied, I shan't elaborate further. You may peruse the chat logs upon your return. Rezumi Rintaro expressed admiration. It seems you brave souls are indeed remarkable. Such a powerful group leader, yet you dared to question him. Xiaoyu, with a stern expression, countered, you. The would-be member of this chat group, the epitome of naivety. If you utter another word, I shall silence you. Rezumi Rintaro conceded. All right, I shall remain silent. Saitama bellowed, ordinary continuous punch. Chapter 19. Saitama's hair has grown. In a tempest of crimson fists. The once ceaseless barrage of descending palm shadows met with an explosive eruption of energy sparks in the sky. Saitama's fists, wielded as if they were indestructible divine weapons, relentlessly shattered the falling Buddha palms. Minutes later, amidst a shower of wood chips, Saitama emerged with only his white cloak slightly tattered, his body unscathed. Meanwhile, the enormous wooden Buddha conjured by the Lorgic avatar lay in ruins, rendered unrecognizable by Saitama's relentless onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the devastated forest scene transformed into a bustling modern metropolis. The glinting tempered glass reflecting the sun, the towering skyscrapers reaching nearly 100 meters high, all bore testament to the city's resplendence. Just as Saitama prepared for another assault, in the distance, the Lorgic avatar radiated a vibrant green light. An invisible force of temporal energy enveloped Saitama. His body began to undergo a transformation, as strands of jet black hair sprouted from his scalp. Sensing the changes within himself, he felt time flowing backwards through his very being, as his hair continued to grow. With the emergence of his hair, Saitama sensed the power within him beginning to wane rapidly. In the audience, Tony Stark exclaimed, Holy cow! Teacher Saitama's hair has grown. Xiaoyu lamented. Temporal magic is truly formidable. I doubt Teacher Saitama can withstand it. Zhang Zhiwei attempted to lighten the mood. Our group leader is cheating. How can Teacher Saitama possibly fight under these circumstances? Rezumi Rintaro, momentarily shocked, quickly asked, Group leader, you didn't use time magic to resurrect those children, did you? Lorgic nodded. Indeed, the power of time is, in fact, the easiest for me to control. Xiaoyu remarked, for you, it is indeed easy to control, yet for us, it is an unattainable existence. Lorgic dismissed the concern, don't dwell on the minutiae. Yuan Tiangang queried, is Teacher Saitama on the verge of defeat? Lorgic shook his head. Saitama is not so easily vanquished. A mere time reversal spell is something he can still contend with. In the arena, Saitama furrowed his brow, crouched down, and fixed his gaze ahead. Serious charge. With astonishing speed, Saitama surged forward, as though an unseen force propelled him through the barriers of time. Instantly vanishing from sight, he reappeared a moment later, coming to a sudden halt. The ground beneath him erupted as if struck by a nuclear explosion. The entire city, centered around Saitama, was decimated by the energy unleashed from his sudden stop, creating a scene reminiscent of a nuclear fallout. A sprawling modern metropolis was reduced to ruins by Saitama's mere sprint, revealing exposed steel and concrete, shattered glass reduced to fine dust, and the remnants of towering edifices all laid bare, showcasing the terror of that singular dash. As Saitama halted, his thick mane of hair began to fall away in tufts. He ruefully touched the strands that were gradually shedding and cast an irritated glare at Lorgic's avatar. This was no mere jest, he was genuinely angered. His eyes ablaze with fury. Leaping atop a crumbling skyscraper, Saitama tensed his body, placing his right hand on his waist and extending his left hand outward. Then, he twisted his torso and delivered a powerful punch forward. This furious strike was none other than the serious punch. Serious punch. Before logic, an energy shield thickened as the winds from Saitama's serious punch cascaded like a series of nuclear explosions toward the shield. This punch, aimed directly at the ground beneath him, did not possess the terrifying visual impact of splitting the heavens, but instead cracked the earth, forming a vast chasm. Yet the force of the punch continued to delve deeper into the ground. From the audience's perspective, it appeared as though Saitama's punch had cracked the very planet itself, giving the impression that it would shatter into pieces at any moment. Once the aftershocks of the serious punch subsided, Saitama gazed down at the abyss-like fissure. To his astonishment, he discovered a green, transparent orb suspended in the void. It was Logic's avatar. The energy barrier released by Logic's avatar remained completely intact, its surface gleaming like a flawless mirror, showing no signs of having endured the terrifying impact of Saitama's punch. For the first time, Saitama felt an unprecedented gravity weigh upon him, igniting a fierce determination within his heart. His long-dormant desire for battle surged forth, awakened by the sight before him. With a snap of his fingers, Logic summoned a colossal sun, descending like a meteor, hurtling toward the planet below. As Logic's form shimmered with blue spatial waves, he vanished, only to reappear amidst the vastness of deep space, observing the impending collision between the sun and the planet, along with Saitama residing within. Chapter 20. The Destruction of the Little World. Saitama's defeat. As the immense, fiery sun bore down upon him, Saitama steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Countless crimson fists erupted like a barrage of nuclear missiles, striking the sun and the sky. Serious continuous punch. Each punch unleashed a power capable of transcending realms. As the planet beneath Saitama began to crumble under the recoil of his strikes, in an instant, a planet nearly identical to Blue Star shattered into fragments, scattering like dust throughout the cosmos. The sun, under the relentless assault of Saitama's catastrophic punches, began to crack at its core, and soon, immense fissures appeared across its surface. A blinding beam of light flashed across the scene, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated in all directions. Saitama too was swept away by this overwhelming force. The source of this shockwave was none other than the sun that Saitama had just obliterated with his bare hands. From a distance, Logic observed as Saitama single-handedly shattered the sun, only to be thrown back by the ensuing wave. Saitama managed to stabilize himself using the abundant meteor fragments scattered across the sky. At this moment, his battle attire had been reduced to mere trousers, revealing his exceptionally chiseled upper body. The fervor of combat surged within Saitama, reaching an apex as his aura began to swell. He placed his right fist against his waist, gathering energy. Cracks began to emerge in the space around him, as if his burgeoning might could rend the very fabric of reality. The meteorites beneath his feet crumbled to dust. The surrounding atmosphere was torn asunder by his formidable presence, and while chaotic currents of space battered against him, they left no mark upon his form. Logic refrained from interrupting Saitama's charge. At his level, doing so would have been effortless. Although Saitama was accumulating power at a remarkable speed, too swift for most formidable beings to react, Logic perceived it as remarkably slow. He had instructed his doppelganger to allow Saitama to vent his primal energy freely, otherwise, he would have intervened long ago to subdue him. As Saitama reached the zenith of his power, he exerted his foot against the cosmic void, shattering it with a thunderous force. In an instant, he propelled himself several light years forward, yet the distance to Logic remained substantial. Without hesitation, he clenched his right fist tightly, causing the surrounding void to fracture, and unleashed a punch aimed at Logic's doppelganger, situated light years away. The ultimate finishing move, Saitama's devastating punch. Logic's doppelganger maintained an air of nonchalance, merely raising a hand to reinforce the energy shield in front of him. Saitama's punch pierced through the entirety of the galaxy, and from a godly perspective, a rift spanning several light years wide and hundreds of thousands of light years long appeared amidst the Milky Way. Every celestial body, star, and fragment in the path of this lethal strike was reduced to mere debris, subsequently consumed by the chaotic currents of space. The onlookers, gathered in their observation seats, were swiftly transported to a safe distance to avoid the repercussions of Saitama's punch. Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, as expected of teacher Saitama, "This punch has pierced through the galaxy." Tony Stark, in disbelief, uttered, "Damn. Forgive my inadequacies, but a single dam can rule the world." Zhang Zhiwei, incredulous, queried, Could the deities of our world reach such heights? This is merely teacher Saitama's punch. Yuan Tiangang struggled to forget the sheer might of Saitama's recent blow. Ritum Rintaro, filled with envy, remarked, if teacher Saitama were to come to our world, a single punch could likely eliminate all primordial beings. What 5th or 10th level primordial beings would withstand such a blow? Logic clarified, Saitama's punch is extraordinary. He must have expended considerable energy. Unfortunately, I fear the game is nearing its conclusion. The group realized the infinite possibilities across the myriad realms, and Logic encouraged them, stating that they too might one day become formidable like Saitama. They should diligently complete tasks in their own worlds to enhance their strength. The newly introduced chat group marketplace would allow them to procure powerful items from various realms to boost their abilities. Logic's words resonated with the crowd, and they soon noticed his doppelganger suspended amidst the chaotic void, the green energy shield exhibiting not a single crack. From the observation seats, Logic explained, as the chat group levels progress, the disparities between each tier grow vast. Saitama is at LV68, while I have designated this doppelganger with a power level of LV88. They are not even in the same league. Upon hearing this, the crowd comprehended the magnitude of the difference, while they believed in the chat group's power ratings. They had not anticipated such a chasm. Saitama, panting heavily, gazed towards the unscathed doppelganger of Logic, feeling a rare sense of powerlessness wash over him. Yet, the warrior spirit and confidence innate to a strong individual would not permit him to concede defeat. Just as Saitama prepared to launch another attack, Logic's doppelganger spoke. Saitama, you've had your fun. It is time for the game to conclude. The crowd witnessed Logic's doppelganger lift a hand, summoning a green thread into existence, radiating with the essence of time, space, and the very fabric of worlds. However, in contrast to the Marvel Multiverse timeline, the energy emanating from this green thread was feeble by comparison. With a mere pinch of his fingers, the green thread began to unravel. At the moment of its rupture, the small world created within the chat group's duel arena began to collapse. Saitama found himself devoid of control over his own body, akin to a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. He yearned to escape the disintegrating universe, yet he was utterly immobilized. The signs of annihilation did not wane. Rather, they surged forth, rapidly engulfing every corner of the cosmos. In the face of impending doom, Saitama watched in horror as all the energies of obliteration converged around him. His form was ultimately consumed, reduced to nothingness. Subsequently, the entire duel arena vanished from the sight of the chat group members. Thanks to the protective veil of the chat group, they were swiftly transported, unaffected by the annihilation sweeping through that universe. Tony Stark gasped. If the group leader were to feel displeased, would he annihilate our universe in such a manner? Logic chuckled. Tony, you are quite astute. As expected of one burdened by the curse of knowledge. If I wished, with a mere pinch, the branch of the Marvel Multiverse tree I just snapped could represent your universe. The next cataclysm would likely occur even swifter than the demise of this miniature cosmos. After all, I hold dominion over the Marvel Multiverse. This small universe is merely a product of the chat group. However, I have honed my mastery over world control to a considerable degree. I can effortlessly command lesser worlds and ordinary universes, and if a certain heavenly mandate is weak enough, I can dominate it as well. Xiaoyu lamented, alas. Father Blue Star, why did I not receive such treatment when I traversed worlds? Look at Logic. How favored he is. To him, destroying an entire world is as simple as snapping a twig, yet I struggle even against a third-tier beast. As a dual-talented genius in martial arts and beast taming, I have yet to form a contract with a single beast. The disparity between people can be utterly disheartening. Logic disregarded the lamentations of his fellow compatriot and turned his gaze towards Saitama, who had suddenly appeared in the observation area. Saitama, panting heavily and with a pallid complexion, looked at Logic with admiration, proclaiming, Group leader, you are the most powerful being I have ever encountered in my lifetime. You must be a god. Logic smiled. Enough of these trivial details. It was merely a duel, a form of relaxation and entertainment. You've held back for far too long. Surely a battle felt liberating? Saitama genuinely wished to express his discomfort. It felt like a pure self-inflicted torment, and the sensation of death was so painfully real that he never wanted to experience it again. What he craved was a battle of equals, a thrilling confrontation, rather than a one-sided demise. Ultimately, Saitama suppressed his thoughts and remarked, It's been a while since I've engaged in such activity. It truly feels exhilarating. Luigi recalled something and inquired, Is Zhang Zhiwei currently leading your doppelganger to eliminate the enemy? Zhang Zhiwei, a bit excited, responded, We are currently traversing the northeast region. We just boarded a train and are heading towards the enemy's experimental base. It is said to be quite horrific, having conducted numerous terrifying experiments. We are going to eradicate them. Luigi nodded and said, make sure to inform my doppelganger. No, I'll tell him myself. He will obliterate the Sakura nation, leaving no trace behind. Everyone can head back for now. Take a good look at the items uploaded in the group chat store and see which ones might be useful to you. You can exchange them to enhance your strength. The reason Luigi agreed to Saitama's duel was that Saitama's participation granted him 6 points of group contribution value. Luigi understood that any member surpassing LV3 would provide corresponding contribution points. The goal of reaching 100 contribution points was not far off, and at that time, he could fulfill a wish through the group chat, allowing him to escape the Marvel Universe. However, transcending the myriad worlds to achieve 1,200 contribution points remained a distant dream for him. Chapter 21, Group Store. Luigi's Pet Bag. The consciousness of the group gradually returned to their respective worlds. Tony Stark's awareness re-entered his body as he sat up from the sofa in his underground workshop, surveying the empty surroundings along with a cheeseburger meal. Tony realized that his assistant, Pepper Potts, had just visited, bringing him dinner. A warm smile spread across his face as he savored the cheeseburger while activating the blue screen of the group chat. He did not engage in idle chatter. Instead, he explored the newly launched group store feature. As he perused the myriad of extraordinary items, bloodline abilities, supreme techniques, divine beasts, he was astonished to even find an upgraded version of his Iron Man suit, including the one Malawian kwacha, which he had never even created. Upon glancing at the pinnacle of Iron Man armors, he noted that it wasn't the 85 Malawian kwacha's nano suit from the Destiny dungeon, but an unknown alloy-crafted armor embedded with infinity stones. Tony gasped as he examined the armor's capabilities and the sockets for the infinity stones, marveling at the immense power it represented. However, upon realizing that he could purchase it along with the infinity stones, he was thoroughly impressed by the formidable features of the group store. Yet, the astronomical number of group points required was beyond his reach. In a room adorned with a feminine aesthetic, Xiaoyu lay on her large bed, her consciousness returning to her body as she opened the group chat screen to browse the items in the store. Gazing at the Da Huang Qiutian finger, the transformation into freedom technique, and the panga blood, she nearly drooled with desire. Flipping to the pet section, she encountered creatures like Pikachu, Charizard, Agumon, and Tyrannoman. Ultimately discovering powerful divine beasts such as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Qilin, and Ancestor Dragon, even available through the low-level World Consciousness chat group. Xiaoyu questioned the immense power of this chat group she had joined. However, the points required for these divine beings were far beyond her current aspirations. The transformation into freedom technique demanded even more points than the average divine beast. Glancing at her meager 2,100 points, she sighed helplessly. Luigi also perused the group store's offerings, but found nothing of use to him. The Tao level, which governed the myriad worlds, was a step above. To become a Tao level overseer, one must first transcend the myriad worlds, a goal Luigi aimed to pursue. Yet, all items in the group store were at the Tao level or below, rendering them ineffective for his current stage. Presently, Luigi stood at the pinnacle of the Tao level, comparable to the highest existence in the Honghuang world, yet typically, the Tao level could not escape their own realm. Luigi needed the assistance of the group chat, which was also at the Tao level, to help him break free from the Marvel Multiverse. However, the group chat imposed limitations. He needed to acquire 100 contribution points to fulfill a wish. Luigi needed to empower the members to gain contribution points. Observing his 18,000 group points, he inquired within the group chat, "Is it possible for me to directly distribute these points to the members?" The group chat replied straightforwardly, "Yes. But the system will determine that the members who become stronger using these points will not grant you contribution points." Luigi, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Then what use are these points to me? The group chat lacks a red envelope feature, and I cannot directly gift them. This judgment feels like stunting growth. If it can't provide contribution points, what am I supposed to do?" The group chat, understanding his plight, responded, "Group Leader Luigi, you may wish to review your group leader privileges. After the group store feature was enabled, your privileges have been updated. You now possess a designated small shop within the group store, where you set the prices for items. You must first purchase the items from the group store and then list them in your small shop. Currently, you can only list one type of item, with the quantity determined by you, and you may change it once a month. The minimum price for an item is 1 point. Luigi finally grasped the concept. It meant he would act as a middleman, albeit a rather unfortunate one, buying items with his group points and reselling them at a low price to help the members enhance their strength. After much deliberation, he decided to purchase a pet bag, which was merely 3,000 group points each as the welfare for the month. The pets it contained would be entirely random. Ding. Group leader Luigi uploaded 6 pet bags to his small shop, with a limit of 1 per person, each priced at 1 group point. Having swiftly expended his 18,000 group points, Luigi tagged everyone in the chat. Chapter 22. The Members' Pets. A fortuitous draw for Xiaoyu. Ding. All group members have claimed their pet bags. In the world of One Below, Zhang Zhiwei, seated in a private train compartment, was astonished when his doppelganger pulled out a bag seemingly from thin air. Opening the bag, he discovered a spatial ring containing a vague silhouette. Unsure of what pet it was, he directly extended his consciousness into the ring, releasing the creature. To his surprise, the moment the creature emerged, it filled the entire train car. A massive wolf head gazed innocently at Zhang Zhiwei. The final evolutionary form. Zhang Zhiwei, at a loss for words, utilized the chat group's photo feature to capture a selfie with the giant wolf, subsequently hurriedly returning the colossal creature to the spatial ring. As it was a pet treasure bag for a chat group, the moment they opened the bag, the pet became soul-bound to the individual who opened it, ensuring absolute loyalty without the possibility of betrayal. After Zhang Zhiwei sent an image into the chat group, he promptly followed up with a message, inquiring, "Does anyone recognize this creature? It resembles a colossal wolf." Xiaoyu, filled with suspicion, remarked, "It appears to be a phantom wolf from the world of magic, though this one is evidently of general-level combat prowess." Luo, astonished, asked, "Xiaoyu, despite being a girl, you're quite familiar with the world of magic. You discerned the identity of this giant wolf at a glance. Impressive indeed." Xiaoyu, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Oh, esteemed group leader, do not underestimate me. In my past life on Blue Star, I was a 10-year veteran bookworm. Is there a novel I don't know?" Zhang Zhiwei, feeling slightly awkward, inquired, "This creature seems extraordinary. Its strength must be considerable. Could it possibly be just a larger wolf? What abilities does it possess?" Xiaoyu pondered briefly before responding. "If I recall correctly, the general-level phantom wolf can manipulate wind and sand, possesses immense vitality, and has a remarkably robust physique. Ordinary firearms in your world cannot penetrate its hide. Moreover, its sandstorm attack can pierce through enemies like bullets." Hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei rejoiced. "Is this formidable creature truly a phantom wolf? I seem to have struck lucky." Tony Stark, what pet did you draw? Is it as impressive as mine? In the Marvel 9119 universe, Tony Stark opened his pet treasure bag on the sprawling lawn of his villa. A blue and white pokeball adorned with lightning patterns materialized in his hand. Curiously, Tony pressed the white button at the center of the ball. In an instant, a flash of red light revealed a large yellow-furred rodent crackling with electricity, gazing at Tony with a friendly demeanor, while emitting cheerful pika-pika sounds. Tony Stark snapped a picture of the yellow rodent and asked in the chat group, "Does anyone recognize this yellow rodent? It seems capable of wielding the power of lightning. Its cheeks are sparking." Luo, pleasantly surprised, replied, "This creature is called Pikachu, an electric-type Pokemon. In that world, such creatures coexist peacefully with humans, creating a beautiful realm. Pikachu has significant potential. If it learns Thunderbolt, it could recharge your armor. Just imagine, when your armor is running low on energy, Pikachu could fully charge it with a Thunderbolt." Tony Stark chuckled, "Oh, esteemed group leader, do not jest. My armor is powered by an arc reactor. I doubt such a small Pikachu could recharge it." Xiaoyu remarked, "Esteemed group leader, it's remarkable that today the Pokemon Pikachu and Marvel's Iron Man, two of the world's top IPs, have combined in this epic way. I can't help but feel that our Blue Star is extraordinary. We possess information about most chosen ones from myriad realms." Luo, with a knowing tone, added, "Have you forgotten where the army of traversers originates? It's Blue Star. A world capable of sending forth so many traversers cannot be ordinary. I suspect Blue Star is the primordial world, with all other realms being mere figments of imagination birthed from its inhabitants." Zhang Zhiwei expressed concern about hearing such a monumental secret, wondering if he might be silenced. Tony Stark quipped, "Is this something I can hear without paying?" At that moment, Saitama uploaded his pet, a creature that resembled a blend of a cat and a dog, with striking yellow fur, exuding cuteness. The attention of everyone swiftly gravitated towards Saitama's pet. Xiaoyu, enviously, exclaimed, "Teacher Saitama actually drew an EV. This is an incredibly adorable creature. Who knew that Teacher Saitama had such a taste?" Saitama, feeling a bit awkward, said, "If conditions permit, can I seek someone?" Luo nearly laughed himself into a fit, remarking, "What a delightful way of putting it. But the key point is, Saitama, you are famously impoverished. Luo Ji grinned. The crux is that you lack the means. You are notoriously broke. Why not just accept EV? Yuan Tiangang. Noticing Saitama's embarrassment and the mischievous banter from the chat group's management, quickly changed the subject by uploading his pet. Tony Stark, puzzled, inquired, why can't I see your pet? What use is holding a sword? Did you draw a sword? Yuan Tiangang replied, somewhat exasperated. Tony, what I drew is indeed a sword. A sentient sword. It can communicate with me telepathically. Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed, huh? Yi Xiaoyu teased. Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, no sentient beings could arise? How did this sword gain sentience? Luo Ji, perplexed, responded, firstly, it hasn't established a nation yet. Yuan Tiangang is from the Tang dynasty. Secondly, you've already entered the chat group of Myriad Realms. What are you talking about regarding sentience? Yi Xiaoyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, I was just joking, trying to lighten the mood. At that moment, Rika Shurtame posted a picture of himself with a little girl with a dragon tail. Yi Xiaoyu, incredulous, exclaimed, Rika Shurtame, you claim you're not a loli enthusiast. Yet you've even drawn the dragon made from Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. This is the adorable Kana Kamui, who has charmed so many, and her strength is formidable. Though perhaps not as powerful as teacher Saitama's, she is at least a level 3 powerhouse. Tony Stark remarked, a person's name reflects their character, indeed. What name you enter the group with reveals your true self. You claim you're not a loli enthusiast, but I find that hard to believe. Luo Ji pondered and then asked, Yi Xiaoyu, weren't you hoping for a contract beast? How did you fare? With the help of the chat group. You needn't even sign a contract. It will be utterly obedient to you. Yi Xiaoyu, feeling a bit shy, replied, I haven't had the chance to open mine yet. I've been busy chatting. I'm going to open my treasure bag now. Soon. Everyone witnessed Yi Xiaoyu sharing a picture of herself riding atop the head of a black divine dragon. Luo Ji remarked, when it comes to luck, you truly excel. Yi Xiaoyu, ecstatic, declared, esteemed group leader, I adore you. I drew a shiny Rayquaza. Its strength is around level 4 in our chat group, right? I'm going to be invincible. I'll stride through our world with confidence. Ha ha. Luo Ji. Saitama. Chapter 23. The Members' Aspirations. Saitama's ultimate goal. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was celebrating, Luo Ji doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Yi Xiaoyu, I just used you as a medium to investigate the situation in your world. And I have some rather unfortunate news. Your dream of invincibility is shattered. The strongest beings in your world have reached the pinnacle of level 5. And there is more than one of them. You've just obtained a level 4 Rayquaza. How dare you claim invincibility? Who gave you the audacity to think you could strut around? Was it Liang Jingru? Zhang Zhiwei, utterly confused, asked, who is Liang Jingru? I've never heard of her. Yuan Tiangang also inquired. It seems we don't have anyone by the name of Liang Jingru in our Tang dynasty. Yi Xiaoyu, feeling speechless, replied, esteemed group leader. Could you let me revel in my joy? Must you awaken me so swiftly? Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang. Liang Jingru is a famous singer from thousands of years later. Ritamoto Rintaro inquired with a perplexed expression. Is she quite renowned? I have never heard of her. Could she possibly be an obscure singer? Luo Ji jested lightheartedly. When you mention an obscure singer, you must be referring to Stephanie's son. Tony Stark, wearing an odd expression, remarked, is Stephanie's son truly obscure? I have heard her songs before, and she sings exceptionally well. I have also listened to Fish Liang. She is indeed a star among stars. Saitama expressed that the people from their world lacked any artistic sensibility, as he could not comprehend what others were saying. Yi Xiaoyu, looking astounded, exclaimed, is there really Fish Liang and Stephanie's son in the Marvel Universe? That can't be true. Luo Ji scoffed disdainfully. How could there not be? Where there is Huaxia, there are they. Obscure is merely a joke. You can label her as such, but she is not genuinely obscure. Yi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed. I am a fan of Stephanie's son. After all, I am an old fan from 2 lifetimes, right? We fans may be aging, but we are not dead. How could anyone claim she is obscure? Ding. Ritamoto Rintaro was muted for 10 minutes by the group administrator, Yi Xiaoyu. Ritamoto Rintaro. He expressed that, indeed, as a paragon of virtue, he had no rights in this group. Even a slight misstep in speech was intolerable. Luo Ji heard the notification sound directed at him in the chat group. Ding. Administrator Yi Xiaoyu's overall strength has reached LV4, granting group leader Luo Ji 4 contribution points. Ding. Member Yuan Tiangang's overall strength has reached LV3, granting group leader Luo Ji an additional 3 contribution points. Luo Ji, satisfied with his accumulated 13 contribution points, nodded approvingly. Yi Xiaoyu asked, what items are you all planning to purchase from the group mall? I suggest you each set a goal when the time comes. You can directly buy with enough points. Zhang Zhiwei gazed at the purple lightning divine thunder he had already collected. It was comparable to Yuan, capable of being absorbed and controlled, surpassing ordinary natural lightning. Zhang Zhiwei shared a screenshot of the purple lightning divine thunder he had added to his shopping cart in the chat group, along with the required points for purchase. Purple lightning divine thunder, 68,888 group points, comparable to Yuan, can greatly enhance the owner's lightning cultivation. And the released purple lightning is 68 times stronger than the base lightning. Xiaoyu, astonished, remarked, I have heard of Yuan, but never of divine thunder. This item is quite expensive. For now, I won't use my points. I plan to fully cultivate your golden light spell and lightning techniques first. Yuan Tiangang added, I currently have too few points, so I also won't exchange anything for now. I'll wait until my Tiangang technique is fully cultivated. Tony Stark smiled. Aren't you all planning to exchange for something? I have my eyes on a splendid item, and I have enough points to redeem it. Luoji? Xiaoyu? Tony Stark sent an image of the Mutant X Gene Optimization Potion into the chat group. Mutant X Gene Optimization Potion, priced at 1,500 points. Upon consumption by a mutant, it can significantly enhance their X gene and optimize their abilities. After reaching a certain level, it may even yield new powers. For ordinary people, it can trigger an initial awakening of mutant abilities. Mutants are classified into 5 tiers. Tony Stark, somewhat smug, stated, I wonder which fool said that the poor rely on mutation while the rich depend on technology. Why can't the rich mutate? They can still mutate. I plan to initially awaken my mutant abilities and then continue to consume this mutant potion to grow stronger. Just imagine. When my enemies exert tremendous effort to breach my Iron Man suit, I will possess super healing abilities that render me practically immortal, along with super strength and super speed. Truly a minor Superman. If luck is in my favor, I might even gain magnetic control or phoenix powers. Then I would be invincible. You think my armored suit is my only means of combat? Little do you know, that suit is merely a seal on my true power. Once that suit is damaged, don't blame me for going all out. Zhang Zhiwei remarked, I never expected the illustrious Tony Stark, a philanthropic billionaire playboy, to be such a schemer. Yuan Tiangang pondered and responded, this idea is indeed quite clever, albeit rather underhanded. Saitama curiously asked, why would you want others to damage your armor? Why not just defeat your enemies with a single punch? Tony Stark, Ritamoto Rintaro attempted to speak, but found himself still muted, silently squatting on the ground amidst a crowd of Lolas, sketching circles. If the members of the chat group were aware, they would likely express that he truly deserved his fate, having been muted. Saitama silently sent an image into the chat group. Godly hair growth potion, priced at 88,888 points. Are you still troubled by baldness? Are you distressed by incessant hair loss? Do you care about the peculiar gazes of others? Forget about 109,998 or 99,998. Just bring home the godly hair growth potion for 88,888 points, and even a celestial bald person can regrow their hair. Luoji, Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, Tony Stark, Ritamoto Rintaro, Ding. You have been muted and cannot speak. Saitama, with a vexed expression, looked at the group members who were strategically leaning back with ellipses, as well as the indifferent group leader. Saitama complained, it's all because of you, group leader, that I grew my hair back, only to lose my once luscious locks again. I had come to terms with it, becoming numb to the gazes of others. But you made me regrow my hair, only for it to be lost again. My goal is that bottle of hair growth potion. I will strive to accumulate points, and I shall reunite with my hair. Xiaoyu quipped, Saitama-sensei, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your face is just too dark. With this recent sign-in, you only earned 1 point. At this rate, how long will it take to amass 88,888 points? Saitama turned to stone. Chapter 24. Yuan Tiangang's first encounter with Fan Xiao. Tony Stark's transformation. Saitama, exasperated, gazed at the ceiling, then touched his bald head in sheer annoyance before logging off, intending to vent his frustrations on a few monsters. In the city of Chang'an within the world of Huajianghu, Yuan Tiangang, leading his horse, chasing wind, was searching for the Enlu Pavilion to arrange the ashes of his dear friend, Li Chunfeng. Yuan Tiangang had already learned of his original fate before joining the chat group, a life that was pitiful, lamentable, and deplorable. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed. First to rescue Fan Xiao and her sister, and secondly to reclaim the notorious general's token from Zhang Wolong, to command the notorious people, usurp the imperial power, and support a puppet emperor. What Yuan Tiangang aimed to achieve was the unification of the world, allowing all to live in prosperity. In the chat group, Yuan Tiangang inquired, Yi Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Tony Stark, I am about to arrive at the Enlu Pavilion, where that girl Fan Xiaoyu and her sister reside. I will soon bring Zhang Wulong here, reclaim the notorious general's token, and eliminate this ambitious individual. Yi Xiaoyu asked anxiously, Yuan Tiangang, what are you planning to do with Fan Xiaoyu and her sister? Zhang Zhiwei reminded him, Old Tang, this time, do not inscribe the elixir recipe on a turtle shell. This recipe must not be divulged to anyone other than yourself. Don't foolishly reveal it to others. Tony Stark concurred, yes. Old Tang, don't let your head get too big again and end up drinking poison. We should eliminate our enemies swiftly and not engage in any meaningless foolishness. Yuan Tiangang, rendered speechless, remarked, do I truly appear so foolish? I have now found my purpose and will not meander aimlessly as I once was destined to. Have I lived enough? Death. I am not yet deserving. As for Fan Xiaoyu and her sister, I am uncertain what to do. Perhaps I shall assist them in finding a suitable family, allowing them to live out their lives in peace and happiness. Alternatively, they might accompany me. The 10-minute silence imposed on Rishimi Rintaro had finally concluded, and he, bewildered, inquired, what on earth are you all discussing? I cannot comprehend a single word. Yi Xiaoyu replied, you should peruse the chat records of the group. Refrain from speaking too much until you shed your saintly persona, or I shall extend your silence. Focus on completing your plans in your world, so that the group leader can find a haven for the cursed child of your realm. Rishimi Rintaro. Luo Ji, suddenly intrigued, suggested, Yuan Tiangang, why not host a live stream? We are utterly bored in the core of the Marvel multiverse. Yuan Tiangang acquiesced. Ding. Group member Yuan Tiangang has initiated a live stream. The members of the chat group all joined, even Saitama, who had just logged off in frustration. Upon entering the live stream, everyone beheld a street adorned with ancient Chinese aesthetics, brimming with a myriad of goods, and beautiful maidens in Hanfu brandishing various signs. Among the crowd, they quickly spotted a petite girl whose eyes sparkled like swirling stars. It was Fan Xiaoyu, who happened to be holding a sign today. Saitama remarked, that little girl's eyes are so bright. Is she the Fan Xiaoyu you all speak of? Yi Xiaoyu confirmed, indeed, she is. Old gang, hurry over. I wish to hear her call you grandfather. Yuan Tiangang. Despite his extreme exasperation, Yuan Tiangang approached her, maintaining a calm demeanor, and asked, what is your name? Little girl? Please guide me to the Anil Pavilion. Fan Xiaoyu, with some bruises on her body, recognized a customer and saw this as an opportunity to earn some reward money, bringing her one step closer to paying off her and her sister's ransom. With a sweet smile, as if recalling a joyful thought, she cheerfully replied, I am Fan Xiaoyu, and I shall take you to the Anil Pavilion right away. Would you like me to explain the city of Chang'an to you? Yuan Tiangang shook his head and said, no need for explanations. I am more familiar with this place than you are. Why, at such a tender age, are you here in a brothel? Fan Xiaoyu replied with a composed expression. There is no choice. My parents could not afford to support my sister and me, so they sold us to the Madam of Anil Pavilion. Since I am under 15, I guide guests here, as this world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. To survive, I may have to serve those lecherous men. Realizing something, Fan Xiaoyu quickly added, but those lecherous men certainly do not include you. Yuan Tiangang gazed at the young girl, living in such a lowly state, at her age. She ought to be enjoying her childhood with her parents, yet. Yi Xiaoyu sighed bitterly. This world truly is a place of predation. Even though modern society has improved significantly, it's still, alas. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled wryly. Thus we, the extraordinary beings, cultivate our entire lives, yet in the end, we are powerless to effect change. Our world is in a more dire state than old gangs, and once I and the group leaders' avatars eradicate the entire Sakura, I shall devise plans to make this world a better place. Observing the painfully mature Fan Xiaoyu, Yuan Tiangang tossed her a golden bean, saying, this should suffice for your ransom. Lead the way. Fan Xiaoyu trembled as she caught the golden bean, her eyes brimming with tears as she bowed in gratitude. For the first time in many years, Yuan Tiangang smiled and said, it's all right, little girl. You need not thank me now. Wait until I bring this world into an era of prosperity before you express your gratitude. Fan Xiaoyu felt a rough, yet comforting hand upon her head, and a sense of reassurance washed over her, preventing her from pulling away. Saitama curiously remarked, gang, I thought you were expressionless. It turns out you can smile. Yuan Tiangang. In this chat group, the only ones daring enough to speak to Yuan Tiangang in such a manner were the group leader and the administrator, Yi Xiaoyu, along with Saitama, who was nearly at the 7th tier of strength. Tony Stark, observing the young girl who had fought tooth and nail to survive. Recalled his own extravagant lifestyle and the myriad of companions surrounding him. He abruptly slapped himself and instructed Jarvis to call his current girlfriend and secretary, Pepper Potts. When Pepper answered Tony's call, she asked, "Tony, aren't you supposed to be working on those iron contraptions at this hour? What's the matter?" Tony Stark replied with utmost seriousness, 3 days hence, a Stark executive meeting will be convened. Everyone must attend. Pepper discerned the gravity in Tony's tone. Recalling the recent assassination attempts orchestrated by his unscrupulous uncle Obadiah, Tony resolved to address this matter today. He decided to shut down the Weapons Development Division, dismiss Obadiah, expose his crimes, imprison him, and seize all his shares in Stark Industries. He would allocate 30% of Stark Industries' annual profits to charitable endeavors, ensuring that the charity was conducted internally to prevent any interference from outsiders. Furthermore, he would initiate clean energy technologies to completely replace the previous military-industrial complex. He remembered Dr. Ethan's words in The Alternate Fate, "Tony, if you still cherish your life, make it more valuable." Upon learning of his original destiny in the chat group, Tony had initially planned not to abolish the military-industrial complex, believing that someone would always create weapons, and it was better for him to control it. However, after witnessing Fan Shower today, he realized there were certain actions he must take and others he must refrain from. At that moment, the once frivolous billionaire Tony Stark experienced a profound transformation. Having never truly lived through Dr. Ethan's death, Tony believed he had changed. However, he had not completely transformed until today when the epiphany struck him. Chapter 25. Luo-ji, should being single be a curse? I have been single for countless millennia. Within the live stream, the audience watched as Fan Shower led Yuan Tiangang through the grand entrance of the Annal Pavilion. The Madam of Annal Pavilion initially looked down upon the simply dressed Yuan Tiangang, until he tossed her a pure gold bean. Upon realizing he was a hidden high-value client, the Madam promptly summoned the girls to allow Yuan Tiangang to make his selection. Yuan Tiangang chose Fan Shower and her sister, Fanlinger. Seeing this, the Madam hesitated and said, "The girl named Shower is not yet 15. Perhaps you would consider selecting another?" Yuan Tiangang tossed another golden bean, and the Madam, with a gleam in her eye, ushered Fan Shower and Fanlinger into a splendid private room, exclaiming, "Enjoy yourselves, noble sir." Upon entering, Fanlinger knelt and implored, "Esteemed sir, my sister is still so young. I plan to redeem her and restore her to a normal life. Might I request that you select another maiden to serve you? I beg of you." Meanwhile, Fan Shower stood frozen in place, stunned by her sister's actions. As she snapped back to reality, she rushed to help her sister up, but Fanlinger refused to rise. The audience in the chat group was deeply moved by this scene. Xiaoyu lamented, "If only I had a sister who loved me so dearly, alas. I am an only child." Tony Stark, ever the smooth talker, quipped, "Xiaoyu, I could be your good older brother, as long as you refrain from silencing me at every turn." Ding. Group member Tony Stark has been muted by Administrator Xiaoyu for 1 minute. Xiaoyu, utterly speechless, remarked, "You still wish to be my good brother? At your age, you could very well be my father. An old bull feasting on tender grass. How disgusting." Raidamataro complained, "Why is Tony Stark silenced for only a minute, while I am muted for 10? This is so unfair." Ding. Raidamataro was muted for 10 minutes by the administrator, Xiaoyu. In a commanding tone, Xiaoyu declared, "I simply wish to silence you, you self-righteous little brat. I genuinely find you displeasing. Is there a problem?" "No problem at all." Raidamataro, Zhang Zhiwei stated, trembling in fear, unable to speak. Yuan Tiangang added, trembling in fear, unable to speak. Saitama remarked, trembling in fear, yet wanting to speak. Luo Ji said, trembling, "Make your voice louder." "Xiaoyu?" Saitama asked. Puzzled, "Is your command to make the voice louder serious, leader?" Xiaoyu replied, "This is not a school bus. I wish to get off." Zhang Zhiwei inquired, "Why do you want to get off?" The leader stated it. "Is there a problem?" Tony Stark, released from the small confinement, immediately remarked, "You, an ancient virgin, surely do not understand. Driving is merely a euphemism for expressing intimate matters. Consider this. Engaging in such activities, would one not tremble? And ultimately, would the cries not grow louder? So, as a pure, impoverished virgin, I would certainly choose to jump out of the vehicle. How could I bear to listen?" Xiaoyu, infuriated, exclaimed, "Tony, you are still a pure virgin, impoverished my foot. You've slept with countless cover girls over the years, and you dare call yourself pure? If you are a pure virgin, then everyone in this world must be one." Luo Ji, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I am undoubtedly more innocent than Tony. After all, I have not even experienced a single hair's worth of intimacy in a billion years of solitude. Tony Stark. Xiaoyu contemplated and lamented. The leader's plight is quite tragic. Others might be single for a few years or even decades, yet the leader has been single for epochs. Yuan Tiangang was at a loss for words, directly producing a bundle of red ropes from somewhere in front of the two ladies and the chat crowd. The chat crowd tactically recoiled, while Fan Linger, astonished, knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, the bold little girl, Fan Xiaoyu, stood before her sister and said, "You scruffy old man. My headbutt is formidable. Do you believe I will charge at you? You must not harm my sister." Luo Ji teased. Yuan Tiangang's large bundle of red ropes reminds me of certain teachers from a distant land. I watched quite a few of the SM series in my youth. Though I understand Yuan Tiangang, a century-old straight man, likely has more conventional thoughts. Xiaoyu exclaimed. So the leader is acquainted with those teachers from that distant land? Does the leader prefer Aoi or Yui, or perhaps Fakata? Luo Ji, bewildered, inquired. Dear administrator, how come you know so much? Are you ladies so lecherous too? At your age, shouldn't you be less so? Xiaoyu educated. Scientific studies verify that women's lustfulness is tenfold that of men. The chat crowd. Yuan Tiangang gazed at his lively companions, his mouth twitching in disbelief. He addressed the two ladies. I will not demand anything excessive from you. I am here to bury an old friend. These ropes are merely for locating items. Once the task is complete, I will escort you from this abode of comfort. How about that? Fan Linger blinked her large eyes in surprise, rising to ask Yuan Tiangang. Sir, are you truly willing to redeem us? Yuan Tiangang, with a gentle demeanor, replied. Do you think I am in need of such a trifling sum? Fan Linger hastily took her sister's hand and apologized to Yuan Tiangang. Fan Xiaoyu peeked out from behind her sister and asked, Why are you willing to redeem us? Yuan Tiangang calmly responded, We are fated to meet. A loss is merely a loss. There is no deeper reason. In the future, I shall redeem all the slaves in this world. Xiaoyu sighed. This fellow is quite the pretender. It's a shame he remains an old bachelor for over a century. Luo Ji interjected, That is not entirely fair. I too have been single for trillions of years. What is wrong with being single? I dare anyone to speak ill of those who are single, and I shall upend their world. Xiaoyu, consider this a warning. Let it not happen again. Chapter 26. The Self-Destructive Zhang Wulong. News of Yuan Tiangang's arrival at the abode of comfort swiftly reached Zhang Wulong's ears. As Yuan Tiangang sought a resting place for the ashes of his dear friend, Li Chunfeng, Zhang Wulong approached, adorned in a guise of excessive flattery and adulation. Yuan Tiangang cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Wulong. Planning to deal with this nuisance after he had properly interred his friend, Zhang Wulong subtly probed, Great leader, do you still possess the formula for the elixir of immortality? Now that you intend to retreat, you could. Before Zhang Wulong could continue, Yuan Tiangang interrupted. I have changed my mind, Zhang Wulong. I do not intend to retreat. Bring forth the command medallion of the unruly commander. You are not worthy of the elixir. Zhang Wulong, recognizing the overwhelming aura of Yuan Tiangang, hastily returned the medallion from his waist. The chat group, witnessing this exchange through the live stream, could not help but express disdain. Xiaoyu mocked. Indeed, he is merely a coward, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, utterly spineless. Saitama quipped. I feel like Zhang Wulong is even more timid than Raidamataro. Is this truly the Zhang Wulong who could have faced Yuan Tiangang in a 50-50 battle? Zhang Zhiwei explained. Saitama-sensei may not be aware. You likely did not thoroughly examine that fate instance, neglecting many details. In reality, Yuan Tiangang could easily crush Zhang Wulong, who had consumed numerous pills and the elixir of immortality. However, at that time, Yuan Tiangang, seeking death, drank a potent cold toxin, resulting in his underwhelming performance against Zhang Wulong. Presently, Zhang Wulong has neither consumed the elixir nor taken ample pills to enhance himself, nor absorbed his brother's complete power and soul. His strength cannot be compared to the peak of Yuan Tiangang. Tony Stark lamented. Ultimately, Yuan Tiangang was invincible for too long and became overly complacent, seeking death, which led to such a predicament. In the end, it took a young girl to intervene for him to achieve victory. Observing the live chat's barrage of comments, Yuan Tiangang shot Zhang Wulong another irritated glare, causing Zhang Wulong to bow deeply in submission. Luo Ji teased. In truth, Zhang Wulong is not as pathetic as you all say. His martial prowess and strategy are merely inferior to Yuan Tiangang's. He is considered a formidable figure. Yet an unrefined hero is still a mere ant easily crushed by the strong. Normally, the strong would not pay him any mind, but he has become too audacious, sealing his own fate. After clarifying all matters, he tossed a golden bean to the elderly matron of the abode of comfort, instructing her to prepare a variety of items overnight for the burial of his dear friend, Li Chunfeng. Fan Linger and Fan Xiaoyu busied themselves until late at night, nervously settling down in the lavish guest room of Zhang Zhiwei, while Yuan Tiangang did not sleep, instead cultivating a bond with the spirit sword he had just refined. Yuan Tiangang gently caressed the spirit sword and declared, "In memory of my departed dear friend, shall we name you Chunfeng?" The spirit sword trembled slightly in acknowledgement. Yi Xiaoyu quipped, with two beautiful ladies reclining on the bed in the guest room. "Old gang, here you are, confiding in a spirit sword. If you're not single, who is? If you're not lonely, who is?" At that moment, the reformed Tony Stark remarked, "Yi Xiaoyu, that young lady Fan Xiaoyu seems to be under 15. Are you trying to lead old gang into a crime?" Yi Xiaoyu, with a look of astonishment, responded, "Wow, Tony, you're acting strangely today, given your character. Shouldn't you be jumping in to support me? Saying something like old gang, you're getting old and can't get up. Or maybe questioning my sexual orientation. Why the sudden change today? Have you been possessed by some time traveler or reincarnator?" The group leader, Lord Luoji, was disinterested in this lively banter. Stark, appearing bewildered, replied, "Firstly, I am merely stating a fact. Secondly, I have long since reformed. Thirdly, I am not possessed. How could a time traveler possibly inhabit me right under the group leader's nose?" Saitama, with a curious expression, asked, "Yi Xiaoyu, haven't you reached puberty? You seem to be driving the conversation off course for no reason, while the group leader hasn't even done so." Yi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but then reflected that she might have been a bit too liberated lately. After all, she was still an 18-year-old young lady. Zhang Zhiwei commented, "Normal young ladies are like this. It's a pity we see so few on Longhu Mountain, but I've witnessed such behavior down the mountain." Yuan Tiangang, curious, inquired, "You Taoists are allowed to descend the mountain to witness such things?" Zhang Zhiwei retorted, "Our lineage from Longhu Mountain can marry and have children, all right. It's just that in my original fate, I devoted myself to the path and had no interest in worldly love affairs." Yi Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I see. So our little brother Zhang Zhiwei is no longer a virgin. We've all misunderstood him before." Zhang Zhiwei, with a playful demeanor, replied, "Whether I am a virgin or not is beside the point, but you are undoubtedly a virgin. Am I right, Miss Group Manager?" Stung by this remark, Yi Xiaoyu was about to explode but suddenly remembered something and retorted, "Are you looking down on single people?" The 18-year-old Zhang Zhiwei boldly proclaimed, "I have many pursuits. Being single is something I can change at any time. So what if I look down on it?" Seeing that Zhang Zhiwei had taken the bait, Yi Xiaoyu grinned and said, "Group leader, Zhang Zhiwei is feeling himself today. He dares to look down on the single elite. Is this not a betrayal of your authority?" Zhang Zhiwei ding. Group member Zhang Zhiwei and group manager Yi Xiaoyu were muted for 10 minutes by the group leader. Luo Ji calmly stated, "All right, both of you, stop spamming. Let the other group members rest well tonight." Time flowed like water, and the evening passed swiftly without pretense. The next day, Yuan Tiangang promptly arranged the ashes of his dear friend Li Chunfeng, and just as he was about to leave, Zhang Wulong shouted, "Close the door. Leave no one behind." Zhang Wulong did this because Yuan Tiangang had inscribed a fake immortality potion recipe on a turtle shell, and Zhang Wulong, ever the scoundrel, had bribed the maid of Annal Pavilion to have the recipe copied and delivered to him. Yuan Tianggang's actions merely provided Zhang Wulong with an opportunity to challenge him, and he was poised to eliminate Zhang Wulong. Chapter 27. The Death of Zhang Wulong. The atrocities of the Japanese, the extermination of their kind. As Zhang Wulong led a cadre of officials in the slaughter of Annal Pavilion, Yuan Tiangang descended the blood-stained stairs, accompanied by two women carrying packages. Yuan Tiangang commanded, "Fan Xiaoyu, Fan Linger, take the donkey-chasing wind to the street corner and wait for me." The two frightened women trembled as they exited Annal Pavilion, making their way to the stable to lead the donkey to the street, where they waited quietly. Zhang Wulong, seeing that the harbinger of doom, Yuan Tiangang, had not departed, approached with uncertainty and inquired, "Master Yuan, we are conducting our duties fairly here. Is there anything you require? Or have I disturbed your rest?" "My apologies. I assure you, I am bound by duty." Under the gaze of the officers and the group chat members, Yuan Tiangang suddenly seized Zhang Wulong by the throat with his left hand, lifting him slowly. As the surrounding officials prepared to intervene and dissuade Yuan Tiangang, he conjured a hovering sword that swiftly darted toward the officers, slicing through them with the swiftness of a silver beam, instantly slaying all present. The leading officer wielding dual axes was no match, as the spirit sword pierced through his skull. Within mere seconds, The sword spirit returned to Yuan Tiangang's side. Zhang Wulong, witnessing this spectacle, was left in shock. He had not anticipated that Yuan Tiangang possessed such terrifying prowess, surpassing even the strongest of men, along with the ability to control a flying sword. Zhang Wulong, a cunning rogue, adept at bending or yielding, began to grovel. Master Yuan, I truly do not know what I have done wrong. Why must you kill these officers? I am merely following orders. Could you please set me down so we can discuss this? Yuan Tiangang sneered. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your dealings with that maid from Annal Pavilion to copy the immortality recipe. I have already told you. You are unworthy to consume the immortality potion. Moreover, the recipe is a fake. In the face of Zhang Wulong's terrified, enraged, and resentful gaze, Yuan Tiangang snapped his neck and tossed him away. The spirit sword Chunfeng swiftly followed, transforming him into a mass of flesh with a flurry of sword blossoms. Yuan Tiangang announced in the chat group, Everyone, I shall close the live stream now. My affairs here are coming to a close, and I will soon summon all the wrongdoers. There should be no significant disturbances for the time being. The chat members nodded and exited the live stream. The day following Yuan Tiangang's killing of Zhang Wulong, a significant event occurred in the chat group. Lord Luoji's avatar and Zhang Zhiwei ventured to the northeast, where they discovered a Japanese biochemical unit, uncovering numerous inhumane experiments. Luoji furiously declared, Zhang Zhiwei, tell my avatar that I want to see the Japanese exterminated. Ugh. I'm so enraged I can hardly think straight. The next morning, Zhang Zhiwei opened the live stream, and the viewers were greeted with a scene of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with numerous Japanese soldiers lying lifeless across the land. The live stream shifted, revealing Zhang Zhiwei floating in midair, accompanied by Luoji's avatar. Zhang Zhiwei gazed in disbelief at the golden light and blue-white lightning emanating from Luoji's avatar. It was unmistakably the golden light spell and the five thunder true method from Longhu Mountain. Luoji turned to Zhang Zhiwei and said, This punch will be spectacular. Watch closely, as it will greatly aid your cultivation. Subsequently, Zhang Zhiwei and the members of the chat group beheld a magnificent surge of golden light emanating from the body of Luoji's avatar, coalescing in the sky above the distant island of the marauding pirates. Soon, a skeletal fist of golden radiance took form at an altitude of 10,000 meters over the island, followed by arcs of lightning that intertwined upon this skeletal hand, shaping its veins, muscles, and skin. A colossal fist, imbued with repressed golden light and electric energy, loomed over the island, large enough to obscure the sun itself. Should it descend, the entire landmass would be obliterated, under the terrified gazes of the island's inhabitants, who had been living in relative comfort. This fist, akin to the size of a city, began its swift descent, crashing into the heart of Dongjing City within moments. An invisible shockwave of energy radiated outward in all directions, as bolts of thunder struck like nuclear warheads, flattening the surface of the island and leaving no survivor in its wake. Subsequently, the very foundation of the island began to fracture, gradually sinking into the abyss of the deep sea. Witnessing this spectacle, the chat group erupted in astonished delight. No one found it peculiar that the group leader wielded the golden incantation and thunderous magic. After all, in the realm of power, all paths ultimately converge. There was no sense of moral superiority among them, no considerations of human rights or the plight of innocence. In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. They merely regarded their leader with awe. Luoji, feeling insufficiently vindicated, snapped his fingers, invoking the Marvel Universe, where the immense tree formed from the convergence of countless multiversal timelines began to radiate blood-red light. Instantly, all marauders within the Marvel multiverse began to rot and perish, while the island itself commenced its descent into the ocean, never to see the light of day again. Luoji declared that under ordinary circumstances, he would refrain from interfering with the natural development of the Marvel multiverse. But this particular race repulsed him to such an extent that he could not allow their existence beneath his gaze. Their continued survival, while prancing about before him, was utterly intolerable. In the 9119 universe of the Marvel multiverse, Tony Stark was among the first to receive news of the island's submersion, marveling at the leader's formidable methods. Luoji confessed that he had previously paid little heed to such matters, but having witnessed the evil of this race firsthand, he could no longer remain passive. Ding. Group announcement. From now on, no matter the world background, all group members are strictly forbidden from identifying as inhabitants of the marauding island. Anyone promoting the innocence of these marauders will be expelled from the chat group, and both the member and their respective island will face annihilation. Luoji further clarified, although some of you may have been created by the islanders of the original world, it does not mean you are one of those marauders. Henceforth, all members of the chat group shall be treated equally, provided their thoughts have not been assimilated by the marauding island's ideology. The members of the chat group expressed their astonishment at the leader's evident anger, noting that even the leader's consciousness seemed to be inclined to include individuals unrelated to the island in the group. In Chapter 28, Saitama's expansion into the business of assassination. A punch to obliterate. After the incident involving the marauders, Luo Ji summoned his avatar back and had no immediate plans to send it to any member's world. The members resumed their normal lives, albeit dedicating a bit of time each day to check in, and our unfortunate Saitama had accumulated a handful of points over several days, now harboring the desire to deliver a definitive punch to the chat group. During this period, Tony Stark busied himself as well, purchasing the X-Gene Optimization Serum from the chat group's marketplace. Following its injection, he successfully awakened his first mutant superpower, a strength-enhancing ability that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, placed him on par with Captain America, complemented by formidable self-healing capabilities that compensated for his vulnerability as an ordinary human without his iron armor. Today marked Tony's first timely arrival at the Stark Industries headquarters conference room, where the directors and major shareholders had already taken their seats. His uncle, Obadiah, who harbored intentions to harm him, occupied a position closest to the head of the table. Upon his arrival, Tony ignored the sycophantic shareholders and dove straight into the matter, instructing the meeting manager to display the incriminating evidence that had been prepared in advance, proof of Obadiah's betrayal and notices regarding the impending shuttering of the weapons manufacturing division. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, with the executives becoming visibly anxious, while Obadiah stared in shock at the grinning Tony Stark. Just as Tony prepared to summon SHIELD agents to apprehend Obadiah, several men, resembling bodyguards, suddenly lunged forth, incapacitating the agents at the door with swift strikes. These men, who vanquished the trained SHIELD operatives, utilized nothing more than their bare fists, which, imbued with an invisible force, sent the agents flying several meters away. Although Tony anticipated that Obadiah might have a trick up his sleeve, he was unprepared for such a formidable surprise. Quickly, he instructed JARVIS to activate the 5 suits in the hangar and dispatch them to his location. Meanwhile, the bodyguards cleared the entire floor, leaving Tony Stark alone in the CEO's chair. He remained remarkably unperturbed, now a mutant with considerable combat prowess, bolstered by his remarkable healing abilities and strong physique. Alongside the imminent arrival of his armored suits, he regarded Obadiah with unwavering confidence. Obadiah sneered, "They are elite members of the Ten Rings gang, each capable of executing their secret techniques to manipulate energy. One punch from them could easily end your life. Given our familial relationship, I present to you this stock transfer agreement for Stark Industries. Sign it, and I will allow you to leave unharmed, with no repercussions for anyone around you. What do you say?" Tony silently activated the live streaming feature of the chat group. Xiaoyu was the first to enter the stream, exclaiming, "Tony, I was just practicing martial arts. Could you refrain from going live unnecessarily? It's making it hard for me to focus. I've been encountering significant troubles lately." Luo Ji curiously inquired, "Xiaoyu, with the presence of the Void Seed, what troubles could you possibly face? Surely, no formidable beings in your world are targeting a young girl of 18 or 19. Upon recalling the situation, Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger, indignantly responding, "You don't understand, group leader. The heir of a prominent family in our world has been persistently pursuing me, and I have no interest in that philandering scoundrel who flits from one woman to another. My family in Magic City is merely ordinary, while that rogue is only enamored with my looks. I've even looked into his background. He is a quintessential playboy, a serial seducer who discards women once he tires of them, a cad who refuses to take responsibility." She suspected that he found her demeanor aloof and was drawn to the challenge of conquering her, thus relentlessly pursuing her. Before I joined the chat group, he had already begun to relentlessly pursue me. Fortunately, upon joining, I received substantial assistance from the esteemed group leader, allowing me to contract a Rayquaza. However, I still find myself unable to shake off this individual. As far as I know, his family boasts martial saints among their ranks, likely at the LV5 level within the chat group. My Rayquaza is still in its youthful phase and has not yet fully matured, with its strength barely reaching LV4. Currently, I lack the confidence to confront him directly and can only bide my time. Primarily, I have parents and close friends in this life, and the Martial Arts Beast Academy in Magic City has facilitated communication with the heir of the Liu family, Liu Tianhong. Yet, he boldly stated, "What does it matter to the Liu family if we pursue a girl from your martial arts beast academy in Magic City?" Zhang Zhiwei, visibly furious, exclaimed, "Yi Xiaoyu. He hasn't done anything excessively outrageous to you, has he? If you were to eliminate him, given your potential and the existence of your Rayquaza, they would likely not dare to retaliate." Yuan Tiangang cautioned, "This is a top-tier family in the nation, possessing LV5 level combat power. If Yi Xiaoyu were to kill their heir, she might escape unscathed, but her family could face repercussions. The old adage holds true, while a clear attack can be defended against, a hidden threat is far more difficult to counter. Who knows what actions this esteemed family might take?" Saitama, lying on the floor at home with a deadpan expression while watching a new anime, languidly remarked, "Yi Xiaoyu, how about you give me 3,000 points, and I will help you eliminate this Liu family from Blue Star. 2,000 points for my travel expenses and 1,000 points as my reward. What do you think? If you find this fee too steep, we can negotiate further, right? Yi Xiaoyu." Satomi Rintaro commented, "Be careful, Miss Administrator. Saitama might obliterate your planet with a single punch." The mere thought of Saitama's battle scene against the group leader, Luoji, sent shivers down Yi Xiaoyu's spine. If Saitama were to arrive and miscalculate his strength, he could inadvertently shatter the planet with one blow, making her the scapegoat. Seeing that Yi Xiaoyu did not respond, Saitama, with a slightly serious demeanor, sat up and said, "Miss Yi Xiaoyu, how about 2,800 points then? While taking down such a family may not pose a challenge for you, I should at least receive some compensation for my efforts, don't you think? My hair growth potion costs several thousand points. It's quite expensive. At the rate I earn points daily, it will take ages to accumulate enough." Do not heed Satomi Rintaro's nonsensical ramblings. He merely speaks out of jealousy, unable to fathom the strength of a true powerhouse. "I am exceedingly precise in my actions and will not cause unnecessary harm to any flowers or plants. Satomi Rintaro, cease your nonsensical chatter. If you continue to obstruct my source of income, I swear that the moment I acquire 1,000 points, I will come to your world and deal with you." Tony Stark, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, "Everyone, could you please pay attention to me? After all, I am the one who initiated this live stream. I am now preparing to confront these individuals without my armor, as a mere mortal." Luoji, instantly discerning the situation with Tony Stark, remarked, "Tony, you must speak with integrity. Given your current physical condition and that formidable recovery ability, claiming to be a mere mortal is disingenuous. If I were to strip you of all your abilities, you would stand little chance against them." Tony Stark hastily replied, "Group leader, please, do not. Compared to you, my abilities are trivial. I am but a mortal." Luoji listened to Tony's incessant complaints, rendered speechless by his self-deprecation. Saitama, with a serious expression, asked, "Tony, is there a significant threat to you? I can directly assist you in dealing with these individuals and their hideout. The fee would be 2,000 points for travel and 1,000 points for my services. Group leader, could you please issue a group announcement?" Luoji curiously inquired, "What announcement?" Saitama, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Following my battle with the group leader, my power has begun to escalate rapidly, and I have come to understand that there will always be stronger individuals. Therefore, I no longer seek formidable opponents, but my obsession with my dark hair has deepened. Teacher Saitama with hair." The group leader issued the announcement. "Today marks the commencement of Saitama's mercenary services, with introductory offers. For those below LV5, the fee is a mere 3,000 points, ensuring satisfaction, guaranteed to deliver a decisive blow without any lingering concerns. Luoji, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, Yi Xiaoyu, Tony Stark, and Satomi Rintaro." Chapter 29. The Indignant Tony Stark. Tony Stark, feeling a bit embarrassed, confessed, "Teacher Saitama, I apologize. I recently spent all my points on that X-gene optimization potion, and with my current strength, I can handle some enemies with ease." Saitama glanced at Tony Stark's LV14 and LV21 strength and retorted, "Tony, no offense, but without your armor, you could barely take on a few ordinary people. Those wielding heavy weapons could easily take you down. Even if you have recovery abilities, you'd just be reduced to mush with no chance to recover. Among us, your individual combat strength is the weakest. Even the administrator is LV15 LV4, and without using her Rayquaza, she is superior to you. I can assure you. After my battle with the group leader, I have already broken through to LV7. Eliminating the 10 Rings gang that kidnapped you would be a trivial matter, and this deal is quite advantageous, so you should contemplate it." Tony Stark, swayed by Saitama's words, began to reconsider. Given his current strength, he lacked the confidence to confront the formidable 10 Rings gang, particularly their leader, who wielded a 10 Rings artifact. At that moment, Luoji announced, Saitama, I have issued the group announcement you requested. Saitama expressed gratitude. Thank you, esteemed group leader. In the future, allow me to handle matters. As a member of this chat group, it is my duty to assist my fellow members. Xiaoyu, exasperated, remarked, Teacher Saitama, your eyes are practically shaped like points. I, too, am short on points, with only 2,300 to my name. Saitama scratched his bald head in disappointment. Well, 2,300 points will have to suffice. I am still willing to lend my assistance. Consider it an auspicious start for our new venture. Xiaoyu. Zhang Zhiwei expressed admiration. Teacher Saitama, you truly have no standards. Saitama was undeterred in his pursuit of points. Tony Stark pondered, Teacher Saitama, how about I handle these individuals myself? And once I gather the necessary 2,400 points, I can help you launch your venture? Saitama nodded in satisfaction. How considerate of you, Tony. By the way, how far are you from 2,400 points? Tony, feeling extremely awkward, replied, I still need 2,188 points. Saitama, with an expression of being duped, exclaimed in frustration, ugh, poor Tony. Without points, what can you even do? Without points, how can you afford to hire a mercenary? Tony, feeling helpless, could only endure in silence. Similar to Tony's predicament, there is also the trembling Rintaro Rimi, who is cowering in the corner. Just moments ago, the formidable Saitama had issued a threat to him, rendering him utterly speechless. Zhang Zhiwei mockingly remarked, our billionaire with the power of cash, Tony Stark, has finally been called poor by someone else. Who would have thought, Tony, that you would find yourself in such a position? Yuan Tiangang chuckled, money is one thing, but status is another. Having wealth does not equate to having respect. Tony Stark found that rather poetic. Luoji recalled a saying with a grin. If you're lacking skill, practice more. If you're broke, don't engage in the game. Reality is one thing, and the present is another. Xiaoyu, wearing an understanding expression, chimed in. So, Tony, you get it, right? Tony Stark felt as though he had been struck by a dragon's wrath, utterly speechless. Though it seemed ages had passed in their chat group, only mere seconds had elapsed in the outside world. Tony Stark logged off with a dark expression. Originally, Obadiah had been observing Tony's calm demeanor, but a momentary distraction led him to see Tony stand up, his face set with determination as if he were ready to obliterate them. His face was as dark as if it had been charred over decades of use. The elite members of the Ten Rings gang were momentarily stunned by Tony's sudden shift. Exchanging glances in confusion, moving swiftly, one of them approached Tony, intending to subdue him first. However, Tony's gauntlet transformed instantly into arm-mounted armor, attaching itself to his left arm. With precision and speed, Tony landed a powerful punch that sent the approaching elite member of the Ten Rings flying out of the office. Not yet satisfied, Tony unleashed 3 energy beams directly outside the office, further decimating the elite who had been knocked off balance by his punch, reducing him to a mere acquaintance. Quite literally. The other elite members of the Ten Rings, now wary, rushed in to attack. Due to his lack of combat experience, after dispatching another elite, Tony was struck in the abdomen by a punch from the Ten Rings chief, whose blow, infused with energy, wreaked havoc on his insides, causing immense damage. Yet, astonishingly, Tony did not utter a sound of pain. Instead, he retaliated with a single punch that obliterated the Ten Rings chief's head. Another elite, clearly outmatched, attempted to flee but was met with a barrage of energy beams from Tony that left him in tatters. Obadiah, who had been spectating, was horrified to witness multiple small wounds on Tony's body begin to heal, including the gaping wound on his abdomen, visibly mending before his eyes. With a cold smile, Tony turned to Obadiah and said, My dear uncle, I offered you a chance, but you chose this path. I had initially intended to send you to prison, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Chapter 30. Luoji's avatar prepares to visit Xiaoyu's world. A newcomer joins the group. After Tony's declaration, before Obadiah could plead for mercy, an energy beam struck him squarely in the face, the immense impact instantly extinguishing his life force. Yuan Tiangang remarked, Our Tony has truly grown into a formidable force. Xiaoyu quipped, Rintaro Rimi, look at Tony. He can decisively eliminate his enemies. And then look at you, who has been wallowing in self-righteousness. Rintaro Rimi expressed his desire to refrain from conversation, insisting he was striving to change. Saitama lamented, alas, now that Tony possesses the capability to handle his foes, we have one less customer. Thus, Xiaoyu, have you made up your mind? Do you truly not require my assistance? Suddenly, Xiaoyu recalled something and hurriedly said, Saitama-sensei, I apologize. The group leader had previously agreed to send his avatar to our world for a while. The group leader possesses such great power. His avatar should have no trouble dealing with an ordinary family with a level 5 powerhouse. Moreover, that Lu Tianhong has not wronged me in any significant way. So there is no need to call upon Saitama-sensei. I may not even need to request the group leader's avatar to take action. Luo Ji thought to himself. So you're worried about causing a ruckus in your world, huh? Using my promise as a shield. Yet, he indeed intended to send his avatar to Yi Xiaoyu's world for a time. After all, the core of the Marvel multiverse was exceedingly dull, and the scenes from the previous solo adventures relayed to Luo Ji had greatly uplifted his spirits, akin to traveling while seated at home. Yi Xiaoyu shyly asked, Group leader, do you agree to let your avatar come to our world? Luo Ji replied directly, I had already planned for my avatar to visit your world for a while. What reason do I have to decline? It feels like a vacation while sitting at home. Why not enjoy it? Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed in excitement. Thank you, group leader. However, I must apologize. My home situation does not allow for adequate hospitality. The population management in Huaxia is quite strict, and I lack the connections to help the group leader obtain an identity. So, the group leader may have to be an undocumented resident. My apologies. Luo Ji nonchalantly responded. That's of no concern. My avatar will handle it. When the time comes, let him modify the reality of your world. Your world doesn't even possess a true embodiment of the heavenly Tao, so altering reality will be a piece of cake. Zhang Zhiwei, intrigued, inquired, Group leader. What is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? Luo Ji explained. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao is the concentrated consciousness of this world, existing to facilitate its better operation. Generally, worlds below level 7 seldom possess an embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Worlds are classified into 110 levels. Typically, level 13 represents an ordinary world. Level 46 signifies a small 1,000 worlds. Level 79 indicates a large 1,000 worlds, and level 10 corresponds to the supreme world, which is on par with the Marvel multiverse and the primordial world. Saitama's world is, in fact, a small 1,000 world, and he is an anomaly within it, transcending the ordinary bounds of such realms. The rating of a world is based on the collective strength of all its beings. Saitama's prowess is so extraordinary that he is not accounted for within this evaluation. Yi Xiaoyu curiously asked, Group leader, what level is my world? Luo Ji calmly responded. Your world is rated at level 59, placing it among the more powerful small 1,000 worlds. Yi Xiaoyu realized so. The strongest beings in our world can only cultivate to the equivalent of a level 55 entity in the chat group. That is quite limiting. Luo Ji nodded, in truth. After joining the chat group, you need not worry about such constraints. You can disregard the limitations imposed by your world's strength. Otherwise, Saitama would not have been able to break through to level 7. Originally, the highest permissible level in Saitama's world was level 69. Even if Saitama shatters the limiter, he could not reach level 7, as that is a state the world's essence cannot create. However, due to the intervention of the chat group, Saitama's power has grown even stronger. Luo Ji smiled. Generally, each world's heavenly Tao strength surpasses the world rating by 1 level. Saitama's current strength could embody the entire world's heavenly Tao without issue, but for him, it is unnecessary. Tony Stark was astounded. So you're saying the group leader's true power is at level 11? Yi Xiaoyu echoed. Level 10 is merely the upper limit of the chat group's power rating, not the group leader's true ceiling. Luo Ji, with a light and carefree demeanor, remarked, Yi Xiaoyu, I am about to send my avatar to your world. I have designated its identity as a direct descendant of a formidable martial deity from the Magic City, whose valiant life was sacrificed for the nation, leaving only my avatar and a vast fortune behind. Yi Xiaoyu retorted without mercy. Oh, dear leader, this is the quintessential backstory of an orphan protagonist, and one with boundless wealth at that. How ruthless. Could you possibly adjust my identity as well? Transform my family into global magnates, and elevate both myself and my parents to the status of level 5 supreme martial deities. Luo Ji chuckled and shook his head, replying, Firstly, now that you've joined the chat group, I will not alter your reality. Secondly, strength is cultivated through one's own efforts, step by step. I can offer a modicum of assistance, but I cannot grant you instant ascension. Lastly, could you please refrain from being so insatiable? You wish to elevate your parents to level 5 as well. The other members of the chat group exchanged glances, at a loss for words yet cautious not to interject, as these two were the administrators of the group, and they feared being silenced. However, Saitama, the legendary hero, was not one to be trifled with. He interjected with a frown. Yi Xiaoyu, you are being excessive. Strength must be earned through diligent training. Allow me to impart a simple regimen. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. Ensure you are well fed, and during the sweltering summer, avoid air conditioning. If you can endure this, you will become as strong as I am. Luo Ji, amused, commented, Tony, Saitama is not a mere brawler from the northeast. He won't just decide to pummel you. Amidst their various discussions, the long quiet notification sound of the chat group echoed in their minds once more. Ding. Congratulations to the child of the world, the catalyst of history, the pioneer of the universe, the second gunslinger of the cosmos, the king of jump rope. Nobita Nobi has joined the chat group. Chapter 31. Is Nobita Nobi playing the fool? Tony Stark was the first to welcome the newcomer. Welcome to the group. This name certainly suggests a notable individual. Yuan Tiangang expressed admiration. The titles preceding this newcomer are rather intimidating. Could he be yet another epic figure akin to Saitama? Zhang Zhiwei pondered deeply. It is highly probable. Did you not notice the titles of Gunslinger and Pioneer of the Universe? There can only be one truth. This newcomer must be a gunslinger renowned in history for his cosmic exploits. Yi Xiaoyu quickly interjected. Hey Zhang Zhiwei, don't get it twisted. You are destined to be the ultimate powerhouse, not a death-dealing elementary school student from the Detective Conan universe. Tony Stark awkwardly admitted. This one S on me. Perhaps Zhang Zhiwei purchased a product I uploaded, a non-networked smartphone containing various materials, including Detective Conan. He has likely been following the series recently. Yi Xiaoyu, spotting a flaw, quizzically asked. Wait a minute. Tony, how did you upload products to the chat group? Didn't Zhang Zhiwei buy it? And how does your Marvel universe even have Detective Conan comics? Tony Stark, brimming with pride, replied. Beg me, and I shall enlighten you. Yi Xiaoyu, smirking coldly, declared, I will count to 3. If you do not divulge this information, I shall silence you for a week. 1, 2. Tony Stark hurriedly exclaimed. Admin. Hold on. Why is there no 2 in your count? Alright, I'll explain. I discovered a hidden feature in the chat group marketplace that allows the upload of unique items not available in the group, as well as the conversion of valuable products into points. Luo Ji sighed in exasperation. If only you all would read the chat group marketplace guidelines instead of trying to flood the chat. Meanwhile, Nobita Nobi, comfortably napping on his tatami mat at home, remained blissfully unaware of the earlier announcement, continuing his deep slumber. After a while, the group grew curious as the newcomer had yet to speak up. Luo Ji glanced at the sleeping Nobita through the chat group, face-palming in disbelief. Saitama, with a vacant expression, mused, is this newcomer perhaps a primitive man? Does he not know how to use the chat group? Despite lacking permissions, Yi Xiaoyu, familiar with Nobita Nobi, could surmise he was likely just taking a midday nap. Zhang Zhiwei asked curiously, Yi Xiaoyu, do you have this newcomer's destiny profile? He appears quite aloof, not even making a sound. Yuan Tiangang nodded in agreement. Even more aloof than I was before. Rintaro Okabe hesitated to speak, recalling the possibility of being silenced, and fell silent. Tony Stark, with a serious demeanor, commented, it is natural for strong individuals to have a bit of an attitude. Eccentricity can be understood. After all, before joining the chat group, I too was rather self-important, not accustomed to others handing me items directly. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was about to reveal Nobita Nobi's destiny profile, the group's appraisal of his strength became available. Nobita Nobi's strength rating, LV007 LV6. Tony Stark, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, Saitama, Rintaro Okabe. The members of the chat group were left utterly baffled, uncertain about the meaning of this newcomer's strength evaluation. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiaoyu began to understand the situation. The low rating likely stemmed from Nobita being an ordinary elementary student. But his overall prowess would be augmented by Doryan and his true identity as the catalyst of history and child of the world. Before Nobita Nobi's strength rating was revealed, Luo Ji had already grasped the essence of the situation, finding nothing particularly surprising. However, the other members were at a loss, unable to comprehend the implications of such a wide disparity in strength ratings. Yuan Tiangang speculated. Could it be possible that this newcomer has sealed his true strength, and his actual power reaches LV6? Zhang Zhiwei concurred. This is indeed quite plausible, as many powerful beings choose to conceal their strength, masquerading as weaker individuals. Tony Stark, utterly perplexed, inquired, is there any amusement in pretending to be a pig while devouring a tiger? Why assume the guise of a pig? Generally, I would directly confront the tiger or embody one myself. The act of masquerading as a pig typically signifies a lack of strength, as one conceals their true capabilities to avoid detection by mightier foes. Given that this newcomer is at the pinnacle of level 6, Does he really need to feign weakness? Is there a being akin to Saitama in his realm? Rintaro Sata chimed in cautiously. It is not entirely impossible. After all, the myriad worlds are full of wonders. There exist beings beyond our comprehension. Perhaps this new powerhouse is merely hiding their strength to evade discovery by more formidable adversaries. The group engaged in fervent discussion surrounding this topic for quite some time, while Nobita lay in his room, soundly asleep, occasionally producing bubbles from his nose. Xiaoyu, unable to endure the increasingly absurd conversation any longer, declared, "Perhaps it's simpler than you all presume. I shall release his fate replica, and I doubt he will mind." Ding. Group Administrator Xiaoyu has released the complete fate replica of Doryan. Chapter 32. A blue fatty and a young boy, quite vivid. All the members of the chat group, aided by the chat's functionalities, began to watch the complete fate replica of Doryan. The first to finish viewing was Tony Stark, who exclaimed in astonishment. The gadgets in the Doryan universe defy the laws of science. That bamboo copter could very well upend Newton's coffin. Xiaoyu mischievously responded. Let me imitate Newton's furious outburst. Newton, my book, my deity, my undergarments, Barbie pink, the bamboo shoots of my maternal figure, my mother's kiss. Fine, fine. If you're going to distort science, I'm out of here. Rintaro, with a bemused expression, asked, Isn't that a recent meme, trending on Douyin? You must have a 5G surfing speed for that. Xiaoyu curiously queried, Group leader. Aren't you situated at the core of the Marvel multiverse? How do you know of these memes circulating across the myriad realms? Rintaro, visibly annoyed, retorted, I am merely temporarily unable to leave the Marvel multiverse core. I am not deceased. I can easily glean such information. Do you think this level 10 prowess is merely for show? Zhang Zhiwei. He thought with exasperation. Fine, fine. Those with strength can do as they please. Is this how it is? Gathering rhyming memes across the multiverse with level 10 strength? Truly, a small cow flying high. Saitama inquired. Is this newcomer truly just an elementary school student? The adventures he has undergone are more perilous than those faced by S-class heroes. Yuan Tiangang recalled something, saying, Based on my understanding of this newcomer's fate replica, he must be napping right now. Rintaro added, Yuan Tiangang, be confident, remove might not. He is definitely taking a nap. Rintaro smiled and said, I just recalled a meme that perfectly describes Nobita Nobi. In his dreams, he is mightier than a phoenix, but upon waking, he is a free-range chicken. In the movies, he confronts the heavens, yet in regular episodes, he gets beaten and calls for Doryan. The group was momentarily stunned by Rintaro's words, recalling scenes from the fate replica, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Yuan Tiangang, who was typically stoic, succumbed to amusement. The sisters Fan Xiaoyu and Fan Linger, walking beside Yuan Tiangang, exchanged bewildered glances at this enigmatic and powerful figure, but chose not to inquire further. Xiaoyu cheerfully posed a question. If Nobita Nobi's enemies were to discover the contents of the fate replica, how would they report to their leader upon encountering him? Zhang Zhiwei's mind raced, and then, with a flash of inspiration, he replied, they would report to their boss. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that we encountered the Nobita from the series, not the movie. The bad news is that we let the series version grab a gun. Yuan Tiangang added, it may not necessarily be a gun. He might have the electro pulse, which he has never lost a fight with. Tony Stark, recalling some plot lines from Nobita's fate, expressed confusion and skepticism. Why is it that villains, or those who traverse time and space, are captured by the future time police of Nobita's world, while Nobita himself has traversed both past and future without consequence? Xiaoyu explained, Tony Stark, your scientific knowledge is rather simplistic. For Nobita, the child of destiny and a history maker, altering the past and future is child's play. Everything he does aligns with the predetermined trajectory of history. Why would the time police pursue him? And do you know who founded the Time Management Bureau in the Doryan universe? It is the future Nobita himself. Can't you see that? I urged you to take a serious look at the fate replica, yet you chose to engage in idle chatter. Rintaro, at a loss for words, thought, why do I feel as though dead memes are suddenly attacking me? Tony Stark contemplated rebuffing Xiaoyu, but, upon reflection, realized he indeed had yet to scrutinize Nobita's fate replica thoroughly. Many details may have been overlooked. In hindsight, it truly was as Xiaoyu had stated, deeply unsettling. Saitama remarked helplessly, I initially thought the newcomer was a member in need of assistance, yet it turns out he is invincible in his own world, much like myself. So, when will my plan to earn money and accumulate points commence? My miraculous hair growth potion. Xiaoyu teasingly suggested, Saitama, allow me to teach you a song. If you sing it several times daily, it might bring you fortune and possibly increase your sign-in points. Saitama's eyes sparkled with determination as he earnestly requested, "Please, Ms. Administrator, teach me how to sing it." Leaf Xiaoyu mischievously replied, "What I anticipate is not wealth, but the fulfillment of every wish. What I yearn for is not mere currency, but a promising tomorrow. I anticipate waking to a multitude of sign-in points, and I long for dreams to come to fruition." Rintaro muttered within the Marvel Multiverse core. "Why do I feel as though the first line of that song resonates with me?" Saitama dutifully practiced singing a few lines, and subsequently, he checked in for today's points in the chat group. Ding! Congratulations to group member Saitama for earning 1 point. Saitama, pleased. Rintaro discreetly asked the chat group, "Why are you targeting Saitama? Could it be that your miraculous hair growth potion has no effect on him? Or perhaps it doesn't even exist?" The chat group awkwardly replied, Well, it does exist, but we're uncertain if it can actually make Saitama grow hair. Regardless, his strength is steadily increasing, and reaching level 75 won't take many years. Accumulating points is pointless. Let's keep it under wraps for now while we think of a solution." Rintaro now had reasons to suspect that this chat group might be deceiving him. What if, once enough group contribution points were amassed, the chat group proved incapable of extricating him from the Marvel Multiverse without harming the world? That would indeed be a grand spectacle. The chat group, sensing Rintaru's thoughts, assured solemnly, "The reason Saitama's hair will grow is that his points are insufficient to exchange for it. That hair growth potion requires a mere few points. Why should it grant him hair? The group leader's contribution points are an entirely different concept. The reason I temporarily refrain from allowing Saitama to grow his hair is that the cost of doing so is exceedingly high, which would render the chat group at a significant loss," Luo remarked with a grimace. "Then why didn't you set a higher point value for the divine hair growth potion from the very beginning?" The chat group sighed in exasperation. These prices were established from the outset. Who could have anticipated that Xiaoyu would take an interest so swiftly? I didn't even have the chance to make adjustments before he added it to his cart. What could I do? I was equally helpless. I can't just raise the price on a whim. Such a move would severely damage the chat group's credibility. Luo expressed that the chat group was rather naive. If he didn't raise prices temporarily, their reputation would remain intact. You give out points to others every day, and your credibility won't suffer? It even makes me, as the group leader, start to doubt the integrity of this chat group. At that moment, Rintaro chimed in, "To be honest, I truly admire Nobita, and Doryan for boldly proclaiming their sentiments on their own turf, raising their hands, and shouting that Japan has been defeated." Luo chuckled, "Honestly, I feel rejuvenated just chatting with all of you. Don't you think a little boy and a blue cat are quite emblematic?" Zhang Zhiwei teased, "Oh, so it's that kind of familiar vibe everywhere?" Tony Stark remarked, "If anyone's being sarcastic here, it's definitely you, Zhang Zhiwei." Zhang Zhiwei found himself momentarily puzzled, unable to discern whether Tony was complimenting or criticizing him. Xiaoyu looked at Rintaro with disdain. "Not everyone can be as saintly as you were before, serving that so-called government like a devoted dog." Rintaro. Just as the group was embroiled in their animated discussion, Nobita finally awoke. He stared in terror at the blue mist before him and shouted, "Doryan!" The chat group hastily presented the group announcement and introduction to Nobita, who, upon reading, finally grasped what the chat group truly was. Chapter 33, The Art of Sleep Devouring. Upon comprehending the existence of the chat group in other worlds, Nobita quickly accepted this absurdity after undergoing some adventures. Soon, he posted in the chat, "Hello everyone. I am Nobita. I look forward to your guidance." The members of the chat group warmly welcomed him, and Xiaoyu curiously inquired, "Nobita, you were silent earlier. What were you doing?" Nobita sheepishly scratched his head. "I was taking a nap and didn't see the chat group's interface." Yuan Tiangang sported a knowing expression. "See? I was right." Zhang Zhiwei sighed dramatically, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Luo suddenly asked, "Nobita, would you like to transform into one of those super beings from anime?" Nobita's eyes lit up. "You mean the kind of hero with divine powers who can traverse heaven and earth?" Luo nodded. "So, do you wish to become such a superhuman?" Nobita exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Do you have a way, group leader?" Xiaoyu laughed heartily. "This group leader you speak of might be thousands of years older than your ancestors." Luo retorted, "Xiaoyu, if you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute. I'm only 2 years older than you in this chat group. So remember that and don't talk nonsense." Nobita's call to the group leader made Luo feel as if he had been rejuvenated by eons. Not wanting to engage further with Xiaoyu, Luo continued, "Nobita, you can check out the group mall. There's a technique that's perfect for you. It's called the art of sleep devouring." Prompted by Luo, Nobita found the description for the art of sleep devouring. and his excitement grew as he realized that sleeping could enhance his strength and intelligence. Wouldn't that mean he could ace every exam from now on? This chat group truly is magnificent, and the group leader is genuinely a good person. Luo was inexplicably awarded a large good person card by Nobita. The other group members were filled with curiosity, rushing to review the introduction of this technique, and their astonishment grew with each word. This technique is divided into 12 levels. Mastering the first 6 levels would elevate one to LV2, while completing all 12 levels would grant a power level of LV4. Do not underestimate LV2, nor consider LV4 to be trivial. After all, even a first-tier divine beast like the legendary Pokemon can only reach LV4 at present. LV2 is already the realm of extraordinary beings capable of dismantling armored vehicles with bare hands. Xiaoyu noted that the technique only required 1,000 points, gasping in disbelief. Saitama incredulously remarked, "Isn't the point cost for purchasing the art of sleep devouring remarkably low? A technique that can achieve LV4 with just 1,000 points." Zhang Zhiwei enviously commented, "After practicing the group leader's golden incantation and thunder technique, my strength has seen some enhancement, and I've only reached LV26. My relentless efforts pale in comparison to just taking a nap. It's too painful." Yuan Tiangang also chimed in, his mouth twitching as he lamented, "I've been practicing the unity of man and sword along with various sword techniques, and I've barely broken through to LV32. This technique that allows one to grow stronger through sleep is utterly unfathomable, and the price is indeed suspicious." Tony Stark, with a bitter expression, exclaimed, "Group leader. He calls you brother and you recommend such an excellent technique? Should I call you uncle instead? Can you recommend something even better for me?" Rimi Rintaro also seemed eager, having accumulated 600 points already. Saitama nonchalantly stated, "This technique is of no use to me, but I still find the price utterly unacceptable. If only my divine hair growth potion were priced like this." The chat group responded, "Saitama, keep dreaming." Luo clarified, "The reason the art of sleep devouring is so inexpensive is that its entry requirements are exceedingly stringent. The average person simply cannot cultivate it. Even if you try to practice it, it would be futile. You wouldn't even be able to step through the threshold. Everything in life has its relative value. There are no free lunches." Xiaoyu, looking puzzled, remarked, "Isn't the idea of growing stronger through sleep itself a free lunch?" Luo replied, wearing an expression that suggested he anticipated such a remark. "The entry requirement for this technique is to enter an absolute state of sleep within 3 seconds, achieved solely through one's own efforts without any medicinal aid. You must attain a profound and serene state of deep sleep. Entering shallow sleep in 3 seconds does not count. You must reach absolute deep sleep in that time frame. Can any of you achieve that? Why is Nobita particularly suited for this technique? Because he can fall asleep in just 1 second, and it is an unequivocally deep sleep. No one can compare to this point, not even the founder of this technique." The members of the chat group looked on in astonishment. Xiaoyu smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this aspect. Indeed, they could not measure up in terms of napping. Nobita promptly signed in. Ding! Group member Nobi signed in and received 99 group points. Saitama exclaimed, "This Nobita is truly the child of destiny. Chat group, you are unfair." "Oh, Luo Xiaoyu." The other group members fell silent, fearing the wrath of the furious Saitama. Nobita inquired curiously, "Are these 99 points a lot or a little? It doesn't seem like much." A collective gasp escaped the members of the chat group, as Saitama was visibly seething with rage. Chapter 34. The avatar of Luo descends into the world of Xiaoyu. A newcomer joins the group. Saitama declared, "I am exceedingly angry right now. The next encounter with the outside monsters will be catastrophic." Ignoring Saitama's outburst, Luo remarked in the chat, "My avatar will descend shortly. When that occurs, I shall alter reality, arranging for it to assume the same identity as yours, a freshman at the magical capital martial arts and beast taming university." Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You are always welcome to join us, esteemed group leader." Tony Stark, wearing a teasing expression, chimed in, "Just look at how favored you are by our esteemed group leader, Miss Administrator. You must treat the leader's avatar with utmost hospitality." Upon hearing the term favored, a faint blush crept onto Xiaoyu's previously serene face. Luo utilized the chat group's member positioning to instantaneously bring forth his avatar into the martial arts and beast taming world. The moment the avatar manifested, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon unfolded across the sky of the martial arts and beast taming world, only to dissipate moments later. Following this, an imperceptible ripple of reality began to spread throughout the realm. This subtle alteration in reality went unnoticed by the masses. However, a select few in the magical capital found themselves with newfound memories of an individual, an impression of an 18-year-old youth. In the principal's office of the magical capital martial arts and beast-taming university, an enrollment application materialized out of thin air. Name, Luoji. Gender, male. Age, 18. Martial arts level, 6th rank warrior. Martial arts levels are classified as warrior, general, sect leader, king, and god, each with 10 substages. Beast taming talent, comprehensive enhancement. Potential level 4. No contracted beasts. Beast levels are classified from 1 to 5 corresponding to martial arts levels. Luoji's avatar, Luoji, reappeared on the 3rd floor balcony of a villa in the magical capital. He pulled out his phone, revealing several contact numbers. First, Xiaoyu's, followed by that of his admissions officer at the university, and lastly, the principal's number. Luoji's identity was that of the son of the principal's direct disciple at the magical capital martial arts and beast-taming university. However, this fabricated disciple was merely a figment of Luoji's imagination. His entire background in this world was fictitious, yet the identity of his avatar, Luoji, was genuine. Zhang Zhiwei inquired, esteemed group leader, has your avatar already arrived in the world of our esteemed administrator? Luoji nodded. Indeed, it has arrived. And the identity modification is complete, officially descended. By the way, Zhang Zhiwei, what have you been up to lately? You seem to be merely chatting in the group and not practicing. Zhang Zhiwei replied with exasperation. After witnessing your operations, my cultivation soared, and I am currently digesting and comprehending it. Recently, I have been strategizing the revival of China. Remember that intelligent phone I ordered from Tony, which contains a vast amount of data? I intend to utilize the information within to restore our once flourishing China to its former glory on the global stage. Tony Stark expressed astonishment. I knew you wouldn't be using that phone just to watch anime. It's clear it serves a far greater purpose. Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment and asked, Tony, could you also procure such a smartphone for me? I aim to unify the world and ensure that our prosperous era is remembered for generations to come. I will require knowledge of the future. Tony Stark nonchalantly replied, no problem. I can have it ready for you in no time. Guaranteed to be powered by an arc reactor as its energy core. Longevity of several hundred years will be no issue. Nobita marveled. Mr. Tony, your technology is astonishing. A phone that can last for centuries. Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment at Nobita's compliment, recalling that even a mere gadget from Doryan could easily outclass the technology of the Marvel 9119 universe by centuries. Rita Rin Taro chimed in, Tony, could you prepare one of those smartphones for me as well? If civilization does indeed collapse, I would like to use your advanced technology to start anew. Tony Stark contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about this, everyone? In a little while, come to my world. Air, the Marvel 9119 universe gathering. I will ensure each member in need receives a smartphone. At that moment, Xiaoyu logged in and exclaimed, Tony, you said it, I want one too. Having just logged out, Xiaoyu had witnessed the spectacle of the group leader's avatar descending and was eager to sense any changes in the world. However, after much contemplation and inquiries with the Rift seat, she found no noticeable alterations. Tony Stark, perplexed, asked, isn't your world modern? What use could my technological knowledge possibly have there? Xiaoyu, with an expression that seemed to demand an answer, replied, I don't possess that level of advanced technology, and I simply wish to acquire a new phone. Is that too much to ask? Your phones are undoubtedly excellent. Tony was about to chastise her for her demanding tone, but, upon hearing Xiaoyu praise him, he suppressed his retort. Luoji, with a grin, remarked, Tony, is there another underlying reason for inviting the group members to the Marvel 9119 universe gathering? Tony, caught off guard, sheepishly admitted, it seems I cannot evade your keen perception. Esteemed group leader. Primarily, I anticipate the onset of the first Avengers battle soon, and many lives will be lost in New York. The Chitauri army under Thanos will wreak havoc. Thus, I wish to gather everyone to help mitigate this impending crisis. Upon hearing about the crisis resolution and impending battle, Saitama became invigorated. He obliterated a monstrous entity with a single punch and excitedly logged in, saying, Tony, I don't mind helping with the gathering, but you must recognize that we are a family in this beloved group. Shouldn't there be some points in it for us? Tony Stark, sensed that Saitama was ensnared in the vortex of points and could not extricate himself. After some contemplation, Tony proposed, here's the deal, Saitama. Until the Avengers New York battle, I will transfer all the points I earn from signing in to you via the chat group. Furthermore, all members attending the gathering will receive a super smartphone powered by arc reactor technology. Does that satisfy everyone? Saitama, filled with enthusiasm, affirmed, no problem, it's a deal. I will definitely attend the gathering. However, Tony, you'll have to cover my travel expenses. Xiaoyu scoffed. Tony, your expectations are rather lofty. We'll have to pay the 2,000 points for travel expenses ourselves. Helping out for a smartphone? Who would agree to that? Yuan Tiangang also chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Tony, that smartphone is hardly worth 2,000 points. Nobita shrugged and said, I don't mind. It would be great if I could bring Doryan along. However, I currently lack sufficient points for travel. I can't even afford the points needed to purchase that sleeping god technique. Reader Rintaro indicated that he could forego the super smartphone as well. Zhang Zhiwei gleefully shared an image of the super smartphone, stirring up resentment towards Tony. Fortunately, Tony sold me one of those super smartphones earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any travel expenses to go to the Marvel world. Tony Stark was visibly perturbed, realizing that scheming against others inevitably leads to one's own downfall. The proverbial wheel of fortune turns, and retribution is merely a matter of timing. He had sought to rally some free combatants, only to find himself swiftly exposed by the group leader. Seeing Tony under fire, Luo Ji cheerfully interjected, all right. Tony's approach may have been somewhat misguided, but upon reflection, we have been chatting in this group for quite some time without ever meeting face to face. How about we arrange a gathering at Tony's place at the onset of the Avengers storyline? I will ensure that the chat group grants access to the Marvel Universe without any cost. I believe the group will certainly oblige. The chat group, aware of its dependence on Luo Ji, would have little choice but to comply with such a minor request. Tony Stark exclaimed, thank you, esteemed group leader. Yuan Tiangang chimed in, long live the great group leader. Saitama, eager to accumulate more points, quickly added, thank you, great group leader. You are my beloved kin and brother. Luo Ji, Xiaoyu, and Zhang Zhiwei exchanged puzzled glances as Zhang inquired, does the world of Saitama still have the film The Spring Knife? The members of the chat group fell into deep contemplation. Just then, a mechanical notification echoed in their minds. Ding. The notorious Strawberry Bear from Toy Story 3 has joined the chat group. Ding. Please note that the new member is a toy, abandoned by its owner, harboring resentment. While it cannot enhance its strength, it can certainly engage in chat, so please be understanding and offer guidance. Chapter 35. Indeed, true empathy is rare in this world. The once carefree Strawberry Bear, surrounded by a gaggle of children in a nursery, was taken aback by the mechanical notification and the blue screen before him. Fortunately, the children remained oblivious to his shock, and he quickly suppressed his astonishment to continue being played with. Luo Ji and Xiaoyu were equally surprised to discover that their new member was the chief antagonist from Toy Story 3, especially given that this newcomer could not augment its abilities. Tony Stark queried incredulously, is this newcomer truly a toy? Can a toy participate in chat? Aren't toys devoid of life? Saitama, equally bewildered, remarked, no way. Toys can join the group now? Zhang Zhiwei pondered for a moment and asked, I can't fathom how a plush toy could engage in chat. This is somewhat eerie. Nobita, unfazed, replied, Doryan possesses several gadgets that can imbue toys with life. The first is the doll automatic sound wave. The second is the nano-robots. The third is the morning stick that grants souls to inanimate objects. And the fourth is the life spring. Tony Stark was taken aback, exclaiming, goodness, I never anticipated that Nobita's world possessed such alarming technological capabilities. Luo Ji, nonchalantly, responded, Tony, with your technological prowess, you are quite the genius on Earth. No need for such exaggeration. The very notion of plush toys suddenly speaking sent shivers down the spine of Rintaro Sakai. Xiaoyu explained, that world is rather unique. The designed toys possess their own life, dedicated to accompanying their owners as they grow, though some may also have their own free will. I have crafted a fake copy of this newcomer's story and uploaded it for your perusal. Ding. Group Administrator Xiaoyu has uploaded the entire Toy Story series. The members of the chat group began to watch, aided by the chat group's features. After watching, Nobita, having experienced numerous adventures and oddities, couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He recalled the toy bear his grandmother had bought for him, now tattered and relegated to the storage room by his mother. Nobita hurried downstairs, rummaging through the storage room until he finally found the patchwork toy bear. Though toys in this world lacked true life, he brought it back to his room. Whispering an apology, he reminisced about the scene of his grandmother mending the very bear. Tony Stark, having finished the Toy Story series, took a deep breath to compose himself, stating, the little soldiers were right. Their owners haven't abandoned them. They've merely grown up. Perhaps I should treat that mechanical hand with a bit more kindness and keep it by my side instead of donating it. At over 100 years old, He too felt an emotional stir after watching Toy Story. Yuan Tiangang glanced at the mended clothing in his hands and the small tiger backpack on Fan Xiao's back, a smile creeping onto his lips. Nobita reflected on his childhood with his grandmother, recalling his stubborn and unruly temperament. Sighing in the chat group, cherish what you have. We often learn to appreciate things only after losing them. If you haven't lost anything yet, learn to cherish the present. Luo Ji sent a head-patting emoji. It seems our Nobita has matured today. Yi Xiaoyu sent a hugging emoji. Indeed, we must learn to cherish everything in the present. Zhang Zhiwei, having never played much and focused solely on cultivation, reminisced about the cloth shoes his master, Zhang Jingqing, gifted him on his 18th birthday, exclaiming, "Master, I will no longer argue with you." In the mountains of Longhu, Zhang Jingqing sneezed, muttering, "Which little brat is cursing me from behind?" Saitama, gazing at the green elephant-shaped watering can, felt the stirrings of his once dormant humanity as he reflected on two significant individuals in his life. It was the loss of his parents to a monster that fueled his relentless pursuit of defeating such creatures. The elephant watering can, often used by his mother for watering plants, evoked memories of what might have been had he not been consumed by work, had he returned home sooner. Perhaps his parents would still be alive. As his dormant humanity began to awaken, the villains in the world of One Punch Man braced themselves for an impending reckoning. Yi Xiaoyu smiled at the thought of her nagging parents in this life. Luo Ji also began to recall the three once fuzzy figures in his memory, which gradually became clearer. While the chat group members were lost in nostalgia, school had ended at the nursery in the Toy Story world, and the toys were carelessly discarded on the floor. Strawberry Bear slowly rose, eyeing the blue screen and the chat logs within. With the assistance of the chat group, he began to grasp the nature of this peculiar phenomenon. He refrained from speaking impulsively, as he was formulating a grand plan within. Moments later, the group members noticed the new member had come online. Luo Ji smiled warmly. "Strawberry Bear, we apologize for your plight. From this day forth, we shall be your family. You are no longer alone." Yi Xiaoyu playfully added, "I can sense your thoughts. You're contemplating revenge against the humans of your world, aren't you? However, there is much beauty in this world that you need not be fixated on one grievance. Let go of those who do not cherish you, and do not allow them to torment you in your memories." Saitama earnestly remarked, "Newcomer, I thank you for allowing me to reclaim a long-lost aspect of my humanity. I shall offer my assistance to you free of charge, just this once." Zhang Zhiwei chuckled heartily. With so many humans in this world, why should one fixate on just one? Remember, the only one capable of harming you is yourself. Yuan Tiangang stated matter-of-factly, "You have yet to commit an irreparable act. You still possess the ability to turn back." Nobita, with tears glistening in his eyes, declared, "All those who possess toys do not reject you. They simply momentarily forget. Do not lament because of his departure or abandonment, for you have shared laughter and experiences together." Satomi Rintaro fell into a prolonged silence. At that moment, every member of the chat group transformed into life coaches. Strawberry Bear, in a fit of rage, vented, "It is not as you all claim. He has abandoned me, replaced me. There is no longer a place for me in this world. The so-called beauty of existence is nothing but fleeting vapor. The previous Strawberry Bear perished the moment she lost and replaced me. I know you are all-powerful. I know you could easily destroy this toy of mine, yet I shall never submit. The deepest pain is a dead heart. No amount of your so-called inspirational platitudes will suffice. I understand that you will neither acknowledge me nor spare me. Either you will destroy me or ignore my existence." The members of the chat group engaged in a heated debate, but who could know? This newcomer, Strawberry Bear, was entirely ungrateful, leading to growing dissatisfaction among the group. Luo Ji shook his head and lamented, "Indeed, the despised bear must have its own pitiable aspects. There is no true empathy in this world. One cannot urge others to do good without having experienced their suffering. How about this? Allow you to experience the beauty of existence. Then you may decide." Ding. The group leader, Luo Ji Dong, utilized his administrative privileges to teleport the prospective member, Strawberry Bear, to Yi Xiaoyu's room. Luo Ji said, "Group Manager Yi Xiaoyu, I appreciate your assistance." Yi Xiaoyu, observing the disheveled Strawberry Bear suddenly appear on her bed, replied in the chat group, "I understand, esteemed leader." With a smile, she scooped up the terrified Strawberry Bear and said, There, do not be upset. I am Yi Xiaoyu. You are quite dirty, so let me give you a bath. Tomorrow, I will take you on a tour of my school, a change of scenery, a change of mood." Chapter 36. The group members' distrust of Strawberry Bear. The following day, Yi Xiaoyu, with a rejuvenated Strawberry Bear perched on her shoulder, walked joyfully towards the Martial Arts and Beastmaster University in Magic City. Along the way, many individuals cast glances at the adorable beast. Indeed, Strawberry Bear was curiously surveying the surroundings, and many assumed it to be a juvenile beast. Numerous girls, enchanted by such a charming creature, approached Xiaoyu and Strawberry Bear for photographs. A few boys also joined in for pictures. Seizing the opportunity to ask for Xiaoyu's contact information, though she did not provide any. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Martial Arts and Beastmaster University, Xiaoyu opened her WeChat to contact their group leader, Luoji. Luoji, where are you? I have arrived at the school entrance. Luoji replied, received. In the next instant, without anyone noticing, Luoji unexpectedly appeared behind Xiaoyu. He patted the curious Xiaoyu on the shoulder and smiled. How are you getting along with Strawberry Bear? Xiaoyu wore a blue and white gradient skirt issued by the university, paired with a white t-shirt and a jacket featuring the university's logo. Her long, slender legs and striking figure caught the attention of many male students, with even passing middle-aged men stopping to steal glances. The male students, realizing that such a campus beauty was awaiting someone, felt a pang of envy when they saw Luoji appear, lamenting that the beautiful flower was already taken. Xiaoyu, accustomed to such attention, completely ignored their gazes, while Luoji remained unfazed. She turned to the Strawberry Bear on her shoulder and said, Luoji, we are getting along splendidly. This fellow can be a bit arrogant. Strawberry Bear stubbornly turned its gaze away from the two. Luoji chuckled and teased, it truly does exhibit a touch of that Sundra nature. Strawberry Bear, do you wish to transform into a genuine being? To no longer remain a mere toy? To grow powerful? Although the chat group had clarified that the toy Strawberry Bear could not cultivate strength, it had not stated that a toy could not become a living being. Moreover, this toy possessed a soul. Transforming it into a living creature would be a simple task for Luoji. Additionally, should Strawberry Bear gain strength, it would also contribute to the group's overall worth. Strawberry Bear gazed at Luoji in astonishment and asked, can I truly become a real life form? Not just a toy that can speak and move, but one that can feel pain and possess vitality. Xiaoyu, equally thrilled, exclaimed, Luoji, is this something you can really accomplish? Luoji smiled and replied, I have already altered the reality of your world, having taken on an identity. Do you think this task is beyond my capabilities? Strawberry Bear fervently nodded. Please, allow me to become a true being. Luoji looked at Strawberry Bear and continued. Given your current disposition and all you have endured, I require someone to oversee and observe you for a while, to prevent you from bringing misfortune to some in this world. You must become Xiaoyu's contracted beast, but only temporarily. Should you wish to leave later, I will ensure she releases you willingly. Once you become a true life form, you will possess the capacity for harm, and with your extreme temperament, you will either be harmed by others or inflict harm upon them. If you agree, I shall assist you in embarking on your new life as a bear. Without much hesitation, Strawberry Bear replied, yes, I agree. I only wish for my once dead heart to come back to life. Please do not deceive me again, nor abandon me. Xiaoyu hugged Strawberry Bear and placed a sudden kiss on its cheek, declaring, from now on, we shall be the best of partners. I will never forsake any companion. Luoji led Xiaoyu and Strawberry Bear directly to the training facility adjacent to the Martial Arts and Beastmaster University. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, he produced a black gold bank card and booked an entire large training ground for the day. Xiaoyu recalled that Strawberry Bear might undergo wondrous transformations, so she initiated a live stream in the chat group. Ding! Group manager Xiaoyu has started a live stream. The chat members streamed in one after another. Tony Stark, observing the expansive training facility, curiously asked, Xiaoyu, weren't you supposed to report to the Martial Arts and Beastmaster University today? Where's this place? It looks like a training facility. And that on your shoulder seems to be our new member, Strawberry Bear. How did it end up in your world? Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed in surprise. This must be the leader's avatar. It appears to have undergone significant changes, unlike the version I know from my world. Yuan Tiangang, seemingly exasperated, commented, you already stated it is an avatar. Its appearance can be altered at will. Saitama sighed. Why can't the leader make his avatar appear as a bald figure? Luoji. The group members fell into a stunned silence. Satomi Rintaro eyed the excited Strawberry Bear and the eagerly anticipating Xiaoyu, skeptically asking, could it be that the leader's avatar is about to undertake something monumental? Why do you all bear such expressions? Xiaoyu explained with a hint of excitement. The group leader intends to bestow true life upon Strawberry Bear, liberating him from the confines of his toy identity. Moreover, Strawberry Bear has pledged to become my beast companion and fight alongside me. Nobita, taken aback, exclaimed, If that's the case, I can't possibly feel sleepy. I won't take a nap today. I must witness the transformation of Strawberry Bear. Tony Stark, with a teasing smile, remarked, we extend our goodwill. But given Strawberry Bear's nature, do you truly expect him to fight by your side? Just wait until he stabs you with a claw, performs a dramatic backstab, and leaves you high and dry. Then you'll realize your folly. Strawberry Bear, incensed, retorted in the chat group. I recognize that my temperament may not be ideal, and I may have committed wrongs in the past, but that does not imply I will err in the present. Luo Ji, perceiving the depths of Strawberry Bear's sentiments, understood that he had not yet relinquished his inner grievances. Nevertheless, he was willing to grant this creature some time to evolve. Although Yi Xiaoyu had traversed worlds, she remained a naive girl at heart, promptly interjecting, Tony, how can you judge Strawberry Bear so harshly? He has yet to commit any misdeeds. He genuinely desires to experience the beauty of this world. What gives you the right to harbor such prejudice against him? Zhang Zhiwei, with an air of indifference, stated, as the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. Strawberry Bear cannot escape his resentment towards humanity. Yi Xiaoyu, be wary of playing with fire. Saitama also cautioned, are you truly prepared to fight alongside Strawberry Bear? An unreliable companion fraught with risks can be perilous. Yi Xiaoyu continued to defend Strawberry Bear. Satomi Rintaro mockingly remarked, Yi Xiaoyu, you call me a saint, yet you are no different. Who, then, is the true jester? Luo Ji sighed. All right, everyone. Let us practice mercy. Besides, Strawberry Bear has not yet committed any wrongs. Let us continue to observe. Yi Xiaoyu's defense did not go unnoticed by Strawberry Bear, yet his internal wounds had not fully healed. Luo Ji turned to Strawberry Bear and asked, are you ready? Strawberry Bear nodded, his gaze resolute. With a snap of his fingers, Luo Ji unleashed the infinite power of reality alteration, enveloping Strawberry Bear. Chapter 37. The Rebirth of Strawberry Bear. The unwitting Lu Tianhong. Observing their leader's support for Strawberry Bear, the group members fell silent. As Strawberry Bear was enveloped by the transformative power, he felt his once insensate body begin to burgeon with flesh and blood, emanating the essence of true life. Suddenly, as if sensing something, before the astonished group members, his body swelled exponentially. What once could perch on Yi Xiaoyu's shoulder now towered at an imposing height of 5 meters. Strawberry Bear joyfully marveled at his transformation. Pinching his thigh to confirm his new sensations, feeling a jolt of pain that thrilled him, he enthusiastically stroked the training equipment with his massive paws, relishing the unprecedented tactile feedback. Luo Ji, observing the curious Strawberry Bear, chuckled. All right, Strawberry Bear, you may revert to your original size. This is one of your abilities. Now, sign a contract with Yi Xiaoyu. Remember this. What I grant you can just as easily be revoked. Do not betray those who truly trust you. Strawberry Bear cast a long, meaningful glance at Luo Ji and nodded, his form gradually shrinking back to its original size, leaping onto Yi Xiaoyu's shoulder. Yi Xiaoyu swiftly imprinted the contract mark into Strawberry Bear's consciousness, allowing them to sense one another. She then checked her data in the chat group. Name, Yi Xiaoyu. Gender, female. Age, 18. Overall strength level, LV 15, LV 41. Martial arts level, Warrior Tier 5, LV 15. Contract Beast, Rayquaza Tier 5, LV 4. Strawberry Bear Peak Tier 1, LV 19. Beast Mastery Talent, Contract Position doubled. Yi Xiaoyu smiled at the Strawberry Bear perched on her shoulder, saying, now that you are my beast, let us pay a visit to the dock and meet your elder brother, Rayquaza. While contemplating how to exact revenge on the humans from Toy Story and confront the group members, he was abruptly transported to a peculiar space. This transition occurred because Yi Xiaoyu activated the portal to the Beast Master space, directly sending him inside. Strawberry Bear looked up to behold a colossal entity nearly 1,000 meters long, shrouded in ethereal mist. It was a black and gold eastern dragon, curiously observing him with its golden dragon eyes. Strawberry Bear swallowed an imaginary lump in his throat, trembling in fear. He yearned to flee but found himself inexplicably immobilized. Yi Xiaoyu's voice resonated in the space. Rayquaza, do not frighten your new friend. This fellow is Strawberry Bear, who will henceforth be our companion in battle. Rayquaza withdrew its piercing gaze, nodding in understanding. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the space, signifying its welcome to Strawberry Bear before retreating back into the mist. The new member was far too weak to pique its interest, as even a fraction of its draconic might would be overwhelming. Strawberry Bear hastily communicated through the contract. Xiaoyu, release me. I do not wish to remain here. Rayquaza is terrifying. Yi Xiaoyu shook her head, chuckling helplessly, before summoning Strawberry Bear back to her shoulder. Rayquaza's imposing display had left Strawberry Bear in awe, likely rendering him speechless for the time being. Luo Ji glanced at his phone and noted the time. It's getting late. Let us prepare to report to the Magic City Martial Arts and Beastmaster University. Yi Xiaoyu nodded, closing the live stream as they made their way to the new student registration office. Luo Ji recalled something and inquired. I heard from the admissions office that there will be a tri-system duel competition at the start of the semester. Are you planning to unleash Rayquaza in that event? Yi Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked. What tri-system duel competition? I was unaware of this. Luo Ji explained. I discovered this while altering reality. It seems that the new students at the Magic City Martial Arts and Beastmaster University will participate in a tri-system duel competition. The three systems refer to the Martial Arts System, Beastmaster System, and Comprehensive System, which encompasses those who practice both martial arts and beast mastery. All students from these three systems will participate in the event, ultimately determining this year's Rookie King. Will you not utilize Rayquaza? Yi Xiaoyu shook her head, replying, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. Perhaps it is because I am a civilian student, and the teachers have little interest in informing me. I do not intend to showcase Rayquaza to the world just yet. Allowing him to battle would expose my true strength. While this world appears peaceful on the surface, it harbors darkness. The powers that be in the West and East do not wish to see talents that could threaten their dominance emerge. There are two immensely powerful organizations. One in the West called the Extermination, and one in the East known as the Celestial Palace. Whenever a talent beyond their tolerance surfaces, they either assimilate or eliminate them. I have no intention of serving these nefarious powers. If I were to reveal the presence of my legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza, to the world and refuse their incorporation, I would inevitably be branded as an anomaly, subsequently becoming the target of a worldwide manhunt. Given my current strength, I am not yet capable of contending with their top-tier warriors, those who possess the esteemed LV5 status within our chat group. Moreover, I am not alone. I have my parents to consider, and I am unwilling to take such a perilous risk. Luo Ji scoffed. Do not fret. If they dare to strike, I shall ensure that these two organizations become mere relics of history. Yi Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively, saying, There is no need to trouble yourself, Luo Ji. It would be unnecessary for you to intervene over such a trivial matter. Luo Ji nodded, signifying his indifference. The two of them then entered the new student registration office, where they encountered a long queue. They made no attempt to cut in line, quietly taking their place in the line. At that moment, a tall man with striking red hair strode in. The red-haired figure commanded his underlings to disperse the students ahead of him, brazenly attempting to cut in line. The teacher on duty, seeing the audacity of this individual, merely shook his head in resignation without further comment. The red-haired man's eyes lit up as if he had spotted something intriguing in the crowd. He approached Yi Xiaoyu, his face beaming with delight. Xiaoyu. It has been ages. I just returned from abroad where I had some matters to attend to. Have you given any thought to that issue we discussed? Yi Xiaoyu replied coldly, Lu Tianhong. I have made my feelings abundantly clear. I have no feelings for you whatsoever, and your pursuit is in vain. Not disheartened, Lu Tianhong grinned. No worries, Xiaoyu. You may not like me now, but that could change in the future. At this juncture, one of Lu Tianhong's underlings approached Luo Ji. Waving his hand dismissively, step aside. Do not disturb my boss while he converses with Miss Yi. Luo Ji, maintaining a facade of calm, mused inwardly. Apologies, Lu family. It is not my intention to eradicate your entire clan. However, the lackeys you have raised are the true culprits here. No matter. I shall indulge this so-called heir of yours for a while. Chapter 38. It is momentarily indistinguishable who the villain is. Lu Tianhong, witnessing his subordinate's dismissal by Luo Ji, furiously pointed at him. You do well to recognize your place and step aside, lest I be compelled to take action. I am a third-tier martial artist. Returning to reality, Luo Ji, upon seeing the audacity of this brash youth pointing a finger at him, let out a cold laugh. With the explosive force of a sixth-tier martial artist, he seized the finger of Lu Tianhong's lackey and snapped it with ease. Amidst the groans of pain, he delivered a powerful punch, sending the lackey flying out of the registration office, where he lay unconscious. This spectacle startled the onlookers. The students who had initially been indifferent were now awestruck, and even the teacher, who had been observing the proceedings, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Ji, the scion of the illustrious Lu family, would be so brutally treated. Could this student possibly be the heir of another prominent family? Lu Tianhong, frozen in disbelief at seeing Yi Xiaoyu's nonchalant smile, was stunned. He had never expected someone would dare to undermine him. He pondered which noble family this student belonged to. Yi Xiaoyu, unfazed by her group leader's avatar, curiously activated the live stream feature in the chat group. Ding. Group manager Xiaoyu has launched the live stream. Xiaoyu eagerly explained, "The situation is as follows. I am in line with the avatar of our group leader, Luo Ji. The individual I previously mentioned, the brazen heir of the Lu family, Lu Tianhong, has just arrived at the Martial Arts and Beastmaster University in Modu. Upon his arrival, he attempted to cut in line and has now provoked Luo Ji. That is the crux of the matter, dear friends. We have quite the spectacle at hand." Group leader Luo Ji commented, "I was just contemplating that if this so-called heir of the Lu family continues to stir trouble, I might as well annihilate their entire lineage sooner rather than later. It seems that time may be moved up." Tony Stark chimed in with flattery, "Truly, our group leader is decisive. Even your avatar embodies such a ruthless demeanor." Xiaoyu retorted habitually, "Resumi Rintaro. No need to thank the group leader for being so decisive. A saint cannot be relied upon." Nobita Nobi timidly remarked, "But I am still young, and I don't quite understand. This atmosphere feels rather peaceful. Isn't killing a bit extreme? Perhaps it would be better to use a shrinking ray to reduce the Lu family to the size of mice and toss them into the sewers, rather than resorting to murder." Zhang Zhiwei spoke with righteous indignation. "If that is your suggestion, I find it rather agreeable." Yuan Tiangang expressed admiration. "Nobita, I have encountered living bodhisattvas, but you, my friend, are a rare breed of living hell." Nobita replied blandly, "You think I am the timid character from the series? In reality, the one you see in this chat group is the true me. You wonder how I, who live in peaceful times, have maxed out my war skills." Saitama mused, "Indeed, I have been too lenient with my enemies. They should be reduced to mere dust or ash. To truly inflict suffering, they must endure a fate worse than death, like rats trapped in the sewers, never to see the light of day." Xiaoyu teased, "Teacher Saitama, do be careful not to be led astray by the mischief of that bad student, Nobita." The group observed a moment of silence for the adversaries from the One Punch Man universe, not for 3 seconds, as they were deemed unworthy. The conversation then shifted back to Xiaoyu's live stream. Lu Tianhong, his demeanor icy, inquired, "What is your name, classmate?" "I am Lu Tianhong, the heir of the Lu family. How do you intend to address the matter of my injured subordinate?" Luo Ji, with a playful smirk, replied, "And you are what exactly? To question me about my name? Return to your place in line." Lu Tianhong was momentarily taken aback by Luo Ji's imposing presence and tone, further confirming his suspicion that this was indeed a scion of a hidden lineage. He resolved to investigate Luo Ji's identity upon returning home. With a disdainful snort, Lu Tianhong retorted, "Very well, you have some guts. We shall see how this unfolds." Luo Ji, grinning, warned as Lu Tianhong turned to leave with his lackeys. "The registration for new students is only today. If you arrive late, you shall still have to queue. And as for Xiaoyu, she is my friend. After you have finished your harassment, do not expect me to let you leave." Feeling the pressure of Luo Ji's 6th-tier martial artist aura, Lu Tianhong recalled his own 5th-tier status and the few 3rd-tier subordinates he had, attempting to bolster his confidence with his identity as the heir of the Lu family. He declared, "Even if you hail from some hidden family, do not forget that the Lu family is not to be trifled with. Should you continue to act so arrogantly, do not blame me for taking action." Luo Ji stepped closer, gently tapping Lu Tianhong's face, and with a smile said, "If you wish to act against me, then come. Little pup, bite me." Saitama reflected, "At this point, it is difficult to discern who the true villain is." Xiaoyu quipped, "It seems I have fallen ill, for I now perceive our group leader's avatar as the antagonist." Zhang Zhiwei chuckled, "Our group leader's avatar truly possesses a unique personality." Tony Stark felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled his own youthful arrogance, witnessing the scene before him with a hint of chagrin. The group leader, Loki, raised a hand to his forehead, stating, "All of Rogi's actions stem purely from his own volition. They are of no concern to me. I have not imposed any restrictions on his freedom or thoughts." Yuan Tiangang suggested, "Wait a moment. Could it be that after the younger generation is dealt with, the elders will follow, and then the ancestors will come?" Nobita pondered, "Personally, I doubt their family can withstand the arrival of their ancestors. Rogi clearly seeks amusement. The day he loses interest in the Lu family will surely mark their doom." Rintaro Satomi remarked, "Does true power grant one the license to act as they please?" Xiaoyu scoffed, "Forgive me, but yes, possessing strength does afford one that privilege. Moreover, Rogi, as an avatar of our esteemed group leader, is not merely indulging himself. He is courting death, and who can be blamed for that?" Loki clarified, "I have already issued commands to that avatar. No destruction of the world, no senseless slaughter. Fear not, Xiaoyu, he will not ruin your realm. Outside the live stream, Lu Tianhong could no longer contain himself and prepared to take action, but Rogi struck first. With a single slap, Rogi sent Lu Tianhong flying, twisting his once handsome visage into a grotesque form. Rogi sneered, "Tell your father to come and kill me. If he fails to do so, I shall eradicate your entire family. The Lu family had better provide me with some entertainment, or else, heh." Observing this, Loki silently reflected. I may have endowed this avatar with a rather malevolent personality, but I find it quite amusing. Chapter 39, Rogi's first beast in the martial arts beast master world. With the assistance of his subordinates, Lu Tianhong, visibly shaken, departed the scene. Xiaoyu took the opportunity to close the chat group's live stream, and the members dispersed to their respective affairs. Rogi turned to the slightly awkward teacher at the freshman registration office, smiling kindly. "Excuse me, teacher, that student cut in line. May I take action?" The teacher quickly shook his head. "No problem. What that student did is quite right. We must completely eradicate such behavior." Rogi stepped forward, declaring, "For my freshman registration, I choose to enter the comprehensive department. I possess talents in martial arts and beast taming. Entering the comprehensive department should pose no issues, correct?" The teacher, without hesitation, replied, "I will assist you with the paperwork right away." He was eager to see this calamity leave. After completing the registration, Rogi and Xiaoyu both opted for the comprehensive department and, not requiring dormitories, did not collect keys. Additionally, they were exempted from tuition fees. As Xiaoyu's exceptional talents earned him a scholarship to the prestigious Martial Arts and Beastmaster University of Magic Capital, while Rogi, due to his fabricated background, received privileges as a martyr's orphan from the state. Xiaoyu bid farewell to Rogi and returned home, while Rogi prepared to select his first beast in this world. In the One Punch Man universe, Saitama had effortlessly dispatched Mosquito Girl, while Genos sought to apprentice under him, aggravating Saitama with his incessant chatter. In the world of One Person Below, due to the influence of Loki's avatar, China enjoyed a prolonged peace, with the foreigner factions gradually expanding. Longhu Mountain's prestige soared, and Zhang Zhiwei dominated his peers, being recognized as a top-tier expert among the older generation, now a candidate for the title of Tianshi under Zhang Jingqing. His young disciple, Zhang Huai, had his hidden strength discovered by his master, who began to provide him with special training to prepare him for a challenge against Zhang Zhiwei, encouraging mutual progress. However, the elder Tianshi Zhang Jingqing had not anticipated that Zhang Zhiwei's strength had already surpassed his own. In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark was diligently developing the next generation of Iron Man suits, preparing to assemble an army to confront the impending invasion of the Chitauri under Thanos. His progress in armor development significantly outpaced that of the original timeline. In the painting of Jianghu World, Yuan Tiangang had already accompanied the sisters Fan Linger and Fan Xiaoyu to spark a fire for his dear friend Li Chuanfeng's burial. He was now gathering all the unruly individuals in the world to prepare for a regime change. In the world of Black Bullets, Rintaro Satomi and his cadre of young girls were dismantling the lifeblood of the rulers, having already conquered 2 cities. Once he plunged this unworthy world into chaos, he would transport the girls to another realm for a new life. In the world of Doryan, Nobita continued his daily routine of attending school, returning home to check in on the chat group, napping, and consistently scoring 0 on exams. 3 days later, the school officially commenced, along with the initiation of the tri-department duel competition to determine the new king and allocate training resources. After departing from the Martial Arts and Beastmaster University of Magic Capital, Rogi stepped into a secluded alley, disappearing in the next instant only to reappear in the wilderness of this world. As Rogi modified the reality of this world, he gleaned much about its fundamental nature. Humanity's greatest adversaries resided beyond the cities, in the form of ferocious beasts, most of which were the young of these creatures. Many would bring these beastly cubs back to human bases for rearing and forge contracts with beast tamers to fight for humanity. The ferocious beasts came in various species, and although humanity was far from united, the beasts were even less so. Rogi now sought to find his first beast. In the vast wilderness, various ferocious beasts lurked. With Rogi's target clearly defined, the ruler of this expanse, a colossal black dragon with twin wings. The locals referred to it as the Black Dragon Emperor. Boasting formidable 5th-tier strength, a being of LV5 status in the chat group, stronger than a youthful Rayquaza and comparable to an adult one. With a single step, Rogi found himself at the edge of a continuous mountain range, where the growls of ferocious beasts echoed in response to his arrival. Ignoring the lower-tier beasts, Rogi made his way directly to the volcanic dragon's lair. Within, he encountered a juvenile dragon measuring 7 to 8 meters. alongside a massive black dragon stretching approximately a kilometer in length. Rogi made no effort to conceal his presence, and the Black Dragon Emperor swiftly sensed his approach. With a disinterested glance, the Black Dragon Emperor inquired, "Oh, human, what brings you to my lair? If you wish to live, depart immediately and do not disturb my slumber." Rogi remained undeterred, smiling as he replied, "You are the Black Dragon Emperor, correct? Would you consent to become my contracted beast?" Initially drowsy and on the verge of sleep, the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly opened its eyes wide, fixating on Rogi with rising fury. It was the first time it had encountered a weak human daring to propose a contract with such a powerful being. After all, its strength had reached the pinnacle of this world, with only a handful of humans capable of matching it. Even these formidable individuals would find it insufficient to confront the Black Dragon Emperor, let alone consider contracting it. Rogi smiled slightly and said, "Your expression suggests you are unwilling?" The spear-wielding figure raised his arm to the heavens, his fingers delicately flicking towards the mountain range adjacent to the Black Dragon Emperor. In an instant, a force of annihilation surged forth, enveloping the entire expanse of the mountains. This serpentine range, stretching for countless miles, was reduced to nothingness at the mere snap of his fingers, leaving only a small remnant behind for the Black Dragon Emperor. At that very moment, a warning bell rang out within the Black Dragon Emperor's heart, a sudden wave of life-or-death urgency washing over him. Before he could react, the surrounding mountains dissolved into the void. He felt as though this overwhelming power transcended the limits of this world, an essence that seemed utterly foreign to it. The Black Dragon Emperor could only surmise that if this human wished, both he and his offspring could vanish into the ether in an instant. With a visage etched in terror, the Black Dragon Emperor inquired, "My lord, what do you intend to do?" The figure replied with a calm demeanor, "Did I not just state my purpose? I desire you to become my contracted beast. Moreover, your child shall also be my contracted beast. Should you acquiesce, I can offer protection for you and your progeny." Though the Black Dragon Emperor maintained a stoic facade, internally he scoffed, contemplating the audacity of anyone daring to challenge him. Did he truly require the protection of this individual? Yet, he quickly recognized that the world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. The adage, "There are always greater beings," resonated deeply within him now. The figure, coldly, pressed further, "So, do you agree or not?" A fresh wave of existential dread washed over the Black Dragon Emperor. Should he decline, he might meet the same fate as those mountains, reduced to ash. His instincts screamed that dignity paled in comparison to life itself. What value did pride hold when it merely entailed becoming a servant? With a resolute lowering of his immense ebony head, he let out a deep, resonant growl. "I and my child willingly accept your contract. I implore you to honor your promise, to protect us, and to refrain from causing us harm." Without further ado, the two contract marks were inscribed upon the foreheads of the Black Dragon Emperor and his young offspring. With a mere thought, the figure whisked both creatures into the realm he had created for his contracted beasts. Chapter 40. The Strawberry Bear's Resolve. Yi Xiaoyu cultivates the Golden Light spell. Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaoyu, Luo Ji had ventured to the Black Dragon Mountains, capturing both the Black Dragon Emperor and his sole heir. She returned home with the Strawberry Bear in tow, where her parents, captivated by the creature perched upon her shoulder, approached affectionately to pet it. Irritated by the incessant attention, the Strawberry Bear abruptly spoke in human tongue. Yi Xiaoyu's parents were astonished by the bear's ability to articulate. "His name is Strawberry Bear," Yi Xiaoyu explained. "A most extraordinary creature. Not only can he speak, but he can also change size. He will be my partner in the future." After introducing the Strawberry Bear to her parents, Yi Xiaoyu retreated to her room. The bear leapt onto the bed, seriousness etched upon his face. "Yi Xiaoyu, I can sense your kindness towards me. I am no ungrateful creature, but I cannot relinquish the hatred festering within me. I must grow stronger. Strong enough that no one dares to bully me again." Gently stroking the Strawberry Bear's head, Yi Xiaoyu reassured, "No one will bully you again. With the group leader and the others by our side, who would dare challenge us?" The bear did not shrug off her hand, but continued, "You do not understand the extent of the bullying I endured in that other world. I must grow stronger, step by step, ascending to greater heights." Yi Xiaoyu, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Strawberry Bear, I didn't give you a phone so you could memorize lines from dramas." The bear chuckled awkwardly. "I shall grow stronger and change their perceptions of me in the chat group. I want to allow them to continue belittling you." Yi Xiaoyu sighed. "They are merely concerned for me, thinking that you might be a bit excessive, you know? They harbor no ill will, nor do they mock me or you. They simply have yet to adjust their preconceived notions of you." The Strawberry Bear raised his gaze to her. "Why are you so kind to me?" With a gentle smile, Yi Xiaoyu replied, "There need not be a multitude of reasons. I simply believe you are worthy of my kindness. Now, enough of this. Let us get some rest. You need to acclimate to your new form. In a couple of days, we will be participating in the freshman triad duel competition. Without invoking the aid of our elder brother, the fierce sky, we shall strive for a commendable rank." The strawberry bear nodded, saying nothing further, and curled up on the bed, slipping into the most peaceful slumber he had experienced in a long while, filled with pleasant dreams. The following morning, the strawberry bear awoke early, savoring his first breakfast at Yi Xiaoyu's home, exclaiming with delight about the deliciousness of the food. In the afternoon, Yi Xiaoyu commenced combat training with the strawberry bear, discovering he possessed 3 skills, the first being size manipulation, the second a full power strike, and the third, the strawberry bomb. The latter involved the bear rapidly cultivating strawberries from his body, hurling them to explode, inflicting considerable damage. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyu practiced the golden light spell and thunder technique imparted by Zhang Zhiwei, seamlessly blending martial arts with the spell. Given his talent and familial circumstances, reaching the 5th tier of martial artists in such a short time was remarkable. Even Lu Tianhong, the firstborn of a prestigious family, had only recently attained this level. While it might seem that Lu Tianhong was weak after being struck by Luo Ji's avatar, it must be noted that, at his age, achieving such prowess placed him among the elite. The overwhelming power of Luo Ji's avatar was simply too extraordinary. A mere flick of his hand had propelled him to the pinnacle of this world, likely not even using his full strength when delivering that slap to Lu Tianhong. As if unleashing an entire chaotic cosmos, Yi Xiaoyu radiated golden light as she practiced, though not yet at Zhang Zhiwei's level. Her martial foundation allowed her to reach the average standard of inner disciples at Longhu Mountain, able to withstand attacks from smaller caliber firearms. She had also begun to grasp the applications of the thunder technique, albeit not yet at the level of Zhang Tula's tracking and lethal abilities. But she could deliver damage equivalent to a full power strike from an 8th-tier martial artist, which was already quite formidable. During the days of earnest training between Yi Xiaoyu and the strawberry bear, the chat group remained remarkably tranquil, with no significant events occurring. Everyone simply logged in to check in before logging off to attend to their own affairs. Notably, Nobita's points had subtly reached 700, bringing him closer to acquiring the Dream Eater technique. As time flowed like water and days passed swiftly, the moments of pretense faded into memory. Yi Xiaoyu, with the diminutive strawberry bear perched upon her shoulder, proceeded alongside Luo Ji to a grand duel arena, where all the new students began to gather. The principal of the Magical City Martial Arts and Beast Taming Academy commenced an impassioned speech, captivating the audience. It was not until the conclusion of his address that he revealed the rewards for the triad duel competition. The prizes for ranks 50 to 11 would be Beast Blood or Body Refining Essence, while the top 10 to 4 would receive a skill learning scroll. The rewards for the top 3 positions are the Essence of Beast Blood or the Essence of Body Refinement, a learning scroll, and the opportunity to cultivate in the Magic City Tower for a day. Upon hearing this announcement, the new students were filled with excitement. Yi Xiaoyu felt a surge of exhilaration. While she was part of a chat group, her current points were still too meager to significantly enhance her strength. The Magic City Tower was an extraordinary place for cultivation, where a single day inside equated to a year of training outside. Luo Ji, however, seemed indifferent, merely wishing to experience the atmosphere of the academy and savor campus life. The rewards held little significance for him. Strawberry Bear, upon hearing the news, was equally thrilled. His chat group points were scant, offering no real improvement, and he was determined to seize this opportunity to bolster his strength, not wanting to be bullied due to a lack of power. Chapter 41. Zhang Zhiwei's Dilemma. Fate is like a train that travels in one direction. Director Li of the Magic City Martial Arts Beast Academy announced loudly, "In 5 minutes, the 3-system duel competition will officially commence. The first round will be a free-for-all mode, with barriers erected around the duel arena. You will need to engage in combat for 60 minutes. Should your life be endangered, a teacher will rescue you, resulting in your elimination. You may form teams as you wish, and as long as you endure for 60 minutes, you will advance." The students hurriedly sought out familiar faces to form teams. Yi Xiaoyu turned to Luo Ji and asked, "Luo Ji, shall we team up?" Luo Ji nodded, responding, "Sure. If you find yourself overwhelmed, I'll step in." Yi Xiaoyu agreed. Not far from them, Lu Tianhong was gathering a group of his sycophants. The bruises on his face had mostly healed, though some redness and swelling remained. Rather than seeking parental intervention, he opted to resolve matters independently, leveraging his family's influence to rally several powerful new students. Lu Tianhong eyed Yi Xiaoyu and Luo Ji from a distance, instructing, "Make sure to beat those two dog lovers mercilessly. Avoid hitting the girl's face, but the boy, aim for his face. Ideally, disfigure him. If you can accidentally kill Luo Ji, that would be even better." Luo Ji, sensing the hostility from afar, remained unfazed and even regarded Lu Tianhong with newfound respect. It was astonishing that he had not sought parental support. Luo Ji resolved to severely injure Lu Tianhong, reasoning that if he did not involve parents, it would only be fair to escalate the situation for amusement. Yi Xiaoyu inquired, "Luo Ji, can I activate the livestream feature in the chat group?" Luo Ji nonchalantly replied, "That's entirely up to you. No need to ask me. If you want to do it, go ahead." Ding. Administrator Yi Xiaoyu activated the livestream in the chat group. "All members, feel free to join and express yourselves," said the ever-present group leader, Luo Ji. "It seems everyone has been quite busy lately. The chat has been rather quiet. It's refreshing to see someone streaming." Yi Xiaoyu, "Has anything noteworthy occurred on your end today?" Yi Xiaoyu replied, "Group leader, today is the opening ceremony of the Magic City Martial Arts Beast University, as well as the day of the new Students 3 System Duel competition, where substantial resources can be obtained. The first place reward, if converted into chat group points, would amount to approximately 1,000 points." Group leader Luo Ji raised an eyebrow. "That's quite impressive. Your strength enhancement brings me joy. As you grow stronger, our chat group will be able to intervene in even more affairs across the realms. I'm tired of transmitting messages across worlds to my avatars. Please inform my avatar, Luo Ji, not to go overboard, and to remember not to disrupt the world too much, as I will be the one to clean up afterward." Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Xiaoyu conveyed Luo Ji's message to Luo Ji. Luo Ji assured her that his main body need not worry, as he had it under control. Xiaoyu then logged in, greeting everyone, "Good morning. I just woke up and am heading to the supermarket. I've recently taken on a disciple named Genos, the one from the Fate instance. I believe everyone is familiar with him, right?" Yi Xiaoyu marveled at the overwhelming inertia of the train of fate, while Luo Ji seemed unfazed. Yuan Tiangang logged in. "How has everyone been these past few days? These ne'er-do-wells are truly something. It's been 3 days, and they still haven't fully gathered." Zhang Zhiwei entered the conversation, overhearing Yuan Tiangang's complaints about the miscreants. He chuckled, "Old gang, remember, in ancient times, there was no means of transportation. People had to run on foot over long distances. How could they possibly arrive in just 3 days?" Yi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Gang, you're too strict with your subordinates. Who would want to work under you with such harsh expectations? You must understand that in ancient times, new officials often took 2 to 3 months to assume their posts. Not everyone possesses your profound abilities to travel 1,000 miles in a day." Yuan Tiangang felt a bit embarrassed by their remarks and quickly shifted the topic. "Xiaozhang, how have you been? How is your cultivation progressing? Didn't you mention that your master intends to pass the title of Celestial Master to you? You stated you were the only candidate considered for the position." Zhang Zhiwei wore a bitter expression. "Alas. Old gang, that subject irks me. I've clearly expressed to my master that I have no desire to become the Celestial Master. He insists that if I refuse the position, he will not teach me the complete 5 Thunder True method. Am I lacking that half-step of Thunder Law? Moreover, after my group leader's avatar demonstrated the Thunder Law in front of me, I have already comprehended the complete 5 Thunder True method myself. My master keeps pestering me, and I wouldn't dare to confront him. What if I injure him by mistake?" Eventually, my master reluctantly proposed that I teach Zhang Huai, this big-eared thief. If I can elevate Zhang Huai to half my master's strength, he will consider passing the title to me. Frankly, the position of Celestial Master is merely a burden, a formidable constraint. You all know I have no desire to be bound by such a restriction, yet my master sees no better candidates for the role. The crux of the matter is that the great thief Zhang Huai shares my sentiments. Neither of us wishes to become the Celestial Master. I am currently persuading my master to consider my junior brother Tian Jingqing as a potential successor. However, my master looks down upon this junior fellow entirely, and I find myself mentally exhausting myself day after day trying to change his mind. Furthermore, Zhuoruodong brought the entire sect to Longhu Mountain to pay respects to the Grand Celestial Master, expressing gratitude to the group leader's avatar. Once the avatar departed, what is there left to be thankful for? They refused to leave Longhu Mountain, and we are powerless to do anything about it. I plan to discreetly inform Elders Zhuoruodong that the group leader's avatar does not belong to this world, but rather is a celestial being from another realm. What do you think, group leader? Luo Ji replied nonchalantly, "Say whatever you wish." Zhang Zhiwei cheerfully responded, "All right, group leader." Yi Xiaoyu curiously asked Zhang Zhiwei, "You joined a chat group, and then the group leader's avatar visited your world. Has the original fate of this world changed so drastically? Tian Jingqing will eventually become your sex Tian Shishu. He was severely injured, and now he should be fine. Zhang Zhiwei, due to his alliance with the head of the demon race, had to flee after the Jiaxin rebellion. I suspect everything has altered since then. Luo Ji calmly remarked. You perceive the fate of each world far too simplistically. While predetermined trajectories may exhibit slight deviations, the grander scheme remains largely unchanged. Fate resembles a train on a one-way track. Regardless of your contemplations on altering its course or bringing it to a halt, it will inevitably arrive at its destination, albeit perhaps at a different time or location. Unless one possesses a force more potent than this world to forcibly shatter the trajectory of that train of destiny. For instance, in the case of Tony Stark, if you refrain from significant interference, Loki from the 9119 universe will still launch an assault on Blue Star, and a great battle will ensue in New York. Tian Jingqing may remain unscathed, yet Zhang Zhiwei's actions are an integral part of this world's developmental trajectory. The Jiaxin rebellion is destined to occur. The words of the future king in the world of one above all hold considerable truth. The past is irrevocable, yet the future can be altered. This is predicated on the limitation of your power to that singular world. His assertion is indeed accurate. Yet while Zhang Zhiwei has established a chat group, providing a foundation to alter the fate of the original world, he has yet to acquire the true capability to reshape the destiny of the entire world. Xiaoyu recalled something and chuckled. I remember, during my childhood, a formidable being known as the king of the underworld once stated, what has been done shall be done again. What exists shall exist once more. If only he could join the chat group. Luo Ji smiled and replied, why not tag the chat group and see if he can be invited? Xiaoyu hastily added, chat group overlord, could you please extend an invitation to the king of the underworld from the Beast Armor universe? The chat group responded monotonously, currently unable to locate world coordinates. Invitation cannot be extended. Please be patient. Xiaoyu. Chapter 42. The Secret of Nobita Nobi. The Truth of the Doryan World. The Werewolf of the Chat Group. Nobita Nobi yawned and said, good afternoon, everyone. I just woke up from a nap and missed the messages in the chat group. Are you all discussing such profound topics? The busy Tony Stark, having just taken a shower, arrived late and apologized. My apologies, everyone. I've been preoccupied with the creation of a new type of Iron Man suit. Nobita Nobi, you can't be serious. You, the historical catalyst, claim to be oblivious to destiny? You're the strongest among us. Nobita Nobi replied with exasperation. Tony Stark, do you even understand the concept of not voicing what is evident? We still need to maintain our friendships. Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, asked Nobita. I have a question I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Nobita Nobi skeptically inquired. What question do you have? If I can answer it, I will. Xiaoyu, with a grin, said, you're clearly no ordinary person, possessing skills honed through a lifetime of warfare in a peaceful era. Why do John and Sunio still bully you? Nobita Nobi candidly replied, who would seriously engage with children? Besides, they helped me when we were younger, and they are exceptionally loyal. I always remember our bond. Don't be misled into thinking they always pick on me. I still take them flying. Luo Ji interjected. Nobita Nobi, surely, you haven't been possessed by Uchiha Madara. Your lines sound so similar. Nobita Nobi, puzzled, asked, who is Uchiha Madara? Is he in our chat group? Xiaoyu pondered Nobita Nobi's words, nearly bursting into laughter. Luo Ji explained, Uchiha Madara is a major antagonist in the Naruto world. He is known for the powerful line. What adult would argue with a child? Nobita Nobi. Rita Rin Taro chimed in, ultimately, Nobita, you indeed care about these two friends of yours, so their so-called bullying is merely playful banter among children. Nobita Nobi nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, Rita Rintaro. Tony Stark, after a moment of contemplation, posed a question. Nobita Nobi, your demeanor in the regular episodes of Doryan is starkly different from your current maturity. Is there a deeper reason behind this? Nobita Nobi sighed. The reason is quite simple. The Time Patrol squad I formed in the future, along with those unique gadgets, has attracted a multitude of enemies, all of whom wish to erase me from the timeline. Unable to defeat my future self, they target my past self. Doryan is a safeguard sent by my future self to ensure my safety. Upon learning of my future actions, my personality began to transform. I started acquiring vast knowledge of the future and gradually matured. However, at my current age, such maturity is concerning for my parents, so I can only feign ignorance. Moreover, many of the antagonists in the various Doryan movies are largely future criminals that the Time Patrol squad cannot handle, and my future self cannot intervene directly. Thus, we rely on Doryan and myself to deal with these troubles. The hidden enemies, aware of Doryan's existence, Dare not act against me recklessly. In essence, my future self is akin to a being of authority akin to the group leader, albeit with a higher status and more complete dominion over the world. Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, Nobita Nobi. I had no idea you were this formidable. Nobita Nobi retorted weakly. Did you really believe my LV007-LV6 was merely a coincidence? That power stems from my future self obtaining the world's essence, enabling me to transcend time. As long as I acquire the Dream Eater skill from the chat group, rapidly enhancing my current abilities will also alter my future self's strength, making it trivial to eliminate those lurking enemies. Tony Stark expressed envy. I had no idea. Discovering this is quite a shock. So, the third major player in our group is Nobita Nobi. Everyone else's future is filled with greatness, while mine consists of merely snapping my fingers and ending my own life. It's truly disheartening. Xiaoyu consoled him. Tony, what are you worried about? Both the group leader and I hail from the Blue Star Novice Village. The group leader has transcended the power ratings of the chat group. It's not just that the group leader's rating is LV10. The chat group's upper limit is LV10. Look at me. I'm currently a mere LV16 LV4 novice. And even my fully evolved legendary Pokemon is not something I can easily deploy for fear of attracting the attention of this world's rulers, who might obliterate my existence as a genius. Although the group leader's avatar is here now, there will come a day when the avatar departs, and I panic about that. Saitama, puzzled, inquired, why must the rulers of your world erase you? Nobita Nobi, exasperated, could only explain patiently, Saitama-sensei, you surely don't understand this. Given your strength, what rulers could possibly challenge you in your world? A single punch would suffice. However, the administrator's current strength has yet to reach the pinnacle of their world. If those in power discover a potential genius that could threaten their dominion, what do you suppose they would do? Naturally, they would eliminate this genius and solidify their grip on power. Yuan Tiangang glanced at Nobita Nobi's youthful visage and remarked incredulously, Nobita, it feels quite incongruous to hear you, looking like a child, speak of concepts that many adults struggle to grasp. Zhang Zhiwei echoed, I share the same sentiment. It gives me goosebumps. Nobita Nobi questioned doubtfully, is it really that severe? I feel it's quite all right. Xiaoyu echoed, this sense of incongruity is profoundly severe. Much like the anime Detective Conan I watched in my previous life. Just imagine the feelings of a second-grade primary school student who has endured hundreds of murder cases. And yet, he can calmly declare that there is only one truth before solving the case. Although he possesses the soul of an adult, he bears the visage of a child. You know, Nobita Nobi, utterly speechless. Nobita lamented that he too did not wish to bear the face of a primary school student. Tony Stark recalled something and said, everyone, there's an important matter I must address. According to my deductions from the fate replica in our chat group, Loki, that scoundrel, Loki, the god of Asgard in our universe, is likely to join forces with Thanos and the Chitauri army to attack Blue Star in about 3 months. At that time, New York will surely be the main battleground. You all might want to gather at my place 2 days in advance. We can take the opportunity to deal with these fellows. Loki, feeling somewhat vexed, sensed that Tony was mocking him, and he had the evidence to prove it. Xiaoyu, with a playful grin, fanned the flames. I am quite curious to see the expression on our group leader, Loki, when he encounters Loki. It should be rather amusing. Saitama nonchalantly remarked, when Loki meets Loki, it will be a contest of who is weaker and who will feel embarrassed. Yuan Tiangang chuckled. I have seen the fate replica where the Hulk fought Loki. I cannot allow the Hulk to smash Loki. That is certainly my job. I have long wished to test Loki's depth. Ritamata Rintaro chimed in, Zhang Zhiwei, are you being serious about that depth? Yuan Tiangang replied, his face darkening. What are you thinking? You irreverent fellow. I was referring to the depth of the pit. What on earth are you imagining? Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Actually, I am more inclined to test Thor. I want to see whether my 5 thunder technique is superior to his lightning. Xiaoyu glanced at the strawberry bear on his shoulder and said, at that time, let this fellow have a go against the Hulk. I reckon he won't stand a chance, right? Strawberry bear, puzzled, wondered what the Hulk was. Nobita recalled something and said, we can bring our companions, right? I'll bring Doryan. There shouldn't be too many mice in New York. I fear that Doryan might be so frightened that he pulls out the world-ending bomb and blows up the planet beneath Tony Stark's feet, which would not be good. The group leader, Loki, listened to the banter surrounding Loki and felt his face darken to the color of a pot's bottom. Stop with the nonsense. Watch the live stream. They are about to start the competition. Anyone who mentions Loki in my presence will be muted for a week. Ritamata Rintaro, who was typing, accidentally hit the wrong key and sent a message. Group leader Loki, May I bring a lowly to the Marvel 9119 Universe's Blue Star? Ritamata hurriedly added, Group Leader. I didn't mean it. I made a mistake. Please don't mute me. Ding. Group Leader Loki muted Ritamata Rintaro for a week. Loki snorted coldly. You didn't mean it? I think you were deliberately careless. Do you think I'm not a group leader? The group members collectively gasped. Xiaoyu said, shivering in fear, unable to speak. Tony Stark remarked, shivering in fear, unable to speak. Zhang Zhiwei commented, Tony, you're such a coward. Saitama quipped, Ritamata Rintaro is truly courting death. The group leader warned him, and yet he still dared to say it. I almost blurted it out. I am guilty. Nobita admired. The fiercest person in the chat group must be Ritamata Rintaro. Yuan Tiangang agreed. Ritamata Rintaro is not just the fiercest. He is even fiercer than a fierce person. He is the top wolf of the chat group. Strawberry Bear, however, was not focused on the chat group, but on the students before him, who were ready to spring into action, along with their beasts. Loki, in exasperation, said, all right. They are about to start the competition. Everyone quiet down. Ding. Group leader Loki muted all chat group members for 1 minute. Chapter 43. This is not a strawberry bear. It's an explosive ball bear. Xiaoyu also perked up, preparing for this competition. With a command from the teacher on the platform. The duel arena was enveloped in a blue light barrier, and thousands of upper-year students took their seats, eagerly observing the newcomers below. Under the astonished gazes of both the newcomers and the veterans, the strawberry bear, originally a mere 50 centimeters in height, suddenly inflated into a colossal 5-meter-tall behemoth. The surrounding newcomers recoiled in fright. The referee teacher in the arena also gazed in astonishment at the towering strawberry bear. In the audience section of the school, as higher-ups, Director Jiang of the Martial Arts Department asked, Director Liu, is this student from your Beastmaster Department? His beast's prowess is quite impressive. Director Liu of the Beastmaster Department shook his head, saying, we do not have this student. He should be from Director Hong's Comprehensive Department. Director Hong nodded with satisfaction, stating, indeed, this student belongs to our Comprehensive Department. Besides his prowess as a Beastmaster, he has also reached the 5th stage of martial artists. He is truly a talent worth cultivating. Principal Li smiled and said, I remember this student. His name seems to be Xiaoyu, hailing from a humble background, yet with extraordinary talent. His credentials indicate he is a distinguished graduate of the Shanghai High Martial Arts Academy, which shows he has worked exceptionally hard. Just like this formidable beast of his, which possesses strength comparable to a 9th-stage martial artist, he should achieve a commendable rank in this competition. Director Hong furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed, and asked, Principal Li, according to the credentials of students from previous years, Xiaoyu is already exceptionally gifted. He should have no trouble claiming the top spot in this competition, right? Principal Li smiled and shook his head, saying, we shall see as it unfolds. There may be surprises. Principal Li was the only one among the school as higher-ups who knew that Loki was not an ordinary individual, though not much was known. He only understood that Loki had a talent unparalleled in history, and that his parents were renowned super-strong individuals who had sacrificed themselves for the nation. Furthermore, before the competition began, when Loki reported his beast, he had approached Principal Li, who had seen the formidable appearance of the little black dragon, a top-tier, ferocious beast. Principal Li had initially intended to advise Loki to keep such a potent beast under wraps, fearing it would attract the covetous eyes of other powerful beings. However, once Loki revealed his esteemed background, Principal Li dismissed his concerns. After hearing Principal Li's words, the school as higher-ups exchanged glances, uncertain of what Principal Li was truly contemplating. Director Hong quietly asked, Director Liu, Director Jiang, do you perhaps have any hidden treasures among your students? Do share. Director Liu, seeing that none of his new students stood out, helplessly shook his head, saying, Director Hong, what a joke. If I had any, I would have mentioned it long ago. Why wait until now? Director Jiang concurred, saying, indeed, there are no treasures here. Alas, this year, we have not a single commendable newcomer in our department. On the arena, the strawberry bear displayed its might, seizing the arm of a nearby newcomer and began to wildly pound left and right, up and down. Fortunately, the unfortunate individual was a 5th-stage martial artist specializing in physical prowess. After enduring the onslaught for a while, the referee teacher hastily intervened to rescue him from the arena. Xiaoyu patted the thigh of the strawberry bear, saying, Strawberry bear, splendid job. You must exert your presence. Strawberry bear nodded, its gaze fierce as it fixed upon a nearby beast resembling a tiger, a scorpion-tailed tiger beast, which possessed the form of a tiger yet sported a scorpion's tail. Upon witnessing the immense strawberry bear towering several meters above it, the scorpion-tailed tiger beast recoiled in terror, utterly bereft of the regal demeanor one would expect from a tiger. Realizing that Strawberry Bear was not inclined to spare it, the scorpion-tailed tiger beast suddenly lunged forward, its tail thrusting at an awkward angle towards Strawberry Bear's head. The beastmaster of the scorpion-tailed tiger watched from a distance, helpless to intervene in the unfolding battle. However, in the next moment, a scene of sheer horror unfolded before the beastmaster's eyes. Strawberry Bear seized the scorpion-tailed tiger beast by its neck with one hand, while the other hand caught the venomous tail mid-strike. Before the scorpion-tailed tiger could react, Strawberry Bear thrust the poisonous tail into the vulnerable area beneath its chin. The beast let out a horrendous howl, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. The referee swiftly removed the beastmaster and his scorpion-tailed tiger from the dueling arena. The spectators gasped in shock, feeling a sudden tightness in their chests. The fresh recruits, initially poised to attack Strawberry Bear, staggered backward in fright, no longer daring to turn their backs on it. Witnessing this spectacle, Director Liu could only shake his head in disbelief, muttering, "This is clearly registered as Strawberry Bear. Yet it resembles nothing short of a rampaging bear." The members of the chat group expressed their astonishment at being able to witness such thrilling drama without any financial commitment. In Chapter 44, Lu Tianhong commanded, "Everyone, attack the Beastmaster." Yuan Tiangang, gritting his teeth, remarked, "Rezumi Rintaro. It seems your status as the top wolf in the chat group is in jeopardy. I believe Strawberry Bear has claimed that title." Rezumi Rintaro sat in his chair, utterly speechless, thinking, "I can't even respond. I've been muted, and yet you still tag me. How unfair." Tony Stark, adopting an air of superiority, declared, "Yuan Tiangang. What is Strawberry Bear really? You are unaware that our esteemed group leader once visited my universe and made that terrorist leader experience what true despair feels like. Just imagine being annihilated by Jericho missiles 1,000 times, then resurrecting 999 times. What a sensation." Saitama, intrigued, inquired, "Is that true? I was unaware of such events. To be killed 1,000 times? Our group leader truly is a wolf." Nobita chimed in, "I would love to witness that firsthand. It sounds immensely entertaining and certainly appetizing." Tony Stark replied, "At that time, you all hadn't yet joined the group. The group leader was invited by me, and he was a remarkably powerful avatar. The battle I witnessed live was far more exhilarating than what Zhang Zhiwei and the others experienced through the livestream. I even have recorded footage. Would you like me to share it with each of you?" The three responded in unison, "Yes, please." Rezumi Rintaro also desired it, yet he could not voice his wish. Feeling utterly despondent, in the dueling arena, Xiaoyu watched with great interest as Strawberry Bear wreaked havoc. Luo Ji sat on a bench in the now empty space cleared by Strawberry Bear, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Director Jiang, noticing Luo Ji's nonchalant attitude during the competition, inquired with annoyance, "Principal Li, what is the matter with this student? Why is he so dismissive of the tournament?" Principal Li twitched his lips, but replied, "Just ignore him." The three directors, seeing Principal Li's dismissal, refrained from further inquiry. Xiaoyu approached Luo Ji, asking, "Do you still have a bench and sunflower seeds? I would like a set too." While munching on seeds, Luo Ji retrieved a reclining chair and a bag of seeds from his beast space, then handed his small bench and a packet of seeds to Xiaoyu. He then reclined on the chair, continuing to watch the unfolding events with keen interest. Xiaoyu accepted the small bench and bag of seeds with a furrowed brow, thinking, "Luo Ji should have prepared a lounge chair. Now I'm stuck with this small bench. Oh well, I suppose I can overlook it since there are seeds." Thus, a rather incongruous scene unfolded in the dueling arena. A man and a woman sat or lounged, snacking on sunflower seeds, while a pink-furred bear rampaged in front of them. Strawberry Bear, driven into a frenzy, fought with a style akin to that of the Hulk, smashing about haphazardly and occasionally unleashing a powerful strike that sent a black wolf beast soaring through the air. Those martial artists and beastmasters regained their senses and began to organize a counteroffensive against Strawberry Bear. However, the bear was not easily subdued. With the combat prowess of the 9th level, coupled with 3 skills, it deftly fended off the combined assault of the numerous recruits. Seizing the opportune moment when the recruits clustered tightly together, Strawberry Bear hurled a strawberry bomb, instantly defeating several of them and forcing the remaining recruits to scatter in fear. The once empty dueling arena quickly expanded into a larger vacuum zone. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled. Fortunately, Strawberry Bear has not learned the Golden Light spell's thunder technique. Otherwise, today would have been utterly hopeless. Saitama recalled the details of the Golden Light spell from Zhang Zhiwei's fate instance, and, picturing Strawberry Bear enveloped in golden light and wielding lightning, felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. As the crowd struggled to combat Strawberry Bear, a voice rang out from the throng. Why are we attacking that bear? Let us target its Beastmaster. If the Beastmaster falls, the bear will surely follow. This proclamation, akin to a gust of wind dispersing the fog, awakened everyone to the realization. Indeed, defeating the Beastmaster would render the beast masterless, reducing it to a mere savage creature devoid of power. Some Beastmasters protested. How can you attack the Beastmaster? That's against the rules. The martial artist scoffed. Do wild beasts care whether you're a Beastmaster? They'll kill you regardless. Wild beasts don't adhere to your rules. Let us first deal with that Strawberry Bear's Beastmaster, and then return to handle you. Lu Tianhong, seeing his scheme come to fruition, chuckled inwardly. He then shouted, let us find some people to hold off that Strawberry Bear while we take down the Beastmaster. With that, Lu Tianhong led a dozen recruits, filled with murderous intent, charging toward Yi Xiaoyu and Luo Ji, who were still lounging and snacking. Yi Xiaoyu awkwardly remarked, Luo Ji, you keep munching on those seeds. I'll go deal with this rabble. Luo Ji nodded, remaining motionless on his reclining chair while occasionally glancing at the battles happening in the distance. Yi Xiaoyu boldly approached the group, and upon recognizing her, Lu Tianhong sneered. Yi Xiaoyu, you little wretch, today I shall crush your flower. One of his subordinates asked, Boss, are we still avoiding face slapping? You said we shouldn't do that. Lu Tianhong retorted, Of course. Didn't I tell you before? I want to play. If you break my nose, how will I continue? Yi Xiaoyu inwardly scoffed. The Lu family is not far from annihilation, yet you still flaunt yourselves. If it weren't for your reckless behavior, the Lu family might still be one of the prominent families in Huaxia. Externally, Yi Xiaoyu maintained an impassive expression, her cold gaze fixed upon the group. Lu Tianhong issued a commanding shout. Everyone, charge together. First, subdue this woman, and then make her man suffer a public beating. Luo Ji watched this scene from a distance, completely unperturbed about Yi Xiaoyu. He understood that Yi Xiaoyu had cultivated both the Golden Light spell and Thunder technique. Though her martial prowess was merely at the 5th stage of a warrior, it did not imply that her mastery of the Golden Light spell and Thunder technique was confined to the same level. Under Lu Tianhong's command, the group of over a dozen freshmen surged forward, fists aimed at Yi Xiaoyu's back, neck, arms, thighs, and abdomen. Yet, in the next moment, the arena was enveloped in a shimmering golden light. Chapter 45. While you train in martial arts, I shall cultivate immortality. Yi Xiaoyu radiated golden light, illuminating the entire area. The freshman's punches collided with her golden aura, akin to striking solid iron. The recoil force sent them staggering back several steps. Zhang Zhiwei, watching through the live stream, exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Xiaoyu is truly exceptionally gifted. In such a short time, she has cultivated the golden light spell to this level. Remarkable. Qiyu inquired, Zhang Zhiwei, after you mastered the golden light spell, could you withstand my serious punch with it at full strength? Zhang Zhiwei smiled wryly, replying, Teacher Qiyu, please, don't jest. If I were to activate the golden light spell, it wouldn't even defend against one of your serious punches. If it could resist your ordinary one, that would be a monumental achievement. Tony Stark chuckled heartily. Come now, Teacher Qiyu, don't put poor Zhang in a tight spot. His golden light spell isn't as formidable as you imagine. Zhang Zhiwei retorted. If you, encased in your iron shell, dare to boast. Let us not forget, I might not be able to withstand Teacher Chiyu's punch, but I could certainly make you, in your armor, cry for mercy. Tony Stark, taken aback, felt a pang of insecurity. He had recently invested considerable effort into his iron armor and even forged an entire Iron Legion. He couldn't believe Zhang Zhiwei could surpass him. Glancing at the chat group, he noted his own power rating, LV01 to LV28, while Zhang Zhiwei boasted LV298. Resolute. He declared, Zhang, let us have a friendly spar at the gathering 3 months from now. For the sake of entertainment, the loser shall award the winner 1,000 points. Upon hearing Tony offer points, Zhang Zhiwei, eager to secure the deal, quickly affirmed, it's settled then. Let it be known, what I say is final. Fellow group members, please bear witness. Tony smirked inwardly, thinking, I never said it would be just me against you. My Iron Legion will be involved as well. Heh. Yuan Tiangang eagerly asked, is there anyone who wishes to duel with me? Nobita pondered, replying, I could, but can I bring Doryan? Yuan Tiangang. Qiyu chimed in, I can also duel. I'll test your strength with my ordinary punch. Yuan Tiangang suddenly felt speechless, exclaiming, what is the difference between a conceptual punch and an ordinary one? What are we even doing here? Luo Ji, with a grin, teased, if you can't find anyone, I can send a clone to fight you. Let us see if I can compress my strength down to LV7. How does that sound? Yuan Tiangang. In the duel arena, most spectators were captivated by the golden light, halting their fights to gaze at Xiaoyu, enveloped in a radiance reminiscent of a Saint Seiya. The referee, witnessing Xiaoyu being besieged by the freshman, was about to intervene when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The assault from the freshman was thwarted by the golden light. Subsequently, Xiaoyu, wielding the golden light, conjured a long sword in her hand. Smiling at Lu Tianhong and his minions, the school leaders observing from the sidelines were equally astonished. Director Lu skeptically asked, "Principal Li, with your vast experience, what martial technique is this Xiaoyu employing? I've never seen or heard of anything like it." Principal Li frowned, shaking his head in resignation. "It appears to be some sort of secret technique, one I have not encountered before." The three directors marveled, astonished that even Principal Li had not seen such a martial arts secret. Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something, merging the golden sword into her golden robe. Then, to the horror of the onlooking students, a brilliant blue lightning appeared in her right hand. This spectacle caused Principal Li to rise in shock. Fixating on the lightning Xiaoyu wielded, as if trying to comprehend its nature, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Lu Tianhong, equally startled, staggered back several steps, shouting for his lackeys to charge forward while he prepared to flee. However, his minions were no fools. They were quicker to run than Lu Tianhong, dashing towards the crowd of students. Little did they know, the students, fearing for their safety, pushed the dozen or so lackeys back. Xiaoyu, with a cold smile, taunted, "Lu Tianhong, why are you running? Come, experience the taste of my thunder technique." Realizing escape was futile, Lu Tianhong quickly knelt, pleading, "My lady, I promise never to harbor ill thoughts towards you again. Just let me go, treat me as if I were nothing." Xiaoyu, however, disregarded his pleas, allowing his words to drift into the ether. The lightning in her hand intensified, coalescing into a brilliant sphere. Without hesitation, she hurled it towards Lu Tianhong. The referee, sensing the dire situation, rushed forward, channeling his life force to create a protective shield in front of Lu Tianhong. Yet, the terrifying thunderbolt shattered the shield like a twig, the diminished impact still crashing into Lu Tianhong. Struck by the lightning sphere, Lu Tianhong collapsed, writhing on the ground, his body convulsing, scorched by arcs of electricity. Utterly transformed by the assault, moments later, he exhaled a cloud of white mist and succumbed to unconsciousness. Tony Stark chuckled, "What is this? Lu Tianhong truly is oblivious to his own folly. He had it coming. After being spared by the group leader's clone, he still dared to cause trouble. Thinking our group Xiaoyu was an easy target." Yuan Tiangang commented, "Look at the fear on the leaders' faces. I can only lament that Xiaoyu, a cultivator of immortality, has ventured into the martial arts realm." Zhang Zhiwei, grinning, added, "You all forced my hand. While you practice martial arts, I shall cultivate immortality." Luo Ji sneered, "Zhang Zhiwei, spare us. In your realm, you aren't exactly a paragon of strength. Your slaps are hardly different from those of a martial artist." Zhang Zhiwei. Chapter 46. Xiaoyu surrenders. True rest leads to strength. Upon witnessing Xiaoyu's astounding display of power, the strawberry bear also began to unleash his full strength, suppressing the remaining freshmen. By the time the 60-minute match concluded, only a handful of competitors struggled to endure. In the second round of one-on-one eliminations, Xiaoyu didn't even get a chance to strike, as the newcomers simply forfeited before entering the arena. Some freshmen, noticing that Luo Ji had not yet made a move, suspected that his connection with Xiaoyu might be extraordinary. Still, they approached the situation with a sense of recklessness, preparing to test the waters. Little did they expect that Luo Ji would, in a moment of disagreement, unleash his little black dragon. The nearly 10-meter-long, fearsome dragon exuded an aura that rivaled that of a battle general, causing several freshmen who had intended to probe further to promptly forfeit. In the third round of the finals, Luo Ji surprisingly faced off against Xiaoyu, and to the astonishment of everyone in the chat group, Xiaoyu smoothly opted to concede. After the match, Principal Li summoned Xiaoyu and Luo Ji to his office. He turned to Xiaoyu and inquired, "What is that martial technique you possess that radiates golden light? And the ability to manipulate lightning must surely be an ancient secret?" Xiaoyu replied, "Whatever you say, I will agree with you. I will just go along with your words." Calmly, he fabricated. The technique that emits golden light is called the golden light spell. And the method of controlling thunder is an ancient secret known as the 5 thunder method, both of which I acquired through a serendipitous opportunity. There is no need for you to worry about foreign powers taking interest in me. I have a powerful backing that you cannot uncover. Xiaoyu's blend of truth and falsehood left Principal Li utterly flabbergasted. He pondered, Isn't the usual narrative one where I ask, you decline to answer. And then I express the potential repercussions, prompting you to secretly divulge information? How could he so bluntly shut me down? Just as he was about to turn to Luo Ji preemptively declared, you should be aware that my black dragon has national backing. So please refrain from questioning further, Principal Li. With a resigned sigh, Principal Li remarked, you young people are truly something. Very well, I shan't pry any further. You may return and rest. Luo Ji and Yi Xiaoyu departed for their respective homes. Yi Xiaoyu, having excelled as a top student, submitted a leave of absence for 3 months at the start of the term, while Luo Ji chose not to take leave, opting instead to immerse himself in campus life. Before his leave, however, Yi Xiaoyu had thoroughly gathered all available resources, confident in his strength that no one would dare contest him for them. Moreover, Luo Ji had generously gifted all his resources to Yi Xiaoyu. During these 3 months, Yi Xiaoyu planned to enter seclusion to break through his current power level before attending the gathering in the Marvel 9119 universe. Time flew swiftly, and a week later, Nobita's points successfully reached the threshold to purchase the Dream Eater technique. Without hesitation, Nobita placed the order for the technique. Upon receiving the method for cultivating the Dream Eater technique in the chat group, he wasted no time and fell asleep, beginning his training in the dream realm. Meanwhile, his physique, muscles, and bones began to undergo significant enhancement, and his strength rapidly surged while he slumbered. Saitama merely accompanied his disciple Genos on monster hunting quests, logging into the chat group daily to check in and earn a few points before angrily logging off. A month after Nobita began cultivating the Dream Eater technique, Tony Stark consumed the second vial of the X-Gene Optimization Serum. His body density, bone structure, and recovery abilities underwent another leap, granting him an impressive single-arm strength of 5 tons. Although it still paled in comparison to his godson Spider-Man, it was nonetheless formidable enough to effortlessly send Captain America flying without a shield. Zhang Zhiwei worked diligently to persuade his master to pass on the title of Celestial Master to his junior disciple Tian Jingqing, while simultaneously deepening his understanding of the Golden Light spell and the Thunder method. Yuan Tiangang, during this period, had rallied the unruly to completely overthrow the court, setting the stage for his grand scheme to reverse the heavens. His synergy with the sword spirit had reached an unprecedented level, nearly achieving a state of unity between man and sword, with his power rapidly escalating. Strawberry Bear, meanwhile, was in seclusion alongside Yi Xiaoyu, both striving to enhance their capabilities. Rita Matoy remained cautious about speaking up in the group, fearing another silencing, while discreetly leading a cadre of Lolas to topple various rulers. Observing the dedicated training of the members over the past months, Luo Ji nodded in satisfaction. As time passed like flowing water, the members of the group rapidly improved their strength. Today, Tony Stark stood in his underground base surrounded by a multitude of armored suits, sipping red wine while admiring his creations, which ranged from the 3 Malawian Quatches to the 46 Malawian Quatches, all capable of being controlled by Jarvis. Enjoying his wine, he took a photo with the array of Iron Man suits and shared it in the chat group. Everyone, my progress has been exceedingly smooth, and my strength has seen a tremendous increase. My current power rating in the chat group is between LV-19 and LV-31, Tony Stark declared, beaming with pride, and included a snapshot with his Iron Legion. Zhang Zhiwei, having completed his seclusion, logged in and chimed, "Little Tony, how amusing. I have already reached LV-36. If you bring one of your Iron Man suits, I could dismantle it." Tony Stark, Yi Xiaoyu also logged in, stating, "Things have been going well. I have broken through to the level of a Marshal General, which corresponds to LV-2 in the chat group. Strawberry Bear's strength is now comparable to mine." And Kang said he might also break through soon. Yuan Tiangang cheerfully added, "My plans are progressing smoothly, and my synergy with that spirit sword has improved tremendously. I am now capable of achieving unity with it, boasting a strength of LV-39. Saitama interjected, "While you all strive to elevate yourselves, I am doing my part too. I simply go out and fight. The monsters naturally grow stronger, and I am now at LV-72. Nobita was jolted awake by the messages in the chat group and exclaimed, "Everyone, long time no see. I have reached LV-3. Yi Xiaoyu, huh? Zhang Zhiwei, Nobita, something seems off with you." Tony Stark sent a meme of a confused white man. Nobita sighed, "What can I say? I've been taking an extra 2-hour nap every day, only waking up for dinner, and that is how I've become this strong." Zhang Zhiwei remarked, "Listen to yourself. You sound just like Saitama-sensei's humble brag." Saitama curiously asked, "How am I like that? I don't understand." Tony Stark pondered for a moment and replied, "You know, he has got a point. It does sound similar." Yi Xiaoyu noted, Does Nobita remind you of Saitama-sensei, perhaps? Luo Ji explained. The reason Nobita has improved so rapidly is due to his high compatibility with the technique. You would not envy it. I have observed that Loki will descend into the Marvel 9119 universe on Blue Star in 3 days. Are you all interested in gathering at Tony's place? If you wish to go now, I can open permissions for traveling to the Marvel world without charging any points. Chapter 47. The members head to the Marvel 9119 universe. New York. Tony Stark excitedly exclaimed, Group Leader, you are truly a great person. Ding. Group Leader Luo Ji muted Tony Stark for 1 minute. With a look of disdain. Luo Ji remarked, don't hand me a good person card. This time it's just a minute of silence. Next time, who knows? Let this be a warning. Saitama inquired, Group Leader, can I bring my disciple Genos along? Luo Ji nodded and remarked, this time, you may bring whomever you wish. As long as those you invite possess the ability to protect themselves, there is no need to trouble others. Nobita hurriedly shouted, Doryan, I have a wonderful place to take you. Doryan, who was downstairs indulging in dorayaki, ascended with a puzzled expression and inquired of the excited Nobita. What remarkable place are you referring to, Nobita? Have we been there before? Why the excitement? Nobita organized his thoughts and said, did I not mention that I joined a chat group that connects to other worlds? It includes individuals from various realms, and this time, I am taking you to explore another world. Doryan, astonished, asked, so the chat group you spoke of is real? I thought it was merely a figment of your imagination. Are the other worlds dangerous? Should I bring some more lethal gadgets along? Nobita quickly shook his head. No. While the other worlds may not be entirely safe. With the group leader and several powerful figures present, the level of danger is quite low. Doryan did not press further and silently retrieved from his pocket a life annihilation ray gun, a planetary atomic bomb, a world destruction timer bomb, and a lightning-wheeled demon samurai sword. Nobita had never before encountered such devices. Observing the ominous aura emanating from each gadget, he urgently implored Doryan to put them away. Admonishing, these tools must not be used recklessly, understand? We are attending a gathering, not on a mission to obliterate other worlds. Doryan, with a serious demeanor, replied, Nobita, the roads in our world are not particularly safe, let alone in other worlds. One must be prepared for every eventuality. Do you comprehend? Nobita. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama casually informed his disciple Genos, who was washing dishes, I will be taking you to other worlds to broaden your horizons. Genos responded, huh? Zhang Zhiwei resolved to attend the gathering alone, using the excuse of meeting the esteemed scholar, and without hesitation. Zhang Jingqing agreed upon hearing the name of the venerable figure. Yuan Tiangang intended to escort the already initiated martial arts sisters, Fan Linger and Fan Xiaoyu, to the Marvel universe for the gathering. His goal was twofold, to expose them to the splendor of a prosperous era nearly a century hence, and to provide them with an opportunity to hone their skills against potential extraterrestrial foes. Upon learning they would be traversing to another world, the two sisters were momentarily rendered speechless. Xiaoyu also informed her parents of a school outdoor activity, claiming she might be away for several weeks, before embarking on her journey to Marvel with her strawberry bear. Rita Rentaro timidly inquired in the chat group, may I bring those young girls along to the gathering? Tony Stark promptly vetoed, absolutely not. You either come alone or not at all. The other members of the chat group unanimously supported Tony Stark's stance, including the group leader, Luo Ji, concerned for the young girls. Rita Rentaro ultimately opted out of the gathering. In his view, those girls lacked the ability to protect themselves. If anything were to happen in his absence, he would have to rely on the group leader for assistance. The group's reluctance to allow Rita Rentaro and his young companions to attend stemmed primarily from a desire to avoid complications should a confrontation arise with the Chitauri army. Who would attend to the girls? It was simply not feasible. A magnificent array of colorful light spheres materialized above Stark Tower, prompting Tony Stark to hasten upstairs for a greeting. Once the group arrived in the Marvel universe, the sky above Stark Tower transformed dramatically, revealing a multitude of bizarre scenes. Soon, a striking figure clad in gray-green robes, adorned with two imposing horns and wielding a wooden staff, gracefully descended from the sky. In mere moments, Luo Ji's true form stood before the members of the chat group. Despite having nearly perfected the suppression of his aura, the group members instinctively held their breath. Standing beside their leader, they felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Even Saitama experienced a similar impulse. With a wave of his hand, an intangible energy seemed to envelop everyone. Yet despite this protection, the group needed a few seconds to readjust to normalcy. Once Tony Stark regained his composure, eager to avoid any potential awkwardness for the leader, he quickly announced, A lavish banquet accompanied by a grand ball and dance performances awaits downstairs. Let us not linger here any longer. As everyone regained their senses, they unanimously expressed their agreement. During the afternoon, the chat group members indulged in food and drink, with Zhang Zhiwei and Tony Stark quickly forming a brotherly bond. While the group reveled in the sumptuous feast and enjoyed the performances, far away in outer space, a colossal Titan-class mothership housed the universe's Loki, who was forcibly shackled and escorted to meet Thanos. Through a clever ruse, Loki persuaded Thanos to grant him the Mind Stone, enabling an assault on Earth, with the intent to retrieve the Tesseract. As for the Time Stone, Thanos momentarily dismissed it, knowing he could not defeat the Ancient One. As dusk fell, each member of the group held a glass of red wine, savoring their drinks while keenly watching the latest performance. Concurrently, SHIELD's secret base, utilizing the Tesseract to develop weaponry, was obliterated by Loki, who had returned via reverse teleportation, taking the Tesseract with him. In Chapter 48, Doryan on the verge of a breakdown. Agent Coulson's visit. After the performance concluded, the group members, each holding a glass of red wine, animatedly discussed amusing anecdotes from their respective worlds, with only Nobita, under Doryan's admonition, having swapped his wine for juice, as he was still underage. Xiaoyu glanced at Tony Stark and remarked, "To be honest, I have little fondness for those in positions of power, primarily due to Liu Tianhong. I harbor a strong aversion to such aristocratic families. I wonder if they will seek me out for trouble after I return. If my void seed advances successfully during this time, I shall have no fear of the Liu family." Tony Stark replied, exasperated, "Surely, you do not genuinely believe all aristocratic families are as incompetent as Liu Tianhong. If that were the case, such families would have long since ceased to exist. Consider this. Their offspring receive elite education, are exposed to various high society experiences, and learn etiquette from a young age, mastering the art of business operations. It is impossible for them all to be like Liu Tianhong, a true wastrel. The genuine wastrels constitute only a small fraction of the whole. While the prominent families indeed possess redeeming qualities, or else they would have been dismantled long ago." Luo Ji nodded in agreement. "Tony is correct. One must not generalize." Xiaoyu sighed. "Very well, perhaps my perspective is somewhat limited." Zhang Zhiwei took a sip of red wine and tactfully shifted the topic. "Zoroadong seemed to have heard somewhere that I was going to meet Luo Ji's avatar. He followed me down the mountain, attempting to pry information from me. I concocted an excuse to use the restroom and then teleported directly." Xiaoyu grimaced. "EW, you teleported from the restroom?" Zhang Zhiwei retorted, "What of it? Has our fairy Xiaoyu never had a bowel movement?" Xiaoyu fumed. "Zhang Zhiwei, you." Observing Xiaoyu's furious expression, the chat group erupted into laughter. Saitama gestured towards the amiable and unpretentious Loki, addressing Genos. "This gentleman is far more formidable than my humble self. Remember this. If he ever visits our world, ensure you extend him the finest hospitality, understood? You know how it is, master. I'm rather impoverished." Genos cast a profound glance at Loki, committing his appearance to memory, and replied with utmost seriousness, "I shall remember this, Master Saitama." Doryan, with a curious gaze, observed the lively scene around him. Noticing the jovial atmosphere, he tugged at Nobita's sleeve, saying, "Nobita, it seems there are plenty of snacks over there. Would you like some? If not, I shall help myself. But do watch your safety." Nobita waved dismissively. "Oh, go ahead, Doryan. Don't worry about me. I'm quite safe over here." With great enthusiasm, Doryan bounded towards the long table at the center of the gathering, laden with an array of delectable treats. Earlier, during the meal, he had been overly vigilant, consumed by anxiety, and had hardly enjoyed his food. Now, a pang of hunger struck him. Yuan Tiangang, observing the two anxious girls standing behind him, reassured them, "Fanlinger, take Fan Xiaoyu over there to grab a bite. You both hardly ate anything. As young ladies, you should avoid strong liquor. Some fruit wine will suffice. That blue raccoon has already begun indulging. Don't let him finish it all." In the distance, Doryan, overhearing someone refer to him as a raccoon, gripped a dorayaki in one hand and a red bean pie in the other, returned with indignation. Pointing at Yuan Tiangang with his round finger, he exclaimed, "Who are you calling a raccoon? Where do I resemble a raccoon? I am distinctly a cat-shaped robot." Preparing to snack, the two girls brandished their Valentino, no, their crossbows, at Doryan, admonishing, "You, blue raccoon, shall show respect to us." Doryan, having swallowed the dorayaki, retrieved an air cannon from his fourth-dimensional pocket, aiming it at Yuan Tiangang, insisting, "I have made it clear, do not call me a raccoon, especially not a blue raccoon." Nobita quickly intervened, grasping the irate Doryan and soothingly murmuring, "Doryan, Please, no trouble. We're at a gathering, not a brawl, and there are several formidable individuals present. Doryan, looking at Yuan Tiangang earnestly, stated, "You must apologize. He insulted me by calling me a raccoon." Yuan Tiangang chuckled, raising a hand. All right, Doryan, I apologize. I shouldn't have called you a raccoon. Is that acceptable? Doryan, relenting, retracted the air cannon and offered the red bean pie to Yuan Tiangang, saying with a hint of remorse, "My apologies. Please enjoy this. I may have reacted too strongly, but I truly despise being called a raccoon, particularly a blue one. I was originally yellow, but those pesky mice ruined it." Just as the two reached an understanding, a mouse unexpectedly emerged from beneath the sofa. Doryan shrieked, leaping onto Nobita, who held the startled robot in bewilderment. Once the mouse scurried away, Doryan's eyes reddened with fury, veins bulging, as he descended from Nobita and glared menacingly at the creature's escape route. Extracting an array of weapons from his person, a biological annihilation spear, a plasma handgun, an enhanced air compression cannon, a rapid-fire air compression gun, a decomposition ray, and finally, a world destruction bomb. This display startled everyone present, except for Loki and Saitama. Nobita hastily restrained the vengeful Doryan, soothingly assuring, "It's all right, Doryan, the mouse has fled. With several powerful figures here, it won't dare approach you." Gradually calming under Nobita's reassurance, Doryan sheepishly stowed away his arsenal. Xiaoyu, witnessing the cat-shaped robot brandishing such lethal weaponry, swallowed nervously. Yuan Tiangang also gasped, realizing that had he not apologized, the situation could have escalated into something far more dire. Zhang Zhiwei curiously inquired, "Aren't you a cat-shaped robot? Why are you so afraid of mice? The fate narrative didn't mention this fear of yours?" Xiaoyu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, This is a rather embarrassing incident for Doryan, which is why I omitted it from the fate narrative." Nobita sighed and said, "Allow me to explain. Originally, Doryan was a yellow cat-shaped robot with ears, but during a slumber, a future mouse gnawed off his ears. After removing them, he became a shiny, bald figure. When he gazed into the mirror, he was heartbroken and, while weeping, his tears turned him blue. Hence, his profound hatred for mice. Doryan wishes to eradicate all mice from existence." The group fell silent, incredulous. The storyline was more dramatic than a soap opera. Strawberry Bear quipped, "Doryan was far too naive. If I were in his shoes, those mice wouldn't dare approach my ears. I would certainly devour them." Xiaoyu grimaced, "Strawberry Bear, if you dare consume mice, I shall never speak to you again. That is utterly disgusting. Simply turn them into mush instead. Why resort to eating them?" Strawberry Bear. The group collectively sighed, noting yet another character with a penchant for the macabre. As the members engaged in their lively discourse, Miss Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's girlfriend and part-time secretary, approached him, whispering, "Agent Coulson from SHIELD requests an audience. He claims it's urgent." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Dear, let him come up." Chapter 49, SHIELD's plea. Loki suddenly intimidated. With a formulaic smile, Agent Coulson emerged from the elevator, taking in the eclectic array of costumes donned by the group, and apologetically remarked, "My apologies, Mr. Stark, and to all of you, for interrupting your cosplay gathering." The group responded in unison, "Huh? Cosplay?" Tony Stark, his expression darkening, replied, "All right, Agent Coulson, what brings you here? Please don't tell me it's about an alien invasion." Coulson, visibly twitching at the mention of an alien invasion, nonetheless stated, "Mr. Stark, your information is quite accurate. It is indeed an alien invasion. We at SHIELD seek your assistance. This creature is currently wreaking havoc at the New York theater, and we have dispatched Captain America and Agent Black Widow to apprehend him. It seems this alien is none other than Loki, Thor's brother, a being not merely extraterrestrial, but a deity." Upon hearing Loki's name, the group cast furtive glances at the composed Loki. Noticing their leader exhibited no signs of displeasure, they collectively sighed in relief. Tony Stark, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "From now on, refer to this alien simply as the alien, and do not call him Loki." Loki waved dismissively, "It's fine, Tony. It's merely a name and holds no significance." Tony nodded, choosing not to press further. Agent Coulson gazed at the two individuals before him, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. This was his first encounter with the arrogant billionaire playboy, who, instead of exhibiting anger at being interrupted, appeared genuinely respectful towards the other person. What manner of being was this man seated at the center? A myriad of thoughts flitted through Coulson's mind, but they were fleeting. He refocused on his mission, continuing, "Mr. Stark, The extraterrestrial deity is after the Tesseract, which is pivotal for humanity's potential to harness limitless energy. Are you willing to intervene? I've already sent the coordinates to Ms. Potts. Loki communicated within the group, instructing Zhang Zhiwei, Xiaoyu, Strawberry Bear, Yuan Tiangang, and Tony Stark. You five should proceed. Capture Loki. If he attempts to flee, let him escape and open a wormhole. You can engage in a skirmish with the aliens in New York City to enhance your combat experience. The members of the chat group nodded in agreement. Tony Stark turned to Coulson and said, have you arrived by aircraft? Take me and my friends. Their abilities are extraordinary and more than sufficient to handle this alien god. Coulson, ever cautious, replied, I need to inform Director Nick Fury. If he approves, I will take you all. After a brief moment, Agent Coulson smiled. Director Fury has granted his consent. Which of you will accompany me? Xiaoyu rose to his feet, and Strawberry Bear followed suit. Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, and the two women beside him also stepped forward. Coulson made a light-hearted quip. Luckily, our Quinjet is spacious enough. Otherwise, we might struggle to accommodate all of you. Loki observed as the group boarded the Quinjet and turned to Saitama and Nobita, saying, you two should refrain from intervening for now. Let them stretch their limbs, as they cannot fully exert themselves in their own world. Tony Stark waved his hand dismissively. I want to take up space. I'll go don my suit and be there shortly. Nobita, entirely unconcerned, reclined on the sofa and promptly fell asleep, practicing his sleep cultivation technique. Saitama, meanwhile, was indulging in a feast with Genos. Merely 15 minutes later, Xiaoyu activated the live stream of the chat group, causing the slumbering Nobita to awaken instantly. He promptly joined the live stream, with Saitama following suit, munching on food while watching the unfolding events. Within the live stream, Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, and the two women leapt from approximately 10 meters above, landing in the plaza below. The astonished Agent Coulson, who had opened the cabin door, marveled at this inhuman spectacle. In the plaza, Loki brandished the Mind Scepter, commanding everyone to kneel. When an elderly man approached and admonished him, just as Loki prepared to retaliate, Captain America, adorned in his tight blue uniform, charged forth, hurling his shield directly at Loki's face. However, with Loki's extraordinary physique, he sustained minimal damage, and the Mind Scepter charged, unleashing an energy beam. The quick-reacting team leaders raised their shields to defend, yet were still propelled backward by the energy shockwave, landing on the ground. As Loki readied another attack, another Quinjet appeared overhead, raining bullets upon him, which he completely disregarded. Just as he was about to fire an energy beam to bring down the Quinjet, the iconic music of Iron Man resonated through the air. Simultaneously, the Quinjet's internal systems were hacked, and a dozen Iron Man suits soared in from the distance, bombarding Loki and sending him flying several meters away. Loki, who had initially contemplated surrender, was now infuriated and stood up, ready to unleash havoc. At that moment, Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, Yuan Tiangang, and their companions leapt from the cloaked Quinjet. Xiaoyu radiated with golden light. Yuan Tiangang emanated a powerful aura, while the fiercely glowing flying sword, alongside Fan Shower and Fan Linger, aimed their weapons at Loki. Strawberry Bear transformed into a towering creature over 5 meters tall. This scene left Loki utterly flabbergasted. But it was Zhang Zhiwei's overwhelming aura, reminiscent of his brother Thor's thunderous energy, that truly intimidated him. Just moments before he planned to wreak havoc on Tony Stark, Loki, upon witnessing this formidable group, immediately sat on the steps, placed the Mind Scepter aside, raised his hands in surrender, and smiled, saying, I yield. Please, do not strike. Saitama, watching the live stream, couldn't help but compare the cowardly Loki to the formidable leader of their group, finding it hard to reconcile the two. Chapter 50. Are you Odin's illegitimate son? Agent Coulson piloted the Quinjet, returning to the SHIELD headquarters to report on the mission, while the logistics team took over the scene. He instructed the group to accompany the aircraft to watch over Loki, preventing any escape. Captain America and Black Widow secured Loki aboard the Quinjet, followed by the group members. Zhang Zhiwei scrutinized Loki, sensing an instinctual fear emanating from him, though he couldn't quite understand why. Yuan Tiangang assessed Loki with a calm demeanor, perceiving the cowardly figure as akin to a dog, yet curiously noting that he and the group leader were, in a broad sense, somewhat similar. Fan Shower disdainfully remarked, Sir, this fellow isn't worth your effort. He certainly doesn't merit the attention of so many esteemed individuals. Fan Linger quickly interjected, This matter doesn't concern us. Refrain from speaking too much. Loki smiled at Fan Shower without retort, secretly understanding Chinese and recognizing her disparaging remarks. However, He confidently believed that everything was under his control, and his plans were unfolding as intended. Tony Stark first commanded his Iron Legion to return to their original positions before piloting his suit to follow the airborne Quinjet. Captain America, Steve Rogers, curiously inquired, "Is that pink bear a modified creature? It can grow and shrink. It seems like so much has changed in these 80 years. Strawberry Bear shot a glance at the American hero and retorted, "You're the modified creature. Your entire family is." Steve Rogers, taken aback, stepped back and asked, "You mean he can talk? A bear that speaks?" Xiaoyu, exasperated, replied, "Steve, just don't provoke him. Not only can he talk, but he can also grow large enough to send you flying." Steve Rogers, feeling a bit embarrassed, waved his hands dismissively. All right, my mistake." Zhang Zhiwei, intrigued, asked Loki, "Why do you fear me so much? And why do you regard me with such peculiar eyes?" Loki responded in fluent Chinese, "You possess a thunderous aura similar to that of my foolish brother Thor, yet yours is even more formidable, almost rivaling that of my father, Odin. Are you perhaps Odin's illegitimate son? I don't recall him having any affairs these past few millennia. When I return to Asgard, I must clarify this with Mother." Zhang Zhiwei, now not merely amused but utterly baffled, retorted, "You are the illegitimate son of Odin. Your entire family is. Wait a moment, you do indeed seem to be Odin's son. Damn it, believe me when I say I could strike you. Who told you that mastering thunderous power was a thing? It's all part of your father Odin's legacy." Loki, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "That temper is just like my foolish brother. And you dare claim you are not Odin's illegitimate son." Just as Zhang Zhiwei was preparing to give Loki a slap, Tony Stark, clad in his armored suit and flying alongside the Quinjet, issued a warning to the aircraft. Utilizing the suit's loudspeaker, Stark shouted, "There's a figure radiating lightning heading this way. It must be aimed at Loki." Those familiar with Stark's alternate timeline knew that Thor, the god of thunder, was a formidable adversary, and it was undoubtedly Thor who was approaching. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the rear hatch of the jet swung open, and a figure crackling with electricity seized Loki and soared away. The group did not intervene. Captain America, Black Widow, Fan Shower, and Fan Linger were momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhiwei, and Yuan Tiangang refrained from interference, fearing a battle would damage the aircraft and endanger Black Widow and the two ladies, while Captain America, with his protagonist aura, was unlikely to meet his demise. Captain Steve Rogers, observing the others preparing to pursue, earnestly stated, "We need a plan. Let us not act recklessly." At that moment, Tony Stark, witnessing Loki's abduction, recalled the group leader's instructions to ensure Loki successfully opened the wormhole, allowing them to locate the Chitauri warriors and hone their battlefield skills. If Loki were to be taken back to Asgard by Thor, the wormhole would be unnecessary, and they would forfeit their free training ground in New York. Stark declared, "The plan is to take immediate action." With that, he launched himself out of the Quinjet's cabin. Xiaoyu, unable to fly, looked at Zhang Zhiwei and Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang shook his head, saying, "Xiaoyu, my flying sword cannot carry anyone. Fan Shower, Fan Linger, stay here. I will return shortly." With that, Yuan Tiangang mounted his flying sword and ascended, pursuing the distant lightning figure. Zhang Zhiwei chuckled and remarked, "I knew this awkward situation would arise. Fortunately, I brought the paper crane talisman, which should accommodate two people." To Captain America's astonishment, a paper crane with a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters materialized outside the jet, maintaining the same altitude as the Quinjet. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhiwei and Xiaoyu leapt onto the paper crane and soared away, leaving Captain America, bewildered, to retrieve a parachute from the cabin and jump out. Tony Stark was the first to catch up, unleashing a powerful energy beam that struck Thor from several dozen meters above, causing Loki to crash into a nearby hill. Tasting the dirt, Thor, meanwhile, plummeted, flattening a small hill before quickly regaining his footing and glaring at Stark, who hovered above. With fury, Thor proclaimed, "Loki is my brother, the son of Odin. This is our family matter. Stay out of it." Stark retorted with a smirk, "Your brother, Loki, has killed over 20 people in a single day. This also falls under your family affairs." Thor awkwardly responded, "He was adopted." Loki looked at his brother, visibly hurt. Stark continued, "Regardless of whether he is adopted, you cannot take him today. He still has a mission to complete." Loki, bewildered, thought, when did he ever disclose his mission? His ambition was to dominate the blue planet and conquer the 9 realms, claiming the title of Overlord. Did this human intend to surrender before a battle? Stark realized he had misspoken and corrected himself. "He still needs to help us retrieve the Tesseract." Thor scoffed, "You think you can stop me?" He hurled Mjolnir directly at Stark. Stark, intending to say more, was caught off guard by Thor's unorthodox tactics, as Mjolnir struck him, sending him flying. Just as Thor prepared to take Loki away, a sword light shot toward him. Sensing imminent danger, Thor unleashed a surge of lightning and struck at the sword light. An invisible shockwave erupted from the point of contact, propelling Thor several hundred meters away, crashing into the forest and leaving a trail of broken trees and a long trench in his wake. Blood trickling from his mouth, Thor swiftly summoned Mjolnir back, warily eyeing the ruggedly handsome middle-aged man approaching, who wielded a sword radiating an eerie red glow. Chapter 51. Zhang Zhiwei vs. Thor. Thor felt the lingering pain in his right hand from the sword's impact. Although it was healing rapidly, the sense of life-and-death crisis still haunted him. It had been a long time since he had felt such peril. Just as Yuan Tiangang was about to make his move, Zhang Zhiwei, riding the paper crane with Xiaoyu and the stuffed strawberry bear on his shoulder, landed before him. Yuan Tiangang addressed them. He is not my opponent. If you wish to hone your skills, you may test yourselves against him. He should be a worthy adversary for you. Xiaoyu nodded, her body glowing with golden light. And with powerful energy surging through her legs, she leaped forward, throwing a punch at Thor's right cheek. Strawberry Bear, not to be outdone, rapidly inflated, charging at Thor with massive paws aimed at his forehead. Thor, casting aside Mjolnir, sent Strawberry Bear flying several meters away and retaliated with a punch directed at Xiaoyu. However, she was merely pushed back a few meters, the golden light surrounding her dimming slightly, but she sustained no harm. Aware of their inferiority against Thor, Xiaoyu and Strawberry Bear quickly retreated. Zhang Zhiwei, cracking his knuckles, said, "Let me see what this so-called god of thunder is made of. Let us see whose lightning is mightier." With that, he stepped forward, and the golden light around him solidified. Blue and white lightning crackling as his dark hair stood on end. His eyes sparkled with golden light and flowing electricity, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing nearby slender trees to snap under the pressure. For the first time, Thor sensed a lightning power comparable to his own, a pressure he had only felt from his father, Odin. Yet, Thor was not one to shy away from battle due to a mere aura. He summoned Mjolnir back, channeling the accumulated lightning power into the hammer as Zhang Zhiwei closed in. As Zhang Zhiwei entered Thor's 10-meter radius, Thor could no longer contain himself and raised Mjolnir high, unleashing all the lightning upon Zhang Zhiwei. Zhang Zhiwei closed his eyes to gauge the power of the lightning, then disdainfully shook his head, saying, "Your lightning power is nowhere near the level of mastery required for true control. You merely utilize external forces to channel the thunder within you. You are truly weak." Zhang Zhiwei subsequently extended his right hand, from which a bolt of crimson and white lightning erupted, hurtling violently towards the thunder god, Thor. This surge of electricity appeared before Thor as if traversing the very fabric of time and space, striking him squarely in the chest and propelling him several hundred meters away, crashing into a distant hillside. The surrounding trees were instantaneously severed in half by the explosive shockwave of this palm lightning. At the epicenter of the explosion, a vast crater emerged, the ground charred and scorched by the power of the lightning. Thor struggled to extricate himself from the hillside, surveying the charred skin on his chest, a testament to the internal injuries inflicted by the searing lightning coursing through him. He finally entertained the notion of fleeing with Loki. Contemplating the astonishing emergence of such formidable beings in the once primitive Midgard, he resolved to report this to his father upon his return. Just as Thor was preparing to abscond with Loki, Captain America descended, surveying the devastated forest now encircled by Xiaoyu, Strawberry Bear, Zhang Zhiwei, Tony Stark, and Yuan Tiangang. Tony Stark had hovered in the air, observing Thor below, while Yuan Tiangang intercepted the escape route from above to prevent Thor from fleeing with Loki. The trio of Zhang Zhiwei, Strawberry Bear, and Xiaoyu effectively surrounded the Thunder God. Captain America, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "I just received notification from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Lord Thor is an ally of humanity. To prevent a civil conflict, shall we escort Loki back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for further discussion? Lord Thor, do you consent to return to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Thor, filled with indignation, longed to shout, "Do I have your permission to leave? If I were not outmatched by you, I would relish the opportunity to pummel you." He shot a glare at his troublemaking brother, Loki, and seized him by the collar, following the group aboard the Quinjet. Subsequently, they boarded the aerial aircraft carrier and encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, who promptly confined Loki to a vacuum chamber. Director Fury, with an earnest expression, inquired, "Esteemed guests, from whence do you hail? Are you friends of humanity?" Xiaoyu, Exuding disdain, retorted, Black Egg, do not harbor such suspicion. We are merely transient visitors in this realm, friends of Tony from another world. Fury, taken aback by the moniker Black Egg, managed to suppress his annoyance. Having learned from Captain America about the formidable strength of the newcomers, he recognized that now was not the time to offend them. Unity in the face of external threats was paramount. Forcing a smile, Fury declared, since you are friends of Tony, you are undoubtedly friends of humanity. I have arranged accommodations for you. Please rest while we locate the Tesseract and ascertain Loki's intentions. Zhang Zhiwei shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you wish, Black Egg. You can investigate on your own. I require a room with a large LCD television. The smartphone Tony gifted me strains my eyes. Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and turned to Tony, saying, Tony, you promised us a gathering in your world, with a smartphone for each of us. You better be prepared when we return. Do not go back on your word. Tony Stark gave an approving gesture, responding, no problem at all. If I cannot fulfill such a request, that would indeed be quite pathetic. At that moment, Dr. Banner, capable of transforming into the Hulk, approached, saying, Mr. Stark, could you assist me in locating the Tesseract? Tony, smiling at Banner, replied, all right, everyone, I must excuse myself. The brilliant Dr. Banner has invited me to collaborate with him. Zhang Zhiwei reclined in the room equipped with a large LCD television, engrossed in Naruto. Xiaoyu and Strawberry Bear shared a room, opting to meditate and cultivate rather than rest. Yuan Tiangang, accompanied by the two women, began to learn management strategies under Agent Coulson's guidance, as being an emperor entails a degree of governance. Fan Xiaoyu and Fan Linger were thoroughly engaged in their studies, while Yuan Tiangang, feeling drowsy, entrusted the two to Coulson and sought out a room for sleep. Meanwhile, Thor engaged in conversation with Captain America, Steve Rogers. Steve inquired, did your brother mention that Zhang Zhiwei might be a secret son of your father, Odin? Is there any truth to this? Thor. Chapter 52, Loki's Deception. The Rampaging Hulk. The emergence of the Riftbreaker. As everyone busied themselves, Loki, confined within the vacuum chamber, was enveloped in a green luminescence. The foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms finally recalled his mastery of magic, weaving strands of green magic that began to infiltrate the chamber, targeting Dr. Banner, who was in the lab probing the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Just as Loki completed his enchanting spell, his elder brother, Thor, arrived to check on him. Thor, the unsuspecting fool, fell victim once again to Loki's illusionary magic, unwittingly ensnared within the expansive vacuum chamber, while Loki made his escape. Pressing the descent button, Thor was unceremoniously cast down from a height of 10,000 meters. As Thor plummeted, Dr. Banner, under the influence of Loki's enchantment, began to lose control. His skin turned green, veins protruding from his neck, and with a furious roar, he transformed into a towering Hulk, exceeding 3 meters in height. Tony Stark, who had just returned with experimental equipment, caught sight of Banner's transformation from a distance. Without hesitation, he dashed back to his room and rapidly donned his new Iron Man armor. By the time Tony emerged, the Hulk was already wreaking havoc on the lower levels of the aircraft carrier. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents watched from afar, none daring to intervene. Tony, exasperated, observed as the Hulk seized a cargo truck and hurled it at him. In an instant, the arc reactor in his chest unleashed a beam of energy that sent the truck hurtling back. Struck by the very truck he had thrown, the Hulk, furiously, tore it in two. With bloodshot eyes filled with rage, he glared at Tony Stark and leaped towards him. A single punch sent Tony, clad in the new armor, flying several meters, embedding him into the steel wall of the aircraft carrier. Tony struggled to extricate himself from the wall, yet before he could catch his breath, the Hulk charged at him once more. The commotion roused Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhiwei, who were meditating in their room. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level of the aircraft carrier, Fan Xiaoyu, Fan Linger, and Agent Coulson encountered the escaping Loki. Loki swiftly dispatched the 3, poised to eliminate them when a flying sword appeared like a streak of light. Striking him aside, Loki crashed beside the recently fallen hull of the vacuum chamber, struggling to rise. Yuan Tiangang slowly emerged from a nearby corridor, gazing at the terrified Loki, and began to speak. Did you not wish to flee? I shall provide you with an opportunity. You may choose to leap from 10,000 meters above or succumb to the fate of becoming a soul beneath my blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki leaned back and gracefully plummeted from the great height. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhiwei and Xiaoyu prepared to assist Tony Stark, only to discover that the airborne fortress had come under sudden attack. Zhang Zhiwei, along with Captain America, rushed to confront the assailants assaulting the Sky Fortress. Xiaoyu, accompanied by Strawberry Bear, sped towards Tony Stark, arriving just as he engaged in battle with the Hulk on the first deck of the airborne fortress. Strawberry Bear transformed into a towering 5-meter giant and swatted at the back of the Hulk's head. However, driven by rage that amplified his strength to the equivalent of a chat group level 32, the Hulk retaliated with a fierce headbutt, sending the level 2 Strawberry Bear flying several meters away, where he lay incapacitated. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurried over and, finding Strawberry Bear relatively unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief, though her fury was palpable. She summoned her contracted creature, the Rift Dragon, which manifested in the skies. A magnificent black eastern dragon adorned with golden stripes, its golden eyes fixed intently upon the Hulk. An overwhelming aura of draconic might surged forth, pressing down upon the Hulk, who was momentarily seized by fear emanating from his very soul, halting his impending attack. Xiaoyu leaped onto the dragon's head and commanded, Rift Dragon, unleash your tail technique and send this green behemoth flying. The dragon, responding without hesitation, conjured waves of terrifying draconic energy that struck the immobilized Hulk with blinding speed. A thunderous crash echoed from the heights as the Hulk was sent hurtling back thousands of meters, plummeting toward the distant shore. Rift Dragon, do not pursue further. Return me to the Sky Fortress, Xiaoyu instructed, patting the dragon's massive head. As she completed her command, the beleaguered Strawberry Bear watched from afar, his longing for strength intensifying. He could not bear the thought of lacking the power to protect Xiaoyu, and the notion of her being harmed due to his inadequacies was unfathomable. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly enshrined Xiaoyu deep within his heart, which was already marred with cracks. Xiaoyu leaped from the dragon's colossal head onto the edge of the Sky Fortress, turning back to stroke the Rift Dragon and saying, "Thank you for your assistance. You may return now." With that, she opened her beast-taming space, allowing the Rift Dragon to depart on its own. After completing her tasks, Xiaoyu rushed to Strawberry Bear's side, her concern evident. "How are your injuries? If they are severe, do not hesitate. I will ask the group leader for help." Strawberry Bear waved his paw dismissively. "No need, just a few superficial wounds. I shall recover shortly." After examining him closely and confirming his condition was indeed manageable, Xiaoyu relented. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhiwei and Captain Steve Rogers swiftly defeated the SHIELD agents under Loki's control and overcame Hawkeye Barton, who had led the assault. Zhang Zhiwei bound Hawkeye with a rope of golden light and administered an electric shock, promptly restoring his consciousness. Grateful, Hawkeye was escorted by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff to the observation room for a period of recovery and monitoring. The SHIELD director, Nick Fury, seethed with anger upon learning of Loki's escape. Just as morale among the agents plummeted, a brilliant blue beam shot up from the top of Stark Tower in New York City, visible to all personnel aboard the SHIELD airborne fortress. At that moment, Thor broke free from the pressure chamber below and exclaimed, "I have received word from Heimdall. Thanos' Chitauri army is set to launch an assault on Earth through a wormhole. Loki's intent is to invade Earth. He plans to open a portal using the Tesseract, and that blue beam is the precursor to its activation. We must hurry to New York, lest it be too late. Should the Chitauri descend upon Earth in full force, humanity will be doomed." Tony Stark chuckled. "What should meet its end is them. Should Thanos dare to come to Earth, he will find it a one-way trip." With that, he exchanged nods with the members of the chat group and took to the skies in his MK armor, heading towards New York. Zhang Zhiwei produced a flying crane talisman, instantly enlarging himself and leaping onto it, soaring towards New York. Yuan Tiangang addressed Xiaoyu, "Kindly assist in escorting Fan Shower and Fan Linger." With that, he took flight on his sword and vanished from sight. Xiaoyu, shaking her head in exasperation under the astonished gazes of the crowd, summoned an enormous black divine dragon, larger than the Sky Fortress itself. She, along with Fan Shower and Fan Linger, ascended to the dragon's massive head and swiftly took to the skies. Captain America, Steve Rogers, looked awkwardly at Hawkeye and Black Widow and asked, "Does anyone here know how to pilot a fighter jet?" Chapter 53, Block the Portal and Strike. The destructive light of the Rift Dragon. Lucifer had sensed Loki's clandestine arrival at the rooftop of Stark Tower, where he directed the controlled SHIELD scientists to activate the spatial portal. Disinterested, he instructed Saitama, "Once the battle has escalated, deliver a serious punch to the incoming Chitauri army. Extend them a warm welcome." Saitama nodded, "Understood. May I send Genos to experience battle in another world?" Lucifer, approving, replied, "That's fine, but refrain from engaging just yet. Let them have their fun. Saitama fully understood and turned to the anxious Genos. Genos, go and confront the aliens that are about to arrive. With utmost seriousness, Genos responded, Understood, Sensei. I'm on my way. Simultaneously, the members of the chat group aboard the airborne fortress showcased their abilities. Swiftly arriving at the rooftop of a landmark building adjacent to Stark Tower, the colossal form of the Rift Dragon obscured the sun above, sending the civilians below into a panic as they fled. The dragon lowered its head, and Xiaoyu, along with Strawberry Bear perched on her shoulder, was the first to leap onto the rooftop of a nearby building, followed closely by Fan Xiaoyu and Fan Linger. A flash of sword light heralded Yuan Tiangang's arrival beside the two girls. Zhang Zhiwei soon followed on his flying crane, remaining aloft to observe the nascent void portal forming in the sky. Tony Stark, the first to depart, hastened towards the battlefield with remarkable speed, only to discover, from a distance, that the members of the chat group, who had set off after him, had already arrived at the battleground below, hovering beside them in his armored suit. Stark remarked with an air of embarrassment, Well, gentlemen, you all seem to have outpaced me. I cranked the power of my suit to the maximum, departed first. And yet I find myself the last to arrive. If we are to speak of prowess, it is surely you who are the remarkable ones. Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, Captain America and the others should arrive even later than you. As if summoned by the very mention of him, a Quinjet appeared on the distant horizon, soaring towards them at an extraordinary speed, piloted by none other than Black Widow. Beside the Quinjet, Thor, the god of thunder, flew alongside, gazing in awe at the colossal Leviathan, which nearly obscured the sky. Within a minute of their gathering, the spatial portal in the sky stabilized, revealing the long-awaited Chitauri army on the other side, along with their mothership. Hovering several light years away was Thanos' Titan-class warship, as he observed the Chitauri forces preparing to assault Earth. At the moment the portal stabilized, an innumerable swarm of Chitauri shuttles surged forth, reminiscent of a locust swarm descending upon the land. Each shuttle was piloted by a Chitauri warrior, with two others armed with spear-like energy weapons at the ready for combat. Yet, before the vanguard of the Chitauri army could fully escape the portal, they were nearly annihilated by a colossal beam of white light. Imbued with destructive power, an errant beam from the Leviathan, Thor watched in astonishment as the massive black dragon expelled a blinding column of energy, obliterating the first wave of Chitauri vanguards in an instant. The Chitauri, utterly unprepared for such a demise, found themselves trapped in a deadly ambush. Undeterred, the Chitauri forces regrouped and launched their second and third waves of attack, only to be met with more beams of destruction from the Leviathan, which dispatched a significant portion of the Chitauri shuttles. It is important to note that the Leviathan was currently in a rapid growth phase, having attained a power level of LV-45 over the course of 3 months spent in Xiaoyu's Beast Mastery space. Eliminating these Chitauri vanguards was a mere formality, though the destructive beams occasionally left some stragglers. Observing these remnants, Stark showed no mercy, unleashing every guided weapon from his suit, creating a cacophony of fire and explosions over the center of New York City. The few remaining Chitauri were swiftly dealt with, as the first wave of their forces was extinguished before they even set foot in New York. The Chitauri commander, astonished by the ferocity of the Earthlings, dispatched their Chitauri behemoths as living shields for the vanguard against the Leviathan's beams. These gargantuan creatures began to breach the portal, and as they were struck down by the Leviathan's destructive light, numerous Chitauri warriors emerged from the behemoth's bodies, while more shuttles took to the skies. Before the remains of the Chitauri behemoth could even descend, they were reduced to ash by another blast from the Leviathan. However, the Chitauri shuttles had already begun their descent towards New York City. The members of the chat group, witnessing the multitude of descending shuttles and Chitauri warriors utilizing steel cables to descend upon skyscrapers, felt their battle spirits ignite. They were ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 54. The Mage Evolution of the Leviathan. The finishing touch. Xiaoyu transformed, radiating golden light that coalesced into numerous golden needles floating around him, before charging towards the descending Chitauri warriors. Each needle swiftly harvested the lives of the Chitauri, who fell before him like wheat before the scythe, their terrified gazes unable to comprehend their fate. Strawberry Bear stood as a bulwark before Xiaoyu, deflecting all energy attacks aimed at him, their synergy impeccable. Meanwhile, Stark pursued the Chitauri shuttles in his suit, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy beams upon them. The shuttles plummeted from the sky like dumplings, crashing into the ground and creating deep craters and fiery explosions. Zhang Zhiwei and Thor unleashed torrents of lightning upon the Chitauri shuttles that had evaded the Leviathan's beams. reducing them to charred remains. Yuan Tiangang maneuvered his flying sword with incredible speed, eliminating Chitauri warriors, while Fan Xiaoyu and Fan Linger expertly targeted the Chitauri with their crossbows. Despite the Chitauri possessing a numerical advantage, they were being thoroughly outmatched by the members of the chat group. On the other side, Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his companions found themselves encircled by a group of Chitauri warriors that the chat members had inadvertently overlooked. The three fought valiantly, but the might of the Chitauri's energy weapons forced them into a stalemate. In that moment, a pillar of fire descended from the heavens, striking the Chitauri warriors opposing Captain America, engulfing them in flames. Their anguished screams echoed as they writhed on the ground, ultimately reduced to cinders. To the astonishment of Captain America and his companions, a man with a black metal arm emerged before them. Genos addressed them, saying, "This is not a battle for you to partake in. You with the shield, along with that woman and the archer, should leave at once. It is perilous here." Captain America, caught off guard, could only awkwardly explain, "We are superheroes too, here to combat these extraterrestrial threats." Genos regarded the trio with skepticism, asking, "Are there heroes in this world? You must be the weakest of C-class heroes, and C-class heroes should not engage in battles of this magnitude. You would be wise to depart." Confounded, Captain America and his companions had no choice but to retreat to the next block, intent on continuing their pursuit of the Chitauri warriors that had escaped the fray under the onslaught of the chat group. Suddenly, the spatial portal in the sky expanded dramatically, now nearly 10 times its original size, allowing a view of the vast universe beyond. The sight of the infinite Chitauri army hovering within this expanse filled the hearts of the ordinary citizens with a profound sense of despair. At that moment, a dozen Chitauri behemoths began to emerge from the portal, followed closely by thousands of Chitauri shuttles and 2 Chitauri dreadnoughts. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of these creatures, the Leviathan's golden eyes gleamed with a chilling intent to kill. He commenced one of his signature moves, the Dragon Tornado, a colossal whirlwind that surged towards the spatial portal like a venomous dragon. In that moment, everything traversing through the spatial passage was ensnared by a formidable whirlwind, instantly torn into minuscule fragments by the tempest. The commander aboard the Chitauri mothership, witnessing the terrifying might of this colossal entity, furrowed his brow and waved his hand, issuing a command: "Deploy the Chitauri beast monarch, let it shatter this abomination." At his command, a gargantuan Chitauri beast, resembling a unicorn with its massive poisonous horn, charged towards the void of the spatial passage. This singular Chitauri beast was thrice the size of a standard Chitauri creature, its horn radiating a potent blue energy, indicating that it had been genetically modified by the Chitauri to unleash energy attacks. Upon encountering this equally imposing adversary, the Void Dragon, with its unassailable draconic dignity, was instantly engulfed by rage. A golden glint flashed in its previously calm eyes, as it became enveloped in a verdant energy. Its form elongated. Razor-like exoskeletal blades sprouted from its cheeks, and several black golden tendrils of dragon whiskers swayed gracefully around it. The Void Dragon underwent a self-initiated mage evolution and unleashed its ultimate technique, the finishing touch. A surge of green energy enveloped its entire being, resembling a streak of emerald light as it cleaved through the heavens, crashing directly into the spatial passage. Before the Chitauri beast monarch could react or assume a defensive posture, the Void Dragon collided with its blue energy-emitting horn, shattering it and penetrating its body, leaving it utterly lifeless. In the aftermath, hundreds of starships activated their main cannons, targeting the Void Dragon. Yet, the Void Dragon was swifter, retreating to hover above New York City, rendering all cannon fire futile. Guarding the spatial passage, not a single Chitauri beast could escape unscathed, while the lesser soldiers were swiftly dealt with by the group members, and any remaining stragglers were eliminated by Steve Rogers and his allies. The Chitauri warriors had barely begun their rampage before they were largely eradicated. The battlefield fell into a stalemate, which persisted for several hours, until a bald figure clad in a yellow bodysuit slowly emerged from the top of Stark Tower. Chapter 55. One punch annihilates the Chitauri army. The cowardice of Thanos. New members joined the group, after several hours of stalemate in the combat. Lord G looked at the time, glancing at the still slumbering Nobita Nobi and the ever-busy Doryan, who was stuffing various snacks into his fourth-dimensional pocket. He chuckled and said, "All right, it's about time. Saitama, why don't you send the Chitauri army back home?" Saitama, brimming with excitement, sprang to his feet and replied, "Sure thing, group leader. I'll send those aliens back home, or perhaps even raise their homeland." Lord G waved his hand dismissively. "Do as you wish." Saitama had long felt an itch to join the fray, but he refrained from acting without the group leader's directive. Now that the command had been given, he was eager to stretch his legs. Stepping out onto the rooftop of Stark Tower, Saitama gazed at the spatial wormhole above, exerting a gentle force beneath his feet, causing cracks to form on the rooftop. He then propelled himself into the spatial passage, and spectators glimpsed a fleeting yellow figure. Tony Stark, witnessing the new fissures in his freshly renovated building, suddenly had a realization, causing his lips to twitch. Yuan Tiangang was the only one who caught a clear glimpse of the yellow figure's face and smiled. All right, the battle is about to conclude. Teacher Saitama is ready to make his move. The group members engaged in combat, along with the beautiful country's police and military personnel, observed as a bald figure clad in yellow and draped in a white cape suddenly appeared at the opposite end of the spatial passage. Initially, they found the appearance of this individual somewhat peculiar, uncertain of his intent. However, in the next instant, everyone was taken aback as Saitama, with utmost seriousness, directed a punch towards the Chitauri army. Due to his enhanced strength, this earnest blow exuded far greater power than before. The punch's wind, fanning out like a nuclear blast, transformed the vicinity of the Chitauri army into a hellish furnace, engulfing every Chitauri in an instant. At that moment, the Chitauri mothership disintegrated within the punch's wind, as though it had never existed. After this singular strike, the remnants of the Chitauri armada lay scattered across the cosmos, with not a single survivor to be found. On Titan, several light years away, Thanos gasped in shock, his hands trembling as he wiped his double-edged blade. He swiftly commanded, "All troops, jump through the nearest wormhole." Distance from this bald figure is paramount. All forces on Chitauri homeworld must relocate immediately. Saitama, undeterred by his previous strike, scanned the Titan-class warships and the colossal army even larger than the Chitauri, his serious gaze instilling terror that prompted Thanos' forces to execute a spatial jump without delay. They traversed through one spatial node and leaped across several more, keeping a vigilant watch on the nearest node, fearful that this formidable figure might follow. Though Thanos appeared outwardly composed, his grip on the double-edged blade trembled. Internally, he was far from calm. The unknown bald warrior had obliterated a significant portion of his Chitauri forces with a single punch, leaving not a single survivor. Thanos pondered whether this individual could be the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. Yet he knew Strange lacked such overwhelming power. If he possessed it, he would have long since dealt with the likes of Dormammu and wouldn't be stationed on Earth. Saitama scoffed at the fleeing forces of Thanos. Cowards. A bunch of useless fools. How can this Thanos dare to call himself the ruler of the universe? He has nothing compared to Boros. Who hasn't he even reached Earth yet? To think he claims to be the harbinger of destiny, huh? With a leap that transcended the void of space, Saitama executed a serious high jump, nearly surpassing the speed of light, shattering the barriers of time and space to arrive above Chitauri homeworld. With no hesitation or sympathy, he unleashed another serious punch, the force of which penetrated the planet's core, resulting in a catastrophic fissure. Following a dazzling shockwave, Chitauri homeworld was forever consigned to the annals of Marvel 9119 universe history. Once again employing his serious long jump, Saitama returned to Blue Star, leaving the group members and the beautiful country's police and military personnel still reeling from the shock, having obliterated Chitauri homeworld and returned. Saitama felt no disappointment in the absence of an equally matched opponent in this battle. He had grown indifferent to the pursuit of such rivals. His motivation for intervening today stemmed from two sources: the request of the group leader and the sight of his fellow members engaging, which stirred a restless itch within him to throw a couple of punches. Once again, the battle in New York concluded beneath the force of his fists, while Tony Stark continued to entertain the guests, spending a few days in revelry and concurrently repairing the vast fissures left on the Stark Tower rooftop by Saitama's teacher. Did he dare to voice his grievances regarding his teacher's power management? Certainly not. He could only silently withdraw several million to expedite the repairs. Such is the delight of possessing financial prowess. After 3 days of indulgence, the group members returned to their respective lives, having escaped the ephemeral intoxication of excess. The very next day, the chat group, which had remained silent for an extended period, reverberated once more with a mechanical notification, echoing in the minds of all its members. Ding! I am the man destined to become Hokage, joining the chat group. In a dilapidated apartment in Konoha, a young boy with golden hair and goggles, his hands clasped together, gazed at a freshly prepared bowl of instant noodles, exclaiming, "It's time to dig in." Just as he lifted his chopsticks, a mechanical notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on joining the Multiverse chat group. Engage freely with your fellow members. As Naruto felt a surge of caution and suspicion, a message echoed in his mind, imparting the group's introduction and announcements. Grasping the essence of this chat group, Naruto, brimming with excitement, hastily finished his noodles. He then announced in the chat, "Hello everyone, I'm Naruto. I am destined to become Hokage. Greetings to all the big brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts from other worlds." This exuberant introduction captivated the interest of all group members. As the group leader, Rojik was the first to respond. "Welcome to the group. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our group admin, Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu, recalling the newcomer's title, was uncertain of which version of Naruto he was, and inquired, "Please change your group nickname to your real name. By the way, have you graduated from the Ninja Academy yet?" After some deliberation, Naruto eventually altered his name to Uzumaki Naruto. Observing Xiaoyu's avatar, he curiously asked, "Sister Xiaoyu, aren't you from another world? How do you know I haven't graduated from the Ninja Academy?" With a mysterious smile, Xiaoyu replied, "Uzumaki Naruto, are you curious about the fate that awaited you before you joined this chat group? I possess that knowledge. Call me beautiful older sister, and I will share it with you." Rojik and the other members. Chapter 56. The Tragic Childhood of Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing the term fate, Naruto suddenly recalled something and eagerly asked, "Beautiful sister, you know my original fate. Does that mean you know who my parents are? I have never seen them since I was little, and I long to know who they truly are." Xiaoyu, upon hearing Naruto's fervent inquiry about his parents, recalled his sorrowful childhood and realized her words may have been ill-considered. She thought to herself, how could she have been so careless? Should she divulge such sensitive information to a newcomer? Naruto was still so young. Could he withstand such a revelation? Feeling somewhat flustered, she asked group leader Rojik, "Should I really tell Naruto? I only asked out of habit, intending it as a joke, but alas." Rojik responded with calm composure. Uzumaki Naruto has the right to know his lineage. How he chooses to respond to that knowledge is his own affair, regardless of his decision. This chat group will support him. Once you join the group, we are all family. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding and said, "All right, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto, I will send you your fate replica separately. If you feel comfortable sharing it with the other members after viewing it, you may grant them access." Ding. Group admin Xiaoyu uploaded the complete series of the Naruto world. Naruto, brimming with anticipation, clicked on the fate replica of the Naruto universe. Upon entering the Naruto world replica, with the assistance of the chat group, he vividly witnessed a striking man with golden hair and blue eyes. Draped in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial cloak, performing the dead demon consuming seal, entrapping the immense nine-tails fox within his own soul, while the other half was sealed within the body of a golden-haired infant. Naruto instantly recognized that the golden-haired infant was himself, and the man clad in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial cloak was none other than his father. He was utterly perplexed as to why the third Hokage had never revealed to him that his father was the fourth Hokage, nor disclosed the fact that he was the child of a hero. Each day, he was scorned by villagers as the embodiment of a demon fox, when in truth, both his parents were the heroes who saved the village and sacrificed themselves in the process. Yet, he, the hero's offspring, was subjected to such treatment? With bloodshot eyes, tears streaming down his face, Naruto continued to watch. With the chat group's assistance, he swiftly concluded the original fate trajectory of the Naruto world. At the final moment, he clicked to grant access. Xiaoyu, seeing Naruto log back on, asked, "Uzumaki Naruto, are you alright? Some things, and some people aren't worth your concern. Your world possesses resurrection techniques. You still have the opportunity to reunite with your parents." As the other group members listened to their conversation, they were bewildered, except for Zhang Zhiwei, who remained composed. Due to the permission granted, everyone began to dive into Naruto's fate replica of the Naruto World Series. With the support of the group, everyone's viewing speed increased, and soon the first person to finish was Ritamoto Rintaro. Ritamoto Rintaro, resonating with Naruto's plight, remarked, "The village your parents fought desperately to protect, the very people they saved, in the end, showed no respect for the child of a hero. Instead, you were isolated and monitored as a weapon by the village elite, while ignorant villagers hurled insults at the hero's son, branding him a demon fox. How utterly ironic. It mirrors the struggles of those like Yanju, who fought valiantly to survive and protect this world, battling for the people of the cities behind them, only to be cursed as children of a curse by those who know nothing of their sacrifice. Because of a minor upheaval, they covertly took action, killing so many innocent children, simply because those children were labeled as cursed. I have come to see the truth. There is no such thing as inherent goodness. All benevolence is predicated on strength. When you are powerful enough, your every action is perceived as virtuous. Yet in weakness, even your breath is deemed wrong. As Naruto absorbed Rintaro's words, the sense of belonging to the Hidden Leaf Village and his aspiration to become Hokage began to fade into darkness, dissipating into nothingness. His growing animosity toward the villagers who insulted him and the village's elite deepened, while his hatred for the madman Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito intensified. The desire for vengeance against Kaguya, who sought to save her mother, had firmly placed her on Naruto's kill list. As Xiaoyu observed that Naruto Uzumaki had not replied for quite some time, a hint of concern crept into her voice as she said, "All right, Rotamian Rintaro. Perhaps you should speak less. Uzumaki Naruto, I understand that you are going through a difficult time. Regardless of the actions you may take in the future, our chat group will always stand by your side." Naruto's voice, filled with melancholy, responded, "Thank you, beautiful sister. Your words have enlightened me, allowing me to break free from the shackles of control that made me feel like a fool, a mere puppet." Noticing that Naruto had finally responded, Xiaoyu quickly reassured him, "It's all right, Naruto. You can simply call me Sister Xiaoyu from now on. If you wish to seek revenge on those who have wronged you, do not hesitate. You have nothing to fear, for the group leader is here to support you, and with our numerous members, no one shall harm you again." Naruto nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. This matter is personal to me, and unless it becomes absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from troubling everyone for assistance." At that moment, Tony Stark, having finished reviewing the fate scenario, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What the hell is wrong with this world? It truly exposes the grotesque nature of humanity in its entirety. Naruto, I currently have few points, as I have already given them all to Master Saitama. If you need assistance, just let me know, and I will help you gather points to ensure that we eradicate this Konoha village and those despicable individuals lurking in the shadows." I find myself in agreement with Nagato's assertion that this world must experience suffering. Only through pain and fear can true peace be forged. It is through absolute power that one can impose peace upon the world. Saitama, with a resigned tone, remarked, "But your current strength is still too weak. Achieving everything you desire remains a daunting task." Nobita, having witnessed all this, harbored an intense disdain for the ugly faces of those in that world. Having lived in an era of peace, Yuan Tiangang calmly suggested, "Uzumaki Naruto, I recommend that you first conceal your identity and gradually build your strength. I shall eliminate the third Hokage, Danzo, and the Elder Council, overthrowing the ruling class of Konoha. While utilizing Konoha as a base to conquer the entirety of the ninja world, I will even dig deep to find Obito and kill him, using Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect your parents, only to later dispose of those Rinnegan to thwart Uchiha Madara's plans. As for Kaguya, do your utmost to locate and eliminate her. Do not allow this calamity to persist." Zhang Zhiwei concurred. "Having watched Naruto in the Marvel Universe, I now revisit it with a thorough understanding. I propose that during the Chunin exams, we collaborate with Orochimaru to execute a plan to annihilate Konoha, thereby achieving multiple objectives, eliminating the third Hokage through Orochimaru's hands while also seizing the opportunity to eliminate Konoha's higher-ups. However, time is of the essence, as there are only a few years until the Chunin exams. Fortunately, with the support of the chat group, this should not pose a significant issue." At that moment, a notification chimed from the chat group. Ding! The chat group has initiated daily member tasks. Completing daily tasks will yield a small amount of points. Chapter 57, Daily Tasks of the Group. The enraged Saitama. Everyone gazed at the sudden appearance of the daily task interface on their panels. Xiaoyu's task was to practice the Golden Light spell and Thunder technique for 1 hour, which would yield 30 group points. Strawberry Bear's task was to engage in physical training and combat techniques for 1 hour, also earning 30 points. Tony Stark's daily task was rather absurd, to train his super abilities for 1 hour, earning 30 points. While Tony's abilities were extensive, the training proved challenging, and he feared that the chat group would interpret his training as self-harm, hoping that the group was not that cruel. Zhang Zhiwei and Xiaoyu had similar tasks, both practicing the Golden Light spell and Thunder technique for 1 hour, but earning 50 group points. Yuan Tiangang's task was to practice swordsmanship for 1 hour, yielding 50 points. Nobita's task was exceedingly lenient. Sleeping for over 8 hours each day would grant him 50 points. Rotamian Rintaro was tasked with practicing shooting for 1 hour, earning 30 points. Naruto's daily task involved refining chakra for 1 hour to earn 30 points. The group members promptly shared screenshots of their daily tasks and potential points in the chat. Aside from the group leader, who had no daily task, there was only one member who had not submitted their task requirements and potential points. Xiaoyu curiously inquired, "Saitama, what is your daily task? How many points can you earn?" Saitama glanced at the glaring line in his daily task, stating, "Manage your hair for 5 minutes to earn 100 points." His face turned various shades of blue, white, purple, and red, and he felt an overwhelming urge to storm into the chat group and deliver a punch that would obliterate its core. After half a minute of Xiaoyu's inquiry, Saitama reluctantly shared his daily task screenshot in the group. Lodg, who had been seated on his cosmic throne in the Marvel Universe, savoring a fine wine, suddenly spewed it all over the tree of time. He mused, "Truly, this chat group is remarkable. This operation is incredible. Not only do they prevent Saitama from growing hair, but they also mock him. How outrageous. If Saitama were capable of defeating you, he would certainly take you down." Xiaoyu, upon seeing Saitama's task, burst into laughter, playfully slapping her vanity table. "Saitama, this is too harsh. Pray tell, did you offend the chat group to warrant such treatment?" Nobita chimed in sharply. "Our daily tasks are quite simple. Mine is even easier. I simply need to sleep." Saitama's task, while easy for an ordinary person, was utterly impossible for him. Zhang Zhiwei, fearing that Xiaoyu and Nobita would continue to tease Saitama, timely shifted the conversation. "Naruto, now that you are aware of your fate, will you still pursue that girl named Sakura?" Tony Stark, seeing Zhang Zhiwei mention Naruto's unrequited affection for Sakura, erupted in laughter, mocking, "Naruto, in your pursuit of Sakura, I can only commend your father, the two-faced turtle. Even the likes of He Xiaohu and Fei Yangyang are only fit to shine your shoes. The Joker would bow to you, calling you Grandmaster. Tonight, let us add a dish for dinner. How about the greenery atop your head? Ha ha ha." Xiaoyu, with a frown, retorted, "Tony Stark, I didn't share our previous animated series for you to mock others. Naruto has already endured enough. Must you add to his woes?" Tony Stark, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat awkwardly. No, I didn't mean to offend. I was merely ridiculing the Naruto who had joined the chat group, not the Naruto who is here now." Xiaoyu, "Naruto," Zhang Zhiwei added in agreement. "Tony, you are being excessive. You dare speak when just the other day, after we defeated the Chitauri army, you downed several bottles of wine and lost track of your own size. Relying on our wager, you boisterously declared your intent to vanquish me. But who could have anticipated that you summoned the Iron Legion? Over 30 of them to assail just me, yet I dispatched them in an instant. I must ask, are you not embarrassed? Your girlfriend, Miss Pepper, was a witness to this spectacle. She could no longer bear to watch and covered her face as she walked away. Yet there you were, shamelessly pursuing her, reeking of alcohol, claiming that your intentions were purely amicable, asserting that you were merely allowing me a chance to win. Miss Pepper remarked that your disgrace had transcended to other realms, advising you to return and reflect upon your actions, instructing you not to seek her out for a time. And still, you shamelessly suggested dinner together that evening. In terms of shamelessness and sycophancy, Tony, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Tony Stark. Xiaoyu interrupted Tony, who was about to retort. You all should restrain your words a bit, Tony. Zhang Zhiwei is right. Naruto, are you still intent on pursuing Sakura, who holds no feelings for you whatsoever? Zhang Zhiwei chuckled, adding, previously, when I watched Naruto in the Marvel Universe, I couldn't quite grasp the phrase about marrying Sakura if he lost and becoming Hokage if he won. Now it makes sense. Naruto replied earnestly, I shall no longer pursue Sakura, nor will I interact with her. We are not on the same path. My unreciprocated affections were in vain. I no longer wish to be shackled by such sentimental entanglements. Chapter 58. Anomalies in the Naruto World. The infiltration of the reincarnators. Group mission announcement. Loki spoke calmly. Little Naruto, there is no need for haste. With the chat group, your strength will surge rapidly. When the time comes, vengeance, or whatever else you desire will be easily within reach. Naruto nodded in understanding. I comprehend, esteemed group leader. Just as Naruto began to familiarize himself with the other group members, a notification chimed in their minds. Ding. The chat group has detected anomalies in the Naruto world. Suspected to be an incursion by a team of reincarnators aiming to disrupt the world and seize its essence. Should the world's essence be taken, total annihilation will ensue. Mission launched. Proceed to the Naruto world. Locate and eliminate the infiltrating reincarnators. In addition to the group leader and the native of the Naruto world, Naruto Uzumaki, 3 additional members must partake in the mission. Upon completion, a substantial amount of group points will be awarded, distributed according to each member's contribution. The group leader, Loki, has half an hour to select the members. After this period, the chosen members will be directly transported into the Naruto world. Upon hearing of the substantial points available, the group members were immediately intrigued. Saitama was the first to exclaim, Group leader, Choose me. I am immensely powerful, and I will expedite the mission's completion. Zhang Zhiwei quipped. Saitama, with your already formidable strength, why do you still seek to claim this spot? If you join, will there be any points left for the rest of us? Tony Stark chimed in. Indeed. Saitama, does your need for points not seem trivial? To you, they are merely a numerical value, correct? Saitama retorted with a stoic expression. If that means I want to compete with you, I'll grow my hair back and give you all my points for the next year. Tony Stark and Zhang Zhiwei calculated and realized that Saitama's meager daily points amounted to a paltry 365 for an entire year, which was a far greater challenge than the prospect of Saitama growing hair. The two tacitly chose not to pursue the conversation further. Unyielding, Saitama continued, I am still 84,000 points shy of purchasing the hair growth elixir. If you grant me those points, I promise not to compete for tasks in the future. Tony Stark and Zhang Zhiwei exchanged glances, thinking, why would we give you 84,000 points for a hair growth potion when we could use it ourselves? Yuan Tiangang pondered before suggesting, let the group leader decide. Your squabbling is futile. Xiaoyu proposed, esteemed group leader. Why not let the chat group select randomly? That way, whoever is chosen cannot complain. It would be a matter of luck. Saitama, upon hearing this, felt discontent, recalling his infamous luck, and his countenance fell. Ritain Rintaro interjected, I will abstain. I have many Lolas to care for. Saitama felt relieved at Rintaro's withdrawal. Another competitor was eliminated. Nobita contemplated, I am inclined to participate, though I wonder if Doryan can accompany me. If not, I shall continue my afternoon nap. Ding. Detecting Nobita's thoughts, the chat group's response confirmed that one assistant could accompany each member into the mission world. Loki concluded, then let the chat group decide at random. Saitama. The other members internally sighed in relief, as their chances of success had increased with Saitama removed from the equation. Ding. The chat group's random selection commenced. The first member chosen for the mission was Nobita, the second was Zhang Zhiwei, and the third was Saitama. The group members were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the notoriously unlucky Saitama would be selected. Even Loki, as the group leader, was baffled by this turn of events. Loki privately messaged the chat group, what is going on with Saitama? Did you not say to minimize his chances of earning points? How could you allow him to participate in a mission with such substantial rewards? Aren't you concerned he might dominate the entire event? The chat group responded with exasperation. Saitama's dissatisfaction with our chat group has reached an unspeakable level. Moreover, after recent experiments, the hair growth elixir has a significant chance of yielding results for him. Thus, it is unnecessary to hinder him. However, we will still aim to minimize his involvement. The other members should also benefit from the experience. Each reincarnator team defeated yields 1 to 10 points of group contribution. Loki nodded in realization, glancing at his own contribution points, which had already reached 20. Saitama, eyes gleaming with visions of monumental points, cheerfully declared, Zhang, Nobita, just follow my lead, and I'll guide you in defeating the reincarnators. Zhang Zhiwei, with a face of despair, replied, Saitama, you could merely relax and snack while we handle the fighting. Nobita lamented, Saitama, if you stand at the forefront and obliterate the reincarnators, what purpose will our involvement serve? The chat group's mission rewards points based on contribution, and your approach complicates matters for us. Naruto Uzumaki earnestly added, Saitama, I've seen your fate in the alternate timeline, and your strength is truly astounding. But could you refrain from dominating this time, allowing us to earn some points? I genuinely need those points. Saitama, with a conflicted expression, remarked, I understand that you all desperately need points to grow stronger, but if I manage to draw a task this time, I may not be so fortunate in the future. If I don't gather enough points now, acquiring the divine hair growth potion will be a distant dream. As the three earnestly persuaded Saitama, Loki interjected, Saitama, this time, do your utmost to let them take action. When they encounter insurmountable challenges, you can step in. As a senior, you must leave some scraps for them, right? Moreover, I will also participate in this task. If you attempt to hoard everything for yourself, refusing to share even a fraction, I will intervene, and you will receive nothing. Saitama, feeling distressed, replied, Leader, I didn't expect you to treat me this way. It hurts too much. All right, I shall refrain from intervening and let them fight. If they falter, I will step in, okay? Please, Leader, do not interfere. Otherwise, there won't be enough points to distribute. The 30 minutes swiftly passed amidst festive banter. Ding. The preparation time has concluded. Please be ready to traverse the world of Naruto. Chapter 59. Arrival in the Hidden Leaf's Back Mountain. Zhang Zhiwei, having just returned to the world beneath one's feet, felt fortunate that he had not yet made his way back to Longhushan. Otherwise, he would surely have faced his master's ire for departing again so soon. Within the small and where Zhang Zhiwei resided, a kaleidoscope of light enveloped him, forming a cocoon of luminescence before rapidly contracting, disappearing without a trace. On the second floor of Nobita's house in the world of Doryan, Nobita addressed Doryan, "Doryan, we are about to embark on a journey to another world to complete a task. When we finish, we will return to our present time via the time machine. This mission may carry certain risks, so we must be well prepared." Doryan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Nobita. This time, I have brought an even more comprehensive array of gadgets. Tony supplied me with numerous gold bars and jewels, which I exchanged for currency from the future, allowing me to procure many powerful new tools." Nobita grasped Doryan's round paw, stating, "We are ready. Let us commence our journey." Subsequently, the two were enveloped in a brilliant light, forming a massive time-space cocoon that shrank in an instant, vanishing into the void. This time, Saitama did not bring Genos along. Since returning from Marvel, Genos had been preoccupied with upgrading his body, so Saitama did not call for him. Sitting before his modest television, Saitama was soon enveloped in a radiant light as he traversed. Loki manifested a powerful clone possessing 90% of his strength. As the clone stepped forward, it instantaneously arrived in the skies above Konoha. The village's barrier could not detect the presence of Loki's clone. In the small groves of Konoha's back mountain, a cascade of colorful light flashed, and Nobita, Doryan, Zhang Zhiwei, and Saitama emerged from the brilliance. Loki's clone promptly activated a live stream. Ding! Leader Loki's clone has initiated the live stream. Xiaoyu, Tony Stark, Yuan Tiangang, Strawberry Bear, and Satomi Rintaro, unable to participate in the first group task, quickly entered upon seeing the live stream commence. Naruto glanced into the live stream and observed the group gathered in Konoha's back mountain. He hastily set down the nearly expired milk at home and rushed toward the back mountain of Konoha. Nobita inquired of Loki's clone, "How can we uncover the hidden reincarnated team within such a vast world?" The chat group has provided no hints. The Loki clone replied nonchalantly, "I could instantly scan everything in this world, but if I do that to locate the reincarnator team, your points will likely diminish significantly." Zhang Zhiwei quickly waved his hands, saying, No, clone. We shall handle it ourselves." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Zhiwei continued. "The chat group mentioned that this reincarnator team aims to destroy the world and seize its essence. If the world's essence is stolen, it will cease to exist. Based on my extensive viewing of Naruto, the essence of this world is essentially natural energy and life energy. The Naruto world is quite expansive, and the primary sources of natural energy are undoubtedly on the Otsutsuki's home planet and this blue planet. Let us not dwell on the Otsutsuki's home planet for now. To swiftly absorb the natural and life energies of this world, one would need to utilize the Ten Tails and the Rinnegan to employ the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, the reincarnator team would not be foolish enough to resurrect a major antagonist like Kaguya Otsutsuki. They must have a method to extract all the energy from this planet using mental faculties and the Rinnegan. Once the life essence of this world is drained, it will assuredly face destruction. Thus, these reincarnators will likely target the tailed beasts and Nagato. Xiaoyu, watching Zhang Zhiwei's musing through the live stream with incredulity, remarked, "When did Zhang Zhiwei become such a detective? He certainly presents his deductions quite convincingly for someone of his build." Saitama and Genos observed Zhang Zhiwei, who remained lost in thought. Nobita added after Zhang Zhiwei concluded his reasoning, "It is quite likely that the main strength of the reincarnator team resides on the Otsutsuki's home planet, as everything originates from there. Although we lack the coordinates for Otsutsuki's planet, we can still fish for clues. The reincarnator team will surely dispatch a few members to the Naruto world to collect energy and gather the world's essence. If we can catch the reincarnators they sent here, we can trace back to their home planet. Perhaps we can inquire within the underground network of the Land of Fire about any recent anomalies?" Saitama suggested earnestly. "The crucial point is that we seem to lack spatial teleportation abilities. Leader's clone, could you transport us there?" The Loki clone nodded and responded, "If you manage to find the spatial coordinates or learn the approximate location of Otsutsuki's home planet, I shall teleport you there, allowing you to accrue significantly more points." Just as they were conversing, Naruto's figure appeared before the group. He approached, leaning heavily on his knees, panting, and said, "You all have arrived. Should we not enter the village first and strategize our next steps?" The members of the chat group did not oppose, recognizing the necessity of securing a base. However, before Naruto could lead the way, a group of suspiciously masked Umbu members surrounded them, alert and watchful. The Umbu captain, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Who are you? Why are you approaching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Are you ninjas from another village? If you wish to avoid death, cooperate and come with us now. The audience in the live stream observed with keen interest. Tony Stark, with a gleeful expression, remarked, well, summoning the direct Umbu of the Hokage to encircle the members led by leaders Clone and Saitama is quite impressive. Yuan Tiangang expressed his regret, saying, I can already imagine their terrified expressions shortly. Xiaoyu chuckled, if the small fry comes, the big shots will follow. I eagerly anticipate that old fox, the third Hokage, making an appearance. Chapter 60, A Funeral Delivered. Tony Stark, with a peculiar expression, pondered, don't you think? The one who will show up for the delivery will be a funeral, right? You just mentioned that the third Hokage is an old fox. Would he emerge to battle without fully understanding the enemy's capabilities? 100% is merely a pretext for the scapegoat known as Tuanzong to probe the group of Saitama and his companions. Rintaro, bubbling with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Tony, your argument is so compelling that I find myself unable to refute it. The group leader, Logic, chuckled and remarked, I believe Tony has a valid point. It is undoubtedly Tuanzong who will emerge to meet his demise. In the Hidden Leaf Village's rear mountains, the captain of the Umbu observed that Saitama and his entourage were completely disregarding their presence. He noted that several individuals were engaged in animated conversation, and he even witnessed the bald-headed one picking his nose. The Umbu captain thought to himself, what can be tolerated by an uncle is intolerable for an aunt. As his anger surged, he bellowed, this is your final warning. Do not ignore us any longer. Come with us, or we shall resort to force. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, with only little Naruto peeking from behind Logic's clone to steal a glance at the Umbu captain. Seeing the bald-headed figure now fussing with that peculiar belt, the Umbu captain could no longer restrain himself and shouted in fury, charge, capture them all, and take them away. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. All the Umbu drew their specially crafted short blades, while the captain unsheathed his chakra blade, which instantly enveloped itself in a blue aura, emanating a potent and dangerous aura. Upon seeing the chakra-long sword, Naruto's instincts kicked in, and a warning bell rang in his mind. The hair on his neck stood on end as he sensed an overwhelming danger. This Umbu captain was undoubtedly elite, his prowess nearing that of a shadow-level ninja. Thus it was entirely natural for Naruto to feel pressured. However, just as the Umbu drew their weapons in unison, the previously calm Zhang Zhiwei made his move, unleashing a barrage of golden, thread-like strands towards the Umbu members. Apart from the captain, who managed to deflect one strand with his chakra blade, the other ordinary Umbu were pierced through their foreheads by the golden threads. The moment these threads penetrated their brains, they turned them into a mushy pulp before retracting, subsequently surrounding the Umbu captain for the kill. The Umbu captain, channeling chakra, barely managed to deflect the golden strand aimed at him. He didn't even succeed in severing it. Before he could catch his breath, the golden strands, under Zhang Zhiwei's control, surged towards his body from all directions. The captain unleashed his full sword technique, creating an impenetrable barrier of blade light within a meter around him. As he executed this powerful technique, he couldn't help but think, what an astonishing jutsu. How can it be performed without hand signs? I must quickly send a distress signal to the village. With that thought, the Umbu captain delivered a horizontal slash, creating a crescent-shaped arc of light that repelled the incoming golden strands. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he activated the body flicker technique and swiftly escaped several meters away, shooting a distress signal into the sky. However, this action prompted Zhang Zhiwei to decide against prolonging the encounter with the Umbu captain. The golden light in his hand rapidly coalesced into a long sword, which he propelled towards the captain at an unbelievable speed. The captain barely had time to raise his long blade in defense, but the golden sword pierced through his chakra blade with ease. In the next instant, blood gushed forth as the golden blade penetrated his chest, and he collapsed, quickly succumbing to death. Seeing the peculiar expressions directed at him by the onlookers, Zhang Zhiwei understood their silent query. Why prolong the struggle when one possesses the strength to eliminate the adversary swiftly? Feeling slightly awkward, he chuckled and said, I thought the Umbu captain was fairly capable, so I intended to refine my usage of the golden light technique. You understand, right? Saitama nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, It's nothing, just a minor issue. They were indeed a nuisance to our conversation, so their fate was warranted. The Umbu of the Hidden Leaf are not virtuous individuals. Nobita stated flatly, killing Umbu shouldn't count towards points, right? Soon, I suspect reinforcements from the Leaf will arrive. I'm not particularly fond of taking lives, so you all can handle it. Saitama added, It's clear that killing Umbu won't earn us any points. When the Leaf's reinforcements arrive, I won't intervene. Genos, you take care of it. Genos responded earnestly. Understood, I will handle it. Zhang Zhiwei smirked and thought, this Nobita is quite the opportunist. He won't lift a finger if there are no points involved. And Saitama is renowned for his keen awareness of point systems. If neither of them wishes to act, then who will deal with the enemy? He patted Genos on the shoulder and said, Genos, let's fight together. Those two are quite the enigma. Relying on Saitama and Nobita to engage the enemy for no reward was akin to hoping Naruto could instantaneously master the power of the Nine Tails. Thus, Saitama and his group, led by Naruto, strolled leisurely towards the hidden leaf village, conversing as they walked. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, they were swiftly surrounded by hundreds of Umbu donning peculiar animal masks, led by a one-eyed middle-aged man partially wrapped in bandages. In mere moments, they found themselves encircled, the trees at the mountain's base teeming with Umbu. The bandaged man, leaning on a cane, stepped forth from the throng and coldly declared, state your origins, reveal your intentions, and disclose which village has dispatched you. I can grant you a complete corpse. Nobita tugged at Saitama's sleeve and asked, I Haven T closely followed Naruto's fate in the series, but I vaguely recall this fellow is Tuanzong, right? Why is this scapegoat seeking us out? Saitama replied indifferently. You just referred to Tuanzong as a scapegoat, didn't you? Who else would he come to deliver if not us? Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Zhiwei casually remarked, no worries. In any case, the higher-ups in the Leaf will inevitably consult with their sage of six paths. It's merely a matter of time. Unfortunately for Tuanzong, he has arrived a step too early. Doryan, utterly bewildered by the discourse, silently observed the mention of Tuanzong without interjecting. Tuanzong, perceiving the group he believed to have captured, found it peculiar that they could converse so leisurely amidst his subordinates' encirclement. However, he was taken aback when he overheard his own name mentioned. With a perplexed expression, Tuanzong inquired, Do you know who I am? Zhang Zhiwei, grinning, responded. Who doesn't recognize Tuanzong, the aide to the Hokage, always taking the blame for the third Hokage's misdeeds while secretly engaging in even more sordid affairs, dreaming of becoming Hokage himself one day, to conquer the ninja world and become a deity among men. Old man, dreams are commendable, but they remain just that, dreams. Do not harbor illusions of turning them into reality, understand? Zhang Zhiwei's words instantly enraged Tuanzong, who, in his fury, commanded an assault on Saitama and his companions. Tuanzong observed the bald-headed figure still seemingly dazed, his right hand resting on his gleaming head. First, after being ridiculed and then ignored, the group leader, Tuanzong, furiously commanded, eliminate that dim-witted bald man at once. How dare he disregard me? The members of the chat group, witnessing this scene through the live stream initiated by the avatar of their leader, Luoji, erupted into laughter. Yi Xiaoyu chuckled while remarking, Splendid. This Tuanzong has a knack for selecting opponents. He has pinpointed the strongest fighter amidst the vast crowd. Tony Stark, suppressing his amusement, added, He even dares to call Teacher Saitama dim-witted. I can only say that Teacher Saitama is indifferent to such trivial matters. If he truly cared, he would have delivered a single punch, obliterating him into ashes. Yuan Tiangang sincerely remarked, It's fortunate that Teacher Saitama appears dim-witted now. If he were to see Saitama in a serious light, Tuanzong would likely meet his demise in an instant. Even the sage of six paths from their world would struggle against Saitama if he were to take things even slightly seriously. Rimi Ren Taro chimed in with sarcasm. I can't comprehend how Tuanzong, with such intellect and luck, has managed to serve as an assistant Hokage for so many years. It's truly remarkable. Haha, Saitama, initially unconcerned, casually scratched his head, but upon hearing the bandaged man before him, Tuanzong, refer to him as bald, the air of indifference vanished from his face. A chilling aura began to spread around, causing the members of the chat group to sense an unsettling shift. Zhang Zhiwei swiftly grasped Saitama by the arm, exclaiming, Please, don't let it get to you, teacher. I will annihilate him immediately. Don't get angry. This planet cannot withstand your wrath. No, it cannot endure even a single serious punch from you. Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly joined in, urging, Teacher Saitama, calm down. This trash isn't worth your serious demeanor. Nobita Nobi, with utmost seriousness, added, Yes, Teacher Saitama, there's no need for that. Saitama contemplated for a moment, retracting his ominous aura and the hint of anger he had just displayed. As he eased his tension, a collective sigh of relief wafted through the group. Saitama, with a displeased glare directed at Tuanzong, caused Tuanzong to feel a shiver down his spine. Saitama, visibly irritated, stated, This fool dares to mock me for being bald. You all will fight him with me. Strike him with all your might. If he does not suffer a fitting end, I will drag you all to the duel arena to experience the power of my serious punch." Zhang Zhiwei, Nobita Nobi, and Naruto Uzumaki looked on in astonishment. Zhang Zhiwei quickly assured, "Rest assured, Teacher Saitama, I guarantee that this Tuanzong will meet a gruesome fate today." Naruto echoed, "Count on my brother Zhang Zhiwei. Teacher, you can be at ease. This Tuanzong won't survive the day." Nobita, with a grave expression, declared, "If Zhang Zhiwei falters, I will summon Doryan to ensure that Tuanzong leaves no trace in this world." Nobita certainly did not wish to endure the consequences of Teacher Saitama's serious punch. That was far too terrifying. Genos, with utmost seriousness, gazed at Saitama and declared, "Teacher Saitama, I will avenge this insult. No one shall call you bald. Not even I have uttered such words. Who does he think he is to say that?" "Saitama." Zhang Zhiwei cast a glance at Nobita before striding towards Tuanzong, stating, "There's no need for Doryan's assistance. Observe how I will dispatch the scapegoat." Genos surged forward with incredible speed, encircling the root members. His energy cannon unleashed a rapid barrage akin to a machine gun, while twin beams of laser light erupted from his shoulders, sweeping across the root ranks. This relentless assault resulted in significant casualties among the root members. Yet Genos' onslaught was far from over, as miniature missiles materialized behind him, targeting the three densest clusters of root ninja. Due to Genos' unmatched speed, the duration of his attack left no opportunity for the root ninjas to unleash their jutsu before suffering heavy losses. Those who survived began hastily forming seals, casting various techniques: Fire Dragon Flame Jutsu, Fireball Jutsu, Water Dragon Torrent Jutsu, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, Lightning releases Thunder Strike, Wind releases Vacuum Wave, Earth releases Rockfall, alongside numerous summoning jutsu and an abundance of shurikens equipped with explosive tags, all hurtled towards the swiftly moving Genos. Just as these attacks were poised to strike, Genos activated his flamethrower to full power, soaring into the sky and evading all incoming assaults. In midair, Genos unleashed a heat wave roar cannon targeting the densest concentration of root ninja below, engulfing the area in a colossal inferno. Following this devastating strike, only 3 small teams of root ninja remained. Initially, Tuanzong had contemplated retreating upon witnessing Genos' shadow-level strength. But the rapid pace of the massacre left him no time to issue a command before his forces were decimated. Now, escape was impossible, as Zhang Zhiwei erected a 3-meter-tall golden dome, securely trapping Tuanzong within. Zhang Zhiwei stood outside the dome, grinning at the ensnared Tuanzong. With a cold smile, he taunted, "Are you ready to be caught like a turtle in a shell?" Chapter 62, Tuanzong, "You son of ABH." Tuanzong, gazing at the golden dome enveloping him, swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release, sand flow technique. His body began to slowly sink into the earth, hoping to escape the confines of the golden dome. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the golden light emitted by the young man in peculiar robes had enveloped the entire underground area. Before he could descend significantly, he crashed into the thick barrier of golden light. In pain, Tuanzong retreated back to the surface, where the golden dome loomed above him, casting a shadow over his cold gaze, fixed on Zhang Zhiwei, who stood outside with his arms crossed and a playful smile. Tuanzong coldly inquired, "Who are you people? How dare you launch an unauthorized attack on Konoha, and even on me, an assistant to the Hokage? Do you not fear retaliation from Konoha?" Zhang Zhiwei scoffed. "What is Konoha to us? What is the Hokage? And what of you, an assistant Hokage? Merely a rat scuttling through the sewers, yet you dare speak of retribution." Nobita, witnessing Zhang Zhiwei's playful demeanor and his intention to drag out the confrontation, leaned against a nearby tree, gradually succumbing to drowsiness as he began to cultivate his sleep-devouring technique. Doryan stood vigilantly beside the already slumbering Nobita. Saitama, intrigued, observed his disciple wreaking havoc. While Genos relished the long-awaited thrill of battle, in the world of One Punch Man, he had endured endless days of punishment and loss, only to emerge as a formidable force. Upon hearing Zhang Zhiwei's derisive tone, Tuanzong seethed with rage, declaring, "I will remember you, brat." With that, Tuanzong swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of wind release vacuum waves, aimed at slicing through the golden dome. Yet these wind-style vacuum waves, capable of effortlessly cleaving through steel, left not a single trace upon the golden dome above, dissolving into nothingness. The furious Tuanzong roared, "Impossible! This is absolutely inconceivable. What kind of ninjutsu are you employing? This must be an S-rank ninjutsu." To sustain such power, you must be expending an immense amount of chakra. I refuse to believe you can keep me restrained. With that, Tuanzong poured every ounce of his strength into weaving hand signs at an astonishing speed, unleashing hundreds of wind-style vacuum waves as if they were of no cost. Yet, they proved as futile as eggs striking against stones, achieving not the slightest effect. Just moments ago, Tuanzong had asserted that Zhang Zhiwei would surely deplete a vast amount of chakra, but now, he himself was noticeably waning while Zhang Zhiwei remained unfazed. A smile still adorning his face as he observed him. Zhang Zhiwei, noticing Tuanzong panting heavily and clearly drained of chakra, cheerfully inquired, "Tuanzong, are you finished? If so, it's my turn." Without waiting for a response, the golden dome began to compress inward, as if imbued with life. As Tuanzong beheld the encroaching golden barrier, it appeared intent on compressing him into a mere mass. Alarmed, he frantically unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, fire style, great fire destruction, lightning style, lightning strike, wind style, vacuum wave, yet none bore any fruit. The golden dome continued its relentless contraction, seeing his ninjutsu yield no results. Tuanzong resignedly tore the bandages from his right arm and removed the eye patch from his eye. To his astonishment, his arm was adorned with a multitude of Sharingan, all spinning erratically, exuding a fearsome aura. The eye previously concealed beneath the eye patch revealed itself to be a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, glinting ominously with malevolence. Instead of employing any ninjutsu, Tuanzong fixed his kaleidoscopic gaze upon Zhang Zhiwei, coldly declaring, "You should consider yourself fortunate. This is the first time I have utilized the power of my kaleidoscopic Sharingan in battle." Zhang Zhiwei regarded Tuanzong with a mocking air, perceiving him as a mere buffoon. When Tuanzong saw Zhang Zhiwei daringly fixated on his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, wearing a derisive expression, he ceased his words and unleashed the eye's power, casting the illusion known as Kodoamatsukami upon Zhang Zhiwei. In the minds of all present, Tuanzong's spiritual form manifested as a giant within the mental realm, descending through the power of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to subdue Zhang Zhiwei's consciousness, intending to replace it with the illusion of Kodoamatsukami. However, upon entering Zhang Zhiwei's mental domain, Tuanzong froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated the vastness of Zhang Zhiwei's spiritual realm, which resembled a miniature world. Though Zhang Zhiwei's strength may not yet rank among the elite in their chat group, he was certainly comparable to a formidable terrestrial deity. To presume that a seemingly powerful illusion like Kodoamatsukami, combined with Tuanzong's might, could invade the mind of a terrestrial deity was akin to courting death. Before Tuanzong could assert dominance over Zhang Zhiwei's consciousness, a colossal manifestation of golden light emerged in the sky, gazing down upon Tuanzong's spiritual form as though he were a mere insect beneath its feet. The immense figure slowly raised its right foot and brought it crashing down onto Tuanzong's spiritual essence. Instantly, Tuanzong felt his spiritual power wane, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, severely injured. Before he could catch his breath, he sensed an overwhelming force of spiritual energy pursuing the traces of his retreating essence, intent on obliterating his mental realm entirely. In the final moment before his spiritual world was completely annihilated, Tuanzong activated his Enaji. The next instant, he, who should have perished in his disintegrating mental realm, began to fade, disappearing from his location and reappearing at the very spot he had occupied 10 minutes prior, the precise location from which he had emerged from the root ninja. As Tuanzong materialized, Genos' attack struck, engulfing him in a massive inferno, causing him to vanish once more. Genos, bewildered, gazed at the spot where Tuanzong had just appeared and disappeared, turning to the others in the chat group, asking, "Did anyone else see that ghostly figure? It looked like a giant black rat. How did it vanish again? I was just attacking a root ninja when this thing popped up." In the live stream, Xiaoyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Genos' bewildered expression is utterly hilarious. What ghostly figure? What giant black rat? I'm dying of laughter." Tony Stark chimed in with sarcasm. With Tuanzong's current ghastly appearance, calling him a ghost is an insult to specters, and referring to him as a giant black rat is a slight against actual rodents. Moments later, Tuanzong reappeared on a branch from a tree where a battle with a root ninja had just taken place. This time, he had come to a realization. He was no longer inclined to fight. His intention was to flee. Yet, before he could make his escape, a golden rope shot forth, ensnaring him tightly. This rope did not inflict harm, but merely bound him, rendering him incapable of utilizing his Enaji any further. However, Tuanzong, still unskilled in the use of his Enaji, found that once activated, he could not deactivate it, leading to the exhaustion of all his Sharingan. In a fit of rage, Tuanzong cursed vehemently, "You bastard. Just you wait." Zhang Zhiwei stood before the bound Tuanzong, grinning as he remarked, "Tuanzong, I will be right here waiting for you. What do you intend to do about it? Oh look, the third Hokage is coming. You and your little lover are about to face the music together." Chapter 63, Tuanzang's Demise. The Wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zhang Zhiwei sensed a group rapidly approaching from 3 kilometers away, led by a particularly potent presence, none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the epitome of cunning. With a smile on his face, Zhang Zhiwei turned to the visibly anxious and fearful Tuanzong, saying, "With your current chakra, you can probably last another 3 minutes, right? In these 3 minutes, if I do not kill you, and if Sarutobi Hiruzen arrives, I will eliminate him first. Should he fail to make it in time, your time will be up." Tuanzong, his mouth bound by the golden rope, could only emit muffled sounds. Observing that Genos had finished dispatching all the root members, Zhang Zhiwei approached him, asking, "Genos, do you have anything that can measure time? A phone or a watch will do." Without hesitation, Genos produced a phone and respectfully handed it to Zhang Zhiwei, stating, "Elder Zhang Zhiwei, would this phone suffice?" Zhang Zhiwei nodded, taking the phone and activating the timer. The countdown for 3 minutes commenced. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 2 seconds. 54 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. As the 3-minute countdown concluded, Zhang Zhiwei sensed Tuanzang's chakra had been entirely depleted and noted the distortion of reality surrounding him had vanished completely. Looking at the terrified Tuanzong, he shook his head, saying, "What a pity for you, the illustrious Tuanzong. Your little lover, the third Hokage, couldn't make it in time, could he? Let me take a moment to relish this. He was still a kilometer away from us, and I estimated that he would soon witness the scene of me decapitating you. Just the thought of it was quite delightful." As expected, a large group of Konoha ninjas was rapidly approaching from the distance. The lecherous third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing his friend, Shimura Danzo, bound like a dumpling and lying on the ground, subjected to humiliation, felt a surge of anger. How could he not be furious? That was his beloved friend and brother. Such treatment was utterly unacceptable. But the next moment, an excruciating sight unfolded before him. Zhang Zhiwei, noticing the rapidly approaching figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, hesitated no longer. He summoned a long sword of golden light in his hand and, with a swift motion, aimed for Danzo's neck. In the live stream, Yuan Tiangang nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "No doubt about it, that is little Zhang for you. His ruthlessness is reminiscent of my own prowess from years past." Tony Stark chuckled, saying, "Finally, this Danzo is about to meet his end. In Naruto's original fate, he was like an indestructible cockroach, ultimately dispatched by a furious Sasuke." Xiaoyu calmly stated, "A person like Danzo is not worth mourning. What can we call this? It's the natural consequence of his misdeeds. After committing numerous wrongs, heaven has sent Zhang Zhiwei from our chat group to bring him to justice." Just as Zhang Zhiwei was about to bring down his golden sword, the far-off Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, "Spare him. Let us discuss this." But the response he received was the accelerated descent of Zhang Zhiwei's blade. Xiaoyu mockingly mimicked Danzo's words, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. You're still shouting? Don't you know to use ninjutsu to save me?" The more you shout, the faster his sword descends. "Are you afraid I want to die?" Tony Stark laughed heartily. "Xiaoyu, are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my billions?" Yuan Tiangang scoffed, "Tony, in your Marvel world, you might be considered wealthy, but I am now equivalent to a nation's treasury. Please refrain from flaunting your wealth in front of the rich in our chat group. Thank you." Rimi Rintaro, the self-proclaimed miser, chose silence. Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Saitama expressed confusion. "What are you all talking about? I don't understand money. I don't care, really don't care, truly don't care. I'm just so envious." Of course, at this moment, Danzo was rendered mute, unable to utter a word as he struggled desperately, but he was pinned beneath Zhang Zhiwei's foot, wriggling like a green caterpillar. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened with rage, and Danzo's gaze filled with terror, Zhang Zhiwei's blade descended, severing a bloodied head that soared through the air. A fountain of blood erupted, staining a nearby tree crimson. "No. You bastards, do you even realize what you've done? You are truly damned." Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, unleashing a combination ninjutsu. A mixture of an oil-soaked earth dragon and a raging fire dragon lunged toward Zhang Zhiwei. Midway, they fused into a colossal flaming dragon, its gaping maw ablaze, ready to engulf Zhang Zhiwei and reduce him to ashes. With a calm wave of his sleeve, Zhang Zhiwei's golden light surged, and a towering manifestation of golden light, several dozen meters high, materialized before him. It grasped the neck of the flaming dragon, and with a forceful squeeze, the creature disintegrated into a sky filled with chakra flames and a ground of scorched earth. Observing this scene from a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run through him. The fury that had momentarily clouded his judgment dissipated under the weight of Zhang Zhiwei's golden manifestation. Chapter 64. The Death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A new dawn for Konoha. Seeing that the third Hokage had ceased his assault, Zhang Zhiwei furrowed his brow and directed his golden manifestation towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. A long sword of golden light formed in his hand, and from 100 meters away, he swung it down towards the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, caught off guard by the speed of the colossal golden manifestation, nonetheless managed to react, unleashing a burst of shadow-level chakra to retreat several body flickers away. He swiftly rejoined the group of ninjas who were rushing to his aid. Without elaborating on the situation, Sarutobi directed the elite Jonin to scatter and restrain Zhang Zhiwei. He himself remained at a distance, observing Zhang Zhiwei for any weaknesses. In his eyes, every ninjutsu had its flaws. Identifying the weakness of this technique would allow him to strike decisively at the enemy's vital points. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhiwei was not utilizing ninjutsu, but rather Taoist spells from Chinese culture, which were not to be compared with their rudimentary ninjutsu. Zhang Zhiwei retracted the golden light that had coalesced into his manifestation, and in the next moment, a thin veil of golden light appeared around his body. Simultaneously, he began to weave with his fingertips, creating strands of golden light resembling a spider's web. With a sudden flick of his wrists, the golden strands shot out in all directions. As these web-like strands wrapped around the elite Jonin, Zhang Zhiwei exerted an invisible force, causing the golden threads to slice through them as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Bodies, severed into 5 or 6 pieces, began to fall from all directions, the surrounding trees stained with crimson blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Zhang Zhiwei's strength had surpassed any emergency response. He was a being beyond his capacity to confront. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi turned and fled towards the village. Zhang Zhiwei would not allow the third Hokage to escape so easily. Golden light transformed into hundreds of long swords, shooting forth in a torrential downpour towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Desperately, he unleashed the triple Rashomon and employed Earth-style ninjutsu with formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, he soon realized that the deluge of golden swords descended like a meteor shower, obliterating the triple Rashomon. Seeing this, he understood that his so-called formidable defensive ninjutsu could not withstand such a multitude of powerful golden blades. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a scroll, infused it with a vast amount of chakra, and slammed it to the ground, shouting, "Would release. Advent of the world of trees." Instantly, a vast forest erupted from the ground, rising to shield against the rain of golden swords. From a distance, Zhang Zhiwei raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated this would-release technique, but it did not deter him from ending Sarutobi Hiruzen's life. Zhang Zhiwei's golden light surged once more, enveloping him in a torrent of golden radiance, and a manifestation of golden light even larger than before appeared before everyone. The massive hand, crackling with lightning, descended towards the forest created by the wood-release. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this, desperately fled from the encompassing trees. In the chat group's livestream, several individuals expressed their astonishment. Xiaoyu remarked, "This truly is a dimensional strike. It's akin to a 3-year-old child throwing punches at a seasoned martial artist trained in the art of Bajikwan. You cannot hope to win in a fight, nor can you escape. Let us mourn for the third Hokage for half a second, for he deserves no more." Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment and said, "I only just encountered the term dimensional strike. However, your analogy is quite apt, and I believe I grasp its meaning." Tony Stark calmly interjected, "What does Zhang Zhiwei's actions even count as a dimensional strike? Teacher Saitama hasn't even made a move yet. If Saitama were to intervene, it would transcend a mere dimensional strike. It would shatter the very fabric of dimensions." On the outskirts of Konoha, Saitama observed Zhang Zhiwei, who appeared as a divine being, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of foes, his expression utterly unperturbed. He even yawned in boredom. Genos, on the other hand, diligently recorded the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, Nobita had once again found a spot to sleep, his current state oscillating between slumber and the journey towards slumber. Doryan had now taken on the role of his personal bodyguard, ever ready to keep watch. Zhang Zhiwei, with a nonchalant demeanor, brought his hand down, directly sending the fleeing third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a vast expanse of forest, plunging several meters underground. Sarutobi had intended to utilize the body replacement technique to escape, but the sheer breadth of the attack rendered him helpless, ultimately meeting a grim fate as he was crushed into a pulp. Following the demise of the third Hokage, Saitama and his companions made their way to the Hokage building, where they encountered the anxious Mido Kage and Toka Karin, accompanied by their Umbu. Before they could react, Zhang Zhiwei, entering the Hokage building, swiftly eliminated them. Saitama calmly instructed, Genos, please take charge of the affairs in Konoha. Identify and eliminate all loyal subordinates of the third Hokage and his elder council, as well as the root ninjas associated with the mass burial. Finally, consolidate the remaining Konoha ninjas who can serve us. Furthermore, make public all the vile and despicable deeds committed by the third Hokage, the elder council, and the mass burial, and clarify Naruto's true identity. Genos, with utmost seriousness, diligently set about fulfilling Saitama's orders. That day, the sky over Konoha shifted dramatically. Amidst the orderly proceedings, the legendary Sannin received word nearly simultaneously that Konoha had fallen and that their teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was surely dead. Orochimaru, now a rogue, licked his lips, finding the situation intriguing and preparing to investigate Konoha. Tsunade sighed, resolved to return to Konoha to ascertain the situation. Jiraiya, upon hearing the news, could scarcely believe that his powerful teacher had perished and that Konoha had been overtaken. Once he regained his composure, fury and sorrow surged within him, propelling him swiftly toward Konoha. As Jiraiya approached the village, he easily passed through the unaltered Konoha barrier. In the surrounding woods, he encountered Tsunade. With anger and grief etched on his face, Jiraiya asked, Tsunade, surely our teacher hasn't. Tsunade, with unnerving calmness, replied, I have received news of his death. And the multitude of dark histories surrounding the high-ranking officials of Konoha is now widely circulated, becoming irreparable. Many are denouncing these leaders as malignant tumors, lamenting the suffering they have caused. The heinous experiments conducted on children by Orochimaru have also been exposed, revealing that these acts were sanctioned by the higher-ups and the third Hokage. This revelation incited further outrage. Parents who had lost children began seeking answers from Konoha, while families of the numerous innocents who perished in the mass burial sought justice. This time, the teacher's death is truly unjust, and the mass burial deserves condemnation. I no longer wish to involve myself in Konoha's affairs. With the truth laid bare, there is nothing left for me here. I intend to leave shortly. Jiraiya, incensed, retorted, Tsunade, do you not wish to avenge our teacher? You would simply abandon everything? Tsunade, incredulous, laughed in disbelief. Jiraiya, I can assure you that the deaths of my boyfriend, Kato Dan, my brother, Senju Rope Tree, and the near annihilation of our entire Senju clan are directly attributable to the higher-ups of Konoha. The documents circulating clearly outline their plans to eradicate our clan from existence. Although the third Hokage was my teacher, I refuse to acknowledge him as such. Given his actions and those of his subordinates, why should you expect me to seek vengeance for him? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, watching as Tsunade continued to walk away, sighing deeply at his teacher's self-inflicted plight. Yet, he felt compelled to enter Konoha, for there remained his apprentice, Minato's child, Naruto. Aware that he could not confront the enemy capable of killing his teacher, Jiraiya stealthily infiltrated Konoha, intent only on rescuing his grand student from the turmoil of war. After a prolonged search, he finally found Naruto indulging in a feast at the food street adjacent to the Hokage building, refreshed in a clean outfit. As Jiraiya suddenly appeared before him, Naruto was startled. Before he could utter a sound, Jiraiya pulled the bewildered Naruto aside and said, Naruto, how have you fared all these years? I am your father, Minato's teacher, Jiraiya. I need to take you away from Konoha. It has been seized by enemies. You must trust me. However, before he could continue, a chilling voice interrupted from behind. Sannin Jiraiya, you wish to take Naruto away? Jiraiya spun around to find a tall man clad in a loose robe, watching him with an expression that was neither particularly friendly nor overtly hostile. Jiraiya, on high alert, inquired, who might you be? What are your intentions? It was no wonder Jiraiya was cautious. Under normal circumstances, he would have launched a Rasengan at the man, but he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Zhang Zhiwei, with a playful smile, remarked, is this how you care for your grand student? After all these years, you haven't even thought to check on him. Just as Naruto has finally begun to enjoy a good life, you wish to take him away? Truly, you are a peculiar one. Ask Naruto if he wishes to accompany you. If he does, I shall not impede you. Jiraiya earnestly turned to Naruto, asking, Naruto, do you wish to come with me? It is not safe here. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with a complex mix of emotions. Having witnessed Jiraiya's kindness in the alternate timeline, he now grappled with an indescribable feeling. Yet, when asked if he wanted to leave with Jiraiya, he shook his head without hesitation, declaring, "Uncle Jiraiya, I will not leave. The ones who have invaded Konoha and slain the third Hokage are my friends." Jiraiya, astonished, questioned, "Naruto, why would your friends do such a thing? Why have you allied with such individuals?" Naruto spoke with an expression of calmness. "It is rather simple. I harbor a profound loathing for the former Konoha and a deep-seated disdain for its previous leadership. Since my birth, I have known the absence of parents, believing them to be mere ordinary shinobi who perished in battle for Konoha. Until that fateful day when I discovered that my father was, in fact, the fourth Hokage, and that both my parents sacrificed their lives in that great conflict to protect this village. And what of me? I have endured days of hunger, living from one meal to the next, subjected to the scorn of villagers who labeled me a demon fox, bullied by children, and misunderstood by all. All because of that old fool, the third Hokage. In his quest to better control the nine tails within me, he isolated me, making me believe he was my final bastion of support. My only true friends throughout my life have been that girl with white eyes, Hinata, and that fellow, Sasuke. Everyone else regarded me as a monster. Do you think I should not harbor hatred? Daily ridiculed. Even a simple stroll would lead to insults and violence. And vendors would refuse to sell me food. In their eyes, I am the demon fox responsible for the death of their loved ones. Now do you comprehend why my friends took it upon themselves to eliminate Konoha's higher-ups? They were standing up for me while also fulfilling their own objectives. If only Konoha's leaders had been sincere towards me, my friends would never have resorted to such lethal measures." After listening to Naruto's account, Jiraiya stood in the shadows of the alley, momentarily speechless. Regret washed over him for failing to provide any support to Naruto over the years, instead indulging in hedonism, neglecting to return to Konoha, and overlooking Naruto's plight. Most painfully, he regretted having placed his trust in that old rascal, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya turned away from Konoha, resolving never to return. Naruto, observing Jiraiya's solitary departure, said little and simply followed Zhang Zhiwei back to the Hokage office. Turning to the members of the chat group, Naruto bowed sincerely and expressed, "Thank you all for your assistance. It is a great honor to join this chat group and to meet each of you." Chapter 66, The Flight of Orochimaru. The First Infinity Stone of Tony. 3 days after Tsunade and Jiraiya's departure, an unexpected guest arrived at the outskirts of Konoha, now fully integrated by the members of the chat group. This individual, clad in a loose-fitting white robe, possessed a pallid complexion that was unsettling. He gazed at Konoha in the distance with an eerie smile. This man was Orochimaru, who had come to investigate Konoha following reports from his spies. However, just as the disguised Orochimaru prepared to stride confidently into the village, a bald man leisurely basking in the sun on a recliner at the village gates casually remarked, "Orochimaru, what brings you back to Konoha? Your former mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has already met his demise." At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through Orochimaru, freezing him in place. His acute sense of danger, akin to that of a serpent, was blaring alarms within him. His once calm mind was now racing frantically, seeking a strategy, but ultimately concluded that the only option was to flee. As long as he could escape the confines of Konoha, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Saitama, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Orochimaru, I'm speaking to you. What is the matter with you?" Orochimaru, completely disregarding Saitama's words, swiftly formed several hand seals at an unprecedented speed, then transformed into countless slender snakes, retreating in the opposite direction of Konoha. Watching as Orochimaru, who barely managed to utter a few words, vanished into a multitude of serpents, Saitama smirked and remarked, "Am I really that terrifying? Did they say I looked frightening? I hardly did anything, and he just took off. Such a lack of manners." Having sprinted far beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru finally exhaled in relief, reverting from his serpentine form back to his human shape. As he glanced back at the direction of Konoha, dread enveloped him. He had encountered a formidable presence that instilled an unprecedented fear within him. Orochimaru mused to himself, "Fortunately, this powerful individual harbors no intent to kill me. Otherwise, I would not have escaped. Konoha is too perilous. I must find a place to hide and continue my research." During the occupation of Konoha, the members of the chat group were each preoccupied with their own affairs. Naruto's reputation in the village soared as his identity and experiences evoked feelings of guilt among those who had once mocked him. During this time, Naruto relished a position of influence, obtaining whatever he desired with ease. Villagers willingly offered him anything he requested. Genos meticulously managed the various affairs of the property, utilizing his computational intellect to handle these matters with remarkable efficiency. He eradicated all discontented ninjas and families, including the Sarutobi clan and all the upper echelons of Konoha, leaving no trace behind. Other ninja clans swiftly pledged their loyalty, and Genos chose to reinstate the Uchiha clan into positions of power. Other villages sent spies to gather intelligence. Yet they were swiftly neutralized by Zhang Zhiwei. Even though these spies failed to procure any information, the significant upheaval within Konoha's leadership could not possibly be concealed, causing other great ninja villages to stir with anticipation. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages began preparing to infiltrate Konoha, aware that should they discover any decline in Konoha's current strength, they would provoke the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Hidden Sand Village, while not taking immediate action, was also beginning to stir. Only the Hidden Mist Village, situated across the sea, remained inactive. During this period, Zhang Zhiwei collaborated with Genos to fortify Konoha as their stronghold, facilitating the completion of their collective mission. This marked their first mission together, and it was also the longest duration they had spent in another world. A week had passed since their journey across worlds began. In the world of the outlaws, Yuan Tiangang had stabilized his power and commenced large-scale cultivation of high-yield crops from the Marvel 9119 universe. Cultivating grains was merely his first step. The second involved advancing metal smelting techniques, while the third would see the inception of modern firearms. He devoted each day to training and secretly orchestrating the development of the Tang dynasty. These 3 phases would require no less than a year to complete. Once his food supplies were secured, he could begin expanding his military and embark on campaigns against other nations. Yuan Tiangang sought world unification and an everlasting era of prosperity. As long as he reigned, the world would bask in eternal peace. Nobita spent his days either fulfilling his physical needs or sleeping, while Doryan remained steadfastly by his side. Saitama had grown weary of assigning tasks to him. As for the clone of Luoji, he could be regarded as a safeguard, quietly seated in the Hokage office chair, meditating without taking any action or offering any opinions. During this period, Tony Stark found himself rather preoccupied. The passage of time on his end seemed to accelerate slightly. At this moment, the creators and puppet masters of the Doomsday Virus had commenced their assault on Tony Stark. To his astonishment, the shadowy orchestrators dispatched 2 fighter jets to bombard Stark's villa. However, Stark's seaside retreat unexpectedly activated a formidable energy shield. The source of this energy shield was a curved reactor, whose power was tenfold that of a conventional arc reactor, pulsating with energy reminiscent of a spatial gem. At the instant Stark came under attack, he pressed a device on his chest resembling an arc reactor, which served as the prototype for the 50 Malawian Kwacha's nano armor. The armor gradually enveloped him, with a blue gem embedded at the center of his chest, radiating boundless energy. Indeed, this gem was the Space Stone, long lost since the Battle of New York. In the chat group, only a brief period had elapsed since the battle. Yet over a year had passed for Tony due to his sporadic online presence. Within this time, he had not only enhanced his superpowers to an extraordinary degree, akin to Deadpool's regenerative abilities and double the strength of Wolverine, but had also acquired the power of autonomous flight, albeit at the cost of nearly depleting his group points. It was only with this newfound strength that he could barely harness the power of the Space Stone, relying on the armor for assistance. One could only imagine the magnitude of power required to master the forces of all 6 Infinity Stones. Chapter 67, Tony Stark vs. the Doomsday Virus Enhanced Army. Tony gazed at the 2 armed helicopters, felled by his villa's automated defense system, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. He retracted his armor into the arc reactor in his chest and returned to the villa, where he found the worried expression of Pepper Potts. The fury that had once consumed him transformed into tenderness in an instant. Tony endeavored to smile as he reassured her, "Pepper, it's nothing to worry about. The 2 armed helicopters have been destroyed by the defense system. This enemy is a tad too arrogant. It appears I must demonstrate my prowess. I cannot allow just anyone to disturb my peace." Pepper, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Tony, first Obadiah, then Whiplash, and now an alien invasion. And we can't even sleep in our own home without someone sending armed helicopters to bombard us. We cannot continue to make enemies. Think of our future children. What if one day you cannot defeat them and cannot return? Will you leave me or our children alone? Or will we remain a family together?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Tony lowered his proud head and spoke earnestly, "I will not allow such a thing to occur again. Pepper, trust me, after this, no one will dare to attack us, not even a god." With that, Tony stepped out of the villa, gazing at the rising sun, the approaching military forces, and throngs of reporters. Addressing the cameras, he declared, I know you are watching this broadcast, you cowardly shadows lurking in the dark. If you dare to be human, let us meet for a life-and-death duel on the 916 snowfields at the border. Whether you accept or not, I will be waiting for you at dusk in 3 days. If you fail to show, you are nothing but a coward, less than a dog. The orchestrator behind the doomsday virus, watching Tony's audacious proclamation on television, clenched his fists, glowing faintly red with rage, and smashed the granite table before him into splinters. This time, Tony did not initiate a live broadcast in the chat group. He chose to confront the threat alone. 3 days later, in the Marvel 9119 universe on Blue Star, Tony Stark donned his 50 Malawian Quachas nano armor and soared to the 916 snowfields at 10 times the speed of sound. The sonic booms along the way captured countless gazes, and a multitude of reporters and onlookers had gathered, while the military prepared their defenses nearby. Tony descended slowly onto a small snow-capped mountain within the snowfield, remaining silent and awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. Not a single reporter or spectator dared approach, for the instinct to survive prevailed. The military personnel, initially intending to negotiate, were halted by orders from above that left the commanding officer dumbfounded. The directive was to stand by and refrain from interference. Fully aware of Tony Stark's reputation, not just as Iron Man, but as a friend of monumental superhumans, to provoke such a formidable figure was akin to courting death. As dusk approached, a throng of individuals clad in black emerged at the edge of the 916 snowfields. Among them were men and women, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. The most striking feature of these individuals was their hands, tinged with red, and their eyes faintly glowing with an ominous light. One particularly sinister man, with a well-proportioned physique and strikingly handsome features, radiated a disquieting charm. As Tony observed this man, the intensity of his murderous intent escalated. It was indeed Killian, the individual he had ridiculed a decade ago. He never imagined that a mere jest would foster such deep-seated animosity. Killian, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Tony Stark, it's been a decade, and you're still all alone. Well, it's no surprise, with your peculiar disposition and penchant for mockery. Who would want to be your friend?" Internally, Tony scoffed, thinking, "I may be alone here, but I have friends in this world and beyond. Friends who are unparalleled powerhouses. Yet, dealing with you pests requires no assistance." Mistaking Tony's silence for defeat, Killian pressed on, "Apologize before everyone, and I shall forgive you. Ceasing my pursuit of you and your girlfriend. What do you say?" Recalling the alien invasion in New York, Tony smirked, "Do you truly believe your kind can best me?" Killian, having devoted years to his research on the doomsday virus, had neglected to keep abreast of external events, fixated solely on his scientific endeavors and mastery over the virus. Just then, the sky reverberated with a series of sonic booms. A fleet of advanced Ironman aircraft descended around Tony, numbering at least 30, stunning the previously menacing doomsday virus carriers into retreat. In the next moment, 2 4 to 5 meter tall anti-Hulk armors landed, shaking the very ground of the snowfield upon their arrival. With a grin, Tony Stark declared, "I remember you, Killian. 10 years ago, he was merely a jester. Now he has transformed into the highest card in the deck. A lucrative client of Batman, the mascot of McDonald's, and the notorious overlord of Gotham City, the Joker King. Upon witnessing the multitude of armored suits surrounding me, young man, do you find yourself drenched in perspiration? Furthermore, I can unequivocally assert that I am not alone. You simply do not merit the intervention of my formidable allies. I alone am sufficient to contend with you, the Joker King." Killian scoffed, declaring, "With our hundreds of desperate virus warriors, dealing with your squadron of iron suits is more than adequate. Charge forth and dismantle his armor to smithereens. This time, who among you will be able to slay Tony Stark? Return him for a second modification." Chapter 68. Tony, if you wish to avoid being pursued by nuclear bombardment, you may opt for self-destruction. Several burly men, upon hearing this, charged towards Tony Stark, exuding an orange-red radiance and shouting, "Long live the desperate virus! Long live the desperate warriors!" Yet, before these desperate warriors could close the distance, all the armored suits raised their arms, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that sent them hurtling back several meters. These clearly inadequately modified desperate warriors collapsed, convulsing on the ground as their orange-red glow intensified. Moments later, the sound of explosions rang out, as these desperate warriors succumbed to the uncontrollable virus within, their bodies erupting in fiery blasts. Witnessing this scene, reporters scrambled back in terror, and military personnel swiftly aimed their weapons at Killian and his desperate virus warriors. However, the demise of their comrades ignited a fervor within the desperate warriors. They charged forward en masse, a dark tide overwhelming the battlefield as Killian gleefully observed Tony Stark, encircled by his army of desperate virus warriors. At that moment, an energy shield enveloped Stark, and all surrounding armored suits commenced a fierce assault. Missiles, miniaturized tomahawk missiles, laser pulse waves, and crimson laser cutting guns rained down, a dazzling array of high-tech weaponry repelling the advancing desperate warriors. Realizing the dire situation, a towering second-tier desperate virus warrior emerged from the throng, a formidable figure indeed. With a single punch, he pierced the chest of one armored suit, generating a powerful shockwave that hurled several first-tier desperate virus warriors several meters away. Yet, this second-tier warrior stood resolutely, eyes closed, savoring the shockwave's might, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Two additional second-tier desperate virus warriors swiftly dispatched the armored suits before them, but before they could continue, two massive anti-Hulk armors and a specialized blue simian-type armor launched a fierce counterattack. With fists powered by energy propulsion, they sent the previously invulnerable second-tier desperate virus warrior soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, a stealth suit that had remained cloaked suddenly revealed itself, firing a miniature nuclear bomb into the air. The explosion reverberated in the heavens, unleashing invisible shockwaves in all directions. Killian's expression darkened as he glared at Tony Stark, who dared to employ miniature nuclear weaponry. He longed to curse, "You dare disregard the rules of warfare." But he understood that this was a life-or-death struggle, not a mere game. Victory at any cost. That single miniature nuclear weapon reduced the second-tier desperate virus warrior to ash, while the surrounding ordinary desperate virus warriors and their entangled armored foes were likewise obliterated by the shockwave. This spectacle left all present in stunned silence. They could scarcely fathom that their adversary possessed such devastating weaponry and wielded it without hesitation. Yet, before the desperate warriors could fully comprehend, all but a few specialized armored suits detonated their own miniature nuclear devices, engulfing the area in a blinding white light that rendered onlookers unable to see. As the chaos subsided, all that remained were charred corpses and debris, with Tony Stark still ensconced within his energy shield, protected by 12 specially designed armored suits shielding him from the nuclear explosion's shockwave. From a distance, Killian beheld the annihilation of his forces, enraged at the catastrophic losses. He bellowed, "Tony Stark, you madman! How dare you utilize miniature nuclear weapons? Very well, today it shall be either your demise or mine." With a furious charge, he dashed toward Stark, moving with a speed so swift it seemed he was a mere blur. Yet, with Jarvis's assistance, Stark was unfazed by the speed of his approach. No matter how fast he was, could he outpace the gaze of artificial intelligence? Just as Killian neared the protective shield's perimeter, 10 energy beams, accompanied by 2 red lasers, hurtled towards him. As he prepared to evade, the stealth suit behind him suddenly materialized, wielding dual-edged blades forged from adamantium, inflicting a grievous wound to Killian's thigh. In pain, and momentarily distracted, Killian was struck by all incoming attacks, sent flying several meters away, crashing against a nearby snow-covered hill. The onslaught threatened to unleash the desperate virus within him, yet he rolled in the snow, gnashing his teeth in rage, suppressing the virus's backlash as he prepared to flee. Tony Stark, with a grin, remarked, "Killian, did you not wish to slay me? Did you not desire to take everything I hold dear? Did you not deem me arrogant and conceited? Very well, I shall embrace that arrogance today. You are a perceptive man. I shall not permit your escape so easily. Here is your opportunity. If you can touch my energy shield, I shall allow you to depart. What say you?" Killian, disregarding Stark's taunts, fled with all his might. However, just 2 kilometers into his escape, nearly 10 heat-seeking miniature nuclear bombs soared toward him from behind. Stark's mocking voice echoed, "Isn't this rather rude? I hadn't finished my sentence. Yet you run away. Since you insist on leaving, allow me to present you with a parting gift. Those 10 heat-seeking nuclear bombs in the sky are my farewell offering. What do you think? Should you wish to decline this gift, it's simple. You could always choose to end your own life. Once your body temperature dissipates, those miniature bombs will lose their target and may just redirect to me." Killian, infuriated, could only laugh in disbelief. Stark was indeed a master of both murder and psychological warfare, utterly repulsive. Chapter 69. Yi Xiaoyu's return to school. What? The Lu family is no more. Tony Stark, observing Killian's utter disregard for his words, shook his head in disinterest and swiftly unleashed 10 nuclear warheads, which rapidly approached Killian. Subsequently, they detonated beside him. The notion that if Killian perished, these warheads would turn and target him due to a lack of purpose was mere nonsense. Could it be that the nuclear warheads I released would return to seek me out? Such a thought is preposterous. under the terrifying heat of the 10 miniature nuclear explosions. Killian was reduced to ashes, which the winds of the snowfield carried away to distant lands. One could only lament the utter destruction. After executing this act, Tony Stark meticulously compiled a video of the battle, showcasing Killian's demise, and uploaded it to the world's largest video sharing platform. At the top of the video, a line of red text read, "My enemy, should you dare to trouble me, your fate will mirror that of Killian. If you are aware of the inevitable, yet still choose to approach, then, my adversary, you are truly fearless." In this regard, I, Tony Stark, cannot help but feel a sense of inferiority. This video quickly became a trending topic across various platforms and websites, not merely due to financial investment, but because it genuinely resonated with the public. The government of the United States, seeking to ease tensions, found themselves threatened by Tony Stark and retreated to their White House to continue dealing with their so-called important affairs. Indeed, the American government was intimidated by Tony Stark. Once a dominant force in the world, they now dared not utter a word and retreated at his command. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, merely a day had passed. The few participants in the mission were still consolidating their strength. In truth, there were not many of them, with only Genos and Zhang Zhiwei actively engaged in serious matters. Saitama wandered aimlessly, utterly bored, spending his time indulging at the barbecue restaurant in Konoha, and without paying, no less. Nobita, on the other hand, was either asleep or preparing to sleep. With his level of self-discipline and training, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yuan Tiangang. Rajik's clone remained utterly bored, serving as mere background decoration. Meanwhile, the original Rajik was eagerly observing Tony Stark's solo exploits in the Marvel 9119 universe. Today, Xiaoyu finally emerged from her seclusion after nearly 6 months, having barely attended school during that time, often on leave or en route to request one. However, her strength had surged remarkably. She now possessed LV3 capabilities, and Strawberry Bear had also reached LV3, while the Rift Seat had achieved LV5. Her return to school was to prepare for confronting Lu Tianhong and seeking trouble with the Lu family. Annihilating them would be ideal. During these 6 months, she had scarcely paid attention to external news and was entirely unaware of the current situation regarding the Lu family. It appeared that the Lu family had not sought any trouble with her, but now it was she who intended to provoke them. Upon entering the school, she overheard whispers, and with her keen hearing, she discerned they were discussing her. As she listened intently, Xiaoyu froze in shock. What was this? The Lu family had been exterminated. Moreover, this had occurred a month ago, allegedly due to her involvement, as they had sought trouble with her. The instigator of the Lu family's troubles was none other than Rajik, the clone who maintained a close relationship with her on the surface. Continuing to listen, Xiaoyu heard a student remark. I've heard that the Lu family previously harmed many innocent students and killed numerous people. On the night they sought trouble with Rajik, their entire family was obliterated, rumored to be a divine retribution for their myriad transgressions. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was utterly astonished. She knew Rajik was not one to be trifled with. Why provoke him of all people? This was akin to disturbing a dragon or tampering with the ledger of life and death before the king of hell. Was this not a reckless pursuit of demise? After consulting her grade supervisor about the situation, she learned that on the night the Lu family sought to teach Rajik a lesson, a colossal meteor struck their ancestral grounds, leaving no survivors. Ironically, the Lu family had convened a family meeting that night, and nearly all its members had returned to their ancestral home. The meteor's descent had indeed been thorough and complete. If one were to speak of ruthlessness, it would indeed be Rajik. Xiaoyu logged into the chat group and casually signed in. Saitama, teacher in the area, your position may have been usurped by that clone of the group leader. I initially intended to engage you for assistance, as I had accumulated quite a few points recently, but upon returning to school, I heard the Lu family has been eradicated. What a tragic fate. Saitama, who was indulging at the barbecue restaurant, was startled and curiously opened the chat group, and indeed, he received some points. Seeing Xiaoyu's message, his enthusiasm for the delicious food before him waned, and he found it suddenly unappetizing and dull. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Saitama inquired, Xiaoyu, how many points do you have now? We haven't been here long. Have you been there for a considerable time? Xiaoyu calmly replied, not many, just about 11,000 points. Saitama felt as if he had been petrified, his chopsticks falling from his hand in disbelief. He was grappling with a stark reality. He had come to this world for missions, yet after 7 or 8 days, he had barely accumulated points, leaving him uncertain about how many he would earn upon task completion. Yet, Xiaoyu had already amassed 11,000 points. Was that even human? Tony Stark chimed in. delivering a follow-up remark. Xiaoyu, spare us your humble bragging. Look at me. I have merely around 3,000 points left. What a pity, I carelessly spent over 20,000 points. Saitama, feeling somewhat irked, responded, if you all think your points are abundant, you can share some with me. If not, I can take you to the duel arena for some serious training. Xiaoyu. Tony Stark. Xiaoyu quickly interjected, Teacher Saitama. There are still matters to attend to at school. I must attend to some affairs. I'll log off now, goodbye. Tony Stark hastily added, Teacher Saitama. I have a new armor development project to attend to as well. I must take my leave. Saitama, okay. Chapter 70. Extracting the Memories of White Zetsu. The Premature Resurrection of Uchiha Madara. This book is concluded. Within the confines of Konoha Village in the Naruto world, the chat group members who had been present for nearly half a month continued to wait patiently. Saitama, Genos, and Zhang Zhiwei had devised a plan a week prior, enlisting spies from various ninja villages to orchestrate a significant overhaul of Konoha's upper echelons. The news of Konoha's weakened state had circulated among the 4 great ninja villages. After a week of brewing, it was likely that the reincarnators hiding in the Naruto world could no longer contain themselves, as their objective was to seize the essence of the world. To capture the world's essence, one could not overlook the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan. And with Konoha's diminished strength, this was indeed the opportune moment to seize the tailed beasts. Moreover, each participant in the mission deliberately contributed 100 points of their credits to inquire within the chat group, confirming that the overwhelming majority of the strength of the reincarnators was stationed on the Otsutsuki home planet, while the current group of reincarnators was merely an advanced team. Based on their conjectures, it was evident that the strength of this advanced team was not formidable, otherwise, they would have simply overrun their opponents. The few individuals eagerly awaited the arrival of a substantial catch. Zhang Zhiwei, finding himself with some leisure time, meandered through the outer woods of Konoha. With his keen senses, he suddenly fixated on a distant tree trunk. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his chi, appearing beside the tree with the swiftness of a phantom. A golden light enveloped his palm as he struck forcefully at the trunk. With a resounding crash, the trunk shattered, and a white humanoid being burst forth from the splintered wood, instinctively attempting to escape into the earth below. Zhang Zhiwei, however, was not one to show leniency. His golden hand shot downwards, seizing the white entity that had barely burrowed less than half a meter underground. Grasping the creature by its neck, he scrutinized the thrashing figure in his grasp and murmured to himself, this must be a manifestation of white Zetsu. It's a pity black Zetsu isn't here. I'll first extract this fellow's memories and see if there's anything of use. After all, asking the chat group a few simple questions costs 100 points per person. It's far preferable to gather intelligence myself. This white Zetsu should possess some valuable insights. With a cold smirk, Zhang Zhiwei produced a red talisman and, gazing at the terrified visage of the white Zetsu, declared, this is a soul search talisman. I hope you possess some useful information. With that, he pressed the talisman against the creature's forehead. As the anguished white Zetsu writhed in torment, its vitality gradually waned, and simultaneously, Zhang Zhiwei received a wealth of information. Having fully absorbed the memories of white Zetsu, Zhang Zhiwei wasted no time returning to the Hokage office in Konoha. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld Saitama idly playing cards with Genos and Doryan, while Nobita remained, as always, in slumber. With a face alight with excitement, Zhang Zhiwei exclaimed, I just captured a white Zetsu manifestation, and I've thoroughly probed its memories. Can you guess what I discovered? Saitama, intrigued, inquired. It wouldn't be the location of the advanced team of reincarnators, would it? That's truly excellent news. Once the mission concludes, your points will surely swell. Zhang Zhiwei replied with utmost seriousness. The information I gleaned from White Zetsu reveals that 3 individuals, alongside the masked man, Uchiha Obito, have resurrected Uchiha Madara ahead of time. Furthermore, Madara has exerted control over Nagato to employ the Rinne Tensei technique, bringing back that individual who should have long since perished. Madara has also reclaimed his Rinnegan. Currently, he is in the process of nurturing and merging, and within 3 days, he will restore himself to his prime, possibly even surpassing his former strength. Additionally, from the insights obtained from the White Zetsu manifestation, it was evident that the powers of these 3 enigmatic figures instilled great trepidation in Uchiha Obito. Their stronghold is now entrenched in the heart of the Land of Water, within the village of Kirigakure, which they have completely taken control of. The pressing question remains, shall we launch a direct assault, or continue to bide our time? Saitama nonchalantly replied, what is there to wait for? I've been playing cards in this Hokage office for 3 days now, and with the lack of entertainment in this world, it's become exceedingly dull. Let us directly assault the land of water's Kirigakure and flush out those sewer rats. I'm quite curious to see how Uchiha Madara dances. If we engage in Konoha, we might inadvertently damage it, and Naruto would have to reconstruct it later. He is destined to rule the ninja world. It would be wise to leave him with some subordinates. Besides, an attack in the land of water would allow for greater freedom. Zhang Zhiwei was resolutely in favor of this venture. Nobita, what is your stance? Will you join us? Nobita, turning over with an air of nonchalance, replied. If you wish to go, then by all means. I'm enjoying a splendid nap here, and, I'm deeply engrossed in cultivating my sleep-devouring technique. I'm not in dire need of points at the moment. Saitama, in exasperation, thought to himself, you're not in need of points, but I am. Zhang Zhiwei, secretly pleased that Nobita was reluctant to join, reveled in the idea of having one less participant in the battle, thus allowing for a more favorable division of points later. Just as the discussion continued, the mechanical notification from the chat group chimed once more. Ding! A new member has joined the group.